Chapter 1. The Air Disaster. On a March evening, a plane, designated as number 70, had just taken off from Jie, bound for Yanjing, Huaxia. "Sir, would you care for a beverage? Water or red wine?" "Red wine, please." "Thank you." Seated in an aisle position on the left, I sipped the complimentary red wine while diligently compiling a sales task report on my tablet. Thoughts of the gift from a foreign friend nestled within my suitcase stirred a subtle excitement within me, for I have a passion for culinary arts. Alas, that delight remained confined to the depths of my luggage, inaccessible for my immediate enjoyment. My name is Chen Jie, a former reconnaissance platoon leader in an independent brigade. During a mission to scout a training route with two inexperienced soldiers, we encountered a poaching gang. Tragically, both new comrades lost their lives, and in the heat of the moment, I acted with reckless abandon. Due to my breach of military discipline, I was persuaded to retire. "Excuse me, sir," I turned to find a young woman in her 20s, exuding an artistic flair. She wore minimal adornments and eschewed heavy makeup. A simple hairpin secured her sleek hair at the back, cascading straight down her back, framing her face, which bore delicate white skin and a slightly slender visage accentuated by thin lips. Her large, expressive eyes, adorned with long lashes, revealed a natural beauty untouched by mascara. Her humble smile radiated a maturity that belied her years. She embodied an inner beauty, one that emanated from her very soul, manifesting itself through her graceful demeanor. Clad in a white shirt and a casual gray plaid blazer with subtle yellow stripes, she complemented her ensemble with a deep gray, knee-length skirt and sheer tights suitable for spring and autumn. While I could not claim she was the most beautiful woman, her gentle, scholarly aura drew me in, captivating my thoughts. Apologetically, she glanced at me and then at the blanket held by the flight attendant beside her. Realizing I may have appeared somewhat forward, I quickly offered a courteous gesture, retrieving the soft blanket from the attendant and presenting it to her. After delivering the blanket, the flight attendant gracefully moved away, and I felt fortunate to witness the elegance of a Huaxia flight attendant on this international flight, one of striking beauty and poise. "Thank you." The artistic young woman's voice resonated with a captivating magnetism. "You're welcome," I replied politely. She glanced at my tablet. "Are you also in the liquor business, sir?" Her speech was measured and calm, effortlessly drawing one in without evoking any ill intentions. I composed myself and humbly responded, "I'm not a business owner, merely a salesperson. We belong to a team that specializes in taking on sales tasks, capable of handling a variety of products from numerous enterprises." Her expression shifted to one of mild surprise. "Wow, that's quite impressive." Just then, the aircraft jolted violently. Instinctively, rooted in my past as a reconnaissance soldier, I sensed an impending crisis. "Dear passengers, this is a normal tremor caused by turbulence. Please." The announcement was abruptly interrupted. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated through the cabin, accompanied by an even more violent jolt. Ah! The cabin erupted into terrified screams amidst the flickering lights. Those who had been moving in the aisle were thrown into disarray. I felt someone collide with me in the aisle and instinctively bent down, shielding myself with my hands against the fixed armrest beneath the seat, feeling a powerful impact against my hand. To my surprise, it was the flight attendant who had just fallen back. I supported her head with my left hand and grasped her hand with my right. With a firm tug, I helped her to her feet. The airplane continued to shake violently, and in a moment of urgency, I pulled her into my embrace, allowing her to sit on my lap. Subsequently, I raised the armrest between myself and the artistic young woman beside me. The flight attendant, recognizing the urgency of the situation, settled between us. Thus, 2 seats transformed into 3, albeit without a safety belt in the middle. She nodded gratefully, revealing a visage of breathtaking beauty. Her flawless skin, delicate oval face, and strikingly symmetrical features were captivating. Although she maintained a facade of professional composure, the fear in her eyes was unmistakable. The intense shaking persisted for nearly half a minute before the aircraft finally stabilized. The flight attendant returned to the aisle to calm the passengers, while many began to speculate about the cause of the turbulence. Some attributed it to air currents, while others disagreed, each contributing their theories. Moments later, a youthful crew member, seemingly not yet 30, emerged from the cockpit. He wore only a shirt, with his uniform awkwardly draped like an apron across his chest. Grasping the microphone, he addressed the passengers, saying, "Dear passengers, friends aboard this flight." Just then, the lights flickered ominously, plunging the cabin into darkness once more, accompanied by a cacophony of frightened cries. The young man lowered the microphone and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Silence! Everyone be quiet! No more shouting! Please calm down." Gradually, the crowd began to quiet. He sighed deeply. "Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Due to the impact of severe turbulence, we are currently facing a complete failure of all communication and power systems on the aircraft." A wave of noise surged through the cabin once again, and the man extended his hands downward, signaling for silence. He continued, "I share this unfortunate news with the hope that you will respond with rationality, for I trust you understand that your cooperation significantly enhances our chances of survival. Please remain seated and do not move. The aircraft is gliding, and we will locate a nearby island or the sea surface close to land for an emergency landing. Our crew and flight attendants are well-trained professionals. After the emergency landing, I implore everyone to follow the instructions of our cabin crew and evacuate the aircraft in a safe and orderly manner. Once again, I urge all passengers to remain calm, to stay seated, and to refrain from unnecessary movement. All flight attendants, initiate emergency protocols. Passengers, please comply with the crew's directives. Our crew and flight attendants will make every effort to ensure your safety. Thank you." With that, he turned and slightly hunched as he returned to the cockpit. Something felt amiss, very amiss. I had already observed several suspicious details. I pulled the flight attendant beside me, and she understood, bending down as I whispered in her ear, "There are discrepancies. Do you have any means to ascertain the situation in the cockpit?" Seeing her puzzled expression, I added, "I am the reconnaissance platoon leader of the 3232 Independent Division, with 8 years of professional experience. Please trust me. The situation is urgent, and there's no time for explanations." "All right, I will do my best," she replied as she moved toward the front, opening a hidden compartment on the wall and retrieving a red telephone receiver. My seat was too far for her to hear what she was saying. However, after more than a minute of conversation, I saw her hang up the phone. The cockpit door opened a crack, and just as she entered, the door closed with a finality. In that fleeting moment, I witnessed the flight attendant seemingly being forcefully pulled to the ground. I immediately stood up and rushed toward the cockpit door, hoping to pry it open before it sealed shut. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted from both wings, followed by the deafening sound of destruction, as the walls of the cabin could no longer withstand the immense force, creating 2 gaping holes. Those near the cabin walls were either gruesomely torn apart or violently ejected from the aircraft. As I was thrown back by the shock wave of the explosion in the aisle, I felt weightlessness before plunging into darkness. The icy March sea jolted me awake. I found myself submerged in the water, surrounded by desperate cries. Just a few dozen meters away lay the fragmented fuselage of the aircraft, with debris floating around, along with scattered luggage, some survivors, and bodies. I turned to observe the other side in the distance. The silhouette of a mountain range emerged. From my perspective, the peaks appeared narrow, tall, and sharply pointed, the right side sloping, while the left jutted straight into the sea like a knife. There was no sign of light, and given its shape, it seemed to be an uninhabited island. However, it was night, making it difficult to gauge the distance. Some survivors were desperately swimming toward that direction. I extended my thumb to measure the distance. The mountain range was likely 5 or 6 kilometers away. I did not rush toward it. Instead, I began searching among the nearby debris. I knew all too well that gathering supplies at this moment was crucial, but even more pressing was finding my suitcase. The contents within could significantly enhance my chances of survival. After swimming past 4 or 5 suitcases, I finally located my deep brown fabric wheeled bag. Initially, I contemplated rummaging through the other bags in search of something useful. However, considering the necessity to conserve energy for the swim to the island, I abandoned that thought. If the peak descends directly into a cliff, I would have to swim 5 or 6 kilometers. If the slope extends towards the sea, I would still need to swim over 2 kilometers. Although I had undergone specialized training as a reconnaissance soldier in the military, with armed swimming being commonplace, traversing the frigid waters of March posed a formidable challenge. Fortune favored me. After swimming a mere few dozen meters, I stumbled upon several floating seats. Upon inspection, I discovered the life jackets beneath them were intact. Donning a life jacket and securing another around my suitcase, I pressed onward towards the distant peaks as the waves surged ahead. In my desperate attempt to reach the shore swiftly and stave off hypothermia, I struggled and kicked with all my might. I lost track of time until I finally beheld a half-beach ahead. Scattered debris from the suitcases and various plastics floated nearby, swept ashore by the relentless waves. Chapter 2. The Struggle for Survival. The term half-beach is apt, for to the right lay a stretch of sand, while the left presented a stark absence. This locale seemed to be the tip of a slender island, and my position was precisely alongside the mountain's flank. To the left, the cliffs rose steeply, while to the right, the land sloped gently. Should I emerge from the sea on the right, I would first traverse 100 meters of sandy beach, followed by grassy terrain, leading to thickets and ultimately ascending into the woods. The incline steepened as I ascended, culminating in the towering peak above. Due to the extensive time spent scavenging in the water, I found myself nearly the last to arrive. Upon my arrival, I discerned no other survivors in sight. At the beach, I noted the absence of any fellow survivors behind me. Struggling to drag my suitcase onto the sand, I glimpsed vague silhouettes far off to the right. Yet, recalling the suspicious occurrences prior to the plane's crash, I refrained from directly joining the gathering. Instead, shrouded by the cover of night, I hastily maneuvered my suitcase across the beach and grassy expanse, slipping into the underbrush. Opening the suitcase, I pressed down on the contents to tilt it, allowing the seawater to drain out. With utmost care, I retrieved a rectangular cardboard box from the bottom. This box contained a set of high-end kitchen knives gifted to me by a local proprietor after I completed a sales assignment abroad. He was particularly pleased with the training I provided to his staff and the resulting sales performance. Knowing of my passion for culinary arts, he had presented me with a 9-piece set of premium kitchen tools from Germany. Despite the packaging being nearly disintegrated from exposure to seawater, I carefully extracted a slender multifunctional fruit knife and a metal sharpening rod from within. I then rummaged through the box to retrieve a set of sportswear and a pair of hiking boots, even if they were damp. It was a far better alternative than the formal trousers and leather shoes I currently wore. Next, I began to excavate a pit in the sandy ground, which proved surprisingly easy due to the loose texture of the sand. I shaped the pit wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, digging down over a meter deep. I carefully wrapped the remaining few tools, along with the wooden box that housed them, in clothing and buried them at the bottom of the pit. After covering them with several inches of sand, I secured the suitcase on top, concealing the tools beneath. Following this, I made several trips to the sea to collect items that might prove useful, hiding them behind a thicket. Among these were 3 or 4 bottles of half-full mineral water from the aircraft, a deflated lifeboat that had torn away from the ship, and a metal box with a rubber seal containing several 6-inch iron nails. I tucked a multifunctional fruit knife into the back of my waistband and concealed a sharpening rod within the sleeve of my left arm. Behind the thicket, I stealthily made my way towards the distant crowd. The reason I did not reveal myself immediately was that the plane crash had transpired so unexpectedly. The sudden calamity, the abrupt explosion, and the haunting image of the flight attendant being dragged down to the floor upon entering the cockpit left me with a lingering sense of unease. As I drew closer to the gathering, I lightened my movements and slowed my pace. Observing quietly, I noticed a substantial number of people on the beach, perhaps 50 or 60 in total. Suddenly, I heard a familiar voice exclaim, "Don't touch me." It was unmistakably the strikingly artistic girl who had sat beside me on the plane. I cautiously peered out. She was seated not far from the thicket, near the shoreline. Beside her stood a tall man, his features obscured in the night, but judging by his silhouette, he appeared to be in his 30s. I merely wanted to check if your clothes were wet, to show concern for you, but you don't appreciate kindness." As he spoke, he grumbled and walked away. The woman was wringing out her hair, tossing it back over her shoulders. She was less than 20 meters away, yet I refrained from approaching her. Years of training as a reconnaissance soldier had ingrained in me a constant vigilance. I resolved to observe from the shadows until I could ascertain that no danger was present before revealing myself to assist them. I crawled forward, advancing slowly. After covering several more meters, I heard an authoritative voice proclaiming loudly, "Currently, we have a total of 63 survivors. There are 14 men and 49 women. Everyone, please submit your identification to me. After we complete the tally, we will assign tasks to facilitate our survival until rescue arrives. The voice belonged to a middle-aged man, likely in his 40s. A frown creased my brow. Something felt amiss, profoundly amiss. Someone questioned, "We've just experienced a plane crash. We should be seeking help from the outside world, not registering our IDs." Another youthful voice interjected, "We are the crew of this flight, and we are also responsible for the safety of everyone here. Please follow our arrangements. We need to first register everyone's identification cards." The voice was strikingly close, perhaps no more than 20 meters away. I took a risk to observe and saw 3 men standing slightly elevated beside a thicket, addressing the crowd below on the beach. Adjacent to these 3 men lay a female casualty. I identified her as a woman, evident from her physique, which suggested she had sustained injuries. Moreover, her figure was undoubtedly that of a well-proportioned young lady. It was the first half of the lunar month, and the moonlight was rather dim. Although I could not discern the woman's features clearly, her silhouette and the general style of her attire led me to deduce that she was likely a young flight attendant. Given the events preceding the plane crash, I suspected she was the very attendant who had just entered the cockpit. The crowd on the beach, too distant for me to make out clearly, remained oblivious. The middle-aged man spoke again in an authoritative tone. "Let us proceed in this manner. Now that everyone has just come ashore, let us rest in place until dawn to verify identities." He continued, "Consider this. Should we not set aside our grievances and emotions towards the flight attendants and crew? A tragedy has occurred, and what we truly require now is survival and patience for rescue, is it not?" As he spoke, the crowd dispersed, and I could hear the faint sounds of women weeping on the beach. Something felt amiss. As an observer, even from this distance, I questioned the urgency of registering identification cards post-crash. Shouldn't we be hastening to locate essential supplies? The men by the thicket were engaged in hushed discussion. A young voice piped up, "Why not search for people now? What if rescue arrives from Huaxia at dawn?" The middle-aged man's voice responded, "Rest assured, by calculating the time since takeoff, we have yet to enter Huaxia's airspace. Their arrival would entail international rescue, which will not be so swift." Another man interjected, "Moreover, if we focus on identity registration now, in the dark, if we pressure too much, some may flee, and we would lose track of them." The middle-aged man reiterated, "Indeed, as Xiaoxi suggested, this is my line of thought. Therefore, at dawn, we shall commence the registration. Remember, if anyone incites rebellion, we shall execute one to establish authority. However, we must conserve bullets. We have only 3 left. Should we gather some firewood from the woods? This woman is burning with fever. Does her life or death concern you? One more person is merely a safeguard if the rescue team arrives and our contacts are absent. We can use them as hostages." The middle-aged man replied, "Let us refrain from that. It is night. Venturing into the woods could pose dangers. Regardless, at dawn, once we locate the necessary individuals, our task will be complete." Upon hearing this, I'd already conjured a rough idea in my mind. The 3 individuals were likely trained operatives engaged in a clandestine mission. However, their pursuit of personnel had led to a crash, clearly indicating that they were not virtuous characters. I gazed up at the stars, estimating that it was now past 4 in the morning. I chose not to change my position, instead remaining quietly concealed behind the bushes. In the distance, the horizon began to lighten, gradually brightening until the sun, a fiery orb, emerged triumphantly from the sea. It appeared that the direction from which I had just landed was to the south, while this group was situated to the north of me. "It's about time. Let's commence," spoke the middle-aged man. I slightly raised my head, peering through the gaps in the foliage to observe the beach outside. A young man in uniform shouted, "Everyone, wake up! No more sleeping. Gather around, all of you, and be quiet." He continued, "We are the crew and staff of Flight 70, and we find ourselves on an unknown island. There may be indigenous people here, or perhaps it is a deserted isle. Let us unite in purpose. Our immediate task is to survive by any means necessary while awaiting rescue. Please cooperate as we begin to register identification. Once completed, we will organize everyone to search for food, start a fire, and devise means to attract rescue." Amidst the crowd, a young man, brimming with youthful defiance, objected, "We are stranded on a deserted island. Our priority should be to find food and signal for help." What purpose does registering identification serve for survivors of a plane crash? What nonsense! Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out. One of the younger men beside the middle-aged figure had shot the defiant youth in the head. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Everyone crouched down, commanded the middle-aged man. This is a special time. We will employ special measures. Those who resist or incite dissent will be dealt with mercilessly. One by one, the crowd complied, but a woman suddenly reacted, letting out a long, piercing scream. The young man in uniform dashed over and struck her sharply across the face. "Stop your wailing. Crouch down." At that moment, chaos erupted. A red figure suddenly dashed from the ground, lunging at the armed young man, unmistakably the injured flight attendant. Seizing the opportunity, I braved the scratches of the thorny branches and swiftly maneuvered through the underbrush. The middle-aged man had grasped the flight attendant by the nape of her neck, while the young man was poised to press his gun against her head. I reached their vicinity, swiftly drawing a metal sharpening rod from my sleeve with my right hand, and with all my strength, I struck down upon the young man's wrist. The sound of bones cracking echoed as his gun fell to the ground. With the flight attendant's neck precariously held, time was of the essence. I had no moment to spare to retrieve the gun. As I kicked the fallen firearm to the side, I pivoted my wrist, aiming the sharpening rod at the elbow of the middle-aged man clutching the attendant's neck. He winced in pain, releasing his grip, and I swiftly stepped sideways, placing the flight attendant behind me for protection. Simultaneously, the knife-sharpening stick had engaged in a swift duel with the middle-aged man. It was evident that he, too, was a member of an organization that had undergone specialized training. However, with my years of experience as a scout and numerous covert operations under my belt, I was not to be underestimated, regardless of his training or combat experience. With the advantage of the metal sharpening stick, within mere seconds, I had inflicted injuries upon his hands, drawing blood from his head. The young man, from whom I had just disarmed the handgun, received a well-placed strike to his groin, doubling over in agony as he clutched his vital area. "Don't move." Unexpectedly, the uniformed youth, who had just slapped a woman, retrieved the handgun. In a split second, I hurled my stick at the knife-wielding youth while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to the middle-aged man's abdomen. As he recoiled, I swiftly drew a multi-functional knife from behind me and slashed it across the throat of the uniformed man. Bang! The gun fired just as a woman's scream pierced the air. I had seized the young uniformed man, using him as a shield. A searing pain shot through my left abdomen. A bullet had penetrated his body and struck me. Yet, I hesitated not for an instant. Seizing the moment as the middle-aged man retreated to shield himself from the armed youth, I propelled myself forward, delivering a flying knee strike to his chest. He staggered back, his back colliding with the armed youth's front. I swiftly followed his movement, the knife now in my right hand, and thrust it past the middle-aged man's shoulder, sinking it deep into the armed youth's throat. Withdrawing the blade, I pressed it against the middle-aged man's neck. The gun slipped from the youth's grasp, falling to the ground. Gurgling blood bubbled from his throat as he clutched it with both hands, collapsing in agony. From a moment, I heard, "Don't move until now." The entire sequence transpired in an instant, leaving the middle-aged man staring at me in disbelief. Enduring the searing pain, I inquired of the middle-aged man, "For which country or organization do you work? Who is it that you seek?" I had not anticipated receiving an answer. I merely wished to make it known to all that the two I had slain were indeed true villains, to prevent them from turning against me in unison. "I will not answer any of your questions," he retorted with disdain. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter. The flight attendant, dragging her injured body, approached me and said, "Last night, you were indeed right. There was a significant problem. They have hijacked the plane. Most of the crew has been killed, and 2 more perished in the sea." The crowd surged with renewed fervor. I raised my blade, slicing half of the middle-aged man's ear. "I ask you one final time, why did you hijack the plane, and who are you truly seeking?" I pressed the blade against his carotid artery, drawing a shallow line of blood. "You want to kill me so swiftly?" he replied with a sinister smile. I was about to respond. "Is that so?" He continued, "You may torment me, so I intend to offer you a favor." A sense of foreboding washed over me, and I instinctively extended my left hand, aiming to grasp his jaw. However, my left hand was still pressed against the gunshot wound in my abdomen, slick with blood, causing me to miss my grip entirely. His eyes widened in shock, having already succumbed to the poison he had ingested. Dark, foul blood oozed from the corners of his mouth as his body gradually slumped to the ground. Chapter 3. Enduring pain for healing a young man. Probing his nose, addressed a bespectacled gentleman in his 30s. Mr. Lee, this man is dead. After an intense moment of anxiety, I suddenly realized that the handgun on the ground had vanished. With a composed demeanor, I picked up a metal sharpening rod. A valuable find, especially on such a deserted island. After rinsing my hands in the seawater, I returned to the body of a young man in uniform and stripped a shirt from him, tearing it into strips. I fashioned one into a ball, preparing to press it against my wound. "Let me use it," came that familiar voice. A lithe figure emerged from the crowd. It was the beautiful, artistic young woman. She approached me briskly, with a blend of confidence and modesty, producing a thin scarf suitable for spring and autumn, folding it into a ball and offering it to me. "Use this. At least it's cleaner than his shirt." I accepted the scarf without hesitation, applying it to my wound and wrapping my abdomen with the strips of the shirt. She looked at me with concern, asking, "How serious is your injury?" "Not too severe," I replied gratefully. The bullet passed through his body before striking me. It merely lodged in my flesh without penetrating the abdominal cavity. Could carry his blood or bacteria. Sensing her lingering worry, I reassured her, "It's fine." The bullet was still hot when it entered my body. In truth, I harbored doubts while the bullet was hot. Historically, gunshot wounds often resulted in death due to infection. Our current conditions were likely worse than those before liberation. Moreover, my paramount concern was a more pressing issue. Where had the gun gone? Who would conceal a firearm? I approached the flight attendant seated on the ground and inquired, "How are you injured?" "I was kicked several times in the cockpit last night and have a slight fever," she replied shyly. I extended my hand. "Let me take a look." After all, it was my request for her assistance that led to her injury, and her courage in rushing to my aid earlier had earned my respect. Her face flushed deeply, reaching her collar as she released her grip on her ribs. The artistic girl squatted beside me, helping to unfasten the flight attendant's red uniform jacket. Upon inspection, it appeared she had fractured 3 ribs. I informed her, "You likely have broken ribs, so you must minimize movement to aid in recovery. Excessive or vigorous movements could cause the broken ribs to puncture internal organs." I instructed her to lie flat, noting that although her ribs were fractured, they were in the correct position. Her only immediate concern was to reduce her fever. With no medicine on the island and the need to search for food to survive, her fate truly hung in the balance of destiny. Having eavesdropped on the conversations of those few men earlier, I calculated that the gun likely still contained 1 bullet. Rapidly assessing my pressing concerns, I recognized several issues to address. First, I had just killed a man in front of everyone, and I needed to gain the majority's acceptance of my actions. To be honest, rallying the momentum was not my forte. Secondly, the firearm has vanished, compelling me to distance myself from this group. Should any of those individuals have accomplices, I would find myself vulnerable to an unexpected attack, with no one to turn to for solace. I turned to address the crowd, stating, "It is now evident to all that these individuals hijacked the plane, resulting in the tragic loss of many lives and leaving us stranded on this desolate island. While I was the one to end their lives, the circumstances were witnessed by all. In such a desperate struggle, fatalities were truly unavoidable. Our immediate concern, however, is how we shall survive on this island. How can we attract rescue teams to our plight? Are there other indigenous inhabitants remaining on this island? I am currently afflicted with a gunshot wound, and it may take time before I am able to move. I require a peaceful environment to recuperate. Thus, I must withdraw from the group for a few days." The crowd erupted with voices of support. "Rest assured, brother, when the rescue team arrives, we will testify on your behalf. You acted in self-defense. Indeed, we will all stand witness. Brother, though you have taken a life, you are blameless, and your actions are commendable. Quiet, everyone quiet." The bespectacled man, Mr. Lee, tall and slender, adorned in designer attire, exuded an air of affluence. "Some of you may know me. I am Lee Megwa. We have endured life and death together, and we must unite, neither abandoning nor forsaking one another." He then turned to me, saying, "Brother, you are our hero for bravely confronting the villains. You cannot leave just because you are injured. Stay with us. There are many of us who can forage for food, ensuring you are well fed. Yes, what Mr. Lee says is true. Do stay. A few voices in the crowd echoed in agreement, while others flattered. It is clear that Mr. Lee has built such a vast enterprise for a reason. His vision is simply unparalleled. Thank you. I politely declined. I am Chen Jie, and my survival is not a concern. I merely require solitude to tend to my wounds. I have sustained a gunshot wound, and frankly, we do not know if those hijackers have any remaining accomplices. I must survive, and I appreciate everyone's goodwill. Yet the man did not relent, continuing to assert, "It is evident you have undergone specialized training. With great power comes great responsibility. Do any of us appear to be villains? You must stay and assist us in surviving together." His cunning was apparent, first leveraging his status to gain a voice, then appealing to a sense of duty to undermine my resolve and garner support. My earlier valor was swiftly overshadowed by his words, casting me in the light of selfishness. I perceived a hint of calculated cunning in his gaze, and I resolutely reiterated my refusal. Indeed, I have received special training, but I am presently nursing a gunshot wound and require a place to recuperate alone. Once I am healed, I shall return to assist you. I have no desire to be ambushed, so please step aside. As I reached the conclusion, my tone adopted a slightly stern demeanor. If given the opportunity, I would certainly wish to assist others in surviving. However, my own survival must take precedence. I cannot claim such nobility as to sacrifice my own life for the sake of helping others. Although my reasons for leaving may appear somewhat tenuous, the undeniable truth remains. My continued presence here poses a constant danger of being targeted by unseen threats. Li Meg was sidestepped with an air of disdain, remarking, "A martial brute is merely a martial brute, selfish and self-serving." Similar murmurs arose from the crowd, clearly indicating that he had successfully influenced the collective sentiment. Listening to these discussions, Li Meigwa appeared relaxed, as if he had already seized control of the situation. Evidently, he aspired to be the leader among these survivors, a testament to humanity's inherent nature, the catalyst for countless wars throughout history. I held no desire to engage in conflict with him. If this truly was an uninhabited desert island, survival must take precedence. That was of utmost importance. Just as I was about to depart, a literary-minded young woman approached me, asking, "May I accompany you? I do not wish to remain here." She cast a disdainful glance at a few men in the crowd, evidently angered by someone's lewd persistence the previous night. I found her rather likable. She had just offered me assistance by providing a scarf. I nodded in agreement, responding, "All right, thank you." Nearby, a flight attendant spoke up, "Could you also take me along?" Perhaps fearing that her injuries would burden us, her voice trailed off into a whisper. I remained silent, enduring the pain in my abdomen as I lifted her in a princess carry, gently placing her feet upon the sand. The effort was considerable, but fortunately, the literary-minded woman assisted me. At that moment, a woman in her 30s, exuding grace, joined us, glancing back at the crowd. Li Meigwa sensed something amiss and signaled to another tall man in his 30s, who called out to her, "Xiao Yin, are you disregarding Mr. Li's words? Come back." Li Meigwa then stepped forward, asserting, "It's all right. Those who stay are like brothers and sisters, sharing adversity. I do not force anyone to remain, and upon returning to the company, I will not treat anyone differently." The implication was unmistakable. The woman hesitated briefly before retrieving a nearly full bottle of mineral water from within her clothing, offering it to us. "There is still more than half a bottle here. Take it. You're injured and need it more than we do." She then produced another bottle, stating, "I have half a bottle left." Instantly, derisive murmurs erupted from the crowd, with some muttering insults, calling her both foolish and contemptible. To be honest, since landing the previous night, while I had managed to find a few half bottles of water, I had scarcely had the chance to drink more than a sip. The literary-minded woman and the flight attendant had already developed cracked lips. Fresh water had become synonymous with life itself. Yet this woman was willing to share the majority of her hidden supply with us. It was impossible not to feel moved. However, my rationality urged me that until I could clearly discern the true nature of each individual from an observer's perspective, I must not choose to remain. Particularly in the current circumstances with the occurrence of a hijacking and a firearm being seized, I have sustained a gunshot wound. My only option now is to distance myself from the crowd. I possess a small cache of water, which I can now afford to relinquish, but I must conceal the fact that I have stored supplies. While contemplating this, I keenly observed the throng. When the artistic young woman accepted the bottle of mineral water at my gesture, I noticed the majority of the crowd displayed expressions of disdain towards the woman who offered the water. As we distanced ourselves further, the three of us began to converse. I introduced myself as Chen Jie, age 28. I learned that the flight attendant's name is Ouyang Danqing, age 21, a striking contrast to her demure appearance, as she exhibited remarkable courage in the face of armed assailants. The cultured young woman is named Li Rui, age 26, hailing from a lineage of literary scholars. After approximately half an hour of walking, the crowd had receded into mere distant silhouettes. I conveyed to them that leaving the crowd was a necessity. We would only consider reintegrating with them or inviting them to join us once we could ascertain that there were no accomplices among the throng and locate the weapon. To my relief, they expressed complete agreement with my assessment. At the edge of the beach, I informed Li Rui that both Ouyang Danqing and I were injured and unable to perform any vigorous actions, thus necessitating her assistance with certain tasks today. Without hesitation, Li Rui agreed, urging me to assign her direct role. I instructed her to collect some dry twigs and leaves from the woods, cautioning her not to venture too deeply to avoid potential danger. Subsequently, I retrieved my multifunctional knife and found a dry wooden stake, about 10 centimeters in diameter and a foot long, along with a slender twig. Enduring the pain from my abdominal gunshot wound, I propped the wooden stake upright and pressed the knife against its end, striking the back of the blade with a stone. As the narrow and elongated blade embedded itself into the wood, I alternated hammering the knife's ends with the stone. After splitting the stake twice, I produced a plank approximately 1 to 2 centimeters thick. Observing the grain of the wood, I deemed it suitable for drilling and kindling fire. Thus, I meticulously carved a small pit into the plank with the knife's tip. I cut the twig to a length of over a foot, tapering one end to a point and carving a groove into the other. I unfastened my shoelaces, pressing the middle into the groove at the twig's tip, tying a simple knot around the stick and forming 2 loops at the ends of the laces to slip over my thumbs. This would facilitate the friction between the stick and the plank when drilling for fire. Lastly, I gently scraped the small wood piece, previously discarded, with my multifunctional knife to produce fine, fluffy wood shavings. Placing the shavings into the small hollow of the wood, I grasped the twig, inserting my thumbs into the loops, and began to vigorously rotate downward. This process may seem simple, yet it presents considerable challenges in the absence of experience. Selecting the appropriate wood, controlling the speed and force while rotating the branch, and so forth. However, perhaps due to my prior training or perhaps by sheer fortune, I managed to transform the tip of the stick into a vibrant ember within less than 20 minutes, successfully igniting the surrounding wood shavings. Soon after, the dry grass, leaves, and branches caught fire, and we had a roaring flame at a sheltered spot by the cliff, cleverly concealed from the distant crowd. I set aside the boards and branches used for fire-making, as they might yet prove useful. Under my guidance, Li Rui meticulously scoured the beach for any signs of life. In no time, she returned, her hands caked with mud and sand, triumphantly holding 2 5-inch razor clams. Chen Jie, your method truly works. I've actually unearthed clams, she exclaimed, placing the clams before us. Despite her youthful demeanor, her artistic essence was undeniable. I had intended to rise and accompany her to the shore to rinse the clams and forage for more food, but she gently urged me to stay seated, insisting, "You sit down. I'll take care of it." After assuring me, she returned to the water, delicately washing the clams with her pristine hands. By midday, she had made over 10 trips, astonishingly bringing back nearly 20 large clams and 2 or 3 sea snails. Observing her hands, I felt a pang of sympathy. Sensing my concern, a hint of modesty flickered in her eyes. We had sufficient provisions now. As I guided her in wrapping the clean snails and clams and leaves, I dug a small pit in the ground, layering the wrapped delicacies within, covering them with a layer of soil and transferring some embers from the fire above. Li Rui worked diligently, while I had a particularly pressing task at hand. With food secured, I needed to retrieve the bullets while the moment was ripe. Earlier, amidst the crowd, I had refrained due to the loss of my firearm, wary of potential ill intentions lurking among the masses. Seated beside the fire, I untied the fabric strip around my abdomen, carefully removing the scarf that concealed my wound, which had yet to begin healing. I asked Li Rui to turn away, but she resolutely replied, "I want to help you." I heated the multi-functional knife over the flames for disinfection before offering the handle to her. "Here, assist me in extracting the bullet." She glanced at me, her hands trembling with fear. "Perhaps I should turn away instead," she suggested. Thus, she turned her back, while Ouyang Danxing, lying on the beach, also closed her eyes. I bit down on a stick, enduring the excruciating pain as I pressed the sanitized knife tip against the bullet wound on my abdomen. I had to admit, the craftsmanship of discharged blades was indeed exceptional. Just moments ago, I struck the back of the knife against a stone with such ferocity that it violently cleaved through the dry wood. Remarkably, the blade remains extraordinarily sharp. Yet, with a mere touch, a searing pain erupted and a gash appeared on my abdomen. I winced as I deftly used the knife's tip to extract the bullet from the muscle beneath my skin. Blood gushing forth as I bit down on the branch of my mouth, my jaw aching from the pressure. I hastily pressed my left hand against the wound. With my right hand, I raised the multi-functional knife to the flames, repeatedly heating it until the front half of the blade glowed red. Without hesitation, I plunged the heated tip into the wound. Those with experience understand this technique. When faced with impending pain, hesitation breeds fear and reluctance. Thus, one must act decisively. With a hissing sound, the fiery blade entered the wound, and I pressed the edges of the gash toward the knife's edge. Crack! I bit through the branch in my mouth. Chapter 4. The Robbery Crack. I bit through the branch in my mouth. A pungent scent of charred protein wafted from my abdomen. The pain, an exquisite agony. If there were a mirror, I am certain I would behold a visage of utter ferocity. Looking down, I noticed the bleeding had ceased, spitting out the fragment of wood. I turned my scarf inside out and pressed it once more against the wound. Li Rui also turned to me, her reddened eyes glistening with tears, as she trembled and began to rewrap the cloth around my injury. I lay feebly on the beach. To my right was Ouyang Danxing, similarly reclined. She too turned her head to gaze at me, her eyes shimmering with emotion. I offered her a faint smile, reassuring her that it was all right. Our current plight required merely our survival, and these minor injuries were trifles in comparison. Indeed, none of us were at fault. We simply encountered misfortune at an inopportune moment. The campfire crackled and popped persistently, and with my final strength, I spoke to Li Rui. "I may drift off for a while. If anyone approaches, please wake me before they come too close. This afternoon, whatever they demand, be courteous in your response. Once the fire on the seafood is extinguished, it should be cooked through, and there's no need to add more wood. Remember to rouse me. I need sustenance to regain my strength." Li Rui nodded in agreement, her compliance unwavering, while I felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over me, and I succumbed to a deep slumber before I had fully succumbed to sleep. Li Rui came to rouse me, saying that the clams and conchs were ready to eat. I initially attempted to sit up, but she gently pressed my shoulder, advising, "In urgent matters, let us act with prudence. Do not move. Allow me to feed you, lest your wound complicates further." She then turned to Ouyang Danxing, saying, "Danxing, you too should remain still. I shall feed you." I understood the wisdom of her words. Given our unique circumstances, it was indeed a delicate situation. Yet I felt a twinge of embarrassment. As Li Rui peeled the clam, she fed me the tender flesh while playfully chiding, "I feel no discomfort. Why should you, a grown man, be so bashful? You fearlessly confront armed brigands, yet hesitate to eat what I offer." While she alternated in feeding us the grilled clams and conch, she indulged herself in a few as well. We hadn't consumed much at noon, but we felt sated nonetheless. Li Rui provided each of us with a sip of water, partaking herself as well. Fresh water was the most scarce resource, and each drop diminished our supply. Thus, we each drank sparingly, merely moistening our mouths and throats. Li Rui turned to resume her search for food along the beach. and I urged her to submerge the mineral water in the sea before she set off. I informed her of some supplies hidden behind the bushes, instructing her to drag them into the woods and conceal them as discreetly as possible. She furrowed her brow, perhaps perplexed by my reasoning, yet she complied without question. I handed her the metallic sharpening rod. He was advised not to dig with his fingers in the afternoon, but to use the sharpening rod instead. To speak candidly, on an uncharted island where the existence of civilization is uncertain, metal is exceedingly precious to us. Were it up to me, I would undoubtedly prefer to use my bare hands rather than resort to a sharpening rod to excavate marine treasures, which would be corroded by seawater. However, I find it even more unbearable to subject her delicate, tender fingers to such treatment. Li Rui did not hesitate, taking the sharpening rod and striding towards the shore. At this moment, she must have realized that survival outweighs elegance and demeanor. Perhaps she never regarded demeanor as significant. Hers emanates naturally. I sighed softly and lay on the ground, turning my head to glance at Ouyang Danqing on my right. Since we had eaten clams, she had scarcely spoken a word. Furthermore, she now appeared quite cold, shivering slightly. Since we had kindled a fire this morning, our clothes had dried thoroughly under the combined effects of wind, heat, and sunlight. Something felt amiss. I reached out to touch her forehead and was met with an alarming warmth. Goodness, she was running a high fever. In the absence of any medical facilities, this could undoubtedly prove fatal. I called out to her, Ouyang Danqing, Danqing. She merely huddled her arms and continued to tremble. Offering no response, struggling, I gathered a few dry branches and tossed them onto the fire, then shifted closer to her. Drawing nearer, I extended my right hand behind her head. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze and nestled into my wrist. Thus, I embraced her, using my body to provide warmth. Gradually, I too succumbed to slumber. I dreamed of a comrade who had perished during my 5th year in the military. In the dream, I saw that his left arm had been blown off at the shoulder. The upper half of his body was bare, and his mangled left arm swayed as he grinned at me, revealing his teeth. In his right hand, he held a bottle of strong liquor, saying, "Ah, Jie, I'm Iron Bull, let us have a drink." With that, he gulped the liquor down. Watching him, I broke into uncontrollable tears. Brother Chen, what happened to you?" Ouyang Danqing, nestled in my arms, roused me from my dream. She couldn't turn over, her face flushed, gently patting my neck with her delicate hand while blinking her eyes, asking, "Did you have a nightmare? Or are you in excruciating pain?" Indeed, the pain was particularly intense now. I touched my face and realized it was wet with tears. I checked her forehead again. Thank heavens. Her high fever had subsided and returned to a low one. "It's nothing, Before I could finish my sentence, I heard the sound of approaching footsteps. At least 5 individuals were making their way toward us. Then came Li Rui's sharp reprimand. "What are you doing?" Alas, what was destined to arrive had indeed come. I withdrew my right hand from behind Ouyang Danqing's head, struggling to rise. Li Rui hastened to assist me, and I turned to look. 8 figures approached along the beach, 6 of whom wielded sticks of varying lengths and irregular shapes. At the forefront stood the refined gentleman Li Meigua, who had previously feigned reluctance to part with me in the morning. He did not respond to Li Rui's inquiry. Instead, he observed me for a few moments before addressing me with a smile. "Brother Chen, you are our hero. Seeing you here, forlorn and isolated, weighs heavily on our hearts. Why not return and join us?" The individuals accompanying him were fixated on the 10 or so clams and 7 or 8 sea snails that Li Rui had unearthed that afternoon, their mouths watering with anticipation. Others gazed at Ouyang Danqing and Li Rui, their eyes wide with longing. Having observed that Li Rui's harvest for the entire afternoon was less than half of what she had gathered in the morning, I understood that it was implausible to expect a sustained yield from repeatedly digging in the same area. I offered a light smile to Li Meigua, expressing my gratitude for his concern. "I am unable to join you at this moment. My return would only burden you all, and I would be of no assistance. Perhaps in a couple of days." A young man beside us interjected, "Mr. Li, while you reminisce with our great hero, we have yet to eat anything today and are quite famished." Li Meigua feigned anger, chastising the young man with exaggerated words before turning back to me. "Brother Chen, I see you have a fire and meat. We are all still hungry. Might you spare us a bit?" As he spoke, A few of his companions began to disperse in a fan shape, brandishing sticks. Sighing, I reflected on the hardships we all faced while away from home. You may take 3 of the sea snails, the rest are yours. How can that be? Li Rui exclaimed, her voice tinged with frustration. I worked an entire afternoon for this little food, and now they want to take the majority of it. There's hardly anything left on the beach. I placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It's all right. Tomorrow, I will be able to move about. I can go out to find food by morning. Rest assured, by tomorrow evening, you shall not go hungry. As I comforted her, I gently leaned her head against my shoulder and whispered softly in her ear, let them take it. Survival comes first. Li Rui shuddered slightly, glancing at the men before falling silent. Yet, Li Meigwa continued, Brother Chen, if you would be so kind, we lack fire. Might we borrow a spark? Without waiting for our consent, he began to extract burning wood from the fire. Oh, what are you saying? It's nothing, I thought, feeling a stir of agitation within me, but my rationality prevailed. I maintained a stern expression and replied, while away from home, it is customary to support one another. Thank you, they exclaimed, as they took all the burning wood and seafood without leaving a trace. The man in his 30s added, you have so much wood. Do lend us some, haha. With that, he chuckled triumphantly while carrying off our entire supply of firewood with another young man. Die reconnaissance had feasts, ready to rise and struggle, but I embraced her, gently patting her in an attempt to soothe her. If I had been feigning composure moments ago, I now found myself on the brink of an eruption. I was acutely aware that should I unleash my fury in this state with my current injuries, even if I were to survive the night, I would surely succumb to my wounds. I ceased speaking and allowed them to plunder. How about this, hero? Another young man interjected. You are caring for 2 delicate beauties alone. It must be exhausting, especially with your injuries. Allow me to assist you with one. As he reached out to grasp Ouyang Danqing, I distinctly sensed her muscles tense in fear, her grip on my hand tightening. I gently placed her hand before my abdomen and softly patted her knuckles, signaling her to find solace. With reddened eyes, I retrieved a slender, multifunctional fruit knife, casually polishing it against my trousers while addressing the young man. Brother, do not be deceived by my seemingly feeble state. If I truly wish to take a few with me in my final moments, it would not pose a challenge. Shall we test that theory? Is that so? Though he feigned bravado, the tremor in his voice revealed his trepidation. What are you saying? Li Meigwa, observing the tension, perhaps uncertain of my capabilities, struck the young man on the head. How dare you speak to Brother Chen in such a manner? Is this how you repay kindness? Apologize at once. The young man mumbled, he didn't save me. He 1-act against me. They might not even kill me. Worst case, I'll just tell them what I know if they seek information. As he grumbled, several of them made off with all our belongings, departing with haste. Before leaving, Li Meigwa remarked, alas, children lack understanding. Brother Chen, please forgive him. We shall visit you again tomorrow afternoon. Certainly, you are most welcome. I managed to utter while surveying the chaos around us. Once that group of scoundrels had retreated, the 2 women began to weep. Li Rui, in particular, cried as she grasped a sharpening rod, intent on striking again. I restrained her as she attempted to rise, offering comfort. Do not cry. Darkness is soon upon us. Rui, do not dig any further. We can endure one night without food. Rest assured, there will be provisions come dawn. Li Rui turned to me. Chen Jie, I know you're trying to console me, but if I do not go out to gather something, what shall we eat tomorrow morning? After toiling all afternoon, we barely managed to collect anything, only for them to take it all. With my left hand firmly on her shoulder, I assured her, fear not. I promised there would be food in the morning, and I shall ensure it. She ceased her tears, her large eyes fixed upon me for a full 3 seconds, as if making a weighty decision. Very well, I believe you. Chen Jie, although I cannot fathom where our breakfast will come from tomorrow morning, I shall trust you implicitly. After saying this, she rested her head on my shoulder, and, as if struck by a thought, she remarked to Ouyang Danqing on the ground, it seems the 3 of us shall have to huddle together for warmth tonight. Ouyang Danqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaving her momentarily speechless. Clearing my throat to lighten the mood, I turned to Li Rui and said, in fact, there's another very important task we must attend to. What is it? Just tell me, and I shall do it. She responded earnestly. following my instructions. Ouyang Danxing used my knife and sharpening stick to dig a shallow pit beside the fire, approximately 1 meter wide, 1.6 to 7 meters long, and about the depth of a palm. I instructed her to place all the remaining dry wood shavings into the dwindling fire. Once it had turned to charcoal, we moved the fire into the shallow sand pit. We spread it evenly and then covered it back with sand, concealing the charcoal and embers. Ouyang Danxing felt the warm sand bed beneath her fingers. I reassured her, tonight we may have to make do. While it is still not completely dark, we must retrieve those items from the woods behind the bushes. Rui, it's a bit of a chore. Li Rui ventured into the forest and soon emerged with a large bundle. The outermost layer was a damaged lifeboat. I instructed Li Rui to use the knife to cut the lifeboat open along the gash in the side. Originally about 1.8 meters long and 1.2 meters wide, the lifeboat transformed into a single layer over 2 meters long and around 1.8 meters wide. The material was rubber, which might still serve a purpose. Inside the lifeboat were various scattered items, including several half-full mineral water bottles, some thick ropes reminiscent of those used by masons on construction sites, albeit sturdier. One box contained more than 20 square iron nails, which I asked Li Rui to bury anew behind the bushes. Li Rui laid one half of the cut rubber boat across the warm sand pit, while the other half extended beyond the edge. After Ouyang Danxing and I shifted our bodies to lie on the half within the pit, Li Rui rolled the overhanging half back over us like a blanket. She then nestled into this makeshift cocoon resembling a hamburger lying to my left. The three of us lay atop the sand pit, covered by the half lifeboat, feeling no chill whatsoever. Perhaps it was because I had endured injuries before, and now the pain had subsided from a midday intensity. I even felt capable of making slight movements. Yet, as night fell, I resolved to avoid any reckless actions for the time being, hoping to recover further by dawn. Ouyang Danxing, with her own injuries, had been unable to assist in any of the tasks today, whether it was searching for food by the sea, confronting those who threatened us, or even in these mundane activities. On several occasions, she felt an overwhelming sense of guilt that brought her to the brink of tears. Desiring to suppress her pain and rise to contribute, she was repeatedly restrained by both Li Rui and myself. We assured her that there was ample time ahead. Once her wounds healed, there would still be a multitude of endeavors awaiting us. Chapter 5. The painful yet awkward joy in this cramped cocoon, resembling a hamburger. I found myself wedged between two exquisite ladies. To my right lay Ouyang Danxing, nestled against the side of the foldable mattress, while to my left rested Li Rui, positioned at the opening. Some might envy my situation, but I must convey that it is, in fact, the most excruciating torment. Imagine having an injury, fretting that any slight movement might exacerbate it, all while being flanked by two stunning women whose intentions remain ambiguous. The more beautiful they are, the more discomfort I feel in this predicament. At that moment, I was indeed that unfortunate soul in the middle. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, bordering on the bizarre. Sandwiched between two enchanting women, I dared not make the slightest motion, not out of pretense, but because we had not yet reached the level of familiarity that would warrant such liberties. As I pondered how to alleviate the tension, Ouyang Danxing, breaking the silence in the darkness, spoke in a voice as delicate as a whisper. "Brother Chen, this position is too cramped. Perhaps you could raise your hand, allowing me to nestle in the crook of your arm? Otherwise, your hand hanging below makes it impossible for Rui to get comfortable." Reluctantly, I lifted my right hand, and Ouyang Danxing gently rested her head upon my arm. The space was insufficient for my hand to extend fully, so I wrapped my arm around her shoulders, allowing my hand to descend. She tentatively grasped my palm, her touch initially trembling but gradually settling into calmness. Meanwhile, Li Rui, who had been silent until now, boldly seized my left hand, maneuvering my wrist behind her head, turning to nestle into the crook of my arm. I pressed the edge of the mattress against the ground to shield her from the chilly breeze behind us, enveloping her back in a protective embrace. She softly caressed the bandaged area on my abdomen and inquired, "Does it still hurt?" "It's nothing. It no longer aches," I replied gently. In truth, I had managed to move slightly earlier, but I preferred to rest a while longer to ensure my wound healed properly. "Then let's sleep," she said, placing a hand on my chest. Though I could not see her in the dark, I soon heard the gentle rhythm of her breath. Ouyang Danqing, on my right, was unable to shift positions due to a rib injury. In this uncomfortable yet blissfully secretive state, I gradually succumbed to slumber. In the middle of the night, my arm began to feel increasingly numb under the weight. Half awake, I stirred a few times, and upon waking, I discovered my left hand tightly clasping Li Rui's delicate, almost ethereal arm, her entire body pressed against my side. Truth be told, after 28 years of solitude, it was impossible to deny the sensations that coursed through me. Yet, with three of us sharing this intimate space, and our relationship still teetering between unfamiliarity and familiarity, what could be done? At last, as the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, illuminating the junction where sea and sky meet, I roused from my stupor. I glanced at Ouyang Danqing, who perhaps, out of embarrassment, was feigning sleep. Then, I turned to Li Rui, who lay quietly nestled in my embrace, her hand resting on my chest, her head comfortably against my shoulder. My left hand tenderly caressed her arm and back. She no longer breathed softly in her sleep, but seemed to deliberately slow her breath. Contemplating whether I should exhibit some gentlemanly decorum, I ventured to speak. "Are you awake? I must go in search of breakfast." "No," Li Rui responded as if jolted. Pausing briefly before continuing at a measured pace, "It will be troublesome if your wound were to reopen. Allow me to go instead." As I noticed her preparing to rise, I hastily grasped her hand. Sitting up, I found that, just as I had anticipated the previous night, despite the intensified pain with movement, my wound showed no sign of splitting. I took her right hand, examining the palm closely. At the base of her index, middle, and ring fingers were 3 blisters, formed from digging sand with a sharpening stone yesterday. She looked at me shyly. "Brother Chen." I reassured her, "I am perfectly fine." I seemed to have forgotten the earlier awkwardness. Meeting her gaze, I added, "Rest assured, procuring food is not a challenge for me." Ouyang Danqing chimed in. "Why don't we go together? Brother Chen can move now. I should be able to as well." "You cannot," I replied, gently touching Ouyang Danqing's forehead. She still had a low fever. "Your injury is far more severe. Mine is merely a flesh wound, while you have a broken bone. Not to mention, you're still running a fever." Li Rui bit her lip, clutching my hand that held hers, and addressed Ouyang Danqing. "You should rest. I will go with Brother Chen. It will be quick." I nodded in agreement. We could not afford to delay any longer. Missing this morning's opportunity would make it challenging to catch seafood. As we approached the shoreline, dawn had yet to fully break. Scattered sea snails lay on the sand, while crabs scurried away in haste upon our arrival. I removed my shirt and gathered its corners to form a pouch, moving along the shore as I collected crabs and sea snails. Li Rui mimicked my actions, shedding her clothing and scooping up seafood as we walked further down the beach. We could even see, not far off, a group of individuals sprawled in various positions. Exchanging a glance with Li Rui, we decided not to advance further and turned back toward their camp. Today's bounty was undoubtedly plentiful. My shirt was filled with an abundance of sea snails and a few crabs, weighing at least 20 pounds. Li Rui had gathered over 10 pounds as well. This was particularly impressive given my injury, which limited me to capturing only the slower creatures. While morning beachcombing could yield some food, it was unlikely we could gather such quantities daily, and if we continued this practice long-term, the seafood would dwindle. Upon returning to the campsite, I repeatedly scraped a piece of wood with my knife, producing fine, soft shavings akin to down. I instructed Ouyang Danqing not to move, and she complied by shifting to the side. I cleared away the mud, concealing the embers in the sandpit. The sparks from last night had extinguished, yet some remnants of charcoal still glimmered faintly. I reignited the campfire using wood shavings as fine as velvet, along with hay, leaves, and dry twigs. Li Rui inquired about the fate of our food. Should we cook everything? I replied that it was unnecessary to roast it all. We should consume the crabs first, while the conchs could be kept for gradual enjoyment. How do we keep them here? The 2 women asked, puzzled. Fear not. It is quite feasible to keep conchs alive for a short period, though it may require a small sacrifice on your part. Li Rui nodded, saying, "Chen Jie. As I mentioned last night, I trust you implicitly, no matter what you say." We proceeded as we had the day before. I stripped the bark from the bushes and secured all the crabs. Next, I excavated a sand pit in the ground to place the crabs, a dozen or so filling the small depression. I covered them with leaves and then topped it with sand, relocating the firewood above to ignite. Ouyang Danxing attempted to sit up several times to assist, but we halted her, explaining that with a fracture, one must lie still for at least 2 to 3 days before gradually moving, ensuring no weight was placed on the injured area. I then asked, which of you could lend me a pair of stockings? The two women looked at me in astonishment, prompting my explanation. If conchs are placed directly in the sea, they will surely escape. If we cook them all, they would spoil just the same. Hence, the optimal approach is to stuff them into stockings and submerge them in seawater, where they will survive for a short while, allowing us to retrieve them later. Li Rui nodded in agreement. You are right, Chen Jie. I shall take mine off. Just then, Ouyang Danxing intervened, saying, Rui, you need to be active in the coming days while I remain here, so I will lend you mine. Both women glanced back at me, seeking my approval. After consideration, I realized Danxing's reasoning was sound, so I acquiesced to using her stockings. Very well, Li Rui conceded without further fuss. However, due to Danxing's injury and her position, it was not easy for her to remove them, leading Li Rui to assist in taking off the stockings. They were a pair of moderately thick autumn stockings. To prevent tearing, I nested one inside the other. Then we stuffed all the remaining conchs into the stockings. I lifted the now bloated and misshapen stockings and placed them at the foot of a cliff, in the sea among the rocks. I tied the opening securely and weighed it down with stones beneath the water. Returning to the fire, I estimated that the crabs were still uncooked, hidden beneath the thick layer of sand. I stowed away a large piece of rubber, concealing it among the bushes, and retrieved 3 half-full bottles of mineral water. I addressed them. After breakfast, I must venture into the woods to seek a new shelter. Our current predicament is that we are too few in number, and the beach is no longer safe. Additionally, we must address our freshwater scarcity. No matter how prudently we conserve it, the water in these bottles will eventually run out. I shall accompany you shortly, Rui replied. I glanced at Ouyang Danxing beside me, who remarked, Indeed, Brother Chun, you should take Rui with you. Venturing alone into the forest may pose dangers. However, it was precisely because of the potential unseen perils that I felt compelled to prevent Li Rui from accompanying me. On one hand, my solitary presence would allow for a swifter escape should I encounter danger. On the other, if the threat were grave, there is no need for me to drag Li Rui into a fatal situation. Thus, I addressed them both, saying, No, I shall go alone today. You two should remain on the beach and await my return. Should anyone approach, you will be better equipped to handle the situation together. With that, I made my way behind the thicket, intent on unearthing the trunk and the tools. Noticing my efforts, Li Rui came to assist me. Before long, we had unearthed the suitcase. Amidst her astonished gaze, I set it aside and continued to dig, soon revealing the set of tools wrapped in clothing. I retrieved the thickest bone-cutting knife and handed Li Rui the multifunctional fruit knife. I carefully rewrapped the remaining tools in the clothing, just as before, burying them at the bottom once more. I covered them with several inches of mud and sand, placing the suitcase atop, before finally shrouding it with more earth and sand. Returning to the fire, Ouyang Danxing expressed his astonishment upon seeing the additional knife. I grinned and said, For our plight on this deserted island, I have been well prepared. Li Rui smirked subtly, casting a knowing glance my way, while Ouyang Danxing feigned disdain, retorting, Go ahead and show off. I must admit, the flavor of the sea crabs was extraordinarily delightful. Were there mustard available, I could indulge to the point of oblivion. I oriented myself by the sun, realizing that our beach faced east. With reluctant glances from the two women, I stepped into the woods, in search of a new dwelling. Chapter 6. Chen Jie is my husband. In the lingering glances of reluctance exchanged between us, I set forth on a quest for a new abode. My intention was to traverse the shoreline, seeking the mouth of a stream that might lead into the sea. However, the distant throngs of people posed a risk. Passing by them would undoubtedly expose my purpose. The forest was a tangle of gnarled branches and uneven patches of wild grass, interspersed with decaying leaves upon the ground, causing my progress to be exceedingly slow. After nearly an hour, I found myself nearing the group of Limegua. I stealthily approached the thicket nestled between the beach and the woods, where I discerned a trail leading from the shoreline towards the mountains. Clearly, some among them had ventured into the forest, perhaps in search of sustenance or to gain a vantage point of the terrain. Their fires still flickered, suggesting that they might have entered the woods in search of firewood. Yet, it was apparent that they were oblivious to the wisdom of foraging at dawn. All appeared famished and weary. I understood that hunger could strip one of rationality, and having witnessed Li Rui capture such a bounty of seafood the previous day, I realized that if we did not vacate the campsite, they would surely seize Li Rui and compel her to procure food. My analysis, I knew, was the most benevolent assessment I could muster. If this truly were a deserted island, devoid of legal and moral constraints, human nature could prove more fearsome than that of the wildest beast. A shiver coursed through me at this thought. I retraced my steps into the woods, continuing northward for over half an hour. The beach ahead curved, removing me from the gaze of the crowd. I returned to the shoreline and proceeded northward once more. After walking for another hour along the beach, I counted my steps. Since my return to the sand, I had traversed approximately 6 or 7 kilometers. I encountered no signs of human activity along the way, leading me to conclude that this was indeed an island untouched by modern civilization. Not far ahead, I spotted a gap in the beach, a delightful discovery, as such fractures often indicate the presence of a stream shaped by the forces of nature. I hastened to the breach, and though the stream's channel was narrow, merely over a meter wide, it ignited a flicker of hope within me. Following the stream upstream, I noted the lush trees and verdant meadows flanking either side. As I walked, I cupped my hands to taste the cool water. As I ascended in elevation, the flavor of the water transformed from briny to increasingly fresh, ultimately yielding pure, sweet water. Though the quality was somewhat hard, a small quantity was entirely safe to drink. I surveyed my surroundings. To the south of the stream lay an expansive meadow, while dense woods bordered its northern edge. To the west, just beyond, rose towering peaks. The mountains stretched forth, forming cliffs several dozen meters high in this section, their contours curving gracefully, resembling a chair that cradled the stream, creating a broad expanse. This open space extended roughly 2 or 3 kilometers from the beach to the cliffs, while the undulating cliffs themselves stretched over 10 kilometers at either end, the northernmost tip seemingly reaching towards the sea. I wondered whether this was the very edge of the deserted island. I find myself positioned approximately 2/3 of the way from the beach to the cliff face. This open and barren expanse is ill-suited for camping. However, to the south, a vast meadow teems with wildlife, evidenced by the well-trodden paths leading to the stream where they quench their thirst. It seems an opportune spot for hunting. Thus, I continue my ascent along the stream, traversing several dozen meters, until the distant sound of cascading water reaches my ears. Upon emerging from the dense thicket, I behold a towering cliff, rising several dozen meters high. The stream's waters cascade from a modest waterfall perched atop the cliff, pooling into a small basin of roughly 10 meters in circumference. I venture northward along the stone wall for over 100 meters. With careful scrutiny, I discover a diminutive cave situated approximately 5 or 6 meters above the ground. The entrance is an irregular triangle, barely half the height of an average person. Just outside the entrance lies a tiny platform, overgrown with dense wild grass reaching half my height. Scattered across the stone face are numerous small platforms and tufts of grass, rendering the cave's entrance inconspicuous. Had I not been deliberately searching, I might never have stumbled upon it. Taking my bone-cutting knife, I sever a long branch and approach the cave entrance, parting the undergrowth to extend the branch within. A flurry of thrashing ensues, yet there is no response. Convinced of the cave's safety, I summon my courage, crouch down, and step inside with my knife in hand. Due to the dense foliage outside and the low entrance, the interior remains shrouded in darkness. After a brief wait, my eyes acclimate to the dim light, allowing me to observe my surroundings. Although the entrance is low, barely half a person's height, the cavern opens up to a height of around 2 meters, affording ample room for an adult to stand upright. Most splendidly, a narrow fissure in the ceiling permits slivers of light to filter through, undoubtedly enhancing the safety of any fire we might light for warmth within. The cave extends roughly 5 or 6 meters deep and 2 or 3 meters wide, with a slightly elevated floor compared to the entrance. Though irregular, it encompasses at least 10 square meters, comfortably accommodating 3 individuals. The sole drawback lies in its elevation of 5 or 6 meters above the ground, with steep, sheer walls and a few meager footholds that make climbing back up arduous for an uninjured person, let alone for someone wounded. Exiting the cave, I continue northward for several dozen meters. Using my knife, I cut a substantial swath of wild grass. Then seek a spot along the stone wall where the slope is not too steep to spread the grass out to dry on the rocks. I also fell a tree with a trunk the width of a bowl, leaving several robust branches about 6 or 7 inches long as I pruned it, rather than cutting them flush with the trunk. The branches left on either side of the trunk create a natural staircase. I undertake this task with the intention of assisting my injured companion, Ouyang Danqing. Turning back, I retrace my steps toward the campsite I had previously occupied. Following the stream's course, I have yet to reach the estuary when I spot a tree of considerable girth, nearly the width of a bowl. Excitement nearly prompting a shout from my lips. This tree is a medicinal species, its bark bearing a striking resemblance to that of the willow, particularly in its content of salicin, which even exceeds that of the willow itself, making it an excellent choice for anti-inflammatory and analgesic purposes in the wild. During my time in Special Forces training, our instructors urged us to memorize dozens of plants that could potentially save our lives in survival situations. And this particular tree was emphasized as a key resource. For over a day, Ouyang Danqing had been suffering from a fever. Now, I believed I had found a remedy. Armed with a bone saw, I approached the tree to strip its bark when a flicker of movement caught my eye. I halted, noticing a handful of rabbits hiding amidst the grass. This open meadow, located to the south of the stream, stretched at least 200 meters in depth. The grass was only knee-high yet lush and verdant, marked by various animal tracks leading to the stream for water, forming muddy pathways. The rabbits, likely encountering a human for the first time, remained concealed in the foliage, their bright red eyes fixed upon me, showing no inclination to flee. They were remarkably difficult to spot without careful observation. I understood that this was not the time for hunting. Taking 2 steps forward, I reached the tree and searched for a section of bark with a relatively fine grain. I carved 2 horizontal incisions, each about 4 fingers long, at both ends of the bark. With the tip of my knife, I pried the bark, and with a swift tug, a 1-meter-long strip peeled away effortlessly. The bark was saturated with moisture. Aside from a thin, aged outer layer, the inner bark was a fresh, tender yellow. Clutching the strip of bark, I retraced my steps. Having identified a suitable refuge, time was of the essence, as I realized I was on an uninhabited island. The group had been starving for a day and a night. If they too recognized this was a deserted island, who could predict the depths of depravity they might sink to once freed from the constraints of law? Should rescue not arrive soon, we could be confronted with the darkest facets of human nature. Judging by the length of their hunger, they might already be nearing the brink of losing their humanity. As I approached the thicket beside the group, I noticed the path leading from the beach into the woods had become even more pronounced from their trampling. It seemed they had taken the initiative to search for food, no longer resigned to waiting for the rescue team. However, it must be said that their method of directly plunging into the forest to seek sustenance was rather foolish. Most animals tend to linger near water sources. In such dense woods, if any animals were present, they would likely be elusive or too wary to catch unarmed humans. By the time I returned to our camp, it was well past noon. From a distance, I could hear Li Rui's angry voice. I told you. We have no food. Chen Jie hasn't returned from his search. My heart sank, and I felt the urge to slap myself. Despite my haste, I had not arrived in time. Concealed within the bushes, I observed 7 young individuals encircling the fire with sticks in hand. I recognized them as the same ones who had come yesterday. Yet today, I did not catch sight of Li Meigua. Li Rui, wielding a slender, multifunctional fruit knife, stood defiantly against a group of young men. Ouyang Danqing, positioned beside her, rested a hand on her shoulder while grasping a sharpening rod in the other. Seizing the moment of their stunned silence, Ouyang Danqing interjected, "Everything you have done here will be reported truthfully once the rescue team arrives." I advise you to refrain from further misdeeds. Otherwise, even if you are saved, you may find yourself languishing in prison. The leader of the group, a young man with a buzz cut, scoffed dismissively. Are you trying to scare children? We sent someone up the mountain yesterday. This place is a desolate island, devoid of human life. If we were to kill someone here, it would simply be another disappearance amidst the plane crash. His voice dripped with contempt. I have no time for such considerations. I am hungry. Li Zong is right. I must survive. Who cares about morality when one is on the brink of starvation? Another youth chimed in with equal ferocity. Jiange, did you see how anxious that stewardess named Chun looked yesterday? Why don't we capture that woman and force the Chan fellow to trade food for her? As he advanced toward Ouyang Danqing, the two women raised their weapons. Pointing them at him, Li Rui shouted, Yudare, do you not fear Chen Jie will return and seek vengeance? He was once a special forces soldier. You witnessed his prowess yesterday. Ha ha! The leader Jiangu retorted with arrogance. Spare me your theatrics. Li Zong has already analyzed the situation thoroughly. It was a surprise attack that allowed him to succeed. Furthermore, even if he were uninjured, do you think he could withstand a bullet? What if he were ambushed? He pointed imperiously at Ouyang Danqing and Li Rui, declaring, enough of this. Come with us. When that Shen returns, remind him to bring food for the exchange. Wait. Li Rui quickly whispered something to Ouyang Danqing, her lips forming the words, do not speak. With newfound confidence, she addressed Jiange. If you truly wish for Chen Jie to bring food in exchange for a hostage, capturing her is futile. Oh, believe it or not, that is your choice. Chen Jie and I have a bond. He has sworn undying loyalty to me. Rui. Ouyang Danqing gazed at her with tear-filled eyes. Silence. Do not speak. Li Rui interrupted Ouyang Danqing before continuing. Moreover, in such a desolate place, who would part with precious food to ransom a severely injured woman, incapable of work or contribution? Would you willingly burden yourselves further? The leader Jiange hesitated momentarily, as another young man whispered something in his ear. With a sarcastic tone, he addressed Li Rui. I understand. You are all heroes, and I am the villain. However, you are indeed more useful than her. Let us go. Make sure to bring that knife. It will prove valuable. Rui, do not go, Rui. Rui. Ouyang Danqing grasped Li Rui's hand, tears streaming down her face. I clenched my fists tightly, the knuckles turning pale, yet I restrained my impulse, fully aware that this was not the moment for me to reveal myself. On one hand, I was acutely aware that in my injured state, I was no match for so many adversaries. While I might have managed to escape alone, the presence of the two women complicated matters significantly, especially considering that Ouyang Danqing had suffered a fractured rib, rendering her incapable of any vigorous movement. On the other hand, even if I were to confront these individuals now and manage to intimidate them, they would remain vigilant, threatening my companion's safety, thus leaving me with no room for maneuver. Moreover, their decision to withhold the large silk sea conch was undeniably astute. I must commend Li Rui for her exceptional composure in this critical moment. Turning back, Li Rui deliberately raised her voice to address Ouyang Danqing, saying, Remember, when my husband returns, instruct him to come to my rescue. Then, as if she were the leader of the group, she confidently strode through them. Before departing, Jiangu turned to Ouyang Danqing with a menacing glare, stating, Tell Chen Jie that if I do not satiate my hunger tonight, I shall execute his wife on the spot. My brothers and I will indulge first before feasting upon her flesh. We always deliver on our promises. Chapter 7. The brother-in-law and the sister's husband. As I watched the group and Li Rui grow increasingly distant, Ouyang Danqing, clutching her injured ribs, sat on the ground, weeping helplessly. This resilient woman had once dared to confront armed hijackers head-on, yet now she was reduced to tears by the grotesque nature of humanity. Emerging from the thicket, she heard the rustle behind her, turned to me, and exclaimed, Brother Chun, Rui has been taken away by them. The moment she saw me, her tear-streaked face evoked a profound sense of empathy within me. I settled beside her on the beach, embracing her shoulders, whispering words of comfort while assuring her. I witnessed everything. My reluctance to intervene stemmed from the necessity of first ensuring your safety. Only then could I act to rescue Rui. I'm so sorry, Brother Chun. It's all because of my inadequacy. I've burdened you all, she lamented, her guilt intensifying her tears. Grasping her shoulders, I compelled her gaze to meet mine and declared, "We are an inseparable trio. None of us can afford to be absent. Do you understand? Such foolish words must never escape your lips again." With that, I enveloped her in my embrace, her sobs resonating against my chest. After a moment, she abruptly ceased her weeping, her demeanor seemingly fortified. "So, Brother Chen, what shall we do next?" she inquired. I cradled her face, gently wiping away her tears, and replied, "We shall eat, replenish our strength, and then I will set out to rescue Li Rui." She nodded resolutely. I retrieved a piece of tree bark, tearing off several slender yellow strips from its inner side. This bark shares a composition similar to that of willow. It is rich in phenolic compounds and salicin, possessing anti-inflammatory properties. Chew these tender strips, and after extracting the sap, discard the remnants. They will aid in reducing your fever. Venturing into the sea, I extracted 7 or 8 sizable conchs from my stockings, leaving the remainder to thrive in the water. I buried the conchs in the sand to cook them. After sharing the meal with Ouyang Danxing and ensuring she was well hydrated, I gathered all the hidden supplies from the forest, compressing the massive rubber into its smallest form. After shedding my outer garment, I stowed the scattered items within it, securing the sleeves and corners to fashion a makeshift bundle to carry on my shoulder. With one hand clutching the wooden board for fire starting and the other leading Ouyang Danxing, we cautiously navigated through the woods, anticipating that our retreat would soon be discovered. We felt no need to conceal our tracks any longer. As we approached the path created by Li Meigua's group, I deliberately left a trace of a turn, creating the illusion that our retreat followed their trail uphill. Then, we circumvented their position in the woods and, at the earlier bend, entered the beach. I instructed Ouyang Danxing to wait for me on the shore, cautioning her not to scatter footprints. Returning to the forest, I erased the traces of our recent passage. Upon reaching the beach, I grasped a branch and, with Ouyang Danxing in tow, traversed the sandy expanse toward the encroaching sea. As I walked, I employed the leaves to erase our footprints in the sand. Continuing northward into the water, I noted the wild grasses atop the stones and the dry twigs I had gathered, now sun-bleached and ready for use. Using a trunk resembling a staircase, I swiftly arranged the grasses within the cave, placing a large piece of rubber atop. After dragging the twigs inside, I ignited a fire and assisted Ouyang Danxing in her laborious entry into the cave. The cozy ambience within nearly brought her to tears. I instructed her to recline on the rubber over the grasses and ventured to the waterfall to fetch 2 bottles of spring water. Cautioning her against overindulgence, I explained that it might contain parasitic eggs. I urged her to tend to the fire, as I had other matters to attend to. With little time to spare for tender moments, I noticed the lingering reluctance in her gaze as I gathered a few small items and turned to exit the cave. The sun was nearing its zenith, likely around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. As I wandered through the woods, I kept a vigilant eye out, ultimately discovering a slender sapling, slightly finer than a wine glass. Testing its flexibility, I found it remarkably supple. Skillfully, I felled the sapling, selecting a segment roughly my height. Leaving the bark intact, I forcefully bent it to fashion a rudimentary bough, knowing that time was of the essence. Durability was unnecessary, as I merely required a few uses. Observing the remaining trunk standing tall, I swiftly trimmed away the branches, cutting a meter-long segment, and split it twice to yield 4 fan-shaped slats. Using a bone knife, I rounded the edges of the slats, sharpening one end before splitting a small section to insert a square iron nail, leaving its tip exposed. I then severed a length of rope, dividing it into several fine strands, and meticulously bound the sharpened wood and the embedded nail together. I returned to the waterfall to refill the last 2 mineral water bottles. Despite it still being the latter part of the afternoon, the sun had dipped beyond the mountain's peak, bringing a refreshing chill to the air. Those who have lived in the mountains understand that the sun sets early in such elevations. I hastily crossed the brook, arriving at the meadow I had spotted earlier, intending to hunt a couple of rabbits, only to find the field utterly devoid of life. Aside from a myriad animal tracks leading to the stream, there was not a single creature in sight. Circumventing the meadow, I approached the woodland opposite the stream. hesitant to climb a tree for fear of reopening my wound. I fashioned 5 live loops from rope, setting them with small branches at the animal pathway's entrances, securing the other ends to nearby trunks. As night fell, it became imperative to remain distant from the stream due to the potential danger posed by larger wildlife. Thus, while twilight lingered, I made my way directly toward the beach, deliberately treading to forge a path. Upon reaching the thicket adjacent to Li Meigua's group, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. I observed their fires still burning. Yet the figures sprawled across the sand lay largely motionless. Beside a thicket of shrubs, a makeshift tent was erected from several pieces of wood and a large plastic sheet. Facing the sea, with a fire pit burning in front, I counted approximately 40 individuals remaining on the beach. Positioned behind the tent, I could not discern the occupants within, yet the tent's dimensions suggested it could scarcely accommodate 20 people. Without lingering too long, I pressed onward. After taking just a few steps past the rear of the tent, I unexpectedly stepped on a hard and slick object resembling a tree trunk. Though a trunk should not be so smooth, it could not possibly be a snake, as any serpent would surely react upon being stepped on. I picked it up and was struck with shock, causing my entire body to tingle. I dropped it to the ground, my stomach churning violently, nearly prompting me to retch. It was a severed human hand, reduced to bones, the fracture near the elbow charred, while the ulna, radius, palm, and phalanges were all devoid of any trace of blood. Various signs indicated that this was an arm, cleaved off and subsequently roasted in the fire until the bones were gnawed clean. These beasts! I had never considered myself a virtuous person, yet as a human, one must possess a moral threshold. Undoubtedly, cannibalism is utterly intolerable. When one resorts to consuming the flesh of their own kind, all other moral boundaries become meaningless. Thus, such savagery must be eradicated. Simultaneously, a wave of deep concern washed over me. Li Rui, are you safe? With this heavy apprehension weighing on my heart, I hastily returned to the campsite where the 3 of us had previously gathered. I concealed the bow and arrows within the thicket. Then, I waded into the water to drag all the conchs ashore. Untying the mouth of my stockings, I retrieved 3 large conchs from within. I separated the 2 layers of stockings, using the outer layer to encase these 3 conchs before submerging them back into the water. The inner layer contained the majority, equivalent to a substantial bag of conchs. This time, I did not need to conceal my presence. Carrying the conchs, I walked across the soft sand towards the distant crowd. The gathering appeared indistinct, and the 2 piles of bonfires drew nearer. As I approached, 2 young men blocked my path. Those lying down and seated, upon seeing the conchs I bore on my shoulder, immediately rose to converge around me. Li Meigua, I called out loudly, didn't you want food? I brought you some. Applause erupted. Li Meigua emerged from the plastic tent, flanked by 2 fair-skinned, statuesque young women clad in scanty bikinis. Their fabrics so minimal that even the threads were nearly exposed. It seemed that in just one day, he had begun to live a life of luxury, reminiscent of a king. I could only imagine that had he been in a civilized society, he would undoubtedly be a suave elite figure. Now, illuminated by the flames, I could clearly see that the tent was modest in size, merely 5 or 6 square meters, yet it was constructed with 3 layers of plastic sheeting. Under the current circumstances, this could be considered a lavish indulgence. He gazed at the large bag of conch shells slung over my shoulder, expressing his admiration. Truly remarkable. A hero indeed. He then turned to the crowd and proclaimed, "Let us now extend a warm round of applause to welcome our hero, Chen Jie, back to the team." The crowd responded with a scattering of applause. The 2 young men who had previously stopped me reached out to take the conch shells from me. "Mr. Li, there is no need for formality." I retreated a step and declared, "Today, your men have kidnapped my woman and demanded I bring food for her release. I have brought the food. Now, please bring my woman out." Li Meigua feigned politeness, saying, "Brother, why speak to me in such distant terms? What kidnapping are you referring to? My sister is merely a guest here." As he spoke, he gestured, and from the crowd emerged 2 young men escorting Li Rui, one of whom was Jiangu, the ringleader of the earlier abduction. Seeing Li Rui emerge unscathed and composed eased my heart significantly. Just as she began to approach me, Li Meigua obstructed her path. "My brother," he stated, Do you think you can exchange a few stones for a wife? Such a deal is too good to be true. As he spoke, he drew out a handgun, playing with it. As I suspected, the gun, with only one bullet remaining, was indeed in Li Meiguo's possession. I patted the conch shells in my stockings and shouted, "Here lies a large bag of conch shells, the entirety of my provisions. What must I do to have my woman returned? Draw me a line." As I spoke, I approached the fire, placed down the conch shells, and quickly dug a rectangular pit in the sandy ground with a bone cleaver. Observing my actions, Li Rui turned towards the bushes, returning with a handful of leaves and approaching me. A buzz-cut youth attempted to stop her, but Li Meiguo waved him off. The youth stepped aside, allowing Li Rui to reach my side. At that moment, I realized her calm demeanor was merely an act. While she spread the leaves at the bottom of the pit, her entire body trembled as she offered me a faint smile. "I knew you would come to save me," she said playfully. My heart ached at the sight of her. If I guessed correctly, she must have already discovered the grim fate that befell their companions. We arranged the conch shells atop the leaves, covered them with more leaves, and then placed sand on top before moving the fire onto the sand. Throughout this process, she whispered to me, "Chen Jie, no matter what, do not walk alongside them. Please, they consume the flesh of their dead companions." I nodded in response, absorbing her words. Li Meiguo, toying with the handgun, positioned himself in front of me, about 5 or 6 meters away. He was very clever. At this distance, if I were to make a sudden move, he would have ample time to fire at me. As he observed the movements of my hands, he spoke to me. "Brother-in-law, you see, I too share the surname Li. Li Rui bears the same name, and our Li family's daughters are not so easily taken away. Today, I shall consider this handful of sea conchs as a token of our first meeting. Tomorrow, I expect you to bring us some provisions. In front of my elder brother, you must perform admirably. After all, we are bound by kinship, and it is essential for us to maintain close ties. Wouldn't you agree?" His shamelessness had long been anticipated by me, yet I glared at him and replied slowly, "What if fortune does not favor me tomorrow, and I am unable to procure any food? Then you cannot hold us accountable." At that moment, the voice of Jiangu resonated through the crowd as he approached me from a 9 o'clock direction, standing a couple of meters away, leering at Li Rui. He declared, "At noon, I spoke with another of your women. If I do not eat my fill, I shall first indulge with your woman before savoring her flesh." I disregarded his words and turned my concern towards Li Rui, asking, "Did you eat anything for lunch?" "No," she responded, shaking her head. "Did you drink any water throughout the afternoon?" "No." She shook her head again. Noticing her parched lips, I casually raised my voice to Li Meiguo as if engaged in idle conversation. "How about this, my brother-in-law? I have 2 proposals for you." Li Meiguo seemed intrigued, responding, "All right, go on." I deliberately raised my voice for all to hear. "The first proposal, let's all thrive together. It is often said that giving a fish is not as beneficial as teaching one to fish. Over the next 2 days, I will come to instruct you in wilderness survival skills, including how to find food. However, I do not wish for my woman to suffer even the slightest hardship here. What do you say?" "That sounds excellent, of course," he replied. "And what is the second proposal?" Li Meiguo inquired. "The second proposal is this. You may shoot me dead right now, but I fear all of you would find yourselves starving." Li Meiguo furrowed his brow in confusion as I continued, "Brother-in-law, you have already agreed to learn survival skills from me, so why would I wish to end my life?" With an innocuous smile, I added, "Because soon, I intend to do something that will infuriate you immensely." Chapter 8. The Gentle Embrace is Not a Hero's Grave, Part 1. Li Meiguo pondered aloud. "Why would I shoot you dead?" "Because I am about to commit an act that would incite your utmost fury." As soon as the words left his lips, I sprang into action, propelling myself off the ground. My cleaver descended swiftly towards Chen Jie's face. With a sharp crack, he fell victim to my unanticipated assault. "Ack!" His anguished scream echoed as my blade sliced through his nasal bone, penetrating into one of his eye sockets. I then delivered a forceful kick to his knee, withdrawing the cleaver from his face as he collapsed to the ground. Grasping his right hand, I struck again. Crack! Another blow landed upon his wrist, the bone fracturing with a resounding crispness, leaving only a sliver of flesh to connect it. I couldn't help but marvel once more at the exceptional quality of this blade. Though I was acutely aware of our isolation on this desolate island, many remained oblivious. For the average individual, taking a life is a harrowing notion. Thus I refrained from outright murder. Yet, within the confines of this medicine-starved island, his injuries were tantamount to a death sentence. Calmly, I turned away, crouching back down to tend to the fire. Addressing Li Meigua, who still aimed his weapon at me, I proclaimed loudly, "Let be known, this individual, whose name I do not even know, is not yet dead. I have not killed him. If he were to perish later, do not lay the blame at my feet. Understand? Of course, even if you do, I, Chen, shall not cower now. Tell me, which of the two propositions I offered you do you choose? The first, or the second, which is to shoot me dead?" Li Meigua's fury was palpable, his eyes ablaze with rage. "Enough. You seem reluctant to kill me. Should you do so, it would condemn them all to starvation, making you the true villain." I rose, addressing the gathered crowd. "I shall return tomorrow morning. If my woman suffers any indignities or injustices while I am away, I will randomly choose another to strike down." With that, I retrieved a bottle of mineral water from my clothing and handed it to Li Rui, whispering, "This is untreated spring water, unless you are exceptionally parched. Do not drink excessively." I then scanned the crowd, spotting the woman, Xiao Yan, who had provided me with water the previous day. She now appeared weakened and feverish from dehydration. I offered her another bottle, advising her to sip cautiously, and assured her I would bring something to alleviate her fever by tomorrow. Li Rui approached to assist in looking after her. "Rest assured, I will take care of Ouyang Danqing. You must tend to yourself," Li Rui said, embracing my neck and planting a gentle kiss upon my lips. In that moment, it was impossible to suppress the rush of excitement within me. After over 20 years of solitude, experiencing such an affectionate gesture from a woman as beautiful and graceful as her sent my heart racing. Yet, surrounded by so many, I could only stifle my exhilaration. I sensed that the sea snails on the ground were nearing the point of perfect readiness. I wielded a bone cleaver to pry open a corner of the rectangular sandpit, unearthing 2 sizable sea conchs, which I carefully wrapped in leaves and placed in the hands of Li Rui and the woman accompanying her. Addressing Li Meigua, I expressed, "Brother-in-law, my bond with your sister is particularly strong. I hope that when I return tomorrow morning, I will not be compelled by impulse to resort to violence." Li Meigua gazed at the ground where Jianguo lay, then glanced at me, remaining silent, as did the others. A few beautiful young women, with their chests proudly thrust forward, cast flirtatious glances in my direction. After my declaration, I turned with an air of nonchalance and strolled southward along the beach, returning to the campsite previously occupied by the 3 of us, where I foraged 3 more conchs from the sea. The stockings were indeed a prized possession, too valuable for me to discard. Concealing myself within the thicket, I seized my bow and arrow, making my way back to the rear of Li Meigua's tent. I traversed the northern beach once more, passing through the woods, and returned to the spot where I had set my traps earlier that afternoon. Perhaps due to the brevity of time, out of 5 traps, only 1 bore fruit. Yet, I was filled with exhilarating anticipation, for it ensnared a young goat weighing 30 to 40 pounds, caught by its front leg. I dare not approach too closely, fearing it might break free and flee in a panic. Thus, I drew the bowstring to its maximum tension. I must admit, this rudimentary bow, hastily constructed, proved rather ineffective, as I missed my target twice within a mere 20 meters. The third shot, however, was purely serendipitous as I struck its side. The goat, in pain, struggled fiercely, and I could no longer afford to wait. Fearing the rope might snap, I lunged forward, grasping the shaft of the arrow embedded in its side, and plunged it deep into its body. Simultaneously, I pressed its head firmly to the ground, withdrew the arrow, and blood gushed forth, rising over a foot high. After a minute of desperate struggle, the creature gradually ceased its movements. I suppressed my inner excitement, reset the snare, and made my way towards the waterfall, guided by an instinct that warned me that the shallow grassland ahead was fraught with peril. Upon reaching the waterfall, I cleansed my hands and the sword's shaft of blood before carrying the goat back to the cave. My return sparked great enthusiasm in Ouyang Danqing. She attempted several times to rise, but I promptly restrained her, assuring her that she could resume movement in 3 days. The afternoon's collection of dry wood had dwindled significantly, and I feared encountering danger if I ventured too deep into the woods that night. Therefore, I stepped out of the cave and felled a few trees of moderate size nearby, cutting their trunks into 1-meter-long poles. I bundled more than a dozen of these sticks into 2 bundles and carried them back to the cave. First, I added the remaining dry wood to the fire, intensifying the flames. Then, I chopped the newly gathered poles into smaller pieces and broke them into lengths of over a foot, placing them around the fire to dry. Next, I retrieved the 3 sea conchs. The cave stone floor was unsuitable for digging a pit, so I placed the conchs near the fire, where they emitted a sizzling sound. Throughout this process, Ouyang Danxing remained silent, gazing at me with a gentle smile as I lifted the still warm goat from the corner of the cave. Upon encountering the goat, Ouyang Danxing lost her composure. "Wow, Brother Chen, we can indulge in lamb skewers." I replied, "Lamb is indeed available, but as for skewers, we currently lack the means. At least those slender metal sticks are nowhere to be found. If we were to use wooden skewers to pierce the meat, I fear the lamb would remain undercooked while the wooden sticks would turn to ash." As I spoke, I began to skin the goat. Ouyang Danxing gazed at me, hesitatingly voicing, "Brother Chen, is this a bit cruel?" She attempted to turn away from me. However, I urged her not to turn, explaining that my intention in bringing the goat into the cave was to help her gradually acclimatize to the gore. For life on the island may present us with even more brutality. "Danxing, this is a deserted island. If rescue does not arrive promptly, we will face not only the bloodshed of animals, but potentially that of humans as well. Therefore, you must learn to adapt." She bit her lip and looked at me for 3 seconds, then conceded, "Yes, Brother Chen, you make a valid point." She ceased her turning away and quietly observed as I dealt with the goat's carcass. After skinning the goat, I placed the hide beside the fire on some damp wood to dry. I then took the liver and heart to the waterfall for cleansing, relieved that the flowing water would prevent any lingering odor. The remaining entrails I buried in a pit near the creek. Upon returning to the cave, I retrieved several sturdy branches, setting up a tripod on either side of the fire, binding a crossbeam atop. Lacking salt, it was evident that the meat from this goat would last us longer than a day or 2. The most effective preservation method at present was smoking. While I engaged in these tasks, I noticed for reasons unknown, Ouyang Danxing continuously gazed at me with an endearing smile, her eyes reflecting a certain blissful joy. I brought over 3 freshly roasted conchs to our makeshift bed. To be frank, after having conch for lunch, eating it again in the evening without any seasoning was rather unappetizing. She chewed on one, then declared she had no desire for more. Reluctantly, I searched among the timber for a piece with a distinct grain, carving out several wooden sticks akin to chopsticks. I skewered slices of the heart and liver, placing them over the flames to grill. Without the luxury of oil or seasoning, it was quite the intricate task to avoid charring the meat or breaking the skewers. Ouyang Danxing sampled some heart and, with a hint of shyness, expressed, "Brother Chen, I wish to rinse my mouth and wash my face." I touched her forehead, feeling her fever had subsided considerably. Thus, I playfully lamented, girls and their need for cleanliness can be quite troublesome. With 2 mineral water bottles in hand, I made my way outside the cave. As I stepped out of the cave, Ouyang Danxing called out to me once more, saying, "Chen, my dear brother, you have also toiled throughout the day. If you fear that bathing may inflame your wounds, then perhaps you should merely wash yourself." Her voice dwindled to a whisper as she spoke. Responding with an affirmative, I busied myself with the grass outside the cave, arranging it so that it appeared untouched. Glancing back at the bashful Ouyang Danxing within the cave, a sudden thought struck me, prompting me to stride purposefully towards the waterfall, unaware that this venture would lead me into considerable trouble. With a heart aflame with excitement, I followed the cliffside to the tranquil pool beneath the small waterfall. I filled 2 mineral water bottles and then shed my outer garment to cleanse it thoroughly. The refreshing spring water cascading from the waterfall enveloped me in comfort, a balm for my weariness. I had intended to immerse myself in the water, but considering my wounds had yet to fully heal, I resorted to using my outer garment as a makeshift towel, dampening it with the spring water to cleanse my body. After redressing and rebandaging my wounds, I draped the clean garment over my wrist, clutching the 2 bottles in one hand and my cleaver in the other. In this primordial wilderness, keeping my blade close was essential for survival. As I departed from the waterfall, the sound of the rushing water began to fade. and I sensed a disturbance in the distance. Proceeding southward along the stone wall towards the cave's entrance, the noise grew louder, distinctly the roar of a formidable beast, as if a fierce creature were battling above the cliffs. This is not my concern. This is not my concern, I repeated to myself. Yet, upon returning to the area beneath the cave, I was startled by a thunderous roar, followed by the muffled thud of an animal plummeting to the depths below. To reap great rewards, one must take great risks. Gritting my teeth, I scrambled back into the cave. I placed my outer garment near the fire, then helped Ouyang Danqing sit up, offering her the 2 bottles filled with water. Clearly, she had also heard the roars of the beasts outside. Embracing my neck, she pressed her face against my ear, pleading, "Chun, please don't go, don't go. It's nighttime now. I beg you, don't venture out. I was already so frightened this afternoon. You absolutely must not put yourself in danger." As she spoke, her lips brushed against my cheek. As a vigorous young man, I longed to engage her in a game of cards at that moment. Yet, I was acutely aware that we were stranded on this deserted island, and securing food was paramount to our survival. The gambler within me whispered that I must take this chance. The odds of winning were significantly in my favor. "Go ahead, gamble. If I win this bet, I shall reap abundant rewards." Cradling Ouyang Danqing's face, I pressed a deep kiss upon her lips. "I shall be fine. Wait for me at home." I emphasized the word home with particular weight. Turning away, I seized 2 burning branches and grasped my cleaver, making my way toward the cave's entrance. Behind me, I heard Ouyang Danqing's voice. "Chen Jie, I've cleaned up and will wait for you. You must return." Chapter 9. A Gentle Haven is not a hero's tomb. Part 2. In March, the weather typically carries a slight chill by night. Yet here I am, clutching a torch made of kindling, hastening through the woods with increasing urgency. In my quest for speed, I stumbled upon a path forged by animals. As I walked briskly, I intermittently snapped off suitable dry branches from the trees to sustain my torch. I surged northward, towards the direction from which that ominous sound of a fall had echoed, while meticulously counting my steps. After traversing over 2 kilometers to the north, the forest ceased to be as dense as before. The trees became sparser yet towered higher, leading me to a smooth cliff face not far ahead. I slowed my pace, keenly listening as I walked. Beyond the towering trees lay a sound reminiscent of a beast thrashing the undergrowth, perhaps even striking the water. My instinct screamed of impending danger. I dare not proceed recklessly. Nearby, I discovered a tree resembling a wash basin in size. With my cleaver, I hacked into its trunk, enabling me to swiftly ascend 3 or 4 meters onto a sturdy branch. Before me lay an abyss of darkness, rendering visibility non-existent. However, the sound assured me that something of colossal stature lurked nearby. I broke off a dry branch, thick as an arm, and ignited it to replace my original torch, casting the latter far into the distance. As I gazed towards the source of the noise, a chill raced down my spine. What I initially thought was grassland was, in fact, a swamp teeming with a multitude of crocodiles. They encircled a beast unrecognizable from the savage bites it had endured, tearing and thrashing about. The crocodiles varied in size, some measuring 2 to 3 meters, while others were an impressive 6 to 7 meters long. The creature had been so mangled that its species was indiscernible. I looked up towards the cliff's summit, shrouded in darkness, only able to discern a vague outline. Alas, how I wished I had heeded Ouyang Danqing's advice to stay home, nestled with a beauty by my side. Yet, what good is regret? As I pondered my escape, I realized that my earlier thrown torch must have startled the crocodiles, for they seemed to have sensed my presence in the tree, gathering beneath me. Despair washed over me. What should I do? If I were to descend now, my size would scarcely suffice as a mere morsel for them. Suddenly, the great tree trembled. A massive crocodile lunged towards the base, astonishingly using its forelimbs to scale the trunk, its body rising upright, save for its tail. I looked down, and its jaws were now less than a meter from my feet. I could distinctly see the cavernous white expanse of its open maw. A shiver coursed through me, and I continued my ascent. Upon reaching a height of 7 or 8 meters, I stood upon a branch as thick as a bowl, and finally felt a sense of relief. I snapped another dry branch, ignited it, and hurled the previous torch towards the periphery of the crocodile's encirclement. As I anticipated, when the torch struck the ground, a few of the crocodiles indeed slithered towards it. However, this diversion was insufficient for my escape. I began to search for a branch extending towards the southern woods. The torch's flickering light barely penetrated the darkness beyond 10 meters, which was an impenetrable void. I cautiously treaded upon the branches beneath my feet, my hands gripping a tree limb, as thick as an arm, and advanced a few meters forward. The branches swayed noticeably under my weight, yet I could discern another grand tree not far from my current position. This particular limb was roughly the thickness of a thigh, more robust than the one I was presently traversing. The crocodile is a creature capable of lying in ambush for months, utterly motionless. Escaping from its proximity was not an option. Thus, I found myself compelled to take a gamble. To alleviate the weight upon my feet, I employed both hands and feet, gradually inching toward the end of the branch. After considerable effort, I managed to step onto another tree's limb, and a wave of relief washed over me. Following the branch to the trunk, I glanced down, only to find 3 or 4 crocodiles trailing my movements, having now arrived beneath the great tree where I stood. How astute they are! If this were posted on social media, it would surely garner attention. Fearful of descending, I once again ventured southward, in search of another sturdy tree to alight upon. After much deliberation, I reached the next great tree, but upon looking down, I discovered yet another crocodile shadowing my path. With no other choice, I was compelled to relocate once more. Thus, after migrating between 5 or 6 trees, the forest grew denser, and the surrounding giants dwindled to those of a diameter akin to a bowl. Fortunately, there were no crocodiles lurking beneath the trees anymore. Swiftly, I descended from the trunk and replaced my torch, seeking a game trail carved by animals, racing towards the southern cave entrance. Upon returning to the cave's lower threshold, my state remained tumultuous. The struggle for survival lingered vividly in my mind, the image of the crocodile's gaping maw still fresh. My t-shirt, torn in numerous places during my ascent, had transformed into mere rags, and my muscles quivered incessantly. To conceal my appearance from Ouyang Danqing, I approached the waterhole once more to wash. Though I was acutely aware that the water posed little danger, a thread of fear still coursed through me, as if a crocodile might leap from the depths at any moment. I removed the tattered shirt, using it as a makeshift towel, cleansing myself and tending to my various scrapes. Then, I made my way toward the small cave, parting the grass at its entrance, where flickering flames danced in the darkness. The moment I stepped inside, it felt as though I had returned to the safe haven of a harbor after an adventurous odyssey. Ouyang Danqing had yet to fall asleep, her gaze falling upon my bare torso and the ragged shirt in my hand. In just a few fleeting seconds, her expressions shifted multiple times, from calm to palpable tension, and then to a semblance of relief. I spread the tattered shirt to dry on the opposite side of the fire and settled beside Ouyang Danqing. Her wounds seemed to have healed considerably. Though it took some effort, she managed to sit up unaided. As she gently caressed the scars on my chest, remnants of my encounter with the tree, she quietly inquired, was it dangerous? Indeed, it was perilous. I nearly did not return, I replied. She did not scold me. Rather, she gently said, please do not take unnecessary risks with your life in the future, all right? Yes, understood, I replied once more. An awkward silence ensued for 3 seconds before we both simultaneously uttered, let us sleep. Sharing a smile, I helped her lie down, then removed my mountain boots and settled beside Ouyang Danqing. In the enclosed cave, the fire crackled, warding off the chill. Ouyang Danqing whispered in my ear, without a pillow, my neck feels quite uncomfortable. I hesitantly raised my left hand, and she obediently leaned against my wrist. After a moment, she asked, Brother Chen, I wish to sleep on my side. Could you assist me? All right, I murmured, turning onto my side. I gently supported her left shoulder, allowing her to lie facing me. While I reclined back down, her head inched closer, moving from my arm to my shoulder. After caressing my chest for a while, she rested her hand on my right cheek. Her soft lips brushed against my left ear in tender kisses. In that moment, I too surrendered, responding to her affection. Considering her injuries, I wrapped my right arm tenderly around her back. Ouyang Danqing grasped my right shoulder with her left hand, lying down and pulling me onto her. She embraced me from behind, her voice a soft whisper in my ear, Brother Chen. Brother Chun. I awoke at dawn, my shirt tattered beyond wear. Fortunately, my outer garment had dried, so I donned it bare-chested. I fetched 2 bottles of water from the waterfall, and upon returning, I found Ouyang Danqing awake, a smile brightening her face as she gazed at me intently. I kissed her forehead and asked, "Are you awake?" "Yes," she replied, her shyness dissipating. I used my t-shirt to wipe away the redness on her legs, and she looked at me with joyful admiration. I roasted some lamb, sharing it with her, though the meat, devoid of salt or seasoning, was not particularly palatable. I skewered more lamb and placed it to roast near the flames before heading back to the waterfall for 2 more bottles of water. Outside, I gathered several broad banana leaves. Equipped and ready, I made my way to the spot where I had set traps the previous day. Fortune smiled upon me this time. Out of 5 traps, I caught 3 rabbits and an adult deer. The deer likely weighed around 100 pounds, though it had initially remained still after being trapped. It struggled violently after I shot it with an arrow. By the time I rushed forward with my cleaver, it had already broken free and fled. Not only did the deer escape, but I also lost a piece of rope, leaving me with only 4 snares. Alas, experience is invaluable. I am not yet a seasoned hunter. Seeing the disarray of animals on the grass, I crossed the stream and ventured into the northern woods, which stretched into the distance, reminding me of the marsh and crocodiles from the night before. The fear from last night has dissipated, giving rise to a plan that continually flourishes in my mind. I carry 3 wild hares to the riverside, skinning and gutting them before returning to the den. I hang the hares alongside the goat to be smoked. The roasted mutton is carefully wrapped in banana leaves. Ouyang Danqing, aware of my impending departure, embraces me and whispers in my ear, "Promise me. Both you and Rui must return alive." I had initially contemplated various persuasive arguments to convey to her the intertwined destinies of Li Rui and ourselves, an inseparable whole that we cannot forsake. However, her words rendered all my carefully prepared rhetoric futile. Wasn't she supposed to be the jealous woman? Why, after such a profound connection, did she not claim me for herself? This is not how the script was meant to unfold. I nodded earnestly, reminding myself to return alive. Danqing's voice softened immensely. "When your wounds heal, I want you to." I recall a line from a television drama stating that a gentle embrace is the grave of heroes. Yet at this moment, I possess no inclination toward laziness. Quite the contrary, I feel an urge to be more diligent. When there are others around, one naturally desires to offer more to them. Grasping the bone knife, slinging the bow, and holding the banana leaf-wrapped mutton, I proceed cautiously while following the stream toward the beach. Today, a colossal plan lies ahead, ready to be set into motion. Chapter 10. The Cannibalistic Beasts. I no longer conceal my movements, choosing to return directly from the northern creek's mouth and walk along the beach to the throng. After today, there would be no need for subterfuge. The crowd had long awaited my arrival, yet their attention remained fixated on the southernmost point, towards the direction of our previous camp. As I approached them from behind, it was Li Meigua, standing tall near the underbrush, who first noticed me. He beckoned to the crowd. "Dear family, let us extend a warm round of applause to our survival consultant, Mr. Chen Jie." Amidst the enthusiastic applause, I entered the crowd, cradling a bundle of roasted lamb wrapped in banana leaves. Li Rui sat a short distance away on a large, smooth rock near the water's edge, guarded by 2 men. Ignoring the insincere faces surrounding me, I walked over to her side, placing the banana leaves on the stone while asking, "Did they bully you last night?" "No," she replied, gazing calmly at me with a hint of a smile at the corners of her lips. "What about your water? Did you drink it yourself? Or did someone take it from you?" She produced a bottle of mineral water, half filled with creek water, and waved it before me. I drank it myself. Aside from sharing a bit with one sister, no one dared to take my things. As she spoke, she opened her arms and embraced me, teasingly whispering in my ear, "Because I have a wonderful husband." A certain part of my body responded immediately. Fortunately, I was seated. As she had already taken the initiative, I decided not to hesitate and leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. "I brought you breakfast. Go ahead and eat." I then turned to search for the woman named Xiao Yin among the crowd, but I could not spot her. Before I could ponder further, voices began to rise from the crowd. Why does she get to eat while we do not? Is she human and we are not? The leader of this dissent was a woman. Li Meigua stood before the tent, watching me as I replied, Consultant Chen. We agreed that you were here to teach everyone how to find food, not to perform in a sand-level film. We have not neglected your woman. I chuckled lightly, saying, my brother-in-law must be joking. I'm separated from my wife, and she hasn't eaten all night. It's only natural that I bring her some breakfast. I then addressed the leading woman loudly. The food I found is mine to share as I please. Those who do not labor shall not eat, unless someone is willing to support you. Her throat tightened, rendering her speechless. I continued, as for what I said yesterday, I stand by my word, but it must wait until my woman has finished her meal. Even the thunder god does not strike those who are eating. With that, I resumed my search for Qiao Yin, the sister who had given me half a bottle of water during my time of need. I wanted her to have some lamb as well. Li Rui noticed my search and pointed towards a figure seated on the ground, facing away from me. I immediately understood her intent, but felt a sense of disquiet. At this moment, I was undoubtedly the center of attention on the beach. Yet, why was she turned away from me? As I furrowed my brow, Li Rui tugged at my hand, her expression seemingly urging me to proceed with caution. I hastened to her side, and upon glancing at her, I was overcome with fury, nearly grinding my jaw to dust. Her visage was marred by a myriad of injuries, layered and overlapping. Her nose was bloodied. Her lips bore multiple lacerations, swollen to the point of almost turning inside out. Her forehead was covered with raised welts. Her eyes were swollen shut, reduced to mere slits, and a dried streak of blood lay beneath her ear. I rose to face Li Meiguo, my tone measured and serene, yet unable to mask my rage. Why? Is it merely because I gifted her a conch and some water last night? Who among you did not have a taste of my conch? Li Meiguo shrugged innocently, saying, this is not my affair. Why question me? This is merely a domestic dispute between the couple. I cannot involve myself in their quarrel. A man in his 30s stepped forward, declaring, I am the one who struck her. I am her husband. We are fighting, so it will be wise for you to keep your distance from her to avoid discord between us. Young Shuai, how can you utter such words? Qiao Yin, in agony, managed to rise, her lips so swollen that speaking was a struggle. You drugged me for promotion, allowing Li Meiguo to bed your wife. Do you possess any sense of marital fidelity? Last night, because of a mere glance from Li Meiguo, you reduced me to this state. Do you have even a shred of spousal loyalty? And you, she pointed at the 2 or 3 young men beside Li Meiguo, in your eagerness to appease your boss, have offered your own women to Li Meiguo, even exchanging them amongst yourselves. The very thought makes me nauseous. You are all beasts. I was astounded. The wealthy truly indulge in fantastical pursuits I once believed were confined to fiction. Alas, the world of the affluent is beyond our reach. Her subsequent words left me utterly speechless. She gestured towards everyone on the beach, and you people, for a mere 100,000, grovel before Li Meiguo like sycophants. How many women has he coerced in recent days? Are you truly deaf to the cries of the night? You are all women. It will eventually be your turn. 100,000, still stranded on this deserted island. Even if we escape, will he honor his word? Is it worth selling your conscience for such a sum? Yang Shuai could no longer endure her tirade and attempted to intervene, but I brandished a cleaver, deterring him from advancing. Qiao Yin continued her scathing rebuke. This young man, Chen Jie, if not for the concealed firearm, how could he have escaped? What other deeds has Li Meiguo committed? Are you all blind to right and wrong? And the meat from yesterday, could you truly not discern its origin? You have ceased to be human. You are all mere beasts. With that, she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. I searched the crowd, but Jiangu was nowhere to be found. He likely made his final contribution to the team last night. My insides churned violently, and I suppressed the urge to vomit. They must perish. These individuals are truly the dregs of humanity. If I had any lingering hesitation on the road here, I had now resolved my determination. Li Rui uproa, kneeling on the ground to console Qiao Yin. As I moved closer to Yang Shuai, I said, the domestic strife between you as a couple is not my concern. This woman aided me during my most challenging times, offering me water. From this moment forth, she shall be regarded as my sister. Should I ever discover anyone laying a hand on my sister, even if it is my brother-in-law, it shall not be tolerated. I hope that in the future we can engage in conversation together rather than become bitter enemies. What do you think? He retreated slightly, replying, "All right, Chun. Since you say so, I shall trust you this once." My disdain for him deepened. Then, addressing Li Meigua in a voice loud enough for all to hear, I declared, "Firstly, I provide food for my woman. None shall dare to act otherwise unless she willingly offers. Secondly, your matters are of no concern to me." I did not hear a single word of what was said earlier. "However, if you wish for me to serve as a survival consultant, you must adhere to my guidance, especially regarding the pursuit of food. Thirdly, after I have empowered you to secure food, I shall take my woman with me, and only those among you who are willing to work shall have the opportunity to learn. Fourthly, no one is inherently indebted to you. I can only do my utmost. After teaching you, my woman and I shall depart, and we shall no longer interfere with one another. Bosley, say something." I deliberately stated this for several reasons. Firstly, to make them believe I was not as repulsed by their cannibalistic tendencies as they might have imagined. Secondly, to lead them to think I merely intended to take Li Rui, thereby allowing them to view me as a fool, waiting to continue leveraging Li Rui against me, without suspecting that I might act against them today. They would not threaten Li Rui's safety after my departure. Thirdly, it signaled to Li Meigua my intention to take Li Rui, thus posing no threat to his leadership status. Li Meigua studied me for 3 seconds and then glanced at several attractive women in the crowd. Speaking in a leaderly tone, "I do not quite grasp what you mean by everything needing to adhere to your directives. But as long as you teach sincerely and enable more people to survive, I will do my utmost to arrange matters for you." He caressed the face of a beautiful woman beside him, continuing his performance. "Ah, for the sake of everyone's survival, even if it means." Bosley misunderstood. Although my woman may not boast extraordinary beauty, in my heart, she is the finest. I would not grant him further opportunity for theatrics. What I mean is that I must understand your current conditions to devise a reasonable plan. Please, enlighten me regarding your resources, particularly those vital to survival. One by one, the crowd revealed their possessions. I noted that, aside from a few knives, more than half of them were empty-handed, producing nothing at all. Some presented thermos cups, knives fashioned from aircraft remnants, and lengths of rope. One peculiar individual even produced a plant-filled lunchbox. Most, however, wielded sharpened tree branches. Yet, I was taken aback by what a petite man and a middle-aged man in his 40s produced. A middle-aged man astonishingly wielded a fire axe, while the diminutive man brandished something even more remarkable, a tang knife complete with a sheath. In a conversational tone, I inquired about their origins. The small man revealed that he had discovered it in someone else's checked luggage, accompanied by a certificate of cultural relics. Conversely, the middle-aged man asserted that the fire axe had been held by a crew member in their final moments. I asked Li Rui if her knife was still intact. She produced a multifunctional fruit knife from her pocket, explaining that it had been seized the previous day by a man named Jiango, but after I injured him. She had reclaimed it from him, and since then, no one had dared to take her belongings again. I requested the knife, which Li Rui obediently handed over to me, and I then passed the fruit knife to Li Meigua, instructing everyone to surrender their offensive weapons to him, with the exception of the tang knife and the fire axe, which I deemed too risky to demand. I surmised that insisting on their submission would provoke their ire. Li Meigua's initial wariness towards me diminished as the number of weapons in his possession grew. I instructed him to remain on site to oversee the amassed arsenal. Subsequently, I called upon the 2 men, clad in firefighting gear and armed with the tang knife, to accompany me into the woods. Within a mere 15 minutes, we returned bearing a collection of branches approximately 1 meter long and the thickness of a thumb, each sharpened to a point. I directed Li Meigua to distribute these pointed branches to all the physically weaker women, with Li Rui tasked to instruct them on identifying animal tracks and foraging for seafood along the beach. Li Meigua casually pointed out a dozen or so relatively frail women, and Li Rui led this group northward along the water's edge. Soon, their joyous exclamations echoed back to us. Meanwhile, I redistributed the remaining knives and sturdy wooden sticks, leaving the lunchbox behind in Li Meigua's tent. I then set off towards the north along the beach, accompanied by all the men except Li Meigua and the relatively stronger women. Only Li Meigua, Xiao Yin, and a few other attractive women clad in minimal attire remained on the beach. driven by the imperative to survive alongside the women near me. A grand and merciless plan was poised to unfold, one that I felt compelled to execute. Chapter 11. Transformed into a demon, accompanying me were approximately 40 individuals. The women had gradually unearthed some seafood, which bolstered their confidence. Meanwhile, I overheard some murmurs nearby, though I could not discern the details clearly. The essence of their conversation seemed to suggest that if we failed to hunt or find sustenance today, it would not be a concern. We could simply return at night to seize the seafood gathered by the women. As we hastened along, we soon arrived at the estuary of the stream. I inquired if they were thirsty, to which they readily affirmed. I informed them that if they followed the stream upstream for about 100 to 200 meters, they would find fresh water. I also mentioned that the fresh water I had provided to Li Rui and Xiao Yin was sourced from this very stream. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with excitement as they followed me upstream against the current. I guided them to a point roughly halfway to the cliff face, informing them that the water in the stream should now be fresh. However, I cautioned them to be vigilant, as there might be ferocious creatures such as crocodiles lurking within. Their spirits soared as they pounded their chests, proclaiming that if a crocodile were to appear, it would surely indicate that the heavens intended for us to feast. Deep down, I was aware that this stream harbored no crocodiles. At least, I had yet to encounter any during my numerous visits. Nevertheless, it was entirely implausible to assert that such a winding stream in the jungle marshlands posed no danger whatsoever. My kind reminder was intended to foster their complete trust in me. The crowd eagerly rushed to the stream's edge to quench their thirst, while I searched the nearby woods for animal trails extending northward, contemplating our next move. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the crowd behind me as they scrambled ashore, dashing towards the woods. I inquired about the cause of their panic, and someone, visibly distressed, exclaimed, "The water! There is electricity in the water." Yang Shui approached and mentioned that he too had been shocked, albeit from a distance. He speculated that it was likely an electric eel. I asked if there were any casualties, and a short man wielding a tang knife informed me that 2 women seemed to be in trouble. I swiftly severed a branch, leaving a thicker end about 4 to 5 inches long, while cleanly cutting the remainder into wooden sticks, each over a meter long, forming a grooved staff. I hastened towards the stream, despite a few insincere cautions from behind. "Brother, don't go. Stay away, that S electricity, it doesn't discriminate." I paid no heed to these disingenuous words. Electric eels only discharge when they suspect an attack or during predation. Moreover, as long as I remained on the bank and did not come into contact with the water surface, I was essentially safe. Upon reaching the stream's edge, I spotted 2 women. One lay submerged in the water, her head pressed against the opposite bank, while the other was half on the shore and half in the water, both devoid of movement. I used the forked end of the branch to hook the armpit of the woman on the shore, dragging her 3 to 4 meters to the safety of the woods. I instructed those behind me to promptly perform chest compressions and administer artificial respiration. As I made my way back to the west, I drew another woman into my grasp. When I dragged the second woman beside the first, I discovered that the first woman lay on the ground, unchanged, with no one coming to her aid. I checked the second woman's pulse and heartbeat, only to find that she had completely succumbed to life. Thus, I hastened back to the first woman, prying her mouth open and loosening her clothing, commencing cardiopulmonary resuscitation. It was not that the second woman was beyond salvation, but rather that I possessed only 2 hands and could save but one. The likelihood of reviving the first woman seemed greater. The crowd remained silent, observing my actions without offering assistance. I even overheard whispers suggesting that whether or not they could hunt today no longer mattered tonight, would suffice for sustenance, and so forth. As I continued chest compressions on the individual before me, I found myself in a profound conflict. Initially, I had planned to bring about their demise. Having learned of their cannibalistic nature, they ceased to be human in my eyes. Yet, witnessing the death of someone with whom I had no direct confrontation stirred within me a desire to save them, at least as long as my own safety was not compromised. The crowd's indifference, their eagerness to feast upon the flesh of these 2, snapped me back to rationality. Such individuals were not worthy of mercy, nor did they merit salvation. Ultimately, The figure wielding the scythe within me triumphed over the one brandishing a magic wand. I noticed Yang Shuai wearing a watch and thus raised my gaze to him. "How long have I been performing compressions?" He replied, "Perhaps around 40 minutes. I let out a long sigh, alas still unable to bring her back. Looking around, I saw approximately 40 individuals, some seated on the ground, others leaning against trees, observing me with the detached gaze of spectators watching a fool. I rose to my feet, moved to the side, and, while catching my breath, addressed the gathering. "Shall we bury these two bodies here, or would you prefer to take them back to the beach for burial? You may deliberate amongst yourselves." As I spoke, I leaned against the tree behind me, falling silent. Perhaps we often watch others perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation on television without truly understanding the effort involved. In the absence of assistance, particularly after I had been performing for 40 minutes alone, I was now nearly breathless from exhaustion. No sounds of discussion arose from the crowd. No one began to dig a grave or tend to the bodies. Instead, all eyes remained fixed upon me, their stares sending chills down my spine. "You may discuss your own matters. Why do you continue to watch me?" I inquired. A young man, summoning his courage, responded, "You were the one attempting to save her. Now that she has not survived, it is you who should provide us with an explanation." I furrowed my brow and asked him, "What kind of explanation do you believe I owe you?" Another young man interjected with a sneer, "You brought us out here, and now someone is dead." Some asserted, "You either lead us to our prey, or you must hunt it down to compensate us. If you fail to do either, we shall take care of these two corpses ourselves. Let us speak candidly. Survival on this desolate island is our foremost priority." Their words implicitly suggested their intention to consume the two women. It appeared their earlier inaction was a prelude to this grim outcome, given their current demeanor towards me. I harbored no doubt that, had we not secured any game today, I could very well have become their prey. Such individuals must not be spared. I resolutely reaffirmed my decision in my mind. I addressed them. "In recent days, I have been observing, and I know of a location where a herd of wild goats resides. However, it is impossible for me to hunt them alone. This place is near a cliff's rocky face, and should we collaborate as a group, our chances of success would significantly increase. Hence, my intention today was to lead you in a cooperative hunt. As for these two corpses, let's spare them. I say this for a reason. It will foster their belief that I genuinely intend to guide them to the prey." Yang Shuai glanced back at the crowd and commanded, "Let us dig a shallow pit to temporarily bury them." Upon hearing the word temporarily, I could not help but scoff and shake my head. I made my way towards the northern woods, following the animal trails. Perhaps Providence was on my side, for as I traversed 2/3 of the distance from the crocodile marsh, a goat indeed appeared amidst the trees ahead. I raised my hand in a fist, signaling everyone to remain still. Yang Shuai and two other men followed closely behind me, their eyes also fixed on the goat. "It seems fate is conspiring against you." I mused silently, whispering to those beside me, "Goats are social creatures. If one is here, there must be a herd nearby." As I spoke, I gestured forward, urging everyone to pursue. "Goats are gregarious. Today we feast." With that exclamation, I dashed ahead, followed by dozens who eagerly chased after the goat. Of course, the wild goat would not stand idly by, and in the woods, its speed far surpassed that of humans. Yet, I did not seek to actually catch the goat. I merely needed a pretext to spur everyone onward. As the trees thinned and their trunks grew stout, I knew the crocodile marsh was perilously close. With determination, I kicked a nearby dead tree stump and threw myself heavily to the ground. Clutching my knee in feigned agony, I shouted to the crowd, "Do not mind me. Pursue swiftly. Capturing the herd is paramount." In truth, even without my cries, no one would have stopped to assist me. The throng surged forward like a stampede of beasts, charging ahead. Success hinged on this singular moment. As that thought gripped me, I felt a surge of anxiety. I limped after them, but the goat had vanished from sight, and the crowd showed no signs of slowing down. Upon reaching the edge of the swamp beneath the trees, I halted my advance. From a distance, the swamp appeared no different from an ordinary grassy field with puddles, wherein lay substantial tree trunks scattered sporadically amidst the water. Indeed, they resembled segments of timber submerged within the depths. Yet, I discerned their true nature. The throng surged into the heart of the swamp, and as one individual stumbled over a trunk, the swamp erupted as if it had been set ablaze. The cacophony of crocodiles contending for sustenance, the tumultuous splashes against the waterlogged grass, and the anguished cries of humanity intertwined in a chaotic symphony. Gazing upon this scene, a fleeting pang of guilt was soon eclipsed by a burgeoning resolve within me. This was a blood-soaked isle. To survive, one must eradicate all that threatens existence. From that moment forth, I was no longer the former Chen Jie. I was to transform wholly into a demon traversing this forsaken island. Chapter 12. The resolution of the handgun crisis. I searched among the throngs of people, yet I could not spot either Tang Dao or the fire axe. It was possible they had already succumbed to the jaws of the crocodile, or perhaps their identities were obscured by the mangled chaos. Turning on my heel, I limped towards the stream to the south. My fall had not been grievous, but the pain was excruciating. I hastened back to the stream's edge and followed its course until I reached the estuary. After calming my breath and regaining my composure, I concealed myself within the thicket. Earlier, as I charged into the crocodile's swamp, I had glimpsed shadows darting into the woods bordering the beach. Since I had already engaged, I resolved to see it through to the end. They had kidnapped my woman, coerced me into servitude, and even contemplated feasting upon my flesh. Thus, I had no obligation to exercise civility towards them. Drawing my bow, I scanned the northern beach, calculating the situation in my mind. I had traversed the animal trail swiftly, while they had ventured into the woods. If they emerged from the forest onto the beach and proceeded towards the camp, they could not possibly match my pace. In the distance, I spotted 4 figures stumbling towards me, their appearance utterly disheveled. As they drew nearer, I recognized them as the fire axe and Tang Dao, accompanied by 2 women, all of whom were running while furiously exchanging words. I promptly nocked an arrow, for as they approached within earshot, I could distinctly hear them cursing me while discussing whether to excavate the bodies of the 2 women they had left behind. Tang Dao opposed this, berating the women. "What are you thinking? Still contemplating a meal at this hour? Chen Jie is undoubtedly returning to the camp to rescue his woman. Venturing in now would surely bring him upon us. He is a special forces soldier. Do you truly believe you can contend with him? What shall we do then? If we return like this, we will surely incur President Li's wrath." One of the women exclaimed, "What else can we do? Let us hasten back and have President Li restrain his woman. If he dares to return, we shall use her as leverage. I intend to roast him alive while he still draws breath." The fire axe had remained silent throughout their discourse. The group crossed the stream, now directly in front of my ambush. No longer hesitating, I drew my bow fully and released an arrow towards them. My makeshift bow could only approximate a general direction, offering little in terms of accuracy. Thus, hitting my target was more a matter of fortune than skill. As it turned out, luck was on my side. With a metallic thud, the arrow embedded itself deeply in the right chest of a burly middle-aged man wielding the fire axe. I quickly aimed at the shorter man holding the Tang Dao, releasing another arrow. Regrettably, despite the proximity, this shot missed its mark, and the group hastily fled forward. I emerged from the underbrush, frantically pursuing them. In mere strides, I caught up to the injured man lagging behind, as he attempted to raise his axe in defense. His strength faltered. With swift resolve, I swung my blade, severing his left arm. He fell to the ground in agony, the arrow lodged deeper in his right chest. I paid him no further heed, continuing my chase after the others. In less than 100 meters, I was within reach of the remaining figures ahead. I hurled the cleaver with great force, watching it spin several times before it struck the thigh of the man wielding the tang knife, subsequently falling onto the sandy shore. The injured man, realizing I was closing in on him, turned hastily and dashed through the underbrush into the woods, followed by 2 women who gasped in surprise as they followed suit. My fervent pursuit aimed to drive them into the forest, as I needed to race back to their camp from the beach with utmost speed to rescue Li Rui. I imagined that my frenzied demeanor must have appeared to them as the embodiment of a demon. But did that even matter? I retrieved the knife from the ground and returned to the middle-aged man with the fire axe. With a swift kick, I sent his axe flying away and said sternly, "I must return to the camp first to save my woman. I have no time for your procrastination. Now, I will ask questions and you will respond. Do you understand?" He remained silent, staring at me. With a swift, decisive strike, I brought my blade down upon his ankle. Do you comprehend me? Ah, I understand. He stammered. Good, then I shall begin my inquiries. I pressed on quickly. Who are you seeking with the hijacked plane? Ah, I might have caught him off guard with my abruptness. I picked up a nearby fire axe, a striking tool from the United States, one side sharp and the other pointed. I swung it with vigor, driving the pointed end into his other ankle. Time was of the essence. A swift slap to his face interrupted his cries of agony. Once again, I truly have no time to spare. The fire axes on the passenger aircraft are located in the cockpit, and ordinary passengers cannot access that area. So I shall ask you once more. Answer immediately. Do not delay. I gripped the fire axe tightly, ready to swing again. Who are you seeking with a hijacked plane? I will tell you, he exclaimed, realizing the gravity of my intentions. Someone provided us with an ID number, instructing us to find a woman. I cannot recall the number, but the last 4 digits seemed to be 6679. His fear was palpable, and his words flowed more rapidly. What is the purpose of seeking her? I continued, sensing that this was not merely a personal vendetta. Should it pertain to national matters, I would not stand idly by. I truly do not know. I heard it is related to blueprints for an advanced fighter jet, but the specifics are beyond our knowledge. We are merely tasked with bringing her back. The one who took poison, he knows everything. I set down the axe and posed my final question. How many of you are there in total? We boarded the plane with 6 individuals, and after arriving on this island, only 4 remain. The other 3 you have already killed. As I gathered my bow, cleaver, and axe, I began to head south toward the camp, stating, since you have been forthcoming, I shall spare your life. However, I will interrogate the others, and should I discover you have lied, I will return to make your existence unbearable. With that, I departed, realizing that further discourse was now futile. Given his current injuries and the allure of the scent of blood, it is likely that he will soon become a meal for some carnivorous creatures before nightfall. The entire sequence of events transpired with remarkable speed. From my initial inquiry to the conclusion of our conversation, scarcely a couple of minutes elapsed. I hurriedly sprinted along the beach, fervently praying within myself to arrive in time, to reach my destination ahead of others. What ordinarily takes a couple of hours was traversed in just over 10 minutes to the vicinity of the camp. Breathless and panting, I approached the camp, where 2 bonfires still flickered, revealing the silhouettes of approximately 10 individuals nearby. Some were squatting, seemingly engaged in tasks, while a few others sat upon large stones by the water's edge, exuding an air of normalcy, as though nothing untoward had occurred. I stealthily maneuvered behind the bushes, concealing myself as I crept to the rear of Li Meigua's tent. Quietly observing, I noted that over a dozen women frolicked upon the beach, some laughing and playing. Li Rui remained seated atop a large rock close to the shoreline, while Xiao Yin conversed with her. 2 additional women stood nearby, engaged in light chatter, and the air was infused with the tantalizing aroma of grilled seafood. Laughter echoed from within the tent as I quietly removed my bow and arrow, anxiously awaiting the opportune moment. My heart raced with trepidation. Should Tang Daonan and the 2 women return and raise an alarm, I would be forced to confront Li Meigua, who was armed. I fervently whispered to myself, "Come out, Li Meigua, do not delay." If patience were thin, I contemplated shooting an arrow through the fabric of the tent, relying on luck for my aim. Just as these thoughts crossed my mind, Li Meigua emerged from the tent. He wandered near the bonfire, inspecting the grilling seafood, occasionally reaching out to touch the women in a brazen manner. The women feigned playful annoyance in his presence, only to display disdain once he turned away. I drew my bow, waiting for over a minute until he positioned himself at an angle where Li Rui would remain unharmed. Seizing the moment as he turned his back, I swiftly pulled back the bowstring, and the arrow flew forth with precision. Luck was on my side. A shriek pierced the air, followed by a stream of curses as I struck him squarely in the rear. I could hardly contain my amusement. Aware that he was armed, I crouched down behind the bushes without waiting to assess his injury. "You son of a BTCH, is that you, Chen Jie? Come out. I'll put a bullet through you." His furious shouts guided my understanding of his location. I set aside the bow and picked up a stick, prodding a bush nearby vigorously. Li Meigua, displaying a modicum of intelligence, refrained from firing recklessly, opting instead to threaten me through Li Rui. Chen Jie, I know it's you. Show yourself. Outside. Li Rui's voice rang out in alarm. Brother Chen, do not come out. For heaven's sake, don't. He only had one bullet and dare not fire. Should he do so, the women would tear him apart once he was out of ammunition. Amid a torrent of Li Meigua's profanities, I heard Li Rui's anguished cry. Ah! I could not bear the thought of harm befalling her, and thus I stood. In that instant, I caught sight of blood streaming from Li Rui's head, and an ominous foreboding gripped my heart. Bang! Beside Li Rui stood Li Meigua, who raised his hand and fired a shot at me. I must express my gratitude to Lady Luck for once again favoring me. Perhaps it was the distance or Li Meigua's unfamiliarity with firearms that rendered his aim woefully inaccurate. I swiftly darted through the underbrush, as the bullet whizzed past me, striking the trunk of a tree merely a meter away. There was no time for reflection. I hastened towards Li Meigua and Li Rui. Discovering that I had not been hit, Li Meigua kicked Li Rui in the side and turned to flee toward the tent. At that moment, the configuration between him, the tent, and myself formed a sharp-angled triangle, with Li Meigua positioned at the vertex. Observing that he intended to run toward my flank, I brandished the fire axe, and as he drew closer, he instinctively lowered his head and slowed his pace. Seizing the opportunity, I delivered a kick to his waist, causing him to tumble forward due to inertia. As he fell, I swung the axe toward his leg. Attacking a moving target with a fire axe posed its own challenges. Either it lacked agility, or I couldn't swing it effectively. My intention was to strike his thigh, but I miscalculated the distance, and instead of landing on his leg, the axe struck the sand, while the long, iron handle collided with his knee. He let out a blood-curdling scream akin to a slaughtered pig, rolling in agony. I followed up by bringing the axe down on the back of his knee, and he finally broke, pleading, Chen Jie, don't kill me. I'll pay you whatever you want. The Southern Wilderness Group is my enterprise. I have billions. I merely scoffed. In this desolate island, what good would more money do? Such promises were nothing but empty checks. A leg of lamb or a tool would be far more valuable. Li Rui rose and approached me, clutching her head. I noticed the blood trickling between her fingers, likely from being struck by the handgun. You've left my woman bloodied and broken. Kindly give me a reason not to end your life. With that, I dragged Li Meigua to a smooth boulder nearby. He must have suffered a severed tendon from my axe, as his left leg was rendered immobile. The women had stepped aside. Li Meigua continued to wail like a pig, still imploring. Chen Jie, please don't kill me. I have good things to offer you. Truly valuable things. Oh, I thought it odd for a leader of dozens not to possess something of worth. Yet what could he possibly offer me now? I had no intention of sparing him. A man like him was undoubtedly a threat, but I had no need for his promises. Raising the axe, I was about to strike when suddenly an ominous warning surged through me. At the same moment, Li Rui's panicked voice pierced the air. Chun, watch out. Turning to look, I saw that Li Rui had been struck by an arrow in her left arm. From behind the bushes, the diminutive Tang Dao man was aiming my discarded bow, an arrow at me. Realizing the danger I was in, Li Rui had stepped in to shield me. Demonstrating immense fortitude, she gritted her teeth and pulled the arrow from her arm, wincing in pain but refraining from crying out. I stepped forward to support her, wielding the fire axe with its head facing outward, ready to deflect any arrows should the man with the Tang sword decide to shoot again. Li Meigua hurriedly dragged his leg and stumbled over. Yang Jian, take me with you. If you save my life today, you shall become the vice chairman once we escape. As if seeking to assure me of the benefits, he added, haven't you always been fond of Huangli? I will assist you in winning her over. Rest assured. Once you assume the role of vice chairman, I guarantee she will be waiting for you, undraped. As he spoke, he had already reached the side of the Tang sword man, then turned to point at me, his voice sharp and commanding. Yang Jian, shoot him. Just kill him. And you can choose any of these women. Meanwhile, I shielded Li Rui behind me, my focus entirely on Yang Jian's hands and shoulders. For when a person prepares for a powerful action, their shoulders signal the movement. My keen observation would allow me to timely deflect the arrows he might unleash. Simultaneously, I cautiously advanced toward him, knowing that if I drew near enough, the bow and arrow would be rendered useless. Silence. The petite man who called for Yang Jian suddenly interjected, and Li Meiguo appeared astonished that Yang Jian would dare to shout at him, promptly falling silent. The two women who had accompanied Yang Jian began to retreat slowly behind him. Yang Jian then addressed the women on the beach. Listen, anyone who kills Chen Jie will receive a reward of 2 million, and rest assured, it was Chen Jie alone who committed the murders on this island. We are all innocent. Li, you speak. Li Meiguo seemed to grasp the implication and quickly nodded. Yes, it was all Chen Jie. He even consumed the ones he killed, and we all witnessed it. Whoever slays his woman will not only receive 2 million, but I shall make her the company's matriarch. I must admit, their cunning was remarkable. This proclamation ensured that I would hesitate to pursue them further, leaving Li Rui alone on the beach. I could not guarantee that these women would not descend into madness over the 2 million and the position of matriarch. I slowly retreated back to Li Rui's side. Upon seeing my withdrawal, Yang Jian and Li Meiguo exhaled in relief. After stepping back a dozen meters, they, along with the two women, turned and fled into the jungle, disappearing from sight. Chapter 13. I cannot abandon everyone for personal desires on the beach. A dozen women exchanged glances with me, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. It was Xiao Yin who shattered the awkward silence. She approached me and whispered, Chen Jie, we are not aligned with Li Meiguo. Some of these women have been with him, but even so, it was under duress. She gestured towards a particularly striking young woman with long legs and continued, that girl is Iju. The night before last, Li Meiguo attempted to force himself upon her. When she resisted, a few of his men beat her until she vomited blood, and eventually, she was unconscious and carried into Li Meiguo's tent. She then pointed to a girl with shoulder-length hair, saying that Zhang Qin. Li Meiguo and his cronies coerced her into eating meat, but she realized something was amiss and endured a brutal beating without consuming a single bite. Upon hearing this, a wave of nausea washed over me, and I inquired, do you know who consumed that tainted meat and who did not? Xiaoyan nodded in response. When they first ate it, they were unaware of what it was. Later, when others saw Li Meiguo and his men with dismembered limbs, they forced everyone to partake. I know a few, like myself, who secretly discarded the meat. I then asked Xiao Yin to gather those who had not consumed the tainted meat. She swiftly made her way to the water's edge, conversing with the women. I tended to Li Rui's injured arm, and we positioned ourselves beside Li Meiguo's tent. I instructed Li Rui to keep a watchful eye on the group of women, alerting me the moment they approached, regardless of their intentions. As I searched within the tent, I contemplated Li Meiguo's rise as the leader of this group, built upon the foundation of his wealth. I cannot believe he possessed no valuable items whatsoever. My search yielded a large backpack, a climbing rope, a thick length of cord, a medical first aid kit, a gold watch, and 2 boxes of condoms. Finally, beneath his rudimentary bed, I discovered a complete portable tent and a flashlight. To my surprise, the flashlight still functioned. Considering our arduous journey from the plane crash to this deserted island, which involved traversing several kilometers of ocean, I noted that this was a professional-grade underwater flashlight. In our current circumstances, it was indeed a rare treasure. No wonder Li Meiguo had boasted about possessing valuable items. It became evident that upon our arrival on the island, all resources had been hoarded by them, subsequently monopolized by Li Meiguo. Had these supplies been distributed among the entire group from the outset, perhaps we would not have descended to the depths of cannibalism. I share my vision of our new dwelling, a modest cave, with Li Rui. My vivid, albeit slightly embellished, description filled her eyes with longing. A few women approached, and Xiao Yin informed me that all 3 had not consumed the problematic meat. They quickly voiced their grievances, swearing to me that they had not taken a single bite. I regarded the 4 women. Aside from Xiao Yin, there was Iju, Zhang Qin, and a particularly stunning girl named Huang Ting. Long legs, a heart-shaped face, fair skin, and a flawless figure, devoid of any unhealthy thinness or excess flesh. Particularly striking are her curvaceous silhouette and the t-shirt that accentuates her peach-shaped neckline, which frequently draws my gaze as a man. Each time she notices my attention, she deliberately straightens her back, enhancing her already alluring stature. Her beauty likely surpasses that of many movie stars. I led 5 women to the southernmost point of the island, to the campsite where the 3 of us had previously resided. Behind a thicket, I instructed the 4 women to unearth my suitcase and the remaining tools. Once all provisions were evenly distributed, we set off back north to the previous campsite, where the women on the beach exhibited a despondent demeanor. I gathered them together, providing them with a common kitchen knife and a paring knife, informing them that while we indeed had a new campsite, it was insufficient to accommodate everyone. I could only take a portion of them initially. However, I assured them that once I expanded the new site, I would return for them. I advised them to be self-sufficient on the beach for the time being, explaining that, aside from locating seafood through subtle traces, they could gather plenty of food each morning at dawn by foraging along the shore. Hope rekindled in their eyes. After delivering my message, I continued north with the 5 women, glancing back periodically to ensure we were not being followed. Ultimately, we proceeded towards the cave, embarking on a new beginning. The journey was marked by a profound silence among the women. I reassured them that leaving the 10 or so women by the seaside did not equate to abandoning them entirely. I would observe them discreetly. In the days to come, they could indeed become self-reliant, supporting one another without abandoning the injured or resorting to cannibalism. I would assist them if they truly required help. However, I remained wary of those who might turn on one another. In such a desolate place, sustaining a group of women was immensely challenging, with no guarantee of immunity from injury or illness. I certainly did not wish to find myself injured while trying to feed them, only to end up as their sustenance. As we conversed, the women gradually became more animated. Huang Ting, initially reticent, often found herself deliberately or inadvertently close to me, her body brushing against mine on several occasions. Later, Xiao Yin revealed that Huang Ting was renowned in the company for her beauty, serving as the assistant to Chairman Li Meigua, often accompanying him on business trips. Many other men pursued her, yet Huang Ting was known to be indiscriminate in her acceptance of suitors, though she never easily surrendered herself. She would extract every last bit of effort from her admirers before callously discarding them. Thus, at just over 20, Huang Ting possessed 2 properties in Yanjing and accumulated savings exceeding $1 million. Unbeknownst to us, we had arrived at the estuary of a small stream. The towering man, whom I had previously discarded, has now vanished without a trace. It remains uncertain whether he departed of his own accord or was spirited away by some unseen force. Crossing the babbling brook, we ventured along the northern bank, entering the woods until we reached the grassy riverbank where I had previously set my snares. Suddenly, I recalled that I had placed 4 snares that very morning. Due to Li Rui's injury, I instructed Xiao Yin to stay with her on the northern bank of the stream, while I took the 3 women to examine the snares situated in the southern thicket. Fortune smiled upon us this time, as 2 of the 4 snares had ensnared both a large and a small creature. The smaller one was a gray rabbit, weighing perhaps 3 pounds, while the larger was a sika deer, akin to the spotted deer, but lacking its characteristic markings. Boasting antlers yet larger in stature than the spotted variety, which can weigh several hundred pounds when fully grown. The one caught in the snare appeared to be a subadult, likely nearing 100 pounds. I approached this deer with utmost caution, refraining from using my bow and arrow for fear it might break free in panic. This deer, perhaps encountering humans for the first time, exhibited no signs of fear. I crouched low, attempting to present a less imposing figure, and began to toss some grass before it. Initially wary, the deer gradually relaxed as it recognized my offering and noted my diminutive posture. As I drew closer, I tossed more grass to further alleviate its apprehension. Then, seizing one of its antlers, I swung my fire axe with precision, driving the tip into its brow. The deer struggled briefly before collapsing, its movements fading into stillness. The 3 women rushed over, with Huang Ting promptly directing, "Quickly, let us bind this creature and carry it away." Yet, while she commanded others, she herself remained motionless. He Ju and Zhang Qin, perhaps eager to impress, were notably enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Huang Ting sidled up to me, wrapping her arm around mine, her voluptuous form brushing against me as she exclaimed in exaggerated excitement, "Wow, Brother Chen, you are so impressive. I adore men with such masculine prowess." I extricated my hand from her grasp to assist the 2 women in securing the deer's limbs. I instructed them to help lift it, shouldering the deer while they carried the rabbit, and together we traversed the meadow back to the northern bank. Upon encountering the nearly 100-pound sub-adult sika deer, Li Rui and Xiao Yin were beside themselves with exhilaration. Continuing westward, we arrived at a small pool beneath the waterfall, where I invited them to wash at the water's outlet, allowing the thirsty to sip some fresh water. Meanwhile, I set about skinning the deer and removing its entrails, a task more complex than it appeared. Observing my efforts, Xiao Yin rolled up her sleeves and joined to assist me. I initially believed that the adorable rabbit would captivate the hearts of the women, for women are inherently defenseless against cute and clumsy creatures. However, to my astonishment, Zhang Qin took a stick and struck the rabbit on its head, subsequently retrieving a knife from the rack to dissect it. Noticing my bewildered expression, Zhang Qin remarked, "Brother Chen, you might think we no longer resemble women, but now that we are stranded on this deserted island, survival is our utmost priority. We do not wish to burden you with everything. You cannot fathom the trials we have endured these past few days within Li Meigua's team, which have transformed us into our current selves. Yet, I believe you were right this morning when you said, 'He who does not labor shall not eat.' Chen Jie, I too wish to assist." As she spoke, He-Ju joined in, pulling at the legs and skin to aid in the dissection. Only Huang Ting, with her delicate skin, stood to the side at a loss. In fact, when Zhang Qin mentioned that those who do not work shall not eat, Huang Ting cast a rather unfriendly glance in her direction. I handed her the fire axe and instructed her to find a patch of soft earth at the edge of the woods and dig a pit over a meter deep, regardless of its dimensions. Given that this location was not far from our cave dwelling, the potential arrival of wild beasts drawn by the entrails could pose a threat to us. Huang Ting, wielding the fire axe, barely made a few attempts at digging before becoming breathless, collapsing against a tree as she watched us labor. Once we had skinned the deer and opened its entrails, I passed the sharp knife to Xiao Yin, washing the blood from my hands in the stream. I approached Huang Ting and took the axe from her, beginning to dig the pit. The women continued their tasks, occasionally glancing back at me. Before long, I had excavated a pit over a meter deep. Turning back, I found the women diligently breaking down the deer meat into chunks and piling it alongside the rabbit meat on the deer hide. They had also placed the entrails and head into the pit. I had intended to wash some of the entrails in the stream to take back with us, but Xiao Yin informed me that without seasoning, such entrails would have a particularly pungent odor. Moreover, with an unexpected abundance of meat, our immediate concern was how to preserve what we had. I filled the pit back with soil, treading it down firmly, and repeatedly splashed water around the pit with the lunchbox to minimize the scent of blood nearby. I then instructed the women to retrieve the clothes from the box and wash them in clean water, as they had become odorous after being soaked in seawater and left confined within the box. I sat beside Huang Ting and called for Li Rui, who obediently approached and settled beside me. Taking her right hand, I opened her palm to gently caress the blisters on her hand, addressing Huang Ting. "Did you know? Rui comes from a scholarly family. I suspect she has never engaged in physical labor throughout her life. However, just the day before yesterday afternoon, she was at the seaside, digging in the sand to find food to sustain both myself and Ouyang Danxing, and in the span of one afternoon, everything changed." Huang Ting displayed a look of disdain on her face. I continued, "Now that we find ourselves on a deserted island, our survival is uncertain. Thus, it is imperative that each of us embraces the dirt and hardship, exerting our utmost efforts to endure. I have money," I began to assert. Yet before I could finish, Huang Ting interrupted. "Chen Jie, I have never engaged in such labor myself. You can support me until the rescue team arrives, and I shall pay you 100,000 each month." Then she grasped my hand and placed it within the confines of her garment. "Chen Jie, as long as you promise me, I can offer you everything, wealth, career, and even myself. And you must admit I am quite attractive, am I not?" As she spoke, she deliberately struck a provocative pose. To be frank, in the real world, a woman of Huang Ting's caliber is beyond the realm of imagination for us ordinary, single individuals. Yet, I restrained my primal urges and withdrew my hand, stating, "What I aspire to do now is within my capacity, to strive to ensure the survival of as many individuals as possible rather than sacrificing others solely for your existence. We left the wheeled suitcase beside the pond. Everyone took the deer hides, meat, and rabbits to the cave. To avoid disturbing the grass at the cave's entrance, we cautiously entered. Ouyang Danqing had already risen and was busy tending to the lamb roasting over the flames. Upon seeing the 6 of us file into the cave, Ouyang Danqing was taken aback, her mouth forming a perfect dough. Chapter 14. Li Rui's plan. Under the auspices of Qiao Yin, several women introduced themselves to one another. It must be said that women possess an innate affinity for one another. Before long, the 6 of them had formed a close-knit group, truly exemplifying the adage that 3 women can create a drama. We relocated the campfire to a position closer to the mouth of the cave, where only one person could barely squeeze through the entrance. The interior of the cave had nearly emptied out entirely. The other women took up knives and ventured nearby to cut and dry grass, preparing bedding for the night. Meanwhile, I carried the food container and extracted 2 burning logs. Making my way toward the seashore, we had been consuming rather bland roasted meat, and since salt is an essential nutrient for the human body, I resolved to procure some coarse sea salt by boiling seawater. Li Rui and Ouyang Danqing, hindered by their injuries, were unable to assist. I observed the 2 of them in a corner, whispering to each other, occasionally glancing my way and sharing secretive laughter. Ultimately, they decided that Ouyang Danqing, with her fractured ribs, would remain in the cave, while Li Rui accompanied me to the shore to make salt. Throughout our journey, she treated me with utmost gentleness. Initially, I had thought that Ouyang Danqing might disclose our intimate relationship to her, stirring jealousy, yet her current demeanor left me utterly perplexed. I gathered some dry twigs and arranged them with the burning logs, then filled the food container with seawater and set it atop the fire to boil. Before long, the seawater evaporated, and I poured the resulting sea salt into the lid of the container. I refilled the container with seawater and resumed boiling. Surprisingly, by dusk, I had managed to produce a substantial amount of sea salt. Li Rui gazed at me tenderly, occasionally offering small assistance. Once I completed the final boiling, she took my hand, urged me to sit, and gently nestled against me, asking, "Chen Jie, do you like me?" "Of course I do," I replied without hesitation. She lifted her chin, declaring, "Then I want you to kiss me." I leaned in and pressed my lips deeply against hers. "But do you like Ouyang Danqing?" she inquired further. Having witnessed the 2 of them whispering in the cave before our departure, I sensed trouble brewing. Now, confronted with her question, I was at a loss for how to respond. Given her inquiry, she must have already known about my connection with Ouyang Danqing. Even if Ouyang Danqing had not explicitly mentioned it, she had undoubtedly perceived something. Otherwise, why would she ask? Sighing, I resigned myself to the moment. With Li Rui's keen intellect, I knew that if I attempted to deceive her, she would see right through me and likely hold me in even greater disdain. "Rui, I'm sorry. I like you, but I also like Danqing." As a paragon of virtue, I was astounded to find myself uttering such shameless words, leaving me utterly speechless. Well, let us disregard the previous statement regarding purity, as it seems rather shameless. Upon hearing my admission of affection for Ouyang Danqing, Li Rui did not express anger. Instead, she initiated a kiss. Clumsily, she followed my lead in a passionate exchange of lips, and after a brief moment of bewilderment, I eagerly reciprocated. After a lengthy pause, we parted. This is the man I desire, one who is bold and accountable, never deceitful, regardless of the circumstances. She caressed my face and inquired, "What about Qiao Yin and her 3 companions? Do you have feelings for them?" To be honest, my mind momentarily faltered. I hadn't considered that. I brought them back because they did not partake in cannibalism. If it is within my capacity to save another life, I simply lend my assistance, nothing more. She placed a finger on my lips, halting my explanation, and smiled as she said, "I cherish you and have already claimed the role of your woman. I can accept any decision you make. There is no need for further explanation." Suddenly, her expression turned serious. "What I am about to tell you is of utmost importance, and you must heed my counsel, understand?" From her demeanor, I sensed the gravity of the matter. "Yes, please proceed." She then uttered a statement that nearly left me speechless. "I can see that, while I cannot say that all the women are enamored with you, At the very least, they do not harbor disdain. Some even admire you. In the days to come, you must embrace them all. Observing my astonishment, she took my hand and patiently elucidated. Our ingrained belief in monogamy has been instilled in us by societal demands of the time. The evolution of social structures necessitates a patriarchal society. We find ourselves on this deserted island, akin to a primitive environment. To unite this diverse group of individuals, the only solution is to transform us from mere acquaintances into a family, a cohesive unit. Historically, matriarchal societies focused solely on reproduction, while patriarchal societies fostered the transition of humanity from fragmented, vulnerable states to a collective development based on teamwork. Only in such a manner can we shift our focus from self-interest to the welfare of the whole. Brother Chen, this matter concerns every individual in our community. If you do not embrace all the women, distinctions will arise among them, leading to the formation of cliques. In this desolate island, free from the constraints of law and morality, conflicts over resources and survival necessities could easily ignite deadly confrontations. While I found her reasoning compelling, the thought of engaging intimately with several women I see daily and who know each other well left me with lingering discomfort. As I was about to speak, Li Rui interjected once more. Brother Chen, I am aware that your affections for both me and Danqing are genuine and heartfelt, while your feelings for those other women remain unformed. However, you must cast aside your self-imposed limitations and endeavor to understand and accept them. We currently inhabit a primitive society, devoid of monogamous laws and free from societal judgment. Moreover, this pertains to the cohesion of our entire group. Our future hinges on whether we unite or inflict harm upon one another. How curious it is that such sentiments, articulated by her, resonate with a striking sense of righteousness. I found myself momentarily engulfed in a noble spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good. Yet the thought of living on this island, indulging in a life devoid of shame or restraint, ignited a small spark of delight within me. Thus, I pondered, must I compromise my own desires? Shall I feign purity? Oh, how absurd. Yet I was indeed playing the part. She playfully thumped my chest and said, but remember the order. First, it must be Sister Qiao Yin, followed by He Zhu and Zhang Qin. Their sequence is flexible. Only then can you consider Huang Ting, and she must be received with my consent. Understood? Why is that? And how can you be certain they will agree? I have no desire to coerce anyone, I inquired. You needn't worry about that. Danqing and I will assist you. Of course, if they truly are unwilling, we shall not impose. However, from their current demeanor, it appears they harbor some fondness for you. As for the reasoning behind this order, she continued, it is crucial for the women to be in accord. Sister Qiao Yin is an excellent candidate for leadership. She possesses a natural charm, fostering a willingness among the others to listen. And most importantly, she commands respect through her generosity and tolerance rather than through intimidation. Therefore, she must be the first to be won over. If, by chance, you were to approach Huang Ting first, her character would likely lead her to assume a dominant role, ostracizing the other women. Furthermore, she may not yet be fully aligned with our group. Have you not noticed her demeanor? Her words struck a chord, reminding me of Huang Ting's dissonance with our collective. She seemed to prefer exploiting others to enhance her own standing, a trait that rarely allows for true camaraderie. And what of you? I asked, enveloping her in my embrace. She gently patted my back, leaning closer, her breath caressing my ear as she whispered, everyone knows I am already yours, Brother Chen. You can have me whenever you wish. A surge of desire coursed through me, and I instinctively brushed my lips against her ear. She melted in my hold. Brother Chen, if you wish it now, I am yours, but I am injured. I quickly covered her mouth, insisting, my desire for you comes from affection, not from base instincts. In response, she pecked my cheek, her radiant smile illuminating her face. I am thoroughly pleased with your display. She turned around and walked towards the cave. The more I pondered, the more suspicious I became. So, clutching a substantial portion of salt from my lunchbox, I followed her and inquired, is the incident involving Ouyang Danqing last night connected to you as well? She blinked her lively big eyes and, with a playful smile, replied, in light of your honesty in sharing everything with me, I shall reciprocate in kind. Yes, the affair between Ouyang Danxing and you is indeed linked to me. When you left us yesterday morning to search for a campsite, Danxing and I conversed about this matter. I like you, and she likes you too. However, if Danxing were to be with you, I would feel like an outsider when I am with you both. Conversely, if I were with you, she would also feel like an outsider when she is with us. With a slight shrug, she mischievously yet candidly remarked, "Since we are already beyond the mundane, why not liberate ourselves from it? Indeed, if we have transcended the ordinary, why linger in its confines?" I found her thought process uniquely intriguing and asked, "Your reasoning is quite extraordinary. It contrasts sharply with my own beliefs, and I cannot find a counterargument. Why is that?" She teased, "Because I am a postdoctoral researcher in psychology, and even among talents of the same caliber, I am remarkably proficient." As we conversed and walked forward, just as we approached the stream where the electric eel was discovered, I suddenly heard a noise from the nearby woods. My body tensed instantly. Something is amiss. If it were a beast, it would be adept at concealing itself from humans, making such conspicuous sounds improbable. Could it be the diminutive man with the dagger lying in wait for me? I signaled to Li Rui to continue her conversation with the air, while I stealthily maneuvered around to the side from where the noise had emanated. Just as I felt I was close enough, a bloodied figure suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, charging straight at Li Rui. Fortunately, I hadn't noticed in time. As that figure emerged, I kicked forcefully, sending it tumbling 4 or 5 meters to the ground. I rushed forward, poised to strike, only to be confronted by an unexpected face, Yang Shuai. He was kneeling on the ground, fervently bowing to Li Rui and me, repeatedly begging for mercy. "Do not kill me. I implore you, spare me. Good deeds are rewarded with good fortune, many descendants." As he bowed, he covered his groin, which was bloodied and had begun to congeal. I instructed Li Rui to fetch Xiao Yin, as this was, after all, her husband. The cave was not far from here, and during a quiet moment, I surmised that even a shout could be heard. I also questioned him about how he ended up in such a state and what had transpired. He told me that Li Meigua had taken the company's management team abroad for a trip, and he was a manager in one of the departments. Today, he narrowly escaped death in the alligator swamp, yet his vital parts were bitten by the creature. He did not initially set out to ambush us. Rather, after fleeing from the jaws of the alligator, he sustained injuries and took a brief rest in the woods, though I suspect he was unconscious. Upon awakening, driven by hunger, he contemplated digging up the 2 female corpses buried earlier that morning, only to unexpectedly encounter us. He initially intended to slip away unnoticed, but the pain from his injury proved too excruciating, prompting him to move. As it became evident that I was about to discover him, his intention was not to attack Rui, but to use her as leverage against me to facilitate his escape. Shortly thereafter, Li Rui arrived with Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin did not immediately engage with Yang Shuai, instead inquiring why I had summoned her. I explained that he was, after all, her husband, and if she wished to save him, I would assist her by providing food within my means. However, since he had resorted to cannibalism, I could not permit him to enter our cave and share our living space, as I harbored concerns for his presence in my absence. Upon relaying this, I urged Xiao Yin to make her own decision, assuring her that I would support her regardless of her choice, and that she should feel no burden. Xiao Yin scoffed, approaching Yang Shuai and glaring at his injuries. The once arrogant Yang Shuai was now diminished. "My dear husband, we have shared a bond for a day. 1,000 days of grace. I am gravely injured. Please help me, or I shall truly perish." A sharp slap echoed through the air. "You, Yang, have met your match. Truly, the heavens are watching. Initially, to curry favor with Li Meigua, you drugged your own wife. Thus you have forfeited your right to that which you seek." With tears streaming down her face, she began to express her anguish, leaving me and Li Rui feeling somewhat unsettled. From her scathing words, I gleaned that Yang Shuai was indeed a despicable individual. Chapter 15. The extended family. It appeared that Li Meigua harbored inappropriate desires for Xiao Yin and Yang Shuai's sister. However, Yang Shuai, rather than rescuing his own kin, repeatedly assisted outsiders during drinking gatherings. At pivotal moments, he even allied himself with Li Meigua and his colleagues, those dubious friends. One must admit, such behavior is undeniably beastly. A thought suddenly crossed my mind, prompting me to inquire. Yang Jian also shares the Yang surname. Is there any relation between him and Yang Shuai? Xiaoyan's cold chuckle erupted into raucous laughter. Ha! Would you believe me if I said they were twins? But they don't resemble each other at all. Li Rui whispered. Tears of laughter streamed down Xiaoyan's face, yet I could distinctly perceive her helplessness and mockery. She enunciated deliberately. Indeed, they're half-brothers, twins from different fathers. Ha. Listening to her derisive mirth left both Li Rui and me astounded, our minds struggling to comprehend such absurdity. Yet, considering the upbringing of a son like Yang Shuai, it seemed plausible that their mother could indeed embody such a character. Once Xiaoyan had exhausted her tears and curses, she wearily addressed Yang Shuai. You may leave. Our so-called marital bond has long since expired. Your fate is of no concern to me. As for mine, I simply ask that you refrain from intentionally causing me harm. After her emotional outburst, she turned to me, saying, Chen Jie, thank you, but this person is no longer connected to me. With that, she pivoted and departed, leaving behind a solitary, desolate silhouette. Concerned for her well-being, I urged Li Rui to follow her. Then, I spoke to Yang Shuai. You should go. As long as you do not threaten our survival. I have no desire to escalate this into further bloodshed. If Xiaoyan is willing to accompany you, I would genuinely assist you both. However, since she does not wish to, do not disturb her again. As for the two corpses, do not dwell on them. We have already relocated and buried them elsewhere. The seaside offers sustenance. Refrain from consuming human flesh in the future. Watching his retreating figure, I exhaled a deep sigh. Given his injuries, his chances of survival were indeed slim. Alas, I could only hope that such instances of cannibalism would not recur. Upon returning to the cave, the interior had undergone a complete transformation. Thick layers of dry grass now carpeted the depths of the cave. A large rubber mat lay atop it, bordered by a row of stones the size of bowls, creating an independent area within. The mat fit the cave's width perfectly. The fire had been relocated to the center of the sleeping area, about 2 meters away, positioned just above a crevice in the rocks to allow smoke to escape. The warmth from the fire rendered the cave devoid of cold and dampness. Beside the fire, Xiaoyan, accompanied by the women, had gathered several irregular stones and a flat, smooth stone slab to construct a diminutive table resembling a tea table. By moving the fire below, the slab could be heated to cook meats. He-Ju employed a fire axe to split wood, crafting small sticks, which she then shaped into chopsticks with a knife, achieving a quality and design that rivaled those found outside. We seasoned the remaining venison with sea salt, and a few of us finished the entirety of the young goat's flesh we had consumed earlier. Feeling utterly sated, we could not possibly ingest another morsel. The garments in my suitcase had been washed and dried by them, and I wore a hollow jacket, finding comfort in slipping on a t-shirt. In the evening, we convened our inaugural National Representative Assembly, with the theme centered on our unity as an indivisible family. Regardless of whom we encounter, what forces we face, or what challenges arise, we vowed to remain loyal to and trust one another. I occasionally fixated on each speaker, who were all quite eager to contribute. Only Huang Ting sat in the corner, seemingly dismissive of such discussions. However, whenever she caught my gaze, an expression of profound admiration would flicker across her face. Reflecting on our current sustenance, we had the young deer and several rabbits at our disposal, ensuring our immediate needs were met. In terms of safety, Li Meigua, Li Jian, and Li Shuai had varying degrees of injury, and the gun had long run out of ammunition, alleviating concerns of human-induced threats for the time being. Thus, I contemplated ascending the western peak or traversing the northern arched cliffs to seek signs of civilization or an escape route. Preparations for this endeavor would begin tomorrow. That night, we all dined well, likely the most stress-free and fulfilling meal for the women on the island, aside from Ouyang Danqing. After dinner, fearing the presence of snakes, all but Ouyang Danqing, who was hindered by her injury, accompanied me to the small pool beneath the waterfall to freshen up. Li Rui suddenly suggested, conditions in the cave are limited, and we must sleep in proximity, making hygiene paramount. The waterfall's water is incredibly refreshing. Shall we bathe together? The other 4 women hesitated, but Li Rui persisted. Asking me to keep watch, yet not stray far. She then whispered something to the others, and it wasn't long before Xiao Yin spoke up. Yes, we will indeed be sleeping close together, so hygiene is vital. Since we have this opportunity, let us cleanse ourselves. As I heard the rustling sounds of clothing being shed, it quickly became a chorus. Suddenly, Li Rui called out, Brother Chen, and I, thinking something was amiss, promptly responded, I'm here. What is the matter? Do not wander far. Just come to the edge of our pool. I fear there might be snakes. I hesitated, contemplating whether it was appropriate to approach. Moments later, I heard Xiao Yin call, Chen Jie, you are the only man here. You must not leave us. Please come over. Following her were Huang Ting, He Ju, and Zhang Qin, all urging me to guard them. A flutter of excitement stirred within me. I could not truly step away. Thus I moved closer and, at Li Rui's gesture, settled beside the pool. After the 10th day of the lunar month, the moon, though not particularly luminous, is discernible in proximity. 5 women are adorned in vibrant hues, yet only Li Rui bears an injury, hesitant to immerse her upper body in the water, her left hand bound with a cloth, perpetually raised and wary of contact with the liquid. However, as she is ostensibly my woman, and given the discomfort of holding her arm aloft for an extended period, she positions herself closest to me, occasionally resting her left hand upon my thigh. The natural pool, shaped by the elements, contrasts starkly with a conventional swimming pool, growing shallower as one approaches the edges. Her proximity to the shore renders it impossible for her to fully submerge herself in the water. Too magnificent, soft forms sway with an enchanting elasticity. Were it not for the presence of others, I might contemplate engaging in indescribable pleasures. Initially, the women exhibit a degree of shyness and restraint. Apart from Huang Ting, who discreetly approaches me under the pretense of searching for something, even requesting clothing from me in a manner designed to flaunt her form, inadvertently brushing against my hand. To be candid, in terms of dimensions, tactile sensation, and the lushness of her landscape, she rivals Li Rui, if not surpassing her. Yet, perhaps due to preconceived notions or the enigmatic nature of emotions, she can never truly be compared to Rui in my heart. The pool's bottom is composed of stone, rendering it relatively shallow. Even at its deepest, a mere waist-high depth when standing. I must concede that Li Rui possesses a remarkable talent for setting the ambience. Within mere minutes, the women shed their inhibitions, bathing and even scrubbing each other's backs. The scene unfolds with an allure that defies verbal description. After filling several mineral water bottles with spring water, I return to the cave where Ouyang Danqing has also refreshed herself. As bedtime approaches, a sense of uncertainty envelopes us, ultimately resolved by Xiao Yan's meticulous arrangement of our sleeping positions. From left to right, He Ju, Huang Ting, and Zhang Qin lie down first, followed by Xiao Yan in the center, with Li Rui and Ouyang Danqing on my right. However, under Rui's arrangement, Danqing occupies the farthest right position. Once more, I find myself flanked by Danqing and Rui. Having been single for 28 years, I could scarcely have imagined a day when I would share a resting place with 6 stunning women. Yet, as we recline on what we call a bed, slumber eludes us. The women converse about their harrowing experiences since the plane crash, reminiscing about the surreal days spent on this deserted island. Some who were once companions, sharing laughter, have now perished or transformed from friends into foes, even into mere elements of the food chain. As they chat, their voices blend with sighs and quiet sobs. Gradually, the rhythmic sound of their breathing signifies that several have succumbed to sleep. Li Rui takes my hand and places it upon her abdomen, leading me to believe she seeks comfort in my embrace. To my surprise, she then slips another woman's hand into mine. A jolt of realization strikes me. Beside her is Xiao Yan, and recalling her words from earlier, I instantly comprehend her intentions. Xiao Yan's hand trembled slightly, perhaps in an instinctive desire to withdraw. Yet, Li Rui firmly grasped her hand, compelling both of our hands to intertwine. Our fingers gently clasped, as if conveying an unspoken sentiment. At last, Xiao Yan ceased her resistance, instead entwining my hand with Li Rui's, our trio united in a steadfast grip. In that moment, a profound realization dawned upon us. From this day forth, we would no longer exist as mere individuals, but rather as a singular entity, Meanwhile, Ouyang Danqing, nestled beside me, drowsily extended her hand to clasp mine. Gradually, I succumbed to slumber within the warmth of her palm. When the dawn broke the following day, I awoke to the soft light illuminating the room. To my left, Ouyang Danqing lay curled like a kitten in the crook of my arm, her delicate fingers entwined with mine. On my right, I rested my head against Li Rui, my right arm cascading down to gently hold Xiao Yan's hand. Though we had engaged in no overt actions that night, it felt as though we had silently forged an unbreakable bond. Chapter 16. The last supper in the remaining 2 days, I dedicated myself to hunting, setting traps, and digging pits, with the women accompanying me at every step. I was eager to impart my knowledge to each of them. As we traversed a northern path along the cliffs, we stumbled upon a grove of bamboo. Within this verdant sanctuary, we found both the common hollow bamboo and the robust blue bamboo, some of which boasted diameters of 20 to 30 centimeters. I selected a medium-sized piece of hollow bamboo, approximately 12 to 13 centimeters in diameter. After severing it with a fire axe, I dragged it down to level ground and carefully sliced it into numerous short segments using a kitchen knife. Each segment retained about 3 inches of the bamboo joint at one end, which, when held, resembled a small bowl chosen for the inward curvature of the inner joints. This task demanded patience. Haste would risk splintering the bamboo. Ultimately, I crafted 20 bamboo bowls, of which only 13 survived intact, the rest having been inadvertently shattered. Observing my handiwork, the women busily employed sharp fruit knives to smooth the edges of the bowls, ensuring they were safe to handle. I also selected the longest and thickest bamboo stalks, cautiously cutting them into small tubes, as we currently lacked a water container. These diminutive tubes could be utilized to fetch water from the waterfall, allowing us to store it within our cave. Moreover, I fashioned several bamboo bows from the blue bamboo, a pastime I often indulged in during my childhood in the countryside. I carefully shaped various lengths of bamboo strips, smoothing the tips to prevent injury. The longest strip was bent into a bow shape, with string tautly secured at both ends. A piece approximately 3/4 the length of the bow was then pressed against the inner curve, bound in place to prevent it from springing back. A shorter strip followed suit, continuing the curvature along the bow's inner side. For the women's strength, 3 bamboo strips provided sufficient elasticity, while Zhang Qin and I employed 4. Once the strips were bundled together, they were tightly bound with fine string to maintain their form. The more strips added, the greater the bow's resilience. The women diligently took to the craft, with Zhang Qin displaying an exceptional talent for archery. Throughout the bow-making process, she offered numerous insightful suggestions. In terms of both speed and accuracy, her prowess surpassed mine significantly. At a target approximately 15 meters away, with a bullseye of about 20 centimeters, I managed to hit 4 out of 10 arrows, whereas she consistently exceeded 7. It was only after I wagered my clothes and lost down to my last pair of undergarments that I discovered her prior experience as a seasoned member of an archery club. Additionally, she was an outdoor sports enthusiast, proficient in both climbing and archery. With a high-quality mechanical bow, she could have easily hit every arrow within the sizable target. The women found great amusement in my misfortune, laughing heartily at my predicament. Zhang Qin, having concealed her true identity to deceive me, faced a playful punishment of washing the clothes I had shed. She confessed her transgressions and accepted her fate. As for hunting and foraging for food, the women had also demonstrated remarkable aptitude, having nearly mastered both snares and traps. The only drawback here is the absence of images, which makes it difficult for them to remember the medicinal plants. Over the past couple of days, we have hunted 2 goats and several rabbits. Our situation can be described as one of sufficiency, lacking neither clothing nor food. The kindest among us is Xiao Yan. She has twice offered food to the women on the beach. I noticed she did not take much, certainly no more than 1/3 of our daily catch. I trust her judgment, so I chose to overlook it. It seems that 2 or 3 of the women from the beach have vanished. According to Xiao Yan, Yang Jian returned to the beach at night, and those women discreetly followed him to seek out Li Meigua. Upon hearing this news, I felt immense relief regarding my earlier decision. Had I taken all the women away at that time, our current hideout might have been exposed to Li Meigua. Nonetheless, despite this fortunate turn of events, we soon faced a significant setback. My wounds have healed remarkably quickly, while Li Rui's injuries, which are considerably lighter than mine, have shown little improvement. Just as my wounds began to scab over, I noticed that, with my recovery, my physical strength and reflexes seemed to have intensified beyond their previous state. Although I occasionally experience a dull ache from overexertion, I believe that if I were to confront the 3 hijackers from a few days ago under similar conditions, I could do so without sustaining any injuries. As night descended slowly, I once again walked back with Li Rui, carrying a box full of sea salt. Her arm was still bandaged, yet she often nestled close to me along the way. Several times, I considered challenging her to a game of cards, but she insisted that she wanted to occupy the most significant place in my heart, striving to leave a lasting impression. I, of course, endured the stirring of my emotions, feigning gentlemanly composure. When we approached the pool beneath the small waterfall, she paused once more, wrapping her only functional arm around my neck. After an extended kiss and some gentle caresses, she asked, "Brother Chen, are you planning to leave us soon?" "Well, I'm not leaving you. I may just be away for a few days," I replied. It was no surprise to me that she had perceived my recent actions and demeanor. I continued, "I wish to reach the mountaintop to see what the entire island looks like, and I also want to traverse the northern ridge to explore whether there is an exit or any sign of human civilization." "Brother Chen," Li Rui pondered before seriously reiterating, "during dinner tonight, no matter how unpalatable the food may be, you must eat whatever everyone offers you. Understood?" Curious, I asked her why, to which she responded, "You must trust me. Just do as I say. I would never harm you." And so, we continued, indulging in each other as company. Upon reaching the entrance of the cave, she grasped my arm again and emphasized, "Brother Chen, I will say this one last time. Whatever it is tonight, regardless of the taste, even if it is dreadful, it is the sentiment of everyone. You must eat it, and I want you to promise me." "Very well," I replied. "Given your earnest request, I must acquiesce." Upon entering the cave, the women were already gathered around the stone table, where the meat sizzling on the slate surface exuded fragrant smoke. Once Rui and I stepped inside, everyone ushered us to sit in the center, while Ju and Zhangqin offered us bamboo bowls and chopsticks. Dipping the succulent stone-grilled meat into sea salt, we feasted together. As we dined, I informed them of my plans. I might depart the following day to ascend the peak of West Mountain from the rear or traverse the mountain ridge above the arched cliff to the north. I wish to explore for any paths leading off the island or perhaps discover signs of human civilization. The women expressed no dissent regarding my decision. However, upon learning of my imminent departure, they urged me to eat more. For some inexplicable reason, the grilled meat tonight bore an unusually strong gamey flavor. Even the salt could not mask its richness. One by one, the women eagerly served me more meat, recalling Rui's words, until I was thoroughly satiated. The women began to jest, calling me a foul man and instructing me to wash up outside. Along the cave wall stood a row of large bamboo tubes. Lacking a water tank, we relied on these tubes to store water. I took one outside to cleanse myself. Upon re-entering the cave, I found the women had tidied up and were already asleep. As I searched for a vacant spot to rest, I discovered that Rui and Danqing were nestled closely together. The only available space was a narrow gap between Ouyang Danqing and Xiao Yin, just sufficient for me to lie down. Tonight, Rui occupied the center, with Ouyang Danqing beside her, while Xiao Yin had taken the place originally belonging to Ouyang Danqing. What could this mean? I lay flat, extending my arm towards Ouyang Danqing, who instinctively rested her head on my wrist. Her injury had healed significantly. Even when lying on her left side, she exhibited no discernible pain. She placed her right hand upon me. Knowing it was still early, I was aware that none of the women had truly fallen asleep, thus refraining from further actions. Yet, my hand, resting on Danqing's head, unconsciously slipped beneath the garment of Li Rui on her other side. As time passed, the breaths of the women transformed from serene to eerily intense, eventually settling into a natural, delicate rhythm. I suspected that several of them had succumbed to slumber. Contemplating the perils of the deserted island, I pondered whether I might return after my departure tomorrow, or if I would never return again. Thus, I resolved to treat this night as our final revelry or farewell feast. Ouyang Danqing lay her head upon my right hand, and I gently embraced her from behind. Generously, she relinquished my right hand to Li Ru-yi, who clasped it closely to her chest, perhaps feeling sympathy for my exertions. It could be that life on the deserted island had fortified my constitution, as I now felt particularly vigorous. Ouyang Danxing, like a soft kitten, nestled in my embrace, the firelight illuminating her face, her eyes brimming with infinite tenderness. Yet, I found myself unwilling to conclude this moment. Ouyang Danxing turned around and softly called out, "Sister Xiaoyan." Xiaoyan initially trembled all over, and then, as if summoning immense courage, she turned to face him. Chapter 17. Zhangqin. On the following morning, I might have been the first to awaken. I intended to rise quietly, but as I glanced over, I found Xiaoyan on my left, her eyes wide open, gazing at me with deep affection. Chen Jie, in order not to disturb the other women, lay facing me, one arm draped around my neck. Her voice was particularly soft as she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for not thinking less of me, even when I feel unclean within myself." I caressed her face and pressed a profound kiss upon her lips, assuring her, "It is not your fault. In truth, your heart is purer than that of many." She responded with fervent warmth, and wishing to avoid waking the others, we once more succumbed to a state of oblivion. We rose earlier than everyone else. Soon, Li Rui joined us, and together the two of them began to gather our belongings. In a corner, we retrieved the backpack seized from Li Meigua's tent, along with the portable tent, climbing ropes, a fire axe, and water bottles. I decided to leave the first aid kit and a large bundle of string for them, as they would find those items more beneficial. However, I tucked one box of TT and the gold watch in a backpack. Do not misconstrue this. In a wilderness survival context, the utility of TT exceeds your imagination, while the watch aids us in keeping track of time. Before departing, I roused all the women and conveyed several crucial points. First, food must be hunted daily. We must not consume everything before seeking more. Over the past few days, we had clearly noticed a decline in our catches and the increasing difficulty of hunting. Second, in addition to hunting, we must gather some wild vegetables and fruits to ensure a balanced intake of vitamins, which are indispensable to the body. Third, upon encountering other groups, we must immediately detour and retreat, avoiding contact and never disclosing our location. Fourth, if anyone were to be captured by Yang Jian and his associates, they could delay with food until my return, but must not act recklessly. Yang Jian wields a tang knife. When it comes to fighting, that is a true weapon. Lastly, and most importantly, when exiting the cave, we must strive to preserve the concealment of the grass around the entrance, as it serves as a protective barrier against discovery. As we prepared to leave, Li Rui glanced at the women seated upon the rubber bed and whispered something to Xiao Yin before accompanying me to the cave's entrance, expressing her desire to see me off. We walked to a spot just over 100 meters north of the cave entrance, a location I had previously scouted and deemed most suitable for climbing. The main mountain range extended eastward in a slight ridge, creating this arc-shaped stone formation, which also severed the connection between the open ground ahead and the northern side of the ridge. The rocky slope before me was relatively gentle, featuring uneven depressions that would aid my ascent. She spoke to me earnestly, saying, "It is only fitting that a man ventures forth to seek a way out, and I shall not unreasonably impede you. However, you must promise me one thing. Can you?" Aware that she was not being unreasonable, I nodded readily. "Madam, speak without hesitation." She playfully struck me, saying, "Listen well, this is merely an exploration, so your personal safety must be your top priority once you step outside. Aside from hunting small herbivores for sustenance, you are strictly forbidden from hunting, particularly larger herbivores and carnivorous beasts. Do not provoke them. Understood?" "Good," I replied readily. Secondly, the whereabouts of Li Meigua and his companions are currently unknown. They may have departed from the depths of the mountain. If you encounter them on the hillside or in the northern region, do your utmost to evade them. Is that clear? Noticing my sullen silence, she continued, "Brother Chun, I am aware that once you have recovered, they may not stand a chance against you. However, life is fraught with unforeseen circumstances, especially when facing a cunning adversary like Li Meigua. Brother Chun, I merely wish for your safe and sound return. Remember, You have a family who cares for you. So you must not come to harm. Do you understand? By the time you return, my injuries should have healed sufficiently." As she spoke these last words, her voice dwindled, and she leaned against me once more. Previously, I had watched romantic dramas and thought such displays of affection overly sentimental. Yet now, experiencing it firsthand, I found myself wishing for just a moment longer in this tender embrace. She then wrapped her arms around my neck. "Brother Chen, you must remember that Rui loves you. When you hold other women in your arms, when you share intimate moments with them, I will feel jealousy and envy. Yet I understand the reality of our circumstances. I cannot be selfish and claim you entirely for myself. So, Brother Chen, regardless of how many women you may have, never forget me." I cannot fathom why these words caused an inexplicable pang in my heart. As we indulged in this intimate moment, two figures approached from behind. Xiao Yin and Zhang Qin came closer, and I noticed Zhang Qin carrying her large bamboo, bow made of 4 bamboo strips, a sizable quiver of arrows, and slung across her shoulder were 2 smoked and roasted rabbits. They first nodded at Li Rui, and then Xiao Yin addressed me. After much deliberation, we collectively decided that sending you off alone was too concerning, so we have resolved to have Zhang Qin accompany you. Her archery skills are swift and precise. She may prove invaluable in a critical moment. Initially, I had intended to leave Zhang Qin behind for the sake of the group's safety, but they insisted on her accompanying me and assured me that she would remain in the cave, venturing outside only when absolutely necessary, so as not to disturb the grass outside the entrance. I thought it best to expedite our return, so I did not persist in refusing their kindness. To lessen Zhang Qin's burden, I opened my backpack and stowed the 2 smoked rabbits within. The rock face was not particularly high. After climbing several dozen meters, the slope gradually became more level. It was interspersed with loose mud and occasional small stones. In fact, this was the most challenging section of the ascent. A moment's carelessness could lead to a perilous tumble down the cliff, and at this height, such a fall would surely be fatal. Fortunately, both my stamina and Zhang Qin's climbing skills were commendable. Shortly after noon, as the sun crested the mountain peak, Zhang Qin and I had successfully completed the first stage of our ascent, in less than 200 meters of elevation difference. The ecological landscape of the broadleaf forest above and the coniferous forest below is entirely transformed. At this moment, we find ourselves at the edge of a coniferous forest, gazing downwards at a slope extending over 100 meters in depth. The surface of this inclined terrain is composed of loose silt, beneath which lies a smooth, stony beach. Beyond the silt-covered stones, we behold the smooth rock face that we observed from below. However, our current vantage point obscures this section of the cliff. Further down, there lies a crescent-shaped clearing, abundant with a variety of lush broadleaf trees. To our left, or northward, we can see the ridge above the curved rock face that we had previously observed from below. Surrounding the crescent clearing is a knife-like beach, leading further out to the magnificent expanse of the ocean. Turning to glance at the towering mountains behind us, we find that their proximity renders the peaks invisible. Yet, based on my earlier observations from the seaside, it seems we have yet to ascend to even a quarter of the summit. The underbrush and weeds within the coniferous forest are notably less dense than those of the broadleaf forest. Surprisingly, there are even some paths trodden out by animals, and we follow these upward trails as we continue our climb towards the summit. During this phase within the coniferous forest, animal sightings have markedly diminished. Only the occasional glimpse of a small squirrel flitting through the trees is visible, while bird sightings increase in number. I recall from my observations at the seaside that above the coniferous forest there should be a stretch of grassland devoid of trees, with bare rock rising beyond it. The drop from the grassland is quite substantial, almost equivalent to more than double the height of the coniferous forest. To conserve our food supplies and avoid starvation on the grassland and rocks, we each consume only a rabbit leg at midday before hastily continuing our journey. Along the way, we collect numerous bird eggs, and by the time it is past 4 in the afternoon, we estimate that we have only 2 or 3 hours of daylight remaining. At this point, we have surpassed the height of the ridge to the north that juts into the sea, and we can barely see the next crescent clearing to the north. I have no intention of prematurely heading north. Instead, I plan to persist in my ascent towards the summit. I believe that only upon reaching the peak and witnessing the entirety of the island can I ascertain whether human civilization exists on this island or if there are pathways leading to the outside world. However, as dusk approaches, we must seek a campsite to settle for the night. After more than half an hour, I discover a small stream in a vertical gully. This may very well be the uppermost section of the small waterfall below. Not far from the stream, there's a flat patch of grassland. Finding such a level area at this mid-mountain location is quite challenging, so I decide to establish camp here for the night. Venturing into the nearby woods, I locate a dry tree stump about the thickness of my calf, and, using a fire axe, I carve out a plank from it. I must say, the grain of this coniferous wood is more suitable for kindling than that of the broadleaf forest. Additionally, once the dry coniferous material is crushed into a fibrous state, it ignites with greater ease. During the process of kindling a fire, I instructed Zhang Qin to utilize a fire axe to clear a patch of weeds from the ground. The intention behind this action was not to prevent the ignition of a forest fire. Rather, the lush greenery of March, abundant in moisture, would not easily catch fire even if a bonfire were to be lit directly upon it. My true objective was to safeguard against the hidden serpents, insects, rodents, and ants lurking in the underbrush. As I ignited the flames, Zhang Qin had successfully cleared a grassy area approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter. I set the bonfire alight in one corner of the space he had prepared. After several trips to the woods to collect dry branches, the fire blazed increasingly brighter. As dusk approached, Zhang Qin had cleared a sufficiently large patch of grass. I opened my backpack and handed him a simple tent, assigning him the task of erecting it and inflating the air mattress while I went to fetch water and cook the bird eggs. Although we could have buried the eggs beneath the ground and cooked them in the embers of the fire, the presence of a nearby water source prompted us to opt for boiling them instead. I retrieved a short, stout bamboo tube and filled it with water from the creek. I placed the bird eggs we had gathered along the way into the bamboo tube and set it directly in the fire to boil. After 3 rounds of boiling, we finally cooked all the bird eggs we had collected, totaling over 100. Meanwhile, Zhang Qin had already set up the tent and adequately inflated the air mattress. We sat beside the tent, enjoying the bird eggs while engaging in conversation. It turned out that Zhang Qin, like myself, hailed from a rural background. Her hometown was in Hubei province, and her family had been quite impoverished throughout her childhood. At the age of 15, due to their financial struggles, her parents decided to support only one of their children's education between her and her younger brother. Zhang Qin had always excelled academically, ranking among the top students in her entire township's cohort of dozens of primary schools. She continued to be a standout student in secondary school. Although she initially intended to give her opportunity to her brother, she was taken aback when her parents unilaterally decided to grant the chance to him instead. Listening to her early experiences, I was struck by the uncanny similarities to my own life. I felt as though our parents could have been comrades in hardship. At 15, Zhang Qin moved to the county to work, taking jobs as a sales assistant in a clothing store and as a waitress in a restaurant, even toiling in factories and construction sites. Most of her earnings were appropriated by her parents and brother. At 18, she caught the attention of a formidable sister in the marketing industry, and within a mere 2 or 3 years, she underwent a remarkable transformation. However, weary of the deceitful nature of the sales world, she joined a large corporation at the age of 22. Utilizing the skills she had developed in the marketing realm, she ascended to the position of human resources manager within 2 to 3 years, attaining a middle to upper management level in the corporate hierarchy. I shared many of my own experiences with her, discovering numerous parallels in our lives, particularly regarding our shared sacrifices in education, which were strikingly similar. They were all top students in the class, even in the entire grade, yet each had to drop out due to familial circumstances. They had once contemplated relinquishing their educational opportunities for the sake of another sibling, only to find their parents denying them even a single chance for concession, thus stripping them of their right to education. As our conversation drew to a close, we unexpectedly burst into hearty laughter. Amidst our mirth, glistening tears of joy welled in our eyes. The water in the bamboo tube had been boiled. After it cooled, I filled 2 bottles with it, using a mineral water bottle. Then, Zhang Qin and I consumed the remaining hot water. "Well, let us sleep," Zhang Qin suggested amiably. "All right, you rest. I'll tend to the fire for a moment and join you shortly, I replied. During this time, we have been sharing meals and rest daily. Though nothing untoward had transpired, the awkwardness typically present between the sexes had long dissipated. I divided the fire into 4 smaller bonfires, relocating them to about 1 or 2 meters from each corner of the tent, and added plenty of twigs and timber to stoke them. I then connected the 4 fires using some glowing charcoal, forming a rectangular perimeter outside the tent to ward off venomous snakes and insects during the night. Afterward, I washed my hands and face by the ditch. Brother Chen, Zhang Qin's voice called out behind me, though her tone suggested no urgency. I'm over here, I replied as I made my way back to the tent. Zhang Qin stood beside the fire outside the tent, a hint of shyness in her demeanor as she said, Brother Chen, I need to step aside for a moment. However, it's quite dark outside, and I feel a bit frightened. Could you accompany me? Of course, I said, pulling a burning log from the fire, and together we ventured to the opposite side of the grass from the ditch. As I turned around, listening to the sound of Zhang Qin's rustling behind me, I was inexplicably reminded of that enchanting scene by the pool beneath the small waterfall one night. It seemed Zhang Qin had not been too far from me then, yet I vividly recalled her fair skin and graceful figure. Chapter 18. Significant and eerie discoveries. As I was lost in thought, a voice, delicate as a whisper, broke the silence behind me. Brother Chen, I am ready. Oh, very well. I stepped aside to allow her to pass in front of me, and we made our way to the tent. She took another bamboo tube and said, Brother Chen, I wish to visit the ditch once more. At that moment, she seemed to lower her head in slight embarrassment. All right, I will accompany you. I followed closely behind her until we reached the ditch. She requested that I hand her the torch and urged me to return to the tent first. Understanding the delicate nature of the situation, I decided to head back alone. Just a few minutes after I lay down, she returned, entering the tent and resealing the zipper. The interior of the tent was quite cozy. The air mattress was far more comfortable than the dry grass and rubber in the cave. The warmth from the campfire at the corners enveloped the tent, providing a pleasant glow. The only drawback was the absence of a quilt suitable for the spring and autumn seasons. We lay back to back on the inflatable mattress, yet sleep eluded us. Brother Chen, perhaps we should remove our clothes and use them as cover? It might help us fall asleep more easily. I found her suggestion reasonable, and so we both shed our outer garments. My clothes cover my upper body, while hers shielded her lower half. Brother Chen, she said once more, may I rest my head on your wrist, like Ouyang Danxing? Certainly. Perhaps that embrace will keep us warmer. I extended my right hand, and she nestled her head upon it. However, she soon turned to lie beneath my arm, placing her right hand upon my chest. We both pretended to be asleep, though neither of us truly slumbered. Alas, Brother Chen. After a while, she spoke softly, her hand slipping beneath my t-shirt. I wish to be your woman, just like Danxing and Sister Qiaoyan. Is that permissible? I opened my eyes to gaze at her, uncertain. To hold such an exquisite woman, one of remarkable figure, skin, and beauty, without desire was simply impossible. Yet, if her intentions were born of necessity, forced upon her by circumstance, I would never exploit her vulnerability. Perhaps sensing my thoughts, she cast aside her shyness and spoke rationally. Danxing has become your woman. Sister Qiaoyan was with you last night, and Sister Rui has always considered herself your woman. I too wish to be yours. On the night we bathed, Sister Rui mentioned that we currently inhabit a primitive, desolate island. Only by truly becoming a family can we share our lives and fates as one. Over these past few days, she has shared much with us. If we remain shackled by societal norms, it indeed jeopardizes the survival of our team. Moreover, Brother Chen, the most important thing is that you embody the very man I have always longed for. China loves you. With that, she leaned in to kiss me. As the chaotic hours slipped into midnight, Zhang Qin fell into a deep slumber upon me. I gathered all the clothing to cover her fair form. In the early hours of the morning, a light drizzle fell intermittently. I stepped lightly outside the tent and, after adding a considerable amount of firewood, managed to rekindle the flames. To my surprise, the rain ceased, and I retreated into the tent, continuing to embrace Zhang Qin until dawn. However, once the sun rose, we encountered trouble. Zhang Qin tugged at my arm, and though I wished to decline her request, her insistence compelled me to comply. We donned our clothes, and just as we finished packing the tent, we noticed ominous dark clouds gathering above us, an unmistakable harbinger of an impending downpour. Climbing the mountain in the rain would undoubtedly be perilous. We hurriedly dispersed to seek shelter from the rain, where we could also light a fire. Upon crossing a ditch and rounding a small hill, I discovered a narrow crevice in a stone wall. The entrance was low and constricted. I nearly had to crouch down to sit on the ground to enter, tilting my head just to squeeze through. Yet, the passage within was considerably wider, spacious enough for two people to pass side by side while standing upright. The corridor slanted northward into the mountain's depths, and a faint glimmer of light beckoned from afar. Observing that the interior remained relatively dry, I recognized it as a rare refuge from the rain. I returned to our campsite and located Chen Jie on the opposite side. We selected two substantial pieces of firewood, each burned down to only a third of their size, and made our way to the stone crevice I had found. I must admit, a woman passionate about physical activity possesses a vibrant spirit and great courage. In that narrow passageway, Chen Jie exhibited no fear whatsoever and eagerly suggested we investigate the distant light. With our torches in hand, we ventured forth through the passage. After approximately 10 minutes, we reached the end of the corridor where an oval-shaped cavity, barely a few dozen centimeters in size, awaited us, just large enough for a single person to crawl through. This cavity resembled a skylight, positioned at the apex of the passage. The light we saw emanated from this opening, situated about 2 meters above the ground, making it a challenging ascent for an average person. I extended my torch towards the opening, but received no response from above. Consequently, I pressed my feet against the walls of the corridor and carefully climbed toward the aperture. As my head emerged from the hole, I was overjoyed by the sight that greeted me. Above was another layer of stone chamber, separate from the passage. Unsure of the chamber's safety, I instructed Chen Jie to wait below while I explored first. In one corner of the chamber, I noticed an irregular skylight over a meter in size, surrounded by lush ferns. This skylight allowed ample light to flood the stone space, illuminating the walls that were as smooth as if hewn by a master craftsman. In the opposite corner, the lowest and farthest point from me, a gentle mist lingered. Initially, I harbored concerns that it might be miasma, but upon closer inspection, the mist appeared to ebb and flow like water vapor. Gathering my courage, I cautiously approached it. Upon descending 2 tiers of platforms, I found myself in the heart of a stone chamber, where I was met with an astonishing sight that left me utterly astounded. There, in this secluded space, stood a set of stone furniture. I was certain that these stone tables and chairs were the work of human hands. A circular stone table rested atop a sizable square stone, measuring approximately 70 to 80 centimeters on each side. Flanking it were 3 rectangular stone stools, their edges sharply defined. As I placed my palm upon the surface, I discovered that beneath the thick layer of dust, the material was remarkably hard, reminiscent of marble. Both the tabletop and the stools, even the massive square stone beneath the table, appeared to possess a smoothness that suggested meticulous polishing, yet bore no discernible marks of repeated abrasion. Despite the mist that lingered in one corner, the dust upon the table was exceedingly dry, devoid of any dampness. This place seemed to be a human-crafted stone chamber. At the very least, the presence of the stone furniture indicated that humans had once inhabited this space, individuals of a civilized society with a refined sensibility. However, the accumulation of dust suggested that it had been a considerable time since any human presence graced this chamber. Summoning my courage, I approached the source of the mist, only to discover a water basin measuring over 2 meters square. On either side of the basin were water inlets roughly the size of a wine goblet, alongside an outlet slightly larger than an adult's fist. The water within was a flowing stream, crystal clear and swirling as it exited. The basin's bottom revealed almost no sediment. This water was part of a recirculating system, with the inlet's flow exerting a certain pressure, angling into the basin to create a whirlpool that set the entire body of water into motion, allowing to exit through the outlet. Consequently, the basin contained almost no stagnant water. The craftsmanship of the outlet was nothing short of extraordinary. It was hewn from a solid block of stone, featuring an outlet measuring approximately 10 centimeters in length and 5 to 6 centimeters in width. Despite the hardness of the stone, the cut appeared as if it had been sliced through tofu, devoid of any marks of repeated chipping. Astonishingly, the water flowed directly from this solid mass of stone. Such ingenuity in the design of this basin far surpassed the capabilities of countless fraudulent designers. Curiously, I dipped my hand into the water, discovering it to be a warm spring, which explained the ethereal mist that enveloped it. The temperature was not excessively hot, likely around 30 degrees Celsius, making it quite suitable for bathing. I cupped some water in my hands and tasted it, noting a faint hint of sulfur. A wave of delight washed over me. I had stumbled upon a volcanic hot spring. I examined the basin's walls and the outlet's cut, both exhibiting a remarkable smoothness, with even the corners being sharply defined. It was evident that this basin had also been constructed by human hands. The technique employed to channel water into the basin and create the whirlpool, coupled with the ability to achieve such a smooth finish on such hard stone, was truly breathtaking. Meanwhile, Zhang Qin had begun to urge me. "Brother Chen, have you encountered something up there? Do you need me to come up and assist you?" "No need to worry," I replied, not wanting her to fret. "There are signs of human habitation here. I will inspect it thoroughly before bringing you up." I stifled my curiosity and excitement, clutching the timber as I continued to explore the periphery of the stone chamber. Beside the pool, there exists a platform elevated by several smooth steps, polished to an immaculate sheen, as if meticulously crafted by human hands. Yet the entire ground appears seamless, with the stone joints naturally embedded, devoid of any artificial stitching. Gazing towards the uppermost stone platform, I once again beheld evidence of human civilization, as solid as iron. It was a stone bed, roughly the size of a ping-pong table, adorned with a few garments already showing signs of decay. However, their style bore no resemblance to that of ancient peoples. Beside the clothing lay a leather belt. Diagonally across from the stone bed was an irregular skylight, approximately 2 meters in width, beneath which lay a mound of withered fern fronds and leaves, accumulating to a thickness of 2 to 3 feet. Upon thorough examination, I discerned that this was a rectangular stone chamber. Measuring about 5 to 6 meters in width from the entrance, I had entered to one side of the stone bed. The geothermal pool below was similarly wide, and from the lowest stone wall, traversing several stone platforms of similar height, it extended approximately 7 to 8 meters in length, with a vertical drop of perhaps 1 meter between the upper and lower levels. Once assured of safety, I approached the entrance of the stone chamber where I had first entered. I set my torch aside and turned to Zhang Qin, requesting her to pass me the backpack and other belongings. Then I pulled her up as well. Observing the interior of the chamber, Zhang Qin was equally elated. At the very least, we had uncovered traces of a once thriving human civilization. The light from the skylight was insufficient to illuminate the farthest corner of the stone bed, and I harbored concerns that the thick layer of dead leaves might conceal snakes or other dangers. Thus, I tossed a piece of wood, serving as a makeshift torch, into the pile of leaves, igniting them. While the leaves burned, we tidied up the interior of the stone chamber, which was, apart from the dust, already quite neat and orderly. I retrieved a tattered garment, using the geothermal water to wipe down the stone table and benches, while Zhang Qin collected some fallen leaves from a distance and tossed them into the fire. I inquired if she wanted to burn the decayed clothes on the stone bed. Given their state, she said she would check, but after moving closer, she did not return. Even when I called her name, she hardly responded. Approaching her, I gently patted her shoulder and asked what was wrong. She countered with a question. "Brother Chen, what year is it now?" "It's 2014. Why do you ask?" I replied. "Look," she exclaimed, pulling a flashlight from her backpack. We had previously agreed that devices like flashlights, given their reliance on non-renewable batteries, should only be used in dire circumstances. Yet now, without a discussion, she had taken it out and turned it on, indicating that she had discovered something exceedingly strange. Following the beam of her flashlight, I saw she was holding a stylish garment, and upon inspecting the collar, I found a prominent brand tag adorned with a wolf's head. Not far from the hem of the garment, a white label bore a manufacturing date that boldly read 2020. 2020? How could that be? We were in the year 2014, and it had been less than 10 days since the crash. The garments before me appear to have decayed for no less than a decade, suggesting that a person from the civilized society of 2020, upon finding themselves stranded on this desolate island, might have traversed back to a time prior to 2004. Alternatively, could it be that we, individuals from 2014, have inadvertently journeyed to a time beyond 2030 while marooned here? Or perhaps a certain clothing merchant affixed labels indicating a post-2020 date to inventory stored long before 2004, only for one of their employees to don this very garment and become stranded on this island? Suddenly, I found my mind struggling to grasp the complexities of this conundrum. After a moment of bewilderment, Zhang Xin meticulously folded the garment. She emptied her backpack entirely, placing the item at the very bottom, and then laid another piece of clothing atop it for protection. As she organized her belongings, she remarked, "Brother Chen, overthinking is futile. Perhaps we should wait until we descend the mountain to consult Sister Rui. Indeed, among our small group, who could rival Rui in intellect?" Chapter 19. Ascending alone to the pinnacle through the corner skylight, I could see the torrential rain pouring outside. I wondered how the valley below was faring. It had been over a day since I had departed from them, and an inexplicable longing tugged at my heart. The pile of withered leaves was on the verge of being consumed entirely by flames, with only the 2 torches we had cast into the embers remaining. Being of wooden material, they continued to smolder, yet their remnants were dwindling. I instructed Zhang Xin to remain in the stone chamber while I descended through a crevice, returning to the forest outside. After a thorough search, I discovered several dry tree trunks and branches, although they had been dampened by the rain. A little drying would suffice to ensure they would ignite without issue. I transported the firewood to the opening beneath the stone chamber, passing it to Zhang Xin in multiple trips. After several rounds, a small mountain of dry wood had accumulated in the corner beneath the skylight of the stone chamber. Moreover, I felled a tree trunk measuring 2 to 3 meters in length, leaving 5 to 6 inches of branches on either side to form a rudimentary ladder that extended outward. I leaned this makeshift ladder against the wall beside the passage, allowing it to reach the angle between the stone wall and the ceiling. Using a ladder, one could ascend halfway and then enter the upper cavern. Outside, the rain continued to pour. The mountain path was slippery, and the unfamiliar surroundings were certainly ill-suited for further ascent. Additionally, the provisions we carried would not sustain us for long, compelling me to venture out in search of prey. Otherwise, should we be ensnared by the deluge for several days, Zhang Xin and I would surely starve. I instructed Zhang Xin to kindle a fire within the cave. Having reserved a length of fine rope discovered at Li Meigui's for Qiao Yin and the others, I took the remaining cord, originally intended for archery, and ventured into the woods. I found traces of small animals and fashioned several simple traps supported by twigs. However, I knew that such small creatures offered little nourishment. For instance, a squirrel may appear sizable, but once skinned, the meat would scarcely provide a meal. Contemplating this, I felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Thus, I returned to the base of the passage and asked Zhang Xin to pass me the climbing rope. Upon exiting, I discovered a game trail formed by animal tracks. I secured the middle of the climbing rope to a sturdy tree trunk, tying loops at both ends and constructing 2 noose traps along the trail with branches for support. During this process, I noticed 2 or 3 bird nests, yet the heavy rain and slippery branches dissuaded me from the risky endeavor of climbing to plunder them. As I wandered among the towering red pines, I recalled the gusty winds that had blown before the rain began and decided to try my luck. To my surprise, I gathered several pine cones that had fallen to the ground. I swiftly removed my outer coat to use as a pouch, and soon I had amassed a substantial collection. Though I stumbled a few times, the thought of savoring the fragrant pine nuts made it worthwhile, provided I did not injure myself severely. Thus, I returned directly to the cave. We still had about 70 to 80 bird eggs left from the previous night's meal. 2 smoked rabbits, merely consumed for their hind legs, could sustain us for another 3 or 4 days if we ration our provisions wisely. The discovery of pine cones is indeed a remarkable boon. In dire circumstances, I could venture out daily to collect them, ensuring our survival for a week or more. The heavy rain began that evening, and after a painstaking 20 minutes of respite, it resumed its relentless downpour. We had a ready-made stone bed, but upon cleaning it, We found it to be unbearably frigid. I cannot fathom how that fellow from the future managed to sleep there. Reluctantly, we relocated our fire to the upper platform, dividing it into 2 sections and re-erecting the tent in between. After bathing in the hot spring, Zhang Qin and I warmed ourselves by the fire inside the tent, savoring the delectable pine nuts and, when hunger struck, indulging in bird eggs. In moments of intimacy, we could engage in heartfelt conversation, which felt quite comforting. Shortly after the rain ceased that night, the roars of a ferocious beast echoed through the skylight. Judging by the direction of the sound, I suspected that my climbing rope trap had ensnared something. However, the darkness and rain dissuaded me from venturing out to investigate. Given the robustness of the climbing rope, I was quite unconcerned about having captured a typical wild animal. As rain persisted, by the afternoon of the 3rd day, sunlight finally broke through the high opening of the stone cave. With the torrential rain having just subsided and the afternoon waning, it was imprudent to embark on a climb. Thus, I conferred with Zhang Qin, and we decided to stay another night, with her acquiescing to my suggestion. Upon returning to the woods outside, I first checked the traps. Unfortunately, none of the small snares had caught even a single squirrel. However, as I retrieved the climbing rope, an astonishing and delightful event unfolded. One end of the rope had ensnared a leopard, likely weighing around 200 pounds. My knowledge of animals is limited, primarily derived from wildlife documentaries. This coniferous forest, characterized by boreal flora, contrasted sharply with the savannas where I had seen many leopard features depicted. Moreover, this leopard bore little resemblance to those I had observed on television. It had a large head, long tail, and short, muscular limbs. Its fur was yellow, adorned with numerous black rosettes. The spots on its head were small and dense, while those on its back were larger and sparser, forming rounded or oval patterns. Its size was considerable, likely comparable to that of tiger. The leopard was ensnared by the neck, and in its desperation, it had circled and struggled among the trees, entangling the climbing rope around several trunks, rendering it immobile. I noticed its condition was dire. The noose had constricted its neck to the width of a human arm, and blood oozed from its nostrils with each labored breath. Recalling the roars I had heard days prior, it seemed this creature had been trapped here for 2 or 3 days. Yet, a fierce beast remains a fierce beast. Even when ensnared, I dared not approach it lightly. I returned to the chamber beneath the stone and summoned Zhang Qin to hand me the fire axe. Subsequently, I procured a branch over 2 meters in length and began to strike the leopard's head with small stones, provoking its ire. The leopard, unaccustomed to such indignity, roared and lunged towards me, yet the climbing rope tightened securely around its neck, causing each of its attempts to leap at me to only constrict the rope further. Once I discerned its maximum striking distance, I cautiously approached, continuing to taunt it with a long stick. Initially, my stone provocation had quelled its fury. However, upon seeing the outstretched branch, the leopard was once more incensed, roaring as it clamped its jaws around the wood. Even as it struggled to breathe, it refused to relinquish its grip. After a tense standoff lasting 2 to 3 minutes, the leopard's breath grew feeble. It seemed poised to strangle itself in its own impulsiveness. Yet I remained hesitant to draw near. I inserted the wooden stick into the angle between its neck and the rope, securing one end against a tree trunk in an attempt to pin it down. I pressed down with the other end. It thrashed its legs in a final bid for freedom, but its strength was waning. Minutes later, I sensed its breath had nearly ceased, and it lay motionless. Summoning my courage, I approached within a meter, a distance beyond its reach, yet close enough for me to strike. I swung the fire axe, the tip plunging into its brow. After a brief struggle, it collapsed onto the ground, lifeless. I prodded its hind leg, then its belly, and finally its head, receiving no response. Only after confirming its demise did I refrain from hastily removing the axe from its skull. Instead, I first returned to the great tree to untie the rope, methodically coiling it until I reached the leopard's side, ultimately unfastening the noose from its neck. This leopard, sprawled upon the ground, measured over a meter in length, not including its tail. I had presumed my physical strength to be considerable, yet upon removing the fire axe, I found myself unable to lift it after 2 attempts. Reluctantly, I took the rope back to the chamber below. I passed the rope up, and requested Zhang Qin to hand me her fruit knife. Since I had the fire axe, I entrusted the bone cleaver to the women, leaving Zhang Qin with the smallest, sharpest knife from the set. Upon learning that I had ensnared a leopard, Zhang Qin insisted on accompanying me to witness the spectacle. Unable to dissuade her, I brought her down from the chamber. Gazing at the sizable leopard, a sight previously confined to the zoo, Zhang Qin's playful spirit emerged, and she remarked several times that capturing a photograph for her social media would surely garner numerous likes and comments. Boldly, she even perched atop the leopard's belly for a pose. I skinned the leopard with a small knife and severed its head, with only the diminutive blade at my disposal. The bones were ruthlessly cleaved with the fire axe. Subsequently, I meticulously extracted all the internal organs and bifurcated the flesh of the leopard into 2 segments. To my relief, it was no longer a strenuous endeavor to lift it, draping the leopard's hide over my shoulder. I transported the meat in 2 trips to the entrance of the stone chamber. Upon my initial entry into the chamber, Zhang Qin awaited below, assisting me. Together, we maneuvered the leopard meat within the confines of the stone chamber. At this juncture, the leopard meat posed a considerable dilemma for us. Should we opt to send it down the mountain, our plans to survey the summit would inevitably be thwarted. Disposing of such a substantial quantity of meat would be a lamentable loss. With only a scant supply of sea salt at my disposal, I was unable to preserve such a large quantity of flesh by salting it. Reflecting on the cured meats from my homeland, which often required merely a modicum of salt complemented by the art of smoking for preservation, I conferred with Zhang Qin that evening, proposing she remain behind to smoke the meat. Initially, Zhang Qin was resistant, but after 3 earnest discussions that night, during which I reassured her of my intentions to merely ascend the mountain and assured her of my safe return after surveying the island's topography, she acquiesced and rejoined the assembly of our companions. The following day, I adopted a commanding tone to ensure her stay, providing her with an abundance of pine and cypress leaves, along with ample dry kindling. I contemplated leaving her a portion of rabbit meat, yet she adamantly refused and insisted I take the tent with me. Ultimately, I entrusted her with a small knife and some fine cord, as well as the air mattress from a tent. Shouldering my backpack and wielding a fire axe, I embarked once more towards the summit. Above the coniferous forest lay the alpine meadows, and the transitional zone between the forest and the meadows was teeming with large herbivorous creatures. In my understanding, such sizable herbivores ought to inhabit the plains, which struck me as a contradiction I could not quite articulate. The expanse of the grassland was vast, with a significantly greater elevation gradient compared to the coniferous region below. Ascending further, I encountered a rocky terrain where the temperature had plummeted. Aside from a few avian species, traces of animal life were nearly non-existent. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, after parting ways with Zhang Qin, I scaled the highest peak of the mountain. As I beheld the panoramic vista of the island, a profound sense of despair enveloped my heart. Gazing northward, I observed an undulating array of peaks that coalesced into a majestic mountain range, which then branched into 2, 3, and countless others, stretching from beneath my feet to the horizon, forming an increasingly expansive mountainous terrain. To the west of these peaks lay sheer cliffs, hewn as if by the hand of a sculptor. Although not directly plunging into the sea, each cliff tier descended several dozen, if not hundreds, of meters. From the summit, it appeared as though the entire mountain could imminently plunge into the ocean, a disconcerting illusion for one untroubled by acrophobia. The sunset at the peak lingered late. I recalled that at the mountain's base, the sun would vanish by 2 or 3 in the afternoon, yet atop the summit, even at 6 or 7 o'clock, it remained poised above the horizon, casting its golden rays over the expanse of the ocean. Observing the coastline to the east, I discerned the approximate location where we had landed after our crash, reminiscent of the curved blade of a sickle from my rural upbringing. From the first expanse of broadleaf forest, stretching northward, it resembles an array of crescent-shaped scimitars interlinked. Each curved clearing appears akin to a curved blade, while the shoreline, caressed by the ocean's waves, mirrors the edge of those blades. The southern tip of the island looms within sight, yet the northern horizon remains an endless mystery. I find myself questioning whether there exists any semblance of human civilization at the northernmost reaches. Indeed, I harbor doubts that the very ground upon which I stand is an island at all, but rather the extremity of a vast continent. Chapter 20. The arrival of new survivors, the biting cold at the summit, coupled with the profound desolation in my heart, compelled me to linger only briefly at the peak. My descent was swift, marked by a chaotic blend of walking, sliding, falling, and rolling, leaving me in a most disheveled state. At the boundary where the rocky terrain met the alpine meadow, I sought refuge from the wind and erected my tent for the night. The frigid air was unbearable, prompting me to scour the area for several sizable dung pellets from herbivores. My initial intent was to burn the dung for warmth. However, lacking the means to ignite a fire, I found myself unable to create any heat. Even while sheltered in my tent, I trembled with cold. After consuming the last remnants of rabbit meat from my backpack, I still felt no warmth. Reluctantly, I ventured outside to stretch my limbs, hoping to warm myself through movement. Following a series of push-ups and a brief run, I sensed a slight improvement in circulation. Upon returning to my tent, mere minutes passed before drowsiness overwhelmed me, leaving my mind in a fog, as if I had lost my grasp on reason. I struggled to awaken my senses, yet clarity eluded me, and I found myself in a vividly lucid dream. This dream retraced my memories from the earliest moments of my life to the present, akin to watching a film unfold. Eventually, a young man in his 20s appeared, his age evidently less than mine, yet he gazed at me with a benevolent and scrutinizing expression. He spoke gently, saying, "Though we differ, there are similarities between us. It is you, is it not? In a few days, should you face a life-threatening crisis, remember to cross over the mountain behind you and run towards the cliff below." I awoke just before dawn the following day, astonished to find that I had not succumbed to frostbite. Rather, I felt a surprising warmth enveloping me. I packed my tent and set off at first light, traversing the vast alpine meadow. The expanse of the meadow was significantly broader than the coniferous forest, yet did not hinder my precarious pace. By afternoon, before darkness fell, I arrived at the stone chamber where Chen Jie resided, perhaps due to the shift in climate upon entering the alpine meadow, which had become cold and dry. Chen Jie was moved to tears upon seeing my worn appearance. She lamented that I had become darkened, with my lips blistered, pale, and cracked. Upon licking my lips with my tongue, I could indeed feel their sharpness. Over the course of 3 days, Chen Jie had diligently smoked the leopard meat to a rich, yellowish-black hue, reminiscent of the cured meats from my hometown. Additionally, she meticulously carved away the smaller pieces of meat from the inner side of the leopard skin. As she roasted the skin, she applied the rendered fat from the meat, enhancing its smoothness and softness. Although it could not compare to the leather of the outside world, it had at least reached a usable standard. The fur side felt warmer to the touch, a testament to its authenticity. Chen Jie urged me repeatedly to hydrate and take a bath, a sentiment I echoed as I sensed my own dehydration. I skewered the leopard meat and savored it alongside some pine nuts, before being stripped bare by Chen Jie and pushed into the warm springs. After soaking for a while, I drank some water and resumed my relaxation. In truth, I was merely dehydrated, not suffering from severe dehydration. Yet, Chen Jie was exceedingly anxious. She had also shed her garments and joined me in the bath, where we engaged in playful banter and gentle back rubs. During our conversation, I recounted the extraordinary sights I had witnessed from the mountaintop. When Chen Jie learned that what I had seen was not merely a small island, but potentially the edge of a vast continent, she was so astounded that she could scarcely find her voice. She inquired about my plans, to which I expressed my desire to stockpile supplies and venture northward to explore. However, what I did not disclose was the unsettling premonition gnawing at my mind. On one hand, it stemmed from the disconcerting realization that, despite ascending to such a lofty peak, I encountered no signs of human civilization. Moreover, another source of my unease was that garment lying upon the stone bed. Its existence in 2022 remained an inescapable enigma, one that my contemplation could not unravel. Eventually, I succumbed to a deep slumber upon the inflatable mattress beside the fire. That night, as I embraced Chen Jie, I found myself ensnared in a vivid dream. I envisioned standing atop a towering summit, clad in flowing ancient robes with sleeves that billowed dramatically. Gazing down at the structures below, I beheld countless armed figures shouting fervently at me. I extended my right hand, palm facing downward, and slowly pressed downwards. In that moment, numerous pavilions and towers crumbled into ruins, and those who had brandished their weapons either lay mangled or disintegrated into crimson mist. Awakening in the morning, I discovered Zhang Qin already busying herself with preparations. We stowed the leopard skin in our backpack. I hoisted it onto my shoulders, balancing the axe there as I carried half of the leopard meat. Zhang Qin bore the other half of the meat, her bow in hand and quiver slung across her back. In truth, after skinning, decapitating, and removing the innards of a nearly 200-pound leopard, and subsequently drying the meat to a semi-dry state, we each bore no more than 40 pounds on our shoulders. Crossing a small stream, I glanced at the campsite that had been cleared just days prior, now marked by the remnants of charred wood at its four corners. Zhang Qin seemed to have recalled something, as a flush colored her cheeks. Continuing forward along the ridge, I was about to locate a game trail to descend when Zhang Qin abruptly halted me. She stood atop a massive rock, gazing intently down the mountainside, her expression tense. Climbing up beside her, I was taken aback by the sight that greeted me. In the far south, about a kilometer offshore, a colossal ship lay capsized upon the waves. At that moment, we occupied a position halfway up the mountain, and due to the distance, we could not ascertain whether there were any individuals on the beach. I set down the leopard meat and engaged in analysis with Zhang Qin. A vessel of such magnitude must surely have survivors who reach the shore, and likely in considerable numbers. We pondered whether we should reveal ourselves, and if so, what our relationship with them would entail. Given the cautionary tale of Li Meigua, the uncertainties loomed large. Ultimately, we resolved that Zhang Qin would remain in the stone chamber, along with all our existing supplies. I would descend alone to assess the situation, and should the need arise, I would return to fetch Zhang Qin, even if it meant delaying our journey by a couple of days. If circumstances worsen, we shall bring the women from the valley to reside in the stone chamber atop the mountain, where the living conditions are inherently superior. I returned Zhang Qin and the leopard meat to the stone chamber, carrying only my backpack, a piece of clothing, climbing rope, and a fire axe. Leaving all other belongings behind, I instructed Zhang Qin that the ladder-like trunk should not be left propped up at all times. It must be stored away when not in use. Furthermore, one should return promptly after venturing out, avoiding excessive delays outside. Regarding the arrival of new survivors, my outlook remains rather pessimistic. As I descended the mountain, I hurriedly made my way down, reaching the broadleaf forest clearing beneath the smooth stone wall by early afternoon. Following the base of the stone wall, I returned to the vicinity of the familiar cave entrance. Rather than rushing towards the cave, I took a moment to observe from the cover of the trees and underbrush. The trunk I had previously placed outside the cave entrance, resembling a ladder, was no longer visible. Soon, I noticed shadows in the grass near the cave, indicating someone was keeping watch. After a few minutes, Xiao Yin and He Ju emerged from the cave, making their way towards the small pool below the waterfall. Shortly thereafter, they returned, each carrying a bamboo tube, which reassured me that no drastic changes had occurred within the cave. Stepping out from the foliage, I ascended the stone wall. As I parted the grass at the cave entrance and entered, the women were initially taken aback, but soon embraced me, their joy palpable. Particularly, Ouyang Danqing's excitement was evident on her face, while Xiao Yin displayed a mature and graceful demeanor akin to that of an elder sister. Li Rui remained silent, simply smiling with her lips pursed. As I embraced her, she whispered softly in my ear, "Darling, I missed you." I exchanged hugs with each of them, and when Huang Ting embraced me, she playfully brushed against me with her most alluring features, casting me a flirtatious glance as she stepped back. I understood that if it were just the two of us, even if I pursued her, she would merely toy with my affections, turning me into her devoted servant. He Ju then inquired why Zhang Qin had not returned with me, suggesting that something might have happened to her. I explained that I had left Zhang Qin in a stone chamber halfway up the mountain, where the living conditions were quite favorable. I also contemplated whether we should relocate there together. With no time for pleasantries, I delved straight into the matter at hand. Asking them, I observed distressed vessels at sea from the mountainside. It is likely that new survivors have landed. Do you have any knowledge of this? Xiao Yin replied. In the past few days, I made 2 trips to deliver food to the women on the beach, but during my 3rd visit, I noticed movement in the distance around a bend in the shoreline. It appeared there were many people, so I refrained from revealing myself and have been hiding here in the cave for the past couple of days. I pondered for a moment about the commotion at the beach, deciding that I would scout the area soon. For now, I would share with them the information I had gathered from the mountaintop, asking for their assistance in analyzing our current situation. The analysis conducted by several women concluded that we are likely situated at the edge of a continental plate in the southern hemisphere. They arrived at this hypothesis because, in our homeland, located in the northern hemisphere, most mountain ranges extend straight to the east while slanting to the west. However, the mountains in our current vicinity rise dramatically to the west and slope gently to the east. Ultimately, they concurred with my proposal to stockpile supplies, after which we could consider exploring northward. Once this plan was solidified, I instructed them to wait in the cave while I ventured to the beach to assess the situation of any survivors. At that moment, Huang Ting approached me and said, "Chun, I would like to accompany you. Apart from Chinese, I understand the languages of 3 other nations." Ouyang Danxing also expressed her desire to join, stating, "I can also come along. Due to my profession, I comprehend the languages of 4 or 5 countries." After a moment's contemplation, I agreed to their company on the condition that we first observe from the shadows, revealing ourselves only when necessary. Furthermore, it was imperative that they adhere strictly to my instructions, avoiding any independent actions. Should they be able to comply, they were welcome to accompany me. Both women nodded in agreement. This time, I chose not to follow the stream to the beach and head south, nor did I opt to conceal myself behind the bushes. Given Xiao Yan's warning of the large number of individuals present, it was too perilous to approach them too closely. Instead, I traversed through the woods along a path worn by animals, heading south until I reached the pool beneath the waterfall. After crossing a small creek, I proceeded towards the beach, arriving at the thicket where we had previously ensnared goats and deer. I navigated through the grass and entered the forest, continuing forward for 4 or 5 kilometers. The animal trail became increasingly narrow and less discernible as we approached the curved stone wall. After rounding the bend of the stone wall, I followed its descent southward for a while. Ahead lay a small path that led directly to the beach. This was the very trail that Li Meiguo and his companions had taken to observe from mountains. I was aware that following this path would lead me to their former camp, yet I refrained from hastening towards the beach. Instead, I ascended the stone wall from the opposite direction to observe. This section of the wall was not particularly high, and once I climbed above the canopy of broadleaf trees, I could clearly see numerous figures on the beach. My rough estimate suggested there were no fewer than 100 individuals, the vast majority of whom were men. They were uniformly dressed in yellow-green attire, adorned with wide-brimmed hats that obscured their faces, and each wielded an object over a meter long, resembling firearms. The sight of this group evoked images of the islanders portrayed in films. What could this mean? Was the shipwreck merely an encounter with a film crew? Upon descending to the ground, I share my observations with Ouyang Danxing and Huang Ting, both of whom were equally perplexed. Ultimately, it was Huang Ting who suggested that rather than speculating aimlessly, we should approach for a closer observation, a notion I found to be quite reasonable. Yet in truth, I yearned to venture alone. Bringing them along could potentially heighten the peril. However, the 2 women remained resolute, and I could only acquiesce, leading them cautiously along the narrow path, gradually approaching the beach. As we traversed about 2/3 of the way, laughter, mingled with the cries and moans of women, echoed from the thicket ahead. I gently patted the shoulders of the 2 women, signaling them to follow me as we bent low and stealthily entered the underbrush, drawing closer to the source of the sound. Once we finally nestled behind a dense wall of grass, the sight before us was unbearable. A group of men was tormenting several unfortunate women, all of whom bore the features and complexion of East Asians. Among these men, some donned the distinctive caps reminiscent of the villains in television dramas, while others babbled in the mocking dialects featured in those same shows. They occupied an area of roughly several dozen square meters in the meadow, amidst which lay 2 heaps of rifles. Having undergone various firearms training, I was astonished to find myself unable to identify them at first glance. The rifles measured nearly 1.3 meters in length, and with the bayonets, they exceeded 1.7 meters. The yellow wooden stocks and the absence of fore ends above the barrels left them entirely exposed. The antiquated bolt mechanism at the rear struck a disconcerting chord within me. A sudden realization struck. These were indeed the standard issue of the Imperial Japanese Army from the Second World War, the infamous Arisaka. And to my astonishment, they were not mere props. My heavens, the Arisaka! How could it possibly be in such mass circulation in this day and age? Chapter 21. Curse Li Meigwa, though my fury reached its zenith, my grip on the axe tightened to the point where my knuckles began to blanch. Yet I could not rush forth. For beside me stood Ouyang Danxing and Huang Ting. Were I alone, I could have easily charged out, dispatched a couple of the adversaries, and perhaps made my escape. However, with the two women by my side, I could not allow a moment of rage to endanger their lives. Danxing and Ting each grasped my arms, exchanging furtive glances, just as we were about to retreat. An unexpectedly familiar voice pierced the air, a voice that I recognized all too well. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Meigwa. Yet, his words eluded my understanding as he babbled in the island-esque tongue, limping awkwardly with two wooden sticks while dragging one leg toward the brutish men. As he entered the clearing concealed by the grass, he beheld the scene before him, uttering something while shielding his eyes and turning away, feigning ignorance. Simultaneously, he mischievously parted his fingers to sneak a glimpse of the men's depravity, all the while jesting about their actions. Though I could not comprehend their language, one of the islanders rose and delivered a kick to his rear. Rather than inciting anger, the kick seemed to elate Li Meigwa, who engaged in further banter with the man, adopting a sycophantic demeanor that nearly had him wagging his tail in servitude. Witnessing this exchange ignited an unusual fury in Ouyang Danxing, while Huang Ting's expression betrayed her barely contained indignation. I placed a reassuring hand on their shoulders and, with utmost caution, led the two women away from that wretched scene. Upon reaching the path, I instructed them to proceed ahead while I brought up the rear. Our three figures crouched low as we stealthily made our way toward the stone wall. I directed them to a location more than 200 meters north of the wall, where the cliff curved inward and dense underbrush flourished outside. I instructed them to wait for me there, as I needed to ascertain the true nature of the group before me. Why did they bear such an uncanny resemblance to the adversaries depicted in television dramas? I had always believed that fiction remained just that, fiction. Even if actual islanders had found themselves stranded on a desolate isle, they ought not to have devolved into such savagery. As I turned to leave, Ouyang Danxing suddenly seized my arm. Chen Jie, please don't go, she implored. I believe I've discerned who they are. She then turned to Huang Ting. Surely, you understood their earlier dialogue and have drawn your own conclusions. Huang Ting nodded. I have my suspicions, but I dare not believe them. Confusion and urgency consume me. If you comprehend their words, what precisely did they say? What do you suspect their identities to be? I pressed Ouyang Danxing. She hesitated, struggling to articulate her thoughts, prompting me to turn to Huang Ting with a stern inquiry. What did they say? Who are they? Huang Ting glanced at Ouyang Danxing before swiftly uttering a couple of phrases in the island's tongue. As I listened to her pronunciation, it seemed strikingly identical to the two phrases spoken by Li Meigwa when he arrived at the scene earlier. Huang Ting. Ouyang Danxing called out to Huang Ting in an attempt to stop her, but I restrained Ouyang Danxing's hand, signaling with my gaze for Huang Ting to continue. Ouyang Danxing, realizing her attempts to intervene were futile, embraced my waist tightly. Brother Chen, regardless of what you hear or the identity of the other party, you must promise me that your life does not belong solely to you. It belongs to all of us. You absolutely cannot rush out. Do you understand me? I wish to hear Huang Ting speak further, so I remained silent. However, Ouyang Danxing shot a stern remark at me. Brother Chen, if you truly intend to rush out, I will accompany you without hesitation. If you disregard your life, then mine is forfeit as well. I gently caressed her hair and reassured Ouyang Danxing. Rest assured, I promise you that Brother Chen's life is not solely mine. It belongs to our entire family. Therefore, until I can ensure your safety, I shall not perish. Seeing that Ouyang Danxing had ceased to speak, Huang Ting swiftly resumed repeating the words of those men, as well as what Li Meiguo had said in the island's language. Then, she translated for me, Taijun, Taijun. Have you had your fun? Taijun, Taijun. Ah, Taijun's not done yet. Get lost, you Chinese pig. At this moment, Huang Ting mimicked a kicking motion, likely recalling when one of those brutes had kicked Li Meiguo in the rear. From now on, these Chinese women will become our comfort women. No Chinese is allowed to touch them. The Taijun is right. The Taijun is right. Enjoy yourself. There are several more beautiful Chinese women on the island. This encapsulated their previous conversation. Brother Chen, with these words and considering their attire, what do you think? Upon hearing such derogatory terms, I believe that any individual of Chinese descent would be filled with rage. However, I had yet to grasp the full situation, and it was not the time for anger. I turned to the two women and inquired, "Do you genuinely think such a thing could happen?" In truth, I had already harbored some doubts earlier, especially upon seeing the pile of rifles in the center. Now, with their translations of the island's language, my suspicions were further intensified. The two women bowed their heads in silence, and suddenly, a memory surfaced, an item, a piece of clothing. This further validated my suspicions of the most improbable yet entirely possible scenario that may have already occurred. Accompanied by the two women, we hastily returned to the cave. Upon my return, several women rushed to greet me, inquiring about the identity of those men and whether there was a chance to ally with them in exploring northward. With a deep sigh, I walked to the corner and retrieved the backpack. Upon returning in the afternoon, I found myself momentarily forgetful of the contents within my backpack, a lapse attributed to the presence of newly arrived survivors and the absence of my women for several days. The first item I extracted was a leopard skin, which once again confirmed the innate susceptibility of women to the allure of furs. Several of them, unable to resist such temptation, eagerly caressed the soft hide, expressing their astonishment. Beneath the leopard skin, I revealed a tattered garment of no use. Further down, I carefully retrieved a stylish piece adorned with a wolf head emblem. I addressed the women, stating, "What I am about to share may seem rather implausible, yet I implore you to unleash your imagination." Once uttered, I turned the garment to display its production date, eliciting a look of disbelief from Hiju, who widened her eyes and covered her mouth in shock. "How is this possible? We have only been on this island for a mere few days. How can this be a piece from 2020? And considering its state of decay, it must be at least a decade old. This is utterly impossible." Li Rui examined the garment closely before passing it to Huang Ting, remarking, based on the quality, "This piece should not be counterfeit." Huang Ting took the garment, scrutinizing it intently, and confidently asserted, "Yes, I can affirm with certainty that this is an authentic item, not a knockoff. Furthermore, the tag is undoubtedly genuine, for I once had a male colleague who was particularly fond of this brand, and I have assisted him in purchasing it." I then addressed the group. "Allow me to share another piece of information. During our recent visit to the beach, we encountered over 100 islanders, and judging by their attire, they appear to belong to the island's military forces from the World War II era. Moreover, the firearms they wield are indeed the standard issue Type 38 rifles of that time." Ouyang Danxing interjected, "What my brother has said is true. We overheard Li Meiguo conversing with them in Japanese. Terms such as Chinese, comfort women, and Tai Jun were mentioned. Despite my reluctance to believe it, the evidence strongly suggested that they were indeed soldiers from World War II. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, with no one uttering a word. Xiao Yin and He Ju stared at me in astonishment, while Ouyang Danxing and I turned our gaze towards Li Rui. After a moment of contemplation, as if she had reached a significant conclusion, she looked up at me, seeking my approval, to which I nodded affirmatively. "Please continue," I encouraged. With a heavy sigh, she addressed everyone. "It seems we may never return to our previous lives." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Danxing and Huang Ting displayed little shock. Yet Xiao Yan's face reflected sheer astonishment. Hiju, however, clutched Li Rui's hand with a trembling voice, asking why. "Rui, why?" Li Rui gently stroked the hair at the back of Hiju's head, saying, "What I am about to say must be met with rationality by everyone. Based on this garment and the soldiers from the island who arrived during World War II, I hold on to a belief, albeit a slender one, that we currently inhabit an independent space. This space's timeline may be intricately intertwined with that of our original world. A person from 2020 could traverse back several decades upon arriving here, just as individuals from the World War II era might find themselves propelled into the future by several decades or even centuries. Huang Ting suddenly inquired, "Does this imply that individuals from as far back as the Qing, Ming, or Song dynasties might also cross over to this island to be with us?" Li Rui affirmed, "Based on the clues we have gathered, this is indeed a possibility. Moreover, it is not only those from the past. Individuals from the next few decades, or even 200, 300, or 500 years into the future could encounter us here. To them, we would be considered ancient beings. By this time, dusk had settled, yet none amongst us felt inclined to prepare dinner. Each of us was consumed by a tumult of thoughts. It was the eldest among us, Qiao Yin, who displayed the most composure. She approached, seated herself beside me, wrapped her arms around my right arm, and rested her head on my shoulder, gently saying, "Actually, let us not lose heart. If, by chance, we are truly unable to return, living together as this family isn't such a bad prospect. Chen Jie has treated us well. He is indeed a commendable man." Ouyang Danqing also came to my left side, embracing my arm like Qiao Yin, and echoed, "Yes, I believe Sister Qiao is right. As long as we are with Brother Chen, it matters not where we dwell." However, Rui interjected, "If heaven has destined us to form this family, I harbor no objections. Yet, we must confront a pressing reality. We must not be captured by the island soldiers, for the fate that awaits us women would be dire." Turning to Huang Ting, she added, "Today, Li Meigua mentioned that there are several beautiful women on the island. This implies that our current location may not be safe, and they may soon begin their search in our direction." "Indeed," Xiao Yin remarked. "Since Li Meigua has already betrayed us, he has undoubtedly divulged all our circumstances. Consequently, the island soldiers are aware that we are a group of 6 women and 1 man, and they have not yet acted against us. This represents an enormous temptation for them. Furthermore, Li Rui stated, Yang Jian and Yang Shu are cognizant of our approximate location. The most concerning aspect is that, even if Yang Shu has succumbed to his injuries, Yang Jian is still alive and is allied with Li Meigua." As she spoke, Li Rui took my hand, declaring, "You are our man, the head of this family. It is your decision to make. We shall follow your lead." Chapter 22, Evacuation, Part 1. I surveyed the circle of women around me, each casting affirming glances in my direction. Thus, I proclaimed, "Feast well tonight and ensure that all necessary belongings, save for the rubber sheets, are packed for our departure. Remember to carry only lightweight items, lest we struggle to ascend the smooth cliff face. We shall rise before dawn and relocate to the stone chamber atop the mountain." After a moment's contemplation, I inquired, "Have there been any recent captures that have yet to be bled and dissected?" They all shook their heads in response. "How many snares and traps remain outside? Those that have not been gathered in some time?" Xiao Yin replied, "We have a total of 16 traps and snares, all collected this morning. Yet the prey has become increasingly elusive." "Fear not," I reassured Xiao Yin, continuing, "We may need to divide our tasks this evening. We are 6 in total. After dinner, let 2 of you remain here to tidy up. Once finished, retire promptly to rest. I shall require 3 individuals to accompany me to the seaside, 2 to focus on boiling seawater for salt, while 1 shall assist me in the woods with other matters. Tomorrow, I need a diversion to draw the island soldiers away, granting us precious time for our escape. If we attempt to leave at dawn, I fear we may lack sufficient time. The last time Zhang Qin and I ascended that sheer rock face, it took us several arduous hours. Moreover, departing before dawn poses the greatest risk of encountering predatory beasts." The girls unanimously agreed with my plan, and we hastened to prepare our evening meal. In recent days, they had set some traps and managed to catch a few animals. The meat of the stag lay largely untouched, alongside a whole goat and half of another, as well as 3 or 4 rabbits. A few women had also foraged for wild vegetables in the forest, likely accumulating over 10 pounds. That night, with matters weighing heavily on our minds, our appetites were modest. Collectively, we consumed less than 2 rabbits. After dinner, Xiao Yin and Ouyang Danqing stayed behind to pack our belongings. Although Ouyang Danqing's injury had not fully healed, she was now able to move with relative ease. Li Rui's wounds had healed almost completely, leaving only a faint scar on her left arm, reminiscent of childhood vaccination marks. Iju Huang Ting and Li Rui each took the utensils for salt production and accompanied me toward the beach. On the way, Li Rui expressed a sudden urgency, asking them to go ahead while requesting that I remain to wait for her. I surmised she had something to discuss with me, and my instincts proved correct. She leaned into me, and as I wrapped my arm around her shoulder, my hand slid down her back. With a hint of shyness, Li Rui murmured, "Brother Chen, I apologize." I was perplexed, wondering why she suddenly felt the need to apologize. Furrowing my brow, she continued, "A relative has arrived." My heart sank, recalling the transition from her considering me her protector to my rescuing several women, only for her to be injured and then me ascending to the mountaintop. Over the course of these 10 days, I have grown increasingly impatient, my eyes almost bulging with anticipation. However, her relatives have reappeared, deepening my frustration to the point where I feel compelled to find a sturdy tree to confront. Observing my distress, Li Rui chuckled and remarked, "Look at your eagerness. It's merely a matter of a few days. What a lack of ambition. Alas, the well-fed cannot comprehend the hunger of the starving." "Brother Chen," Li Rui continued in a hushed tone, "you must pay close attention to Huang Ting in the coming days." "Why?" I inquired softly. She elaborated. Given her lengthy association with Li Meigua, her ability to remain in the assistant's position for so long indicates she possesses very low moral standards and is quite materialistic. Today, upon our return to the cave, I carefully observed her and her pupils several times. The soldiers of the island nation are armed and numerous, undoubtedly. They represent the greatest force for survival, coupled with Huang Ting's character and her proficiency in Japanese. I suspect she may choose to betray us to avoid becoming a comfort woman, and the likelihood of this is alarmingly high. My expression tightened. "Are you certain?" She shook her head, stating, "Predicting human behavior through psychological analysis cannot guarantee 100% accuracy. Each action a person takes is ultimately a momentary choice. It is conceivable that an individual may spend a year resolving to undertake a certain action, only to make a completely opposite decision in the final moment. Therefore, any prediction cannot be assured with absolute certainty. I can only guarantee a significant probability." Upon hearing this, I felt a slight sense of relief. Thankfully, such predictions are not entirely definitive, or I would be at a loss on how to handle the situation. Since betrayal has not yet occurred, and Huang Ting has lived with us for so long, I cannot bring myself to condemn or abandon her based solely on suspicion. Yet, Li Rui's subsequent words plunged me into a quandary. "So, Brother Chen," she said, "if there is indeed a considerable possibility of Huang Ting betraying us, would you choose to act after she has sold us out, or take measures beforehand? The first option could lead to tremendous casualties, possibly resulting in our complete capture by the Japanese. As for the second option, I know, given your character, that you may find it difficult to take such action." Her inquiry suggested she already had an answer in mind. "What do you propose?" Li Rui traced circles on my chest with her finger and instructed, "First, we will gather firewood, and then Ju and I will be at the beach boiling salt. Huang Ting should accompany you. If she does not object, you may take her tonight." Her voice lowered slightly, tinged with embarrassment as she added, "However, you must pay attention to her reactions throughout. Is she warm or indifferent? Even the minutiae of her movements are crucial. You must report back to me, as this is of utmost importance, understood?" "Why?" I find myself utterly perplexed. "This is an exceedingly private matter." She playfully tapped my chest and asked, "Why do you have so many questions? When I ask you something, just answer me honestly. Do you understand? Am I really that frightening? This is of utmost importance." "Very well. Who am I to argue with a postdoctoral psychologist while I am not one myself? Thus, I shall heed your words." As we spoke, we strolled forward. The kindling needed for boiling salt was minimal, and soon we gathered a substantial amount. In addition to a lunchbox, they produced 2 bamboo tubes, each cut open and retaining 2/3 of their original length. Both ends of the tubes bore notes, though 1/3 had been vertically sliced away. Ju informed me that this was a new creation by Qiao Yin, designed to lie flat and filled with seawater, boasting a capacity far exceeding that of the lunchbox. This would facilitate the process of boiling seawater into salt considerably. It must be said that the wisdom of the many is indeed a truth. Thus, Li Rui and He Ju remained on the beach to boil salt. I, wielding a fire axe, and Huang Ting, each brandishing a long torch, proceeded towards the northern expanse. Along the way, Huang Ting remarked that the adjacent woods appeared ominous. And feeling somewhat fearful, I secured the fire axe behind me and extended my hand to take hers gently. We walked and conversed, sharing my experiences candidly, barring a few classified missions that strictly forbade any disclosure. She, too, was eager to share her past with me. Huang Ting had always excelled academically and enjoyed a comfortable upbringing. As the sole girl in her generation, she was the center of attention and affection within her family. Whenever she desired pocket money, her parents would readily oblige. Any gifts she wished for were promptly granted without refusal. With favorable living conditions, excellent academic performance, and striking beauty, she was universally acknowledged as the belle of her school throughout her early education. During high school, she experienced the stirrings of young love, developing a mutual affection for a particularly handsome boy. He was attentive and caring, embodying the hero that young hearts often idolize. However, after falling into conflicts, he was ultimately persuaded to leave school. Subsequently, he mingled with unsavory characters and frequently engaged in brawls, leading to increasing financial burdens. Huang Ting, enamored, often deceived her family to procure money for him. Eventually, he accumulated substantial gambling debts, and a creditor, fixated on Huang Ting, began to pursue her. At that time, she had already undergone an abortion for this boy. Desiring to remain with him, Huang Ting pilfered a bank card from her home, containing a significant sum that her father had borrowed for a business venture with friends. She stole on the very day the funds were deposited. The boy emptied the card of its entirety, yet the debts remained unpaid. That night, after dining on food he had brought from takeout, Huang Ting fell into a drowsy slumber. Upon awakening, she found not her beloved handsome boy beside her, but rather a repugnant creditor in his 50s, bald and with blackened teeth. Huang Ting contemplated reporting the incident, yet the thought of her entire school discovering her plight, coupled with the anticipated ridicule and disdain from her peers, rendered the 18-year-old girl too fearful to confront such a reality. Thus, she returned home, her weary body dragging as if her spirit had been lost. She had hoped to find solace in her mother's embrace, to weep and receive comfort from her parents. However, upon her father's first sight of her, he immediately inquired, "Did you take the bank card?" She nodded in acknowledgement. He pressed further, "What about the money within?" She replied, "It has all been spent." In an unprecedented act, her father struck her, a man who had cherished her like a precious gem for 18 years. This was the first time he had ever laid a hand on her, and it occurred at her most vulnerable moment when she desperately needed the support of her family. Later, she learned that to repay the debt on that card, her parents had sold their home and everything they owned, even exhausting the goodwill of relatives and friends, who now avoided her father. Overwhelmed by guilt, she seldom returned home during her university years. Many suitors pursued her at school, yet she found it impossible to trust again. It wasn't until the second semester of her sophomore year that the cousin of a close friend caught her attention. This man was remarkably understanding, always considering her perspective and showing her utmost care, even proactively purchasing her preferred brand of sanitary products. Once more, she fell under his spell, believing he was her ideal partner, and she dutifully submitted to him. That was until he secured her a summer job, which she soon discovered was at a nightclub as a hostess. Furthermore, he began to use her photographs as a means of blackmail. It was during this tumultuous time that a roommate introduced her to Li Meigua. Unlike her previous suitor, Li Meigua approached her without pretense. He proposed a straightforward transaction. Remarkably, his extensive connections swiftly resolved her issues regarding the photographs and the dubious job. Yet, the price she had to pay was herself. Li Meigua harbored many unsavory habits, some of which could be deemed perverse. He would openly pursue other women in her presence, often demanding her participation in morally reprehensible acts. She found herself powerless to resist, relegated to a mere plaything, a cherished object that had lost its luster over time. Her hatred for men deepened. Any kindness shown towards her was perceived as merely a ploy to manipulate her, thus fueling her disdain. After graduation, Huang Ting joined Li Meiguo's Nanhuang group, exploiting every man who had ever shown interest in her. Some were left in crippling debt, while others, even those married, faced the disintegration of their families due to her machinations. Yet, Huang Ting felt no remorse. On the contrary, she viewed these men as deserving of their fates. Moreover, this allowed her to send more money to her parents, attempting to atone for the guilt she felt towards her father and mother. Chen Jie, she paused, her tear-filled eyes glimmering as they met mine. You are the sole individual who has not harbored ulterior motives towards me due to my beauty. I am aware that you have likely already been involved with Xiao Yan and perhaps even Zhang Qin. In recent days, Li Rui has been instilling in both me and he Ju the notion that a patrilineal clan is more suited to primitive development, while Ouyang Danxing and Xiao Yan inadvertently sing your praises. As she unfastened her clothing, she earnestly inquired, Chen Jie, can you truly regard me as family? I responded, emphasizing that I sought her genuine acceptance as part of my life, not merely for my physical form to be exploited or mistreated. I quickly grasped her delicate hand to halt her, asserting, relationships necessitate mutual effort and investment from both parties. Henceforth, you may endeavor to accept me, provided that your affection for me is sincere, stemming from a place of genuine goodwill rather than manipulation or betrayal. I shall wholeheartedly reciprocate, valuing you above my own self. In extreme circumstances, if I were compelled to choose, I would willingly sacrifice my own life for the survival of my beloved. With her arms encircling my neck, she proclaimed, All right, Chen Jie, I shall take one more gamble, wagering my entire being, my emotions and life, on the belief that you will genuinely cherish me. If I win, I shall rejoice. If I lose, I shall perish. With that, she initiated a kiss, and after an extended embrace, I gently halted her further advances. Confused, she gazed at me as I caressed the hair at the nape of her neck, stating earnestly, as a robust and ordinary man, I must confess that your request excites me immensely. However, I wish to convey that I am unlike other men. I will truly devote my life and soul to your well-being. Once you grasp this truth, your willingness to embrace it will inspire my utmost dedication. Huang Ting's passionate kiss seemed as if it would endure until the end of time. After a considerable moment, she expressed, I will not vie for your affections against Rui or Danxing, nor will I harbor resentment towards the other women in your life. In fact, Li Rui's perspective is quite astute. Therefore, as long as you can treat me with the sincerity you just articulated whenever I am before you, free from fickleness, that will be the greatest victory in my wager, and I shall love you with my very existence. Chapter 23, Evacuation, Part 2, Observing the delicate and tender Huang Ting as she diligently collected firewood, I, as a gentleman, felt compelled to offer my assistance. We ventured northwards until we reached the beach's end, where a ridge jutted into the sea, marking the conclusion of the arched stone cliffs that bordered this expanse. Huang Ting and I gathered a considerable amount of firewood. However, her hands, unaccustomed to labor, soon bore several blisters, 2 of which had even broken open. With a tender heart, I bandaged her wounds and inquired if she was in pain. She resolutely replied, Yes, it hurts, but I am joyfully in pain. Her face radiated with a smile. I wielded a fire axe to chop numerous fresh, damp branches and leaves, and I also uprooted a significant quantity of moist grass, piling it atop the firewood. Glancing at the time, I noted it was still early in the night, not yet 11 o'clock. Thus, Huang Ting and I returned to the creek's mouth to reunite with Rui and He Ju, who were engaged in the process of boiling seawater for salt. Following our heartfelt confessions to one another, Huang Ting seemed to transform entirely. She became nurturing and accommodating towards He Ju, eagerly volunteering for tasks, and her demeanor towards Rui became markedly more familiar, even exhibiting a respectful inclination by addressing her as sister. Rui, observing Huang Ting's hands adorned with blisters and her sudden shift in attitude, offered me a thumbs up when the 2 of them went to fetch seawater, exclaiming, Husband, you're remarkable. You want another one over. I recall the line from Stephen Chow's The Eagle Shooting Heroes, teasingly responding, "Ah, just earning a meal, that's all." Leaving the three women on the beach to continue their salt-making, I took up a torch and ventured towards the grassy and wooded areas where they had set traps. I scoured all the snares and traps, but perhaps due to their encounters with humans, the animals had grown wise. I managed to catch 2 goats, but no rabbits or other creatures. Since we would soon be relocating and needed to ascend the smooth cliff face, the existing food supply was an overwhelming burden, prompting me to untie one of the goats and set it free. The other goat, however, I bound by its 4 hooves, simultaneously collecting all the snares. Carrying the goat back to the seaside, I found that they had already produced a substantial amount of sea salt. 3 bamboo tubes, each over a foot tall and as thick as a thigh, stood ready. The first was already filled, and the second was nearly half full. Rui instructed me to rest and conserve my strength, as I would need to climb the cliff unassisted soon. Under Rui's careful management, the 3 women took turns tending the fire for salt production while I allowed myself a brief respite. However, not long after, Huang Ting, due to her hand injuries, was compelled by Rui to lie beside me. At that moment, Huang Ting was profoundly touched, and Rui's actions made her truly feel the warmth of family. She sensibly nestled into my embrace, and despite her beauty that could rival the allure of a nation, I succumbed to a deep slumber. Once again, I found myself in that dream. I stood atop a modest peak, facing a multitude of armed individuals below, clamoring and shouting at me. I extended my palm, facing downward, and gradually pressed down. Instantly, a vast imprint appeared on the ground below, the earth cracking within it, and countless structures crumbled into ruins. Countless individuals lay either mangled or disintegrated into crimson mist. I seemed to possess the awareness that I was ensnared in a dream, anticipating the imminent appearance of a benevolent man, youthful and kind-hearted. However, this dream unfolded with additional layers. As the scene shifted, I found myself standing upon an island, surrounded by a multitude of lifeless bodies. Some were clad in tattered rags, their skeletal frames exposed, while others donned fashionable attire, their bellies round and full. At this moment, I felt as though I was no longer the figure atop the mountain from the previous dream, nor was I the person I had been before entering this dreamscape. Beside me stood a man and 2 women. The man was slender, one woman appeared to be in her 30s, and the other in her early 20s. My emotions were turbulent. I gripped an iron flute in my hand, and with a swift motion, I drew a sword from within it, pointing it skyward as I shouted, "Heavenly Fiend, if the heavens show no mercy, treating human life as mere straw and all beings as nothing but livestock, then I shall cleave through this sky." With those words, I swung the flute sword toward the empty heavens, whereupon the air itself seemed to warp and twist, revealing a fissure. Peering into the crack, I discerned an island within, its shape and peaks unmistakably resembling the desolate isle on which we currently stood. I turned to the man and 2 women, addressing them. "Tong Wei, Sister He, I am grateful for your unwavering support. Sister Fu Shui, please convey to Fu Ping that in this lifetime, I recognize her as my wife, and once I ascend, I shall surely return to retrieve her." Having spoken, I leaped into the rift. The dream morphed once more, and I found myself lying on a sandy beach, cradling Huang Ting in my arms. The once benevolent man, no longer gazing at me with kindness, approached and vigorously shook me, urgently exclaiming, "Chen Jie, awaken. You must hurry or you will not escape. Wake up quickly." Startled, I sat upright, my sudden movement rousing Huang Ting as well. I glanced around, searching for the kind young man, but he was nowhere to be found. Concerned, Huang Ting asked, "Brother Chen, what is wrong? Did you have a troubling dream?" I checked the time. It was just past 1 in the morning. Was it merely a dream? Yet the final scene felt strikingly real, devoid of any dreamlike quality. An unsettling premonition began to take root within me, growing ever stronger. I turned to Huang Ting and remarked, "Something feels amiss. I sense trouble looming." With that, I sprang to my feet, rushing to the fire pit to gather several remaining pieces of firewood, while urgently instructing the bewilderedly Rui and He-Ju, "No more boiling. Discard the unprocessed salt. Quickly take the harvested salt and other supplies and flee." The 2 women, who had previously appeared perplexed, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation upon hearing my words. They hastily began to gather their belongings. Once you return, do not linger for a moment. Summon Dan Xing and Xiao Yin. Take everything you can carry and head to the climbing spot by the stone wall. Retrieve the climbing ropes and await my arrival. Hurry. If something is too heavy, discard it. Do not dawdle. 3 women swiftly hoisted the 2 barrels of sea salt, along with the aluminum lunchbox, discarding the remaining portions of the bamboo tubes used for boiling the salt. They hurriedly seized a torch and dashed into the woods, heading towards the cave. Meanwhile, I secured the fire axe at my waist, grasped the struggling goat with one hand, and clutched the burning firewood in the other, making my way towards the northern end of the beach where Huang Ting and I had prepared a pile of firewood. Typically, this journey would require 1 or 2 hours, but despite the weight I carried, I arrived in less than half an hour. In a flurry, I thrust several torches into the base of the woodpile and ignited it. Initially, I had intended to use damp wood and wet grass to create a significant smoke signal at dawn to attract the island soldiers, thereby affording us ample time for our escape. However, circumstances left no room for such considerations, and I decided to light it even in the dark, relying on fortune to attract those soldiers. With a swift stroke, I severed the goat's neck, dragging the still struggling animal through the woods, leaving a trail of blood in my wake. Finally, not far from the crocodile swamp, I chopped off a few legs of the now lifeless goat, tossing 2 of them into the swamp, which immediately bubbled as if boiling. I noticed crocodiles approaching my direction, prompting me to turn and run back towards the beach, discarding the remaining goat legs and the body into the grass along the path. Instead of returning to the beach, I sought a path leading south, running for a distance until I estimated I was near the vertical line for climbing the rock face. I then changed course to follow a path that led towards a cliff. Upon reaching the base of the rock wall, I found several women waiting there. Xiao Yin was carrying a rope, and upon seeing my arrival, she appeared ready to lead the ascent. The sight of me calmed the others considerably. Hiju inquired, "Brother Chun, what were you doing setting a fire over there?" I stood on a slightly elevated spot, gazing towards the left front where flickering flames were indeed visible, though they seemed distant and faint despite the large blaze. Li Rui gave me a thumbs up, expressing her approval as she advised, "Once you ascend, find a place to secure the rope and lower it down without shouting. After we are secured, we will tug on the rope twice, and you will simply pull yourself up." She then explained a few details to Hiju. I took the rope from Xiao Yin, slinging it over my shoulder, and hoisted half of a deer carcass onto my back. The deer, when alive, weighed around 100 pounds, but now as merely half-smoked meat. It likely weighed no more than 20, insignificant to me. Using both hands and feet, I navigated the rock face, recalling my previous experiences of climbing up and down. As I ascended to about 1/3 of the way up, I heard a faint gunshot in the distance. Time was of the essence, and I quickened my pace. Upon reaching the top of the cliff, the slope gradually eased into a loose, sandy area. I discovered a peculiar stone protruding from the ground, and, after a few kicks, I found it to be quite secure. Consequently, I tied one end of the rope to it and let the other end drop down. Ideally, had the rope been sufficiently long, I could have climbed to the edge of the coniferous forest and pulled them up in a single, successful effort. However, I was now torn between my concern that the rope might not be long enough and the urgency to get them away from the cliffside, even if it meant merely moving them halfway to safety. I lifted the rope by a foot, and shortly after, I felt 2 tugs from below. Instantly, I braced my feet against the protruding stone and pulled the rope upward with all my strength. Before long, Hiju appeared before me, shouldering a large backpack. I must say, her pulling the rope up from below, combined with my own efforts from above, created an astonishing speed. I advised Hiju that the quicksand beneath her feet was the most perilous, cautioning her not to slip. Even crawling slowly on her stomach was preferable to the risk of falling. While speaking, I tossed down the end of the rope that I had previously unfastened from her. At that moment, the distant sound of gunfire erupted from the direction of the crocodile swamp, and the horizon began to brighten with the first light of dawn. Chapter 24. The unending grudge of national and familial hatred in the distance. The horizon began to glow with the light of dawn. Soon, the rope signaled another pull, and this time it was Ouyang Danxing who ascended. She immediately expressed her apologies, explaining that Rui was reluctant to let her carry anything heavy due to her still healing injuries. Yet, I noticed she was still laden with half a goat and a rabbit. The third to emerge was Huang Ting, adorned with various bamboo tubes and an aluminum lunchbox, along with an entire goat's carcass, which collectively weighed several dozen pounds. As I assisted her in untying the rope around her waist, I scolded her. "Have you lost your mind? Climbing a cliff with such a heavy load? We could devise a plan if we lose our belongings, but what if something happens to you?" Instead of retorting, she merely smiled at me. I threw the rope down once more. The gunfire from the Crocodile Marsh had ceased when Ouyang Danqing reached the top, and now he Ju was not far from the edge of the coniferous forest. I recalled that the drop from the cliff to the ground below was less than 200 meters, with the slope not exceeding 300. The rifle's range could reach up to 2,400 meters, and there were instances of sniping at 500 to 600 meters during World War II. After reaching the top, I instructed He Ju and Danqing to hide behind the trees and not to expose themselves. I worried she might not take it seriously, so I emphasized, for heaven's sake, do not stick your head out. The fourth to ascend was Li Rui, bearing the other half of the deer's meat. I tenderly caressed her cheek as I helped her untie the rope. From the direction of the small waterfall, shouts in the local dialect echoed, filled with anger. My hands moved with remarkable speed. As I untied the knot, I tossed a loop of rope down. Almost simultaneously, I received a pull signal from the rope. I swiftly pulled the rope upwards, taking merely half the time the other women had required. Xiao Yin, adorned with 2 bamboo tubes filled with salt, was now before me. Suddenly, gunfire erupted, and a spark ignited on the rocky wall nearby, sending debris flying. After receiving the rope, Xiao Yin climbed without a moment to secure it around her waist. "Do not let go," I shouted at Xiao Yin, hastening my movements. In the blink of an eye, we were almost within reach, but just as we were a meter apart, a second gunshot rang out. Bang! The peculiar stone beneath my feet was shattered, and fragments struck both Xiao Yin and me. "Do not let go," I shouted again, and together we exerted our strength, pulling her into my embrace. Then, I stepped onto the remaining fragment of the stone and fell to the ground. "Xiao Yin, are you all right?" I anxiously checked her for injuries. Fortunately, apart from some abrasions on her leg and a slight scrape on her left cheek, she appeared relatively unharmed. Observing my concern, in that life-threatening moment, she suddenly kissed me, declaring, "Chen Jie, you are 1,000 times better than that emasculated Yang Shuai. Even if I were to die now, it would be worth it. What utter foolishness." I delivered a swift slap to her behind and urged her to ascend quickly, reminding her to hide behind the tree once she reached the top. Under no circumstances should she expose herself. As the slope above became more gradual, we lay down, having already moved out of the direct line of fire from the rocky precipice. I hastily coiled the rope and crawled after Xiao Yin, who was just ahead. A few meters further, Li Rui, dragging half a deer hide, was also struggling to climb. Xiao Yin and I caught up with Rui, while behind us, the soldiers from the island nation were multiplying at the edge of the cliff. Some had begun to retreat, firing at us now that they had a clear line of sight. We resembled a slowly moving target, and my anxiety grew, prompting me to urge them to hasten their pace. We had crawled approximately halfway to the coniferous forest when He Ju called out to me, "Brother Chun, toss me the rope." Grasping one end of the rope, I exerted all my strength to throw it toward her. The rope landed about 10 meters from her, fully extended. "Don't come out, hide," I shouted at He Ju, but she paid no heed. As I continued to climb, I noticed her whisper something to Ouyang Danqing before she attempted to leap down to grab the rope. However, Ouyang Danqing seized her and leapt out of the trees, precariously balancing on her feet as she cautiously approached the rope. In that moment, the seated Ouyang Danqing became the most conspicuous target, and pew. Just as I was about to call her back, a bullet struck her. A bloom of crimson erupted from her abdomen. In that instant, my world seemed to halt for a second, as if I had returned to that dream where Tiniu, grinning widely, was pouring liquor into his mouth while calling out Ajai. I am Tiniu. He, drink Ouyang Danqing, grasped the end of the rope and struggled to take 3 steps upward before collapsing to the ground, her hand reaching out toward He Ju even as she lay there. "Don't come down, retreat." I shouted at both Ouyang and Hiju, urging them to climb faster. Huang Ting glanced back at me and was the first to ascend toward Danqing. Holding the rope's end, she crawled forward again, passing it to Hiju and saying something to her. Then, maintaining her precarious position, she moved closer to Ouyang Danqing. Navigating the sandy, stony beach was exceedingly perilous. A slip could send her tumbling to the bottom of the cliff. Hiju swiftly took hold of the rope's end, wrapping it around the nearest tree, which was as thick as her arm, and tied the simplest of knots. I then noticed she was about to descend again. I told you to hide. Don't come down, I shouted hoarsely, attempting to halt her actions while leveraging the rope to climb quickly. Behind me, Xiaoyan and Rui had also grasped the rope's end. The three of us, utilizing the rope's strength, ascended rapidly. In the chaos, I noticed the knot around the tree was becoming increasingly loose. Just as I was about to let go, Hiju firmly gripped the shorter end of the knot. I could no longer afford to be sentimental. Clinging to the rope, I soon reached Huang Ting and Danqing. At this moment, Huang Ting exerted all her strength to stabilize Ouyang Danqing's body, preventing her from sliding down, while bearing the weight of several dozen pounds. The gunfire grew increasingly intense. Together with Rui, Xiaoyan, and Huang Ting, we finally managed to lift Danqing into the woods. Taking refuge behind several large trees, I cradled Danqing, whose body was soaked in blood, while Hiju returned to our side. Danqing had been shot in the abdomen, and a gaping wound larger than a wine glass appeared on her back. I wrapped my left arm around her waist, holding her tightly and desperately trying to apply pressure to her wound. She extended her bloodied little hand to caress my face, saying, "Brother Chen, you all should leave quickly. Don't waste time on me." "Danqing, don't say such foolish things," I exclaimed. "Sister Danqing, we will never abandon you. Aren't you fond of Brother Chen? He is holding you right now," Rui said, gently guiding my right hand to her face. Danqing, Brother Chen cares for you deeply." As I reminisced about the moments we shared, I found myself momentarily at a loss for words. "Brother Chen, may I rest my head on your wrist?" she murmured. "Brother Chen, are you all right? Did you have a nightmare? Or is your wound causing you too much pain? You and Sister Rui must return alive. Danqing is waiting for you." As I recalled fragment after fragment, I could not help but break into tears. Yes, Brother Chen's greatest affection is for Danqing. While I was on the mountain, I thought daily about returning and about Danqing. I cradled her face, trembling lips kissing her forehead, tears dampening her bangs. "Brother Chen, could you, please?" Her breath grew weaker. "Kiss me again." This seemed to be the last of her strength. I lowered my head and pressed my lips against hers. "Brother Chen, don't waste time on me." Her voice faltered, ceasing abruptly. The gunfire diminished, and the shouts of soldiers from the enemy echoed from below the cliff. Yet, my mind was consumed by thoughts of Ouyang Danqing. "Sir, may I offer you a beverage, water, or red wine?" "Brother Chen, once Danqing's wounds heal, I want to be up there." I witnessed comrades fall before my eyes, my fellow soldiers perish in front of me, and now my beloved was slipping away. Why could I not protect those closest to me? No. From this moment onward, I vowed to safeguard those around me, allowing no one else to perish. "Brother Chen." Huang Ting tightened her embrace around my neck, squeezing my hand firmly. I recognized her gesture as a kind reminder. The enemy below shouted, threatening to climb up. I calmly declared as I laid Danqing down, "These beasts have been tormenting our ancestors for a century. 100 years later, their malevolence lingers. The agony of losing a wife, the enmity of my nation, and the vendetta of my family shall not rest until justice is served." With that, I began to search the ground amidst the surrounding woods. Rui wiped her tears and joined me in the search for stones. Huang Ting set down her burdens, rolled up her sleeves, and joined in. Soon, Xiaoyan and Hiju also participated. Several women accompanied me in gathering stones from the vicinity. We gathered stones at the edge of the woods, some as small as a bowl, others as large as a basin. I addressed a few women, asking, "Have you given it careful thought? We may very well perish here." Before I could finish, Rui interrupted, "Enough, Chen Jie. Wherever you go, I shall follow." "Indeed," Huang Ting chimed in, "since I declared last night that I would stake my life on you. Let us face life and death together." He Ju and Xiaoyan joined us, affirming, "Where else could we go? Chen Jie, wherever you are, there lies our home." "All right, listen to me," I continued. "Our current objective is to deter the enemy from advancing. We must not allow them to ascend for the time being. If we can secure sufficient time to ascend the mountain safely, we will have achieved our goal." I explained. In truth, my aim was not merely to avenge Ouyang Danqing, but to ensure the survival of the others first. Once everyone was safe, I would contemplate revenge in my own way. "But Brother Chen, aren't we supposed to avenge Sister Danqing?" He Ju inquired. "No," Rui answered on my behalf. "We must use stones to intimidate those invaders. Avenging Danqing is impossible right now. Brother Chen's immediate priority is to scare them off, so they hesitate to come up. If we flee now and the enemy catches up, our fate would be sealed. Once he secures our safety, this man will resolve the matter in his own manner." As Rui spoke, her emotions surged as she turned to He Ju and Huang Ting, saying, "If you are fond of this man, seize the opportunity. Otherwise, when he is gone, you won't even have the right to be a widow." Tears welled up in her eyes. Huang Ting looked at me, seeking the truth in Rui's words. After a brief pause, she boldly declared, "A man should seek vengeance for his woman. If you lack such intentions, then I have indeed chosen the wrong partner." She grasped my collar and pressed her lips to mine, adding, "If we survive today, tonight you shall be mine." Then she turned to Rui, saying, "You must also seize your chance. I would rather not end up as the elder sister." I was not in the mood to engage in their discourse. Fully aware that their sentiments were far from jest, they were merely harboring a tumult of emotions. He Ju approached me, stating, "Brother Chen, I have 2 requests." "Speak," I replied. He Ju was the youngest among the women, and perhaps I had not given her much attention until now. Yet her words made me realize I may have underestimated her. "My first request is that when you seek vengeance for Sister Danqing, you must include me, for she died in my stead today. I had intended to descend to grab the rope." Her second request was resolute. "Brother Chen, before we depart, I must sleep with you. I wish to be your woman and a true member of this family." As she voiced this, her determination was undeniable. She even emulated Huang Ting, pulling me in for a kiss. Chapter 25. The Deceased Wife. Ouyang Danqing between us and the soldiers from the island nation. A gentle slope met the stone cliff, creating a boundary that rendered both parties invisible to one another. After the earlier shouts, the soldiers had fallen silent. However, I understood that this silence likely indicated their proximity. The section of the cliff suitable for climbing was merely the small stretch we had recently ascended. As soon as the first enemy exposed himself, it would confirm their intent to scale the cliff. I addressed the women, instructing them, "When you throw stones, do not expect to hit your target directly. That is simply unattainable. Instead, let the stones roll down and be mindful to seek refuge behind the trees, avoiding prolonged exposure." As time passed, the first soldier from the island nation peeked over the edge of the gentle slope. To my astonishment, he indeed ascended, lifting a stone the size of a bowl and hurling it forcefully down the incline. The stone was heavy, falling to the ground after traveling a little over 20 meters, then tumbling down along with loose sand. The stony beach at the top of the slope was steep and combined with the loose sand above. It was inherently difficult for anyone to maintain their footing. Before my stone had touched the ground for 3 seconds, 3 or 4 stones thrown by the women also landed, a flurry of projectiles cascading downward. The exposed soldier, realizing he was on the verge of demise, struggled to cling to the cliff face, one hand grasping his rifle as he aimed it at us. My heart raced. If he fired before being struck by the stones, the distance of 100 to 200 meters would be within the optimal range for his rifle. Yet amidst my tension, an arrow struck the soldier in the face. Upon closer inspection, the arrow did not directly hit him. Rather, it landed on the stone edge in front of his head and ricocheted into his face. In an instant, the soldier and his rifle vanished over the steep edge. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted, followed by the sound of stones rolling down the slope, accompanied by faint screams from below. I turned to see Zhangqin had approached us at some point, still wielding her large bamboo bow, with a quiver of 10 arrows slung over her shoulder. Arrows had become a precious resource. Each shot aimed at the cliff diminished our supply, and the previous shot had been made in haste. She slung the bow over her shoulder and joined us in hurling stones. After 2 rounds, I called for a halt. Listening intently, I discerned sounds from below, indicating that the soldiers from the island nation were likely unable to retreat any further. The gunfire from the crocodile swamp, coupled with our barrage of stones, had likely resulted in casualties among them. As this enmity had now been established, if they possessed mortars, they might bombard us should we attempt to ascend again. If they lacked such weaponry, they would likely seek alternative advantageous terrain to scale or return at a different time. I turned to Zhang Qin, who had evidently noticed Dan Xing lying on the ground. She bit her lip and approached, wrapping her arms around my neck. Brother Chen, I understand your heart is heavy, but each of us loves you just as deeply as Dan Xing. You are our man, and it is your duty to care for us all. In truth, Zhang Qin's arrival had been a tremendous help, and I had no time for melancholy. I recognized this rare opportunity for evacuation and said to her, "You take them to the stone chamber first, but remember, when you're nearly there, circle around those 2 small hills before heading to the stone chamber. I will catch up with you in half an hour. Do not worry, I will be fine. Go." Xiao Yin and He Zhu looked at me with concern, but Li Rui reassured them, "Do not fret. Chen Jie will not abandon us at this moment. Everyone, evacuate quickly and take whatever you can." The women, obedient to her words, sprang into action. Rui then came over and embraced me. "Darling, you must return alive." Turning to Huang Ting, she declared, "No matter who comes first or last, I will always be the elder sister." With that, she moved forward, shouldering half of the deer meat and grasping the 2 bamboo tubes tied with a rope. Meanwhile, Huang Ting had already approached the lifeless form of Ouyang Danxing. "Let me carry her for a while," I suggested. Weighing over 90 pounds, Ouyang Danxing had lost her life. It was a formidable task for any woman to bear her to the mountain. Yet Huang Ting smiled gently. "You are my man, and therefore, any responsibility you bear, I shall shoulder alongside you." Calling upon He Zhu for assistance, she lifted Ouyang Danxing's body. "Hurry and catch up with me, or I will become too heavy to carry." With that, she and the others began their ascent up the mountain. In less than 2 minutes, the women vanished from my sight, having taken nearly all the burdens, leaving behind only a fire axe, climbing rope, and the bao Zhang Qin had left for me. I thought of the delicately Rui, carrying deer meat and salt, and the refined Huang Ting, now bearing Danxing. Realizing each woman was shouldering such weight filled me with urgency, compelling me to follow closely. Every 8 to 10 minutes, I hurled stones in the direction of a suitable climbing path, quickly tossing 3 to 4 at a time to create a pile. However, suitable stones were becoming increasingly scarce. After 3 rounds of throwing, there was still no response from below the cliff, so I turned back to pursue the ascent. Nearly half an hour had passed as I sprinted up the mountain, and when I reached about halfway to where Zhang Qin and I had camped, I caught up with him. At this point, it was Li Rui who was carrying Ouyang Danxing, while Huang Ting, drenched in sweat, was struggling with over 30 pounds of deer meat. It was remarkable how these previously delicate women now displayed extraordinary resilience and unity. Li Rui was also not at ease. I could see she was soaked with perspiration. I forcefully took Ouyang Danxing from her, aware that we could not afford to linger, fearing the island soldiers might pursue us. Though we navigated through a path made by animals, leaving traces was inevitable. Thus, we did not return directly to the stone chamber. Instead, we ascended the mountain along a route approximately 1 kilometer to the left of the stone chamber. After surpassing the height of the stone chamber, we began to descend diagonally to the right, erasing our traces as we made our way to the grassy meadow where Zhang Qin and I had previously camped. Upon our arrival at the meadow, it was already noon. We gently laid down Ouyang Danxing, and the women tended to her appearance. Meanwhile, I commenced digging a pit with a fire axe at the rear of the lawn, near the slope. I must admit that my strength has significantly improved now that my injuries have healed, especially compared to before. Carrying Ouyang Danxing through the forest, I had trekked uphill for about 3 hours. With the fire axe, within just over an hour, I had excavated a pit approximately 8 meters long and 80 centimeters wide. Unfortunately, the bottom of the pit was composed of hard rock, resulting in uneven depths. The side near the slope was only about 90 centimeters deep, while the outer side exceeded 1 meter. The women had already adorned Ouyang Danqing beautifully, cleansing her face and styling her hair, as she still wore her blood-stained flight attendant uniform. Li Rui and Xiao Yan had removed their outer layers, while Huang Ting had taken off her trousers to dress her in a clean and elegant manner. The three women donned my spare clothing that I had previously packed in my suitcase, although I had discarded the suitcase to ease our burden. The clothes had been neatly wrapped and carried with us. Perhaps Ouyang Danqing passed away in my embrace, for her face bore little trace of suffering, instead reflecting a serene and blissful smile. At the moment the earth covered her visage, despite their efforts to suppress their grief, the women could not hold back their tears. Iju wept the most, perhaps burdened by a sense of guilt. More than once, she had expressed that had she pushed Ouyang Danqing away and jumped down herself, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Yet, that remains a hypothetical scenario. Who can truly know? The other women comforted her, and I too urged her to release her self-blame, for no matter the choices made, no one could predict the subsequent outcomes. I found a straight tree trunk with a diameter of over a foot, cutting off a section more than a meter long, and flattened both ends before placing it beside Danqing's grave, stating, "This gravestone shall rest here for now. Brother Chen has pressing matters to attend to, and I must ensure your sisters survive. When time permits, I will return to inscribe in memory of my beloved wife, Ouyang Danqing, upon it." We escorted the women into the stone chamber, and in multiple trips, we passed the necessary supplies to them. Finally, I too entered the stone chamber. Zhang Qin must have been tirelessly engaged throughout the day, as the chamber was now piled high with firewood, enough to last us for at least half a month. It is difficult to fathom how such a delicate woman managed to transport so much firewood inside. How much effort must she exert to transport all that firewood through the narrow opening of the diminutive cave, standing over 2 meters high? Observing the stone table in the center, piled high with a veritable mountain of pine cones, I reached for Zhang Qin's hand. She attempted to withdraw, but I pried her fingers apart, revealing hands marred by blisters and blood, rivaling those of Huang Ting from the previous night. Several women set down various supplies, marveling at the extraordinary craftsmanship that had gone into constructing the hot spring. We roasted some leopard meat and partook in a modest meal. I began to prepare my tools, an axe, fine twine, and I included the mountaineering rope within my planned resources, along with that large eraser, which was now due for its final service to the children of Huaxia. I was acutely aware that the invaders would soon ascend the mountain in search of us. After all, what use is a beautiful rope if one's life is lost? I informed the women that the islanders would likely be scouring the mountains for us soon, and I intended to fashion some traps in the lower coniferous forest. Although the women expressed concern for my safety, they understood that this was no time for sentimentality. Before I departed, I instructed Li Rui, "If I have not returned by nightfall, do not allow anyone to search for me. Should I remain absent for more than 3 days, you must seek a suitable location to relocate to in the second crescent-shaped clearing to the north." Li Rui, however, replied calmly and resolutely, "Regardless of whether you return, we shall wait for you. Even if it takes a lifetime, we will not move." In truth, I was merely preparing for the worst. Yet all the women exhibited the same unwavering determination as Rui. I believe this bond forged in the crucible of life and death would surely keep our resolve steadfast. Little did I expect that upon returning to the mundane world, this resilient bond would ultimately succumb to the insidious power of money and the pressures of familial and societal expectations. Chapter 26. King of the Mountains. Though I was once a reconnaissance soldier, my experience diverged significantly from that of an ordinary scout. Having undertaken numerous top-secret missions, my training was not only rigorous but could be deemed extreme. The term extreme is aptly chosen, for I have undergone various forms of training designed to prevail over adversaries under the most challenging conditions. I recall a particular trap specifically crafted to ensnare enemy reconnaissance units. This trap was tailored to counteract enemy scouting teams, whether they operated in 3s or 5s, and was meticulously designed based on their movements across diverse terrains. The triggering mechanism was positioned strategically. When the foremost individual activated it, the trap would simultaneously target the 2 to 4 individuals behind, exploiting advantageous hiding spots to launch an attack. The lethality of the trap depended on the material selected for its construction. As I descended, I gathered all manner of materials suitable for crafting bows and arrows from the surrounding woodlands, while also felling thicker, more elastic tree trunks for additional traps of considerable lethality. Concerned that my cordage might prove insufficient, I eschewed thin ropes for the bowstrings, opting instead to cut rubber into narrow strips to fashion the bowstrings. These bowstrings, intended for ambush traps, did not necessitate durability. Rather, their single-use propulsion power sufficed. Thus, once the bows were completed, I could leave them along animal pathways without the need to carry them all. Having descended to a point approximately 200 to 300 meters from the edge of the coniferous forest, I estimated that I had fashioned no fewer than 50 bows, each accompanied by a rudimentary arrow shaft. To create these shafts, I split straight-grained tree trunks into several long strips, shaping them into tapered forms, one end sharpened into a point for the arrowhead and the other left blunt for the tail. Such arrows, designed for one-time use, required no smoothing of their edges. Given the current quantity of bows and arrows, coupled with the construction of pits and spikes for additional traps, I was confident that this would be sufficient to ensnare my adversaries. Though the design of these traps was intricate, their assembly was remarkably straightforward. I skillfully divided a thin cord, slightly thicker than a construction line, into 3 strands. This light brown cord, now further reduced in thickness, blended seamlessly into the forest floor. At each bend of the animal pathways and at junctions, I excavated small pits approximately 30 centimeters deep with a fire axe, dispersing the excavated soil into the adjacent underbrush and grass. The surface of each pit was rigged with a thin branch and cord to serve as the triggering mechanism for the bow and arrow traps. Upon pulling back the bowstring, I secured it with a branch, ensuring it was not overly firm. The central section of the bow was bound to a tree trunk, preserving its elasticity. Each trap was prepared with 4 bows, all aimed toward positions behind the junctions that would provide cover and concealment for comrades. Whether it is the 3-3 or 5-5 formation of the reconnaissance squad, during the process of mutual cover and alternating advancement, these positions serve as resting places for all but the leader. Beside each pitfall, a powerful bow is strategically positioned, aimed directly at the legs of those unfortunate enough to step into the trap. Starting from the edge of the coniferous forest, at a distance of 200 to 300 meters, I laid out a series of such traps at every turn or fork in the path, approximately every 100 meters. Such locations are undoubtedly where the enemy's reconnaissance team would pause to observe. Envisioning the enemy's anguished cries as they fell into the traps spurred me to hasten my efforts. As I progressed, my proficiency in setting traps increased and my speed quickened. Upon reaching the 6th set, I ceased advancing upward and began to spread outwards. In the T-shaped area, after completing 10 sets of traps, I resorted to binding rubber directly to tree trunks, crafting a few additional sets due to a lack of materials for bow construction. I discovered this method was swifter, although it presented challenges in adjusting the height of the aiming position. Nonetheless, it sufficed for the traps. I also fashioned 3 or 4 rudimentary spike traps by felling tree trunks of a calf's thickness, interweaving them and binding spikes at each intersection. Elevated by ropes, I pulled them sideways. This type of trap is immensely potent. Should an enemy become impaled, even if they do not perish, they would sustain grievous injuries. However, its obvious drawback lies in its sluggish activation. Once triggered, the movement of the spikes relies on their weight and inertia. The dramatic portrayals in films often embellish this aspect. In reality, individuals with quicker reflexes can easily evade the spikes, as adequate distance is required to generate sufficient force to penetrate the body. While I was initially setting up the bow traps, I concurrently devised another kind of trap, one that is both powerful and swift. Whenever I encountered a sturdy, elastic tree trunk of arm's thickness along the way, I would fell it. By bending 2 large trees in opposite directions and affixing sharpened spikes to the rear halves of the trunks, I ensured that upon triggering, the elasticity would instantaneously propel the spikes toward the enemy's lower body. Although the immediate lethality is low, its concealment in the underbrush, coupled with its low profile and rapid deployment, results in a high probability of hitting the target. Furthermore, should an enemy sustain serious injuries, not only would they lose combat capability, but they would also impede the entire unit. The traps I set were not merely aligned along animal paths. Rather, they radiated from the point of ascent on the cliff, fanning out towards the mountain. Beginning with the first trap, as I reached an elevation of 600 to 700 meters, I traversed sideways, achieving a certain breadth and tapering downward, thus forming a fan-shaped area, the quantity of traps within which I could no longer discern. Exhausted by nightfall, I sought refuge in the branches of a large tree, securing myself with rope to rest briefly. And when hunger struck, I retrieved the rabbit jerky provided by the women, laboring until midday the following day. The thunderous sounds of mortars echoed from the mountainside, just as I had anticipated yesterday. It is hard to believe that such a vast army could operate without a few mortars. Pausing from my work of setting traps, I straightened my back, and a series of crackling sounds resonated through my weary bones. My entire body ached profoundly. I avoided the triggering ropes of the traps and made my way towards the edge of the coniferous forest at the mountain's base. By the time I reached the climbing point on the rocky wall, the bombardment had long ceased. The edges of the forest were utterly devastated. I was truly relieved that I had not begun laying traps from this location. Otherwise, such shelling would render all my efforts futile. Amidst the chaos wrought by the mortars, numerous stones had been dislodged. I gathered a handful of these stones, combining them with those I had not utilized yesterday. There was no need to peek. I was acutely aware that their ascent had commenced the moment the cannonade had halted. In a span of mere minutes, I had amassed a considerable collection of stones, and I surmised that the vanguard of their climbing forces had ascended quite high. Thus, I began to hurl stones downwards once more. From the precipice, the haunting cries reminiscent of yesterday's echoed once again. The distance rendered them indistinct and incomprehensible. After casting around 20 or 30 stones, an ominous feeling surged within me. Realizing the danger, I swiftly dashed sideways for 200 or 300 meters. Mere moments later, the very spot where I had thrown the stones was once again subjected to a barrage of mortars after a couple of such rounds. I found myself devoid of usable stones and suitable logs for rolling. When the first head of the enemy emerged from the edge of the steep slope, shouting and cursing, I gestured to them with an internationally recognized sign. I wondered if the islanders from a century ago would comprehend such a greeting. Taking refuge behind a log, I evaded their gunfire and made my way towards the area where I had laid traps, disappearing from their line of sight. I was acutely aware of the disparity in combat prowess between us, which dissuaded me from lingering to witness their disarray within the traps. After traversing the trap-laden area, I navigated around 2 small hills along the path I had taken up the mountain yesterday, ultimately returning to the grassy knoll where Ouyang Danqing lay eternally. Engaging in a brief monologue with Ouyang Danqing, I then proceeded towards the stone chamber. This journey had nearly exhausted all my climbing ropes and fine twine, and due to the overnight trap setting and the constant vigilance against wild beast attacks, my body was thoroughly fatigued. The women, observing my condition, were visibly distressed. Li Rui pulled me to the edge of the hot spring, assisting me in shedding my garments while shedding tears. We heard the cannon fire from below. I'm just glad you have returned. If you had perished, think of how many widows would arise. Although her words were laced with jest, her expression was filled with genuine concern, devoid of any playfulness. I noticed they had set up the tent a mere 2 meters away from the stone bed at the top level of the stone platform, while another area had been thickly covered with dry hay, positioned strategically away from the direct overhead location. 2 tall, triangular wooden frames supported a crossbeam, upon which hung the meats we had brought along, including the flesh of a leopard, gently smoking. Due to the minimal use of salt, it was imperative to smoke the meat frequently to prevent spoilage. On the second tier of the stone platform, 3 bonfires blazed, strategically positioned on the left center, and right of the hay bed and portable tent. The women no longer shied away from my nakedness while bathing. This included He Ju, who had yet to share intimacy with me, as well as Huang Ting and Li Rui. They tenderly kneaded my shoulders and neck, scrubbed my back, and fed me roasted meat. I advised them to dry the damp firewood thoroughly this afternoon, as starting tomorrow, we should refrain from using wet wood that produced thick smoke. To this day, I remained uncertain whether the skylight's position was easily visible to outsiders. After my bath, I felt significantly revitalized. Under Li Rui's guidance, I dried myself and returned to the tent, where fatigue soon enveloped me, and I fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, I sensed another presence beside me. Turning my head, I discovered it was He Ju. She extended her small hand, her face a blend of shyness and a curious boldness. Her gentle touch caressed my body. Last night, Sister Rui and Huang Ting took turns keeping you company in the tent until dawn. Before I replaced them, she revealed. I inquired about the time, and she informed me that I had slept a full night, and it was now the morning of the second day. I accepted the clothes that Xiao Yin passed to me from outside the tent. Though they were the same garments I wore yesterday, the women had washed and dried them, making them warm and exceptionally comfortable against my skin. I ate some wild vegetables cooked in bamboo tubes and smoked meat, reflecting on the dangers faced by the islanders in the mountains while I had slept soundly at home. A sense of pride surged within me, a feeling of sovereignty in the mountains while the sea dwelled with chaos. I intended to check the traps set down the mountain, but this time, He Ju insisted on accompanying me. She was the youngest and smallest among the women. I could hardly fathom how we would escape the clutches of the islanders if we were to encounter them, especially given their numbers. Ultimately, after discussions between Zhang Qin, Huang Ting, and Li Rui, they persuaded He Ju to stay behind. Li Rui urged me to take Zhang Qin along, as her keen eyesight and adept shooting skills, along with her physical prowess in climbing, made her an invaluable companion. She candidly explained to He Ju that her presence could prove detrimental in a critical situation, potentially endangering us both. After a whispered conversation between Zhang Qin and He Ju, she reluctantly agreed. Zhang Qin equipped herself with her bow and arrows, while I took a fire axe and some provisions. Together, we set off once more descending the mountain. Chapter 27. The Chinese do not kill their own following the animal trails. We descended cautiously, ever vigilant of potential lurking enemies in the woods. Fortunately, our prudence only delayed our progress slightly, without any tangible danger arising. As we continued downward, a sense of perplexity began to take root in my mind. After capturing a leopard previously, I had not encountered any predatory animals since, nor even any other wildlife. Yet, the animal trails in the underbrush were undeniably present. If there were no animals, how could these paths exist? Analyzing the state of the trails, it seemed that the creatures capable of creating such paths must either be part of a large herd or substantial in size, necessitating a considerable population. However, if such a multitude of animals existed, why had I traversed this area numerous times without encountering a single one? With these questions lingering, we arrived at a fan-shaped zone dense with traps. I had anticipated that the traps I set would inflict significant casualties upon the enemy. Yet, as we explored deeper, the results were profoundly disappointing. From the apex of a trap-laden area to its lowest point, I discovered merely 5 or 6 blood-stained arrow shafts and the corpse of an enemy soldier. All other bows had been triggered, yet the shafts remained pristine, devoid of any marks suggesting they had harmed a human. Continuing along the left side of the fan, I resumed my search. In a thicket adjacent to the animal trail, we stumbled upon a soldier's body lying face down. Upon examining the soldier, I understood the origin of the term Japanese marauder. He stood at little over 5 feet, with a rather unsightly appearance, reminiscent of the previous Yang. Had I not been nearly certain of his identity as an enemy soldier, I might have suspected some familial connection. Further searching yielded little beyond a military metal canteen and approximately 20 rounds of 6.5mm rifle ammunition. However, my instincts suggested something was amiss. This individual may have strayed from the path, concealed by the underbrush, which led to his being overlooked during the enemy's battlefield sweep. Yet, if he had gone unnoticed, how could his weapon have been removed? I continued to search the vicinity, but found nothing. Brother Chun, Zhang Qin suggested, perhaps we should turn him over to see if his clothing can be cleaned for bedding? A spark of realization ignited in my mind. How could I have forgotten? I pulled Zhang Qin close and kissed her, exclaiming, "You are truly my lucky star, my wife." Though she was already mine, a blush crept across her face. I then turned the stiffening corpse over, and beneath it lay a Type 38 rifle. The rifle itself measured nearly 1.3 meters in length, not including the bayonet. Earlier, Having noted the soldier's diminutive stature, I had not considered that it could be concealed beneath him, as he lay with his arms outstretched in a cruciform position, the rifle resting against his left shoulder, its barrel extending to his right ankle. This action perfectly concealed the rifle, and, even more surprisingly, the bayonet was conveniently positioned beneath my abdomen. I couldn't help but let out a laugh that resembled a goose's honk. Turning to Zhang Qin, I playfully urged her, "Call me brother. I shall take you on a grand adventure to feast." This was a jest often exchanged among comrades during my time in the military. Zhang Qin, though slightly bashful, was not one to feign delicacy. She not only called me brother, but also engaged in a passionate kiss, exclaiming, "Brother, brother, let's go and show off." Without climbing ropes, traversing the craggy cliffs below had become increasingly arduous. After scouring the right side of the trap, Zhang Qin and I descended to the edge of the coniferous forest and proceeded southward along its perimeter. The enemy was remarkably swift in their cleanup, and aside from a corpse that may have stumbled into the underbrush before succumbing, we found no valuable items. Our progress along this route was relatively brisk, as the underbrush was not overly dense. However, this also posed significant danger, as we had forsaken cover in our haste, leaving ourselves completely exposed. Furthermore, there was a risk of slipping down the steep slope into the abyss below. Having crossed the open crescent-shaped area, we reached the position of the knife's hilt. To avoid detection by the enemy to our left, we concealed ourselves within the forest. From our elevated vantage point, it was evident that this section of the cliff differed greatly from the crescent-shaped clearing. Above the cliff on that side lay a stark, steep slope over 100 meters wide, composed of loose sand and soil, making it treacherous to climb. In contrast, beyond the knife's hilt, the cliff was devoid of that steep incline, instead featuring some underbrush, which led up to a mixed region of broadleaf and coniferous forests, though this was not discernible from below. Once hidden in the forest, our pace dwindled to a crawl, yet we benefited from the cover it provided. Arriving at the previous camp of Limegua, we took cover at the edge of the woods to observe the surroundings. In the distance, we spotted several military tents erected on the beach. Those wretched enemy soldiers seemed to be living quite comfortably. I extended my thumb to gauge the distance. From my current position, I estimated that the tents on the beach were at least 1,100 meters away, a distance that exceeded the effective range of the Type 38 rifle by double. If I had a modern sniper rifle, my training and practical experience would instill confidence in my ability to hit a target at such a range. The cutting-edge sniper rifles of today not only offer stability, power, and precision, but are also equipped with observational devices for environmental factors such as wind speed, along with advanced targeting systems, which have recorded kills at over 2,000 meters. However, the Type 38 rifle falls short, at around 300 meters. I would feel relatively assured, but at 400 meters, success would hinge on using a firearm I was intimately familiar with. Beyond 500 meters, chance will be the primary determinant of success. By the way, within the realm of cinematic artistry, the portrayal of individuals being struck down from over 500 meters away with a Type 38 rifle is largely a product of creative embellishment. My name is Zhang Qin, and I concealed myself above while I ventured down alone. This time, she was remarkably obedient, not displaying any resistance, merely uttering, "Be careful and ensure your safe return." In the mixed coniferous and broadleaf forest, it is quite challenging to locate sufficiently robust vine plants capable of supporting human weight. Such vines that can serve as ropes are exceedingly rare. Fortunately, the section of cliff I was navigating was not excessively high. Previously, a group led by Li Meigua had successfully climbed this very spot. I found a slender branch, and Zhang Qin held one end as I leveraged it, descending until I was merely 10 meters from the ground. Employing both hands and feet on the sloped terrain, I gradually made my way down, surprisingly managing to save more time than I had during my earlier ascent at the northern climbing point. Upon reaching the ground, I signaled Zhang Qin, who retracted the branch and retreated to conceal himself within the underbrush. I then maneuvered back and forth between the path and the adjacent foliage, stealthily approaching the beach. Typically, when troops are stationed, one would expect the presence of both visible sentries and concealed lookout posts. Given that this is a combat unit from the Second World War, One would anticipate their vigilance to be exceptionally acute. However, as I traversed approximately halfway towards the beach along the path, not a single hidden sentry was in sight, which filled me with perplexity. Continuing forward, I stealthily approached the thicket where I had previously witnessed the soldiers from the island engaging in unspeakable acts. The flattened patch of grass remained a chaotic sight, yet not a single figure was visible. Advancing further by several dozen meters, I was nearing the edge of the broadleaf forest adjacent to the shoreline. The closer I drew to the beach, the more cautious I became, and at last, I discerned the faint sounds of two individuals conversing. Although their voices were subdued, I could hear them distinctly. They were not speaking in the islanders' tongue, but rather in the language of Huaxia. Parting the grass to create a slight opening, I was bewildered to find that Yang Shuai's injury, inflicted by a crocodile, had not proven fatal. He was engaged in a discussion with Li Meigua. I lowered my body and softened my movements, cautiously inching closer until I could barely make out their conversation. Their voices were hushed. I harbor resentment towards Chen Jie. Yet the crux of the matter is that we cannot locate him. The other voice belonged to Yang Shuai. Li, as long as we could devise a way to persuade the Japanese to send another search party, they would undoubtedly be willing to ascend the mountain once more. Chen Jie set numerous traps last time. He must have exhausted his resources. There should be no further casualties this time. Li, I implore you. I have suffered greatly because of him. Moreover, the islanders have also endured losses and injuries. I refuse to believe they are not eager to find Chen Jie. Li Meigua replied with evident difficulty. Old Yang, I comprehend your feelings. The pivotal question is, what rationale do we possess to convince the Japanese to engage with Chen Jie again? Their previous losses have already caused us significant distress. Should we venture up again? Even if we manage to persuade them, if there are no results or if further casualties occur, we would only find ourselves in an even worse predicament. Yang Shuai's voice continued. Mr. Li, let's ponder deeply on what the islanders truly desire, or whether there exists any means to pique their interest. As I listened to their conversation, I refrained from taking action. I was reluctant to allow gunfire to prematurely reveal my position. Even without discharging my weapon, I feared that if I acted, they might raise an alarm, consequently exposing me. My true objective was not them, but rather the islanders. It would be most advantageous to eliminate their officials. You have taken my beloved from me, and I cannot allow you to escape unscathed. As I circumvented these two fools and advanced towards the beach, I suddenly detected the unmistakable sound of footsteps upon the sand. Upon closer inspection, I saw an island soldier approaching. The soldier entered the thicket, presumably to relieve himself, but upon noticing Li Meigua and Yang Shuai, he uttered a baka, followed by a string of words in his native tongue that I could not comprehend. Li Meigua and Yang Shuai bowed repeatedly, attempting to convey something to the island soldier. In truth, I held little interest in the life of this soldier. Concealed in the shadows while he was in plain view, I realized that if I were to carry out an assassination, I should at least target an officer. To expose my position merely to eliminate a common soldier would be ill-advised. Following this incident, the islanders would undoubtedly heighten their vigilance, making future opportunities increasingly rare. However, what captivated my attention was the soldier's Type 38 rifle, along with the 2 grenades and the bulging ammunition pouch he carried. Most crucially, he was currently facing away from me. In an instant, I resolved to act. As the island soldier prepared to relieve himself, I exerted force through my legs and, with lightning speed, surged from the underbrush, drawing the bayonet from his waist and swiftly slashing his throat. The sequence of events unfolded in a mere second. From my emergence from the foliage to the execution of the soldier, it was all seamlessly fluid. His posture remained unchanged, and neither Li Meigua nor Yang Shuai had yet comprehended the gravity of the situation. Before the soldier collapsed, I deftly seized the Type 38 rifle slung over his shoulder. As I pulled back the bolt and aimed it at Li Meigua and Yang Shuai, they attempted to scream, only to realize that the muzzle of my weapon was trained upon them. I gestured for silence, and they dared not utter another sound. The island soldier lay on the ground, blood frothing from his mouth, crimson gushing from his neck. Yet, he had not yet succumbed to death, still convulsing on the earth. I relieved him of his ammunition belt and the 2 grenades, then plunged the bayonet forcefully into his chest. My other hand, steady with the rifle aimed at Li Meiguo and Yang Shuai, felt no strain. The Type 38, fully loaded, weighed approximately 8 pounds, and I could easily leverage the stock with one hand. In a low yet commanding voice, I instructed the 2 of them, "Come here. You will do as I say, or I will not hesitate to pull the trigger and end your lives." Their faces immediately contorted with the agony of a profound loss, as Li Meiguo ingratiatingly remarked, "Chen Jie, we, as members of Huaxia, do not turn our weapons against one another. The search for you on the mountain yesterday was orchestrated by the Japanese devils. You cannot let the actions of these invaders direct your ire towards your own kin." Yang Shuai, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "Chen Jie, do not pull the trigger. Have I not already offered my wife to you? We are in essence family now. Spare my life, and I shall divulge the intimate details of my wife's preferences and her sensitive areas." How revolting, how beastly, how utterly base. Such vile words could only emanate from a man like Yang Shuai, a eunuch among my acquaintances. In a fit of fury, I delivered a swift kick to his most vulnerable spot, only to realize belatedly that he was devoid of such anatomy. I cast a scornful glance at Li Meiguo, pondering how a person like him could ever claim to be a brother in arms. However, I refrained from further comment. As they approached, I took 2 steps back and declared, "Since you profess that we are compatriots and that our weapons should not be turned against one another, I concur. Yet, you must demonstrate your allegiance to Huaxia. Otherwise, how am I to know whether you are wolves in sheep's clothing?" "Chen Jie, it is easy enough. Whatever proof you seek, we shall provide. Just do not pull the trigger. We are on the same side. We can even sing the national anthem, if it pleases you." It appeared that Li Meiguo believed I lacked the capacity for reasoning. Does singing the national anthem truly affirm one's loyalty to Huaxia? I regarded him with the incredulity reserved for fools and retorted sharply, "The Japanese I just dealt with. Ensure that you eliminate him for me once more." Chapter 28. The seizure of Command Li Meiguo was momentarily taken aback. Had he not already met his demise? How then could he be slain again? I raised a gun, intimidating him further, and continued, "You must now demonstrate that your hearts resonate with that of Huaxia. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy in executing 2 traitors." Thus, I dictated the course of action. "You, surnamed Yang, step forward and grasp his neck." Yang obediently complied, positioning himself beside the soldier from the island nation. Squatting down, he stifled his revulsion and wrapped his hand around the Japanese soldier's neck, blood staining his palms. I then addressed Li Meiguo, "Elder brother, you too come here," grasped the bayonet lodged in his chest, and twisted half a turn. After a brief hesitation, Li Meiguo resolved to obey, crouching beside the corpse. Gritting his teeth, he seized the bayonet and twisted it halfway. The soldier from the island had long since succumbed, and even the twisting of the bayonet elicited no further response. I instructed them, "Remain in your positions and do not move. Should either of you dare to release your grip or shift, I shall fire upon you from behind. If you can endure for more than 10 minutes, it will signify your hearts align with Huaxia. Understood?" They nodded vigorously, affirming, "Understood. We are all Huaxia people. The little devils. The little devils are guilty of all evils and deserve death." I found their nauseating flattery unworthy of my attention and took 2 steps back towards the beach, yet my gaze remained fixed upon them. After more than a minute had elapsed, Li Meiguo, believing I had departed, turned to look at me. As he did, I lunged forward, striking him with the butt of my gun upon his head. My force was precisely calibrated, causing him to grimace but not lose consciousness. He quickly pleaded, "Ouch, it hurts. Please, do not kill me. Chen Jie, do not kill me." I replied in a calm tone, "We have already made our intentions clear. You must maintain this posture for 10 minutes to prove your hearts are with Huaxia. Did you not claim to understand?" Li Meiguo immediately resumed his grip on the bayonet, exclaiming, "Understood, understood. Chen Jie, my neck merely ached, which is why I turned my head. Should there be a next time, I shall truly fire when commanded." I reiterated my emphasis and stood silently behind them, keeping my gaze fixed. Another minute passed, and just as Li Meiguo was about to turn again, I cleared my throat softly, causing him to shudder in fright. I was confident they would not dare to turn back in the immediate future. Therefore, I quietly retreated towards the beach. Upon reaching the thicket at the edge of the woods, I concealed myself, scanning the tents for figures wielding officer-esque swords. In an instant, I spotted a tall, slender young officer, around 26 or 27 years old, equipped with a left officer's sword. In silence, I aimed at him, prepared to fire. Suddenly, another young officer, of similar age, approached. This officer evidently held a higher rank, for as he spoke, the previous young officer nodded repeatedly, bowing and exclaiming, "Hi, hi." I was on the verge of shifting my focus to the newly arrived young officers when I observed two of them walking towards the seaside. At that moment, a middle-aged officer, in his 40s, sporting a plastered beard and wielding a ceremonial sword, emerged from a nearby tent. He strode purposefully to a barren rock by the water's edge, gazing longingly at the distant, capsized ship with a heavy sigh. The two young officers approached him from behind and bowed simultaneously, uttering a phrase in the island's native tongue that I could not comprehend. I surmised that this middle-aged officer must hold a high rank within the military. Moreover, he stood upon a rock that was over a meter high, making him significantly taller than the two young officers. The distance was also fortuitous, precisely over 200 meters. Seizing the opportunity, I drew my weapon, aimed, and pulled the trigger. A loud bang echoed as the middle-aged officer clutched his chest and collapsed into the sea. My intention had been to strike his heart. However, this was my first time using such a firearm. The weapons of that era were not as reliable as those of today, often exhibiting some degree of inaccuracy. Those who frequently wielded the same gun would eventually learn to compensate for its deviations. Alas, I had no time to familiarize myself with the firearm. Upon witnessing the officer fall into the water, I turned and fled. In that fleeting moment, I caught sight of the two young officers rushing into the waves to assist him. With no time to spare, I dashed back to the positions previously occupied by Li Meigua and Yang Shuai. It was evident that they had heard the commotion, their wide eyes fixed on me in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. I aimed my gun at them once more, my voice firm. "Has 10 minutes elapsed? Do you think I am incapable of firing this weapon?" As I spoke, I prepared to pull the trigger at Li Meigua, having already dispatched two Japanese individuals. The second by gunfire, they were understandably terrified, begging for mercy and hastily resuming their previous lethal stance. I proceeded towards the cliff in the west, commanding them, "Turn around and face away from me." They complied without hesitation. Anyone who dares to look back will face immediate execution. To be candid, I was retaining them solely to buy myself some time when the island soldiers arrived, as their actions might momentarily delay the inevitable. However, should they display even the slightest hint of non-compliance, regardless of the circumstances, I would not hesitate to eliminate them. Killing such individuals would burden my conscience no longer. Unfortunately, these two were utterly spineless, leaving me without any pretext to fire. Their cooperation was alarmingly eager. There is a saying, "It is preferable to offend 1,000 gentlemen than to provoke a single rogue." I had not anticipated that sparing their lives this time would lead to such significant complications for us, ultimately transforming my temperament into one of unbridled fury. At times, even a mere word, a fleeting glance, or a lingering doubt within my own mind could incite me to commit murder. Perhaps it is indeed related to those two diminutive figures. Turning my head, I sprinted frantically towards the precipice. After barely running 100 meters, I could hear shouts and curses in the islanders' language, accompanied by the wails of those two cowards behind me. Zhang Qin had long awaited my arrival at the top, and upon seeing me, she swiftly brandished a lengthy branch. Crouching at the cliff's edge, she clutched a slightly larger shrub with one hand while extending the branch downward with the other. I propelled myself into a rapid dash. There were a few places on the cliff where I could grab hold and find footing. After a few quick strides upwards, I grasped the branch. I was acutely aware that, given Zhang Qin's weight and strength, if I were to hang my entire body from the branch, I would surely pull her down as well. Thus, employing both my hands and feet, I leveraged the branch and ascended the cliff. Zhang Qin, seeing me with an additional Type 38 rifle slung on my back, was filled with joy. Once hidden within the thicket, I handed her the Type 38. Given her proficiency with a bow, I was confident that with some practice, Her marksmanship would also be commendable. Below the cliff, the cacophony of the island's soldiers reached my ears. Gently, I parted the leaves of the shrubs before me. Peering through a narrow gap, I spotted numerous island soldiers approaching the precipice, among whom Li Meigua and Yang Shuai had been beaten to a pulp, feebly dragged closer to the cliff. They pleaded for mercy while gesturing towards the cliff, speaking to the island soldiers. These soldiers had evidently undergone some training. Though perhaps due to the chaotic times, the transition from recruits to combatants had been too brief, resulting in insufficient preparation. I observed 3 snipers positioned atop the broadleaf trees, their rifles trained in my direction, vigilant. The majority of soldiers were concealed in the underbrush below these 3 marksmen. Additionally, over 10 soldiers were approaching with a long rope, one end equipped with a grappling hook, evidently having made considerable preparations over the past few days. Zhang Qin inquired about our next course of action, to which I replied, "What else could we do but retreat?" Reluctant to retrace our steps north along the cliff, Zhang Qin and I veered upwards, moving another 30 to 40 meters along the slope when I heard something fall in the thicket behind us. Turning to look, I saw the enemy's grappling hook had landed near where Zhang Qin and I had been just moments ago, the rope tautening ominously. I retrieved a hand grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it over the edge of the cliff. The deafening explosion echoed below, accompanied by anguished cries. Without daring to linger, Zhang Qin and I crouched low, utilizing the cover of grass and shrubs to ascend the mountain. After traversing a mix of broadleaf and coniferous forest, the sky gradually darkened. We discovered a game trail and climbed for a time until night fully enveloped us. The woods so dense that I could not see my hand in front of my face. From afar, the howls of wild beasts echoed through the mountain woods. Previously, at this elevation within the coniferous forest, I had traversed many times without encountering any wildlife. It was only now that I realized the absence of beasts at this height was not due to their non-existence, but rather that these creatures emerged to roam only after nightfall. As we trudged onward, our pace gradually slowed. Zhang Qin, clutching my arm, confessed, "Chun, I feel a bit frightened." I extended my arm around her shoulders, gently patting her twice. "Do not fear, my dear. I am here with you." The distance we had escaped was still insufficient, and we dared not light a fire for the night. Thus I sought out a tree, sturdy as a basin, yet its lower trunk proved challenging to ascend. I resorted to my fire axe, felling a smaller tree to serve as a makeshift ladder. I propped the smaller tree against a robust branch of the larger one, and once Zhang Qin had climbed up, I groped in the darkness for slender vines reminiscent of sea silk. I then ascended the great tree, leaning down to hoist the smaller trunk, discarding it into the nearby underbrush. In truth, climbing such a large tree became increasingly facile once one reached the thicker branches, where new limbs continuously emerged, providing ample support. We found ourselves perched at least 20 meters above the ground, feeling as if we had surpassed the canopy of most surrounding trees. Seated at the same elevation, we embraced the great tree, our bodies entwined with its trunk. Although this position was rather uncomfortable, it offered a semblance of safety at such heights. With the vines I had gathered, I secured our bodies to the tree, the delicate sea silk being both thin and fragile. Even a multitude twisted together could scarcely bear the weight of a single person. Yet, the purpose of this binding was merely to remind ourselves to remain vigilant and maintain our balance, not to serve as a support for our weight. Once we were tethered securely, we nibbled on some smoked jerky. The distant, pitch-black ocean revealed nothing, save for the faintest hint of the briny scent of seawater wafting from the treetops. I could discern the flickering glow of an enemy campfire far down on the beach, resembling a candle flame in its instability. Zhang Qin and I sat facing each other, hands clasped, engaging in conversation as we awaited sleep. She revealed a secret, sharing that He Ju had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood by Li Meigua's men. However, after being carried to Li Meigua's tent, due to her severe injuries and the blood that stained her, she had not fallen into their clutches. Zhang Qin assured me that He Ju remained intact to this day. As our conversation unfolded, Zhang Qin, either intentionally or inadvertently, began to dream of the future with me, envisioning land cultivation, livestock rearing, and naming our children. among other aspirations. Initially, I dismissed it, but as our dialogue progressed, it became increasingly evident that such musings were not characteristic of her. Sighing deeply, I reflected on Li Rui, the woman who had yet to become mine, yet consistently thought of my well-being. Even in this moment, she sought through Zhang Qin's words to inspire my resilience to survive. Indeed, I had the women around me, each one a member of my family. What reason did I have to disregard the value of my own life? Chapter 29. The enigmatic Li Rui, the roars of the beast grew increasingly resonant, the palpable sense of their proximity intensifying. Zhang Qin clutched my hand, her grip tightening involuntarily. Listening to the beast's growls, they at times resembled a lament for solitude, at other times a call to companions, and, occasionally, the fierce struggle between adversaries. Finally, a tremendous crash resonated, causing the very trunk we were perched upon to sway. This was no ordinary tree. It was as thick as a basin. What sort of creature could collide with its base to induce such a tremor? Could it be an elephant? Several times, I unlatched my rifle, drawing the bolt and aiming down the trunk, yet I failed to catch sight of any beast ascending. I was unaware of when Zhang Qin's breath turned shallow and rhythmic, signaling her slumber. Reluctant to disturb her, I reminded myself to remain vigilant, for her safety was my utmost priority while she rested. By 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, the din of the beasts had gradually subsided, ultimately yielding to tranquility. As my body relaxed, I too succumbed to sleep. When I awoke, dawn had already broken. The horizon where the sea met the sky began to glow with hues of yellow and even red, heralding the arrival of a new day. Descending to the ground, we followed the animal trails as we retreated up the mountain. Along the way, we encountered sporadic traces of animal blood and tufts of fur, remnants either scattered on the ground, clinging to shrubs, or scraped against the rough bark of trees. I pondered the necessity of warning the women in the stone chamber upon our return, urging them to avoid venturing out at night. This location remained a considerable distance from the passage we frequently traversed before. We could only approximate a diagonal ascent towards the right. Shortly after setting out, a distant rumble of artillery echoed from the climbing point near our former cave. Why did the island soldiers repeatedly utilize that location for ascent instead of the path from which I had fled yesterday? The reason eluded me. Could they suspect that I had deliberately lured them into a trap? However, today's artillery fire was fleeting, sparse, and soon ceased. I had no inclination to approach and observe the enemy's ascent. Instead, I quickened my pace alongside Zhang Qin, hurrying up the mountain. By afternoon, around 2 or 3 o'clock, the peaks had shielded us from the sun. Based on time and distance, we should have exceeded the elevation of the stone chamber. Yet we had not re-encountered the previous trail. Reluctantly, I resorted to climbing the principal peak we had once ascended. My intention was to reach the alpine meadow beneath the summit, then locate the area where I had previously camped, and from there retrace my steps home. Upon reaching the edge of the alpine meadow, the sight before us filled Zhang Qin with elation. The verdant expanse of grass appeared boundless, and walking amidst it was a delightful reprieve. Zhang Qin seemed to have forgotten the island's cruelty and the harrowing battles of the past few days. Enveloped in the lush greenery, she began to sing Gisawa. Yet, the dryness of her throat allowed her to utter only a single line before she could endure no more. I retrieved a half-full bottle of mineral water, filled with the creek water we collected before our departure yesterday. She took a small sip to moisten her throat, and then passed the bottle to me, for which I also took a modest sip. We traversed the alpine meadows towards the base of the prominent peak, crossing over a longitudinal ridge, and what lay beneath that grand summit astounded us. It was a herd of adult Sika deer. Did the sounds of cannon fire from below not reach their ears? They appeared utterly unaffected, leisurely grazing and wandering across the verdant fields. I pointed to the deer and inquired of Zhang Qin, "Do you know what those are?" She replied, "Are they Sika deer?" No, they lack the spots and are larger than Sika deer. I seem to have seen them in a nature documentary. They're called wapiti. No, that's incorrect. I countered. Zhang Qin furrowed her brow. Then were they if not wapiti? With a mysterious smile, I responded, "They are provisions, our sustenance for the journey northward." As dusk approached, the sight of so many deer resembled a moving larder of meat. After a moment of contemplation, fearing we might not have another opportunity. We resolved to act promptly. Initially, we intended to encircle them stealthily, but observed that the herd was meandering towards us while grazing. Recalling the animals we had encountered earlier in the broadleaf forest below, it was evident that these wapiti had never encountered humans, remaining blissfully unaware of human cruelty and terror. When they drew within 50 or 60 meters, I raised my rifle, aiming at the eye of one deer. I chose to target the eye since I had discovered that my rifle had a leftward deviation when I shot the officer from the island nation previously. I had aimed for the heart then, but struck the chest instead. Thus, taking into account the varying distances now and then, I intentionally aimed a fraction to the right of the deer's head. With a resounding crack, the deer collapsed. The outcome aligned closely with my plans. As the bullet struck its forehead, this demonstrates the advantage of familiarity with firearms. Just as my slain deer fell, another gunshot rang out. Zhang Qin had accurately hit another deer in the heart. I inquired where she aimed, to which she replied it was indeed the heart. Why did her rifle, a Type 38, not exhibit deviation while mine did? This perplexed me greatly. I conceded that perhaps this was a consequence of my own misfortune. Zhang Qin initially wished to shoot another deer, but understanding our inability to transport more meat and the impracticality of consuming it all at once, I dissuaded her. With twilight still at bay, I swiftly skinned the deer, removed the entrails, and severed the head and hooves, then cut each deer's meat into 4 portions. I must admit, the combination of a small knife and a fire axe was a fittingly resourceful tool set for Zhang Qin and me. These 2 adult wapiti, each weighing an estimated 200 to 300 kilograms, roughly 500 to 600 pounds, yielded only 4 pieces of meat, each weighing about 50 to 60 pounds. It appears that the meat yield of wild animals is not as substantial as that of domesticated livestock, from goats and rabbits to the wapiti we now faced. This holds true. As I completed the processing of the meat from both ends of the road, twilight had nearly descended. At this juncture, we were unable to transport anything further, so I utilized my fire sigil to excavate a sizable pit. In my quest to dig this pit, I selected 3 different locations. The first yielded only 20 centimeters of depth before encountering unyielding rock. I moved closer to the coniferous forest, where my efforts resulted in a mere 60 centimeters of excavation before I met with the same stubborn stone. Finally, in a verdant area rich in moisture where the grass flourished, I successfully unearthed a pit over a meter deep, likely the spot with the most substantial soil in the vicinity. I spread the hide of one of the elk at the bottom of the pit, placing all the meat from both elk upon this skin, and then covered it with another hide. Afterward, I refilled the pit with the excavated soil and scattered the elk's entrails, head, and hooves several meters away, a precautionary measure to deter carnivorous animals that might be lured by the scent of blood and attempt to unearth the pit. By directing their attention to the head and entrails, I hoped to mislead them into believing the scent originated from the surface. Once this task was completed, Zhang Qin returned from the woods with a collection of dry twigs, and we kindled a fire. Our previous descent from the peak had been hindered by our location at the upper edge of the alpine meadow, making fire impossible. This time, however, we found ourselves at the junction of the coniferous forest and the alpine meadow, facilitating the act of kindling flames. Beneath a pine tree, where moisture was abundant, I scooped up a handful of soil, discovering it to be a blend of sand and mud, pleasantly moist. I excavated a conical pit, and after 2 to 3 hours, a small puddle had formed at the bottom. Though the water was exceedingly murky, it sufficed for washing my hands. After consuming some rabbit jerky, I intended to engage in a deeper conversation with Zhang Qin, but the overwhelming odor of sweat and blood that clung to me made me feel unworthy of her delicate presence, leading me to abandon the thought. As the night approached, we, like the previous evening, opted to seek refuge in the trees to guard against predatory animals. However, with our elevation, the trees were no longer as towering as they had been the night before. We chose a relatively sturdy tree, albeit one that was bent and low, reminiscent of the welcoming pine depicted in traditional Chinese paintings. We relocated the fire beneath the tree, dividing it into several smaller piles, and ascended into the branches. What transpired after the enemy ascended the mountain remained a mystery. Nonetheless, I held a degree of confidence regarding the concealed location of the stone chamber. It should not be easily discovered. Throughout the night, the sounds of animals clamoring for the entrails of the two elk echoed incessantly. Upon inspection the following day, the grassy slope lay barren, yet fortunately, the earth had not been disturbed. We retrieved 2 pieces of elk meat, reburied the remaining portions, and traced my previous path down to the main peak, eventually returning to the stone chamber. My greatest fears materialized. Within the stone chamber, only Jie remained, while the other 3 women were nowhere to be found. When I inquired about the situation, Jie tearfully recounted that yesterday afternoon, we had believed the enemy's search had concluded. Thus, the 4 of us ventured out to forage for wild vegetables. Huang Ting and Xiao Yin formed one pair, while Rui Jie and I constituted another. We each took different paths. Initially, Rui Jie intended to go alone to the south, but upon Huang Ting's insistence, we headed north, while Huang Ting and Xiao Yin ventured southward. However, upon our return that evening, Huang Ting and Xiao Yin had yet to return. We anxiously awaited their return all night. Rui Jie speculated that they had disobeyed instructions and gone down the mountain, where they may have encountered danger. With the dawn, Rui Jie set out to search for them. I had intended to accompany her, but she insisted that I remain behind to await your arrival. She argued that if Huang Ting and Xiao Yin were captured, our presence would not significantly alter the situation, whether it was 1 or 2 of us. She insisted that I stay put, forbidding me from leaving the stone chamber. Brother Chen, I had never seen Rui Jie so fierce. Upon hearing this news, I felt an overwhelming urge to reprimand Huang Ting and Xiao Yin. I could not bear the thought of 3 women facing peril outside while I remained in the cave. As I turned to search for them, I suddenly heard Xiao Yan's voice from the passage below. Chen Jie, are you back? Jie help. I leaned over the entrance of the cave and saw Li Rui and Xiao Yin in the passage below. It appeared that Li Rui had sustained yet another injury. Her left shoulder and half of her body were drenched in blood. To my surprise, Xiao Yin was carrying 2 rifles on her shoulder. Together with Xiao Yin, we helped Li Rui ascend, and soon after, Xiao Yin climbed up as well. I inquired about what had transpired. Li Rui quickly urged me, Brother Chen, you must hurry to rescue Huang Ting. There's still time, go. From Xiao Yan's account, I learned that Huang Ting had accompanied her to gather wild vegetables. Concerned for my safety after hearing the cannon fire earlier that morning, the 2 had decided to venture down the mountain, hoping to gather news of my well-being. They reached a consensus to do so. However, just a few hundred meters down the mountain, they encountered a search party of enemy soldiers. The 2 hid in a dense thicket, intending to wait until the soldiers had passed. Unfortunately, the search continued until nightfall. Without food or water, they endured hunger and thirst, remaining motionless in the bushes. Numerous soldiers wielding torches roamed the woods, and it seemed that the wildlife dared not enter that area because of the commotion. This morning, unable to bear the hunger and thirst any longer, the 2 mustered their courage to emerge when the surroundings fell silent, only to be captured by a small search party of 5 soldiers. Just as the soldiers were about to act inappropriately, Li Rui suddenly appeared. To my astonishment, according to Xiao Yan's account, Li Rui, unarmed, swiftly dispatched 2 soldiers in an instant. While she suffered a wound from the bayonet of a 3rd soldier, she managed to seize the weapon and gravely injure him. Li Rui, having sustained injuries, could only shield Xiao Yin behind her, refraining from advancing further. The last 2 soldiers from the island seemed to recognize the gravity of the situation and chose not to linger in battle. One restrained Huang Ting, while the other assisted the wounded soldier retreating down the mountain. Li Rui urged Xiao Yin to retrieve the 2 rifles lying on the ground, and the pair withdrew back into the stone chamber. Xiao Yin swiftly recounted the events, and I gazed at Li Rui in astonishment. At that moment, perhaps due to excessive blood loss, Li Rui's lips were pale, and she appeared extremely weak. Regardless of how enigmatic she might be, or the secrets she harbored, I firmly believed she would never harm me. Otherwise, I would have perished countless times by now. Noticing her frail condition, I drew her into my embrace. She managed to utter a few brief words. Brother Chen, the most urgent matter now is Huang Ting. When you return, Rui will surely tell you everything. I picked up the nearby Type 38 rifle. Zhang Qin suggested, Brother Chen, let me accompany you. I might be of some assistance. However, I declined, stating, no need. I can manage with 2 guns alone. Before I could finish, Rui's feeble voice interjected. Zhang Qin, your aim is sharp and your shooting skills commendable. But you lack the professional training for jungle warfare, as well as experience in killing and combat. Your presence may only hinder Brother Chen, so let him go alone. Then, turning to me with gentle eyes, she added, my love, while saving lives is undoubtedly important, if the situation becomes dire, you must ensure your own safety. There are 4 women at home waiting for you. If you do not return, we cannot survive. For reasons unknown, as Li Rui addressed me as my love. An inexplicable thrill surged within me. Even as I stepped out of the passage, my heart remained sweetened by her words. Perhaps it is inherent in a man's nature to possess a desire to conquer and claim powerful women. Chapter 30. The strong men of the island, I refrained from descending the previously chosen path on the right. Pursuing from behind would inevitably lead to a confrontation with the enemy's rear guard, who could easily detain me with just a few individuals, subsequently escorting Huang Ting back. In the event of an altercation, I would be outnumbered, facing a significant risk of being eliminated, thus sacrificing my life without rescuing Huang Ting. Conversely, should I choose to refrain from combat and simply follow them, my objective of saving her would remain unfulfilled. Hence, upon exiting the stone corridor, I veered leftward towards the northern direction, discovering a natural animal trail leading down the mountain. I dared not linger along the way. Upon emerging from the coniferous forest, I realized I had ascended to the ridge situated north of the previously observed crescent-shaped clearing. I fervently hoped it was not too late. As I prayed silently, I moved southward. Approaching the soldier's ascent point, I cautiously concealed myself amidst the underbrush of the woods, suppressing the rapid beating of my heart from the arduous journey. I positioned my 2 Type 38 rifles before me and crouched motionless in the grass, loading both firearms to full capacity. The Type 38 has a limited ammunition capacity, with each rifle holding only 5 rounds, totaling a mere 10 when both are loaded. After waiting for 7 or 8 minutes without a single figure in sight, thoughts of Huang Ting began to stir anxiety within me. However, upon spotting a rope tied to a pine tree below, crafted from torn sheets or tent fabric woven into 4 strands, I deduced that the enemy must still be on the mountain, at least partially. My patience was renewed. Minutes passed, and I soon heard footsteps and the indistinct chatter of the islanders' language from the woods above. Emerging from the underbrush near the pine tree tied with the rope was an island soldier, causing a cold sweat to break out across my brow. Fortuitously, I remained concealed. Otherwise, I would surely have faced a lethal ambush. As I pondered this, the soldier called out in the island tongue towards the mountain, a phrase I could not comprehend, but I surmised it was an affirmation of safety. Close to 20 individuals descended the mountain, among them a young officer I had encountered earlier. The soldier who had been on lookout in the underbrush followed this group down the cliff. Remarkably, one soldier stayed behind, remaining hidden in the same thicket. Given my vantage point and distance, I could have easily eliminated the young officer. Yet, my primary aim was to rescue Huang Ting. Firing a shot would undoubtedly alert them to my presence. After another 7 or 8 minutes, footsteps echoed from the woods above, accompanied by a similar exchange of the islanders' language. Receiving a response from the soldier hidden in the underbrush, another young officer descended with more than 20 individuals. However, they did not rush down the mountain, but instead gathered near the large tree tied with a cloth rope for a discussion lasting 2 to 3 minutes. Unable to comprehend their language left me in a haze regarding their deliberations. Ultimately, the young officer and the majority of the soldiers descended the cliff using the rope. Once again, as before, a soldier remained concealed in the thicket beside a grand tree. The undergrowth, having been traversed repeatedly, had lost much of its earlier density. From my vantage point, I could easily discern the hidden soldier and the various parts of his body. As time inexorably passed, the soldier exhibited signs of mounting anxiety, emerging from the foliage twice to survey the mountainside. When he stepped out for the 3rd time, poised to glance upward, A cacophony of island dialect echoed from the mountain. After receiving a response from the soldier, 4 figures appeared on the path, descending from the heights. None other than Huang Ting and 3 island soldiers. Among them, 1 soldier, brandishing a firearm, brought up the rear, while Huang Ting and another soldier assisted an islander, their movements slow and deliberate. The island soldier in the center was remarkably tall, while most of his compatriots stood a mere 4 to 1. 5 meters, this giant towered above at over 9 meters. In comparison to those around him, he truly stood out like a crane among chickens. To his left, another island soldier struggled to support his elbow with his shoulder, while the towering soldier's left hand was severed at the wrist, wrapped in a rudimentary bandage that continued to seep blood onto the ground. His right leg bore a conspicuous gash. Although it remained mobile, each step he took was fraught with agony. To his right, Huang Ting provided her support, her gaze darting anxiously around, while the soldier behind her kept a watchful eye, occasionally prodding her back with his wound, as if to caution her against any thoughts of escape. It is difficult to fathom how Li Rui managed to triumph against such formidable foes, severing 1 soldier's left hand and injuring another's right foot. A question arose within me. What manner of person is Li Rui? If anyone believes that dispatching island soldiers is a simple task, they must have been misled by some sensational dramas. In reality, at least during the era of World War II, island soldiers were renowned for their individual combat prowess and their ability to coordinate in battle, ranking among the finest in military history, a fact understood by anyone with even a modicum of military knowledge. The reason I previously managed to escape from the clutches of these island soldiers, inflicting casualties upon them, was twofold. First, I capitalized on a significant geographical advantage, avoiding direct confrontation. Second, I had gleaned insights from their military strategies studied in classrooms from decades or even centuries into the future, equipping myself with knowledge they lacked. This was, in essence, a dimensional strike. Nonetheless, even with such advantages, when outnumbered, I still relied heavily on luck and the necessity of retreat to survive. Yet Li Rui faced 5 island soldiers simultaneously, one of whom was this formidable giant. Who then is she? My thoughts returned to the present. The soldier at the base was preparing to ascend the mountain to rendezvous with the others, and I remained quietly concealed in the thicket, patiently awaiting their movements. My gun was initially aimed at the last soldier from the island nation, escorting Huang Ting, who was at the rear with his weapon drawn. As the distance between us diminished, the soldier supporting the injured alongside Huang Ting and the one behind him with his gun formed in nearly straight line. I first targeted the soldier at the back, and with a resounding shot, I fired. In less than a second, I pulled the bolt and chambered a second round. Firing again. There was no time to examine my targets closely. The 2 soldiers had already been struck, and the soldier advancing from below was now aiming his weapon in my direction. I had no time to reload, so I discarded my rifle and swiftly grabbed another firearm that I had placed on my left. From the moment I fired my first shot to now, only a little over a second had elapsed. Yet this soldier had already reacted and accurately deduced my approximate position. Almost simultaneously, we both fired. The enemy's bullet grazed my elbow perilously close, even tearing the fabric of my sleeve, and I could feel the heat of the projectile. In my haste, my shot found its mark in the soldier's right knee. Despite the pain, he attempted to kneel and continue shooting at me, but as he bent down, he lost his balance and had to steady himself by jabbing his gun into the ground. Seizing the moment, I quickly reloaded and chambered another round. The gun fired again, striking him in the head. The bullet created a small entry wound at the front, but from behind, it would surely leave a gaping hole. As I reloaded, I turned to see that the injured man had managed to press a military bayonet against Huang Ting's neck with his remaining right arm. I aimed my rifle at him while he held the blade to Huang Ting. She shouted at me, "Brother Chen, don't worry about me, just shoot." I called out to the island soldier, "Surrender, and I will spare your life." He responded in a rapid-fire language I could not understand, glancing at Huang Ting. She, visibly agitated, informed me, "Brother Chen, he says that whether you surrender or not, he will certainly kill us both. Don't worry about me, just shoot." I was fully aware of Huang Ting's intentions, yet I placed my rifle on the ground and raised both hands in a gesture of reassurance. attempting to convey to the soldier not to act impulsively. Although he could not comprehend my words, I believed he understood my meaning. He pointed with his bayonet towards the animal in front of him, indicating that I should step onto the road. Initially, I had dropped my rifle, but the other was resting on my foot. However, the soldier insisted I move onto the path, which thwarted my plans. Reluctantly, I stepped forward, hands raised, to prevent Huang Ting from being harmed. "No, Brother Chen, don't," Huang Ting cried, desperately trying to dissuade me. But the soldier struck her with an elbow to her abdomen. She immediately crumpled to the ground, writhing in pain like a shrimp. Yet my mouth cried out, "Brother Chen, you must resist. Brother Chen, please do not come to harm." The soldier from the island did not recklessly approach me. Instead, he maintained the bayonet firmly pressed against Huang Ting's neck while signaling for me to lie on the ground, cradling my head with my arms. With no other choice, I complied, lying flat on my back, arms shielding my head. The soldier was exceedingly cautious, despite having only his right hand remaining. He kept the military dagger pressed against Huang Ting's throat. Using the force of his grip and the angle of the blade, he compelled Huang Ting to crawl toward me. While he inched closer as well, just as they were within a meter of me, his bayonet suddenly withdrew from Huang Ting's neck and lunged toward my back. In that fleeting moment when the blade left Huang Ting, I seized his right ankle with both hands, twisting my torso with all my might, and executed a powerful kick to his chin. I poured every ounce of strength into that strike, and with a resounding crack, the Japanese soldier collapsed to the ground. I rose, intending to assist Huang Ting, but noticed that although the island brute lay on the ground, he was not entirely unconscious. He spat out broken teeth and blood, shaking his head in a daze. Before he could regain his footing, I swiftly delivered another kick to the side of his head. This time I shifted my stance, stepping forward with my left foot before launching my right foot with full force, and he finally succumbed to unconsciousness. I helped Huang Ting to her feet, and upon seeing that I was unscathed, she leaned on my shoulder and began to weep. I gently caressed her bruised abdomen, inquiring if it hurt, to which she replied affirmatively. I instructed her to sit down and unfastened her clothing to examine her injuries. Fortunately, her ribs were intact. It seemed the blow had struck her soft flesh. I tenderly touched the tender area of her abdomen, reassuring her that her bones were unharmed, and that it was merely a muscle and soft tissue injury. Then, I asked if she was aware of any remaining soldiers from the island behind us. She blushed and replied, "There should be none left, as they were the slowest and at the back of the line." At that moment, faint voices echoed from below the cliff. I turned to see that the fabric rope tied to the pine tree had tightened once more. Huang Ting informed me that those below were shouting, inquiring about what had transpired above. As she spoke, she picked up the bayonet from the ground and approached the pine tree. I assumed she intended to sever the rope, but the clever Huang Ting did not simply cut it. Instead, she employed a sawing technique, slicing through 2 of the 4 fabric strips while only partially cutting the remaining 2. I trusted Huang Ting was not a foolish woman, so I refrained from intervening. Instead, I retrieved a military bayonet from the corpse of the soldier I had struck down and aimed a decisive blow at the unconscious island brute's right wrist. Regrettably, the angle did not allow me to exert my full strength, and I could not sever it entirely, but I did manage to cut through tendons and key bones. He awoke, howling in pain. I called Huang Ting over. I said one sentence, and you translated. Huang Ting nodded, and then I addressed the Japanese man, saying, "Now I shall pose a question to you. Do not engage in any contemplation. Simply respond to me. Should you exhibit any hesitation or indecision, I possess a myriad of methods to render your existence more unbearable than death." Chapter 31. The unexpected medium of strength after Huang Ting translated in a flurry of words. I began my inquiry. First question, how many of you are there? He pondered for a moment, and then I thrust my military dagger sharply into the back of his knee from the right side, pulling the blade outward with force. The tendons in his right leg were severed. I said to him, "I previously warned you to respond immediately upon hearing my question, without the slightest hesitation. Otherwise, I will make your existence a living hell." Huang Ting translated my words once more. Just as I was about to pose my second question, the robust Japanese man began to murmur a few words. Huang Ting promptly translated. When we first arrived on the island, there were 120 of us. Now only 98 remain, including 36 wounded. During our last ascent, we fell into your ambush. 2 perished at the crocodile's lair. 4 bitten, 2 fell to their deaths while here. 3 died in traps after ascending, and 1 is missing. About 11 or 12 were injured in the traps, and a dozen more suffered injuries from falls. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a sense of dominion akin to that of a king of the jungle. I continued my questioning. Who was the Japanese officer I killed last time? What rank did he hold in your forces? He replied, the officer's name was Kitata Tosei, a colonel and currently the highest commander on this island. I pressed further. So your mission to search for us this time is solely for revenge for your colonel? He responded, it is not only for revenge. We have also heard that you possess a. In the midst of his hesitation, I swiftly severed his right ear, placing it into the pocket of his clothing. Once again, I urge you to answer my questions without delay. Writhing in agony on the ground, I compelled him to sit up again with my military knife. Answer the previous question. After Huang Ting translated, his response came much more swiftly this time. Our search for you this time, apart from avenging the colonel, is also because you possess a map. And we have learned that with this map, we can escape this desolate island. His revelation shocked me profoundly. I had a map? I was utterly oblivious to it. I then inquired, who informed you that I possessed a map? Without hesitation, he replied, it was those 3 Chinese men. The mention of Chinese ignited a surge of anger within me. With a swift motion, I plunged my dagger into his right thigh, piercing approximately ½ an inch deep, and then drew a 6-inch gash downward. He screamed in agony, attempting to push my knife away with his hands, but he could only manage feeble movements. Soon, his entire body began to tremble. I recognized this as a sign that he was nearing the brink of unconsciousness from the pain. I understood the cruelty of my actions. Yet to a man from the island, especially one who referred to us as Chinese, it felt justified, no matter the severity of the torment. I would not consider it excessive. The reason is simple. My heart harbors discontent. Should anyone perceive me as cruel, extreme, or demonic, then I shall embrace the title of a demon. I cannot extend mercy to foes devoid of humanity. Forgive me, but such saintly compassion eludes me. Or perhaps, when they annihilate 300,000 of my compatriots in the province's capital, you may implore them for mercy. I inquired further. What did those individuals from Huaxia say regarding that map? They asserted that if one travels north from this island, it connects to the mainland. However, the path is fraught with swamps and miasma. Only the map you possess can guide us perfectly around those treacherous regions. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. At that moment, Huang Ting and I exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, we discerned a shared thought. Curse be Li Meigua, such insidious methods he concocts. I posed my final question. How many soldiers did your unit originally comprise? From where were you to depart, and to where were you bound? What was your mission? We are an unnumbered regiment. In truth, we have not engaged in battle. Our destination is Huaxia. Yes, Huaxia. Our task in Huaxia is to capture laborers to construct underground fortifications in the Changbai Mountains. We were a contingent poised to return to our island for commendation after completing our mission. Initially, we set sail with 4 large ships, laden with ancient artifacts, provisions, coal, and maps pertaining to military and mineral resources in Huaxia. Each vessel carried over 1,000 souls. However, we encountered storms at sea, and the other 3 ships vanished. After our ship capsized, only a little over 100 of us managed to escape to the island. Just then, a cacophony echoed from outside the cliff, sounding alarmingly close. Turning to look, I saw a soldier from the island already halfway up the steep incline of the cliff. It was evident that others were following closely behind him. As he witnessed me interrogating the robust islander, his fury was palpable, and he shouted indignantly. I remained unfazed, utilizing the burly man as a shield. I pushed him in front of me, maneuvering him to the edge of the woods, where I drove my bayonet into his right eye. As he let out a desperate scream, I thrust him down the precipice. Huang Ting and I swiftly concealed ourselves behind a tree. The formidable man was rendered incapacitated, losing both hands and a leg. After being hurled down the slope, he was inevitably unable to stand, tumbling, and colliding with the soldiers gathered at the cliff's edge, their cries harmonizing in agony. I found myself puzzled by the resilience of the fabric tied to the tree. Even as soldiers climbed, it remained intact. Just as I intended to sever it with my blade, that final strand finally snapped. Thus, the islander, along with several soldiers at the cliff's edge, cascaded down as if in a game of bowling. The air echoed with their screams, which gradually faded into the distance. Huang Ting and I exchanged a knowing smile, hurriedly gathering several firearms from the ground. Noticing her wince of pain, I hoisted her onto my back, directing our steps northward towards the ridge of the mountain. The distant echoes of shouts in the island's native tongue emerged from below the cliff. Huang Ting informed me, "It seems someone is saying, 'Don't let him die. Revive him at once. We must know what transpired above.'" The sound was faint and too far to discern clearly. Huang Ting also recounted how, while hiding in the thicket, she overheard a Japanese officer instructing those around him to search the mountain every other day, insisting that they must locate Chen Jie and obtain the map he possessed to escape this desolate isle. This thought once again led me to silently extend my regards to the matriarchs of the Meigua and Yang Shui Yang Jin's families. Following the path through the forest, we advanced toward the stone chamber on the mountain. After Huang Ting repeatedly insisted that her pain had subsided, I finally set her down. In truth, carrying her along with the 4 firearms had become quite exhausting as we ascended the slope. Recalling the earlier interrogation of the islanders, I inquired, "Did you sense my brutality earlier, as if I were a devil?" She paused, gazing at me for 3 seconds before responding. "Do you truly wish to hear the truth?" "Of course," I replied. "I must admit, there was a moment when I sensed your cruelty. However, this so-called cruelty pales in comparison to the barbarity exhibited by the islanders. When they murdered 300,000 of us, where were the saints urging them to show mercy?" She then wrapped her arms around my neck and said, "A man capable of such cruelty towards enemies, yet so tender with me. Being with you is the most thrilling gamble of my life." Just as I was about to utter a line from a film, "Thank you for the compliment," she interrupted by kissing me, subsequently guiding me to sit upon the grassy ground of the woods. I must admit, Huang Ting is the woman who has kept me the busiest and most exhilarated, whether it be through my ears, eyes, hands, or other senses. "Darling, there's something I wish to share with you," she murmured while nestled in my embrace. I replied with a single word, though I feared my response might evoke anger. "Speak freely. While I cannot guarantee that I won't be upset, surely you wouldn't say anything to provoke me too much." I held her gently by the wrist, admiring her fair and ample form. "Do you remember our heartfelt conversation on the beach that night?" she ventured. "Of course, that was our true beginning," I affirmed. "In fact, prior to that, I had a plan," she confessed, her gaze faltering under my scrutiny. "I know. You know? How could that be?" she exclaimed, astonished. "That was my secret intention." The incredulity on her face was palpable. "You intended to betray us to the island's military that afternoon in exchange for your freedom from becoming a comfort woman. And that army would ensure your survival. Is that correct?" "Ah." She sat up abruptly. "Then why do you still accept me without any reservations?" "Because you are my wife." I pulled her back into my embrace. "I believe every word you spoke that night and trust in you. Thus, I am willing to exchange my sincere kindness towards you for your genuine goodwill in return. In truth, after I wholeheartedly embraced you, you indeed regarded me as your all. You were prepared to exert every effort on my behalf, just as I have done for you, was it not?" Clearly, I sensed her smooth arm tremble slightly. She pressed against me and kissed my lips once more. For reasons unknown, I felt an inexplicable sensation, as if with each woman I received, my body grew subtly stronger. I recalled that after my encounter with Ouyang Danqing, my injuries healed at an astonishing pace. Then there was Xiao Yin. Despite being uninjured at that time, I awoke the following day feeling remarkably invigorated. Subsequently, with Zhang Qin, after 2 encounters, I also felt an increase in my physical limits, albeit not as pronounced as the effects brought forth by Ouyang Danqing. Yet, just moments ago with Huang Ting, I felt as though the fatigue that had burdened me dissipated significantly. It is worth noting that merely 2 days prior, I had spent consecutive nights on treetops with Zhang Qin, a place where sleep is elusive, and even the briefest rest was merely a shallow pretense of slumber. Moreover, I had escaped peril and engaged in considerable physical exertion. A peculiar, almost absurd suspicion began to form in my mind. Could it be that I possessed the ability to draw strength from the feminine essence, and that the medium through which my body gains strength is? Upon returning to the entrance of the stone chamber, twilight had descended. Zhang Qin emerged from a thicket carrying 2 rifles. She informed me that Li Rui had instructed her to lie in ambush at that location to guard the entrance. Upon observation, I confirmed that it was indeed an excellent spot for concealment. The women, upon seeing Huang Ting and me return fully intact, accompanied by 2 additional firearms, cast admiring glances our way. I approached the resting Li Rui. Though her body appeared frail, she did not exhibit signs of fever, indicating her wounds were likely free from infection. At that moment, she lay peacefully asleep. Her fair and tidy visage, coupled with her gentle breaths, captivated me, and I tenderly pressed a kiss upon her forehead. While I regaled them with embellished tales of my heroic rescue, I slipped into the warm waters of the hot spring. A woman took my clothes and began washing them alongside others by the spring's edge. Huang Ting patted He Ju's hand, suggesting she should massage Brother Chen's shoulders, assuring her that she need not worry about washing the clothes. Nearby, Xiao Yin immediately cast a knowing glance at Huang Ting, then playfully called out, "Sister." Although Huang Ting blushed slightly, she remained calm, returning a gentle smile as she replied, "Yes, sister." Zhang Qin, tending to the roasting meat and cooking wild vegetables, turned to observe the 2 women, silently smiling as she continued her tasks. Only He Ju, positioned behind me, looked at everyone with a puzzled expression, wondering why the sudden silence and laughter. "He Ju, have you noticed that while Brother Chen is sitting in the water and you're squatting on the ground to massage him, it can be quite strenuous and awkward?" Huang Ting inquired. "It's all right," He Ju sweetly replied. "Massaging Brother Chen, even if it is a bit taxing, is something I enjoy." Huang Ting then remarked, "What if I could show you a way to relieve Chen Jie's fatigue effortlessly? Would you be interested in learning?" He Ju inquired. "How should I proceed so that Chen Jie can unwind while I exert no effort?" Huang Ting beckoned her closer, and obediently, He Ju approached. Leaning in, Huang Ting whispered, "Chen Jie is in the water. To massage him without exertion, you should join him in the water as well." As she spoke, Huang Ting playfully pushed He Ju into the water. With a soft gasp, He Ju found herself immersed in the warm spring before me. "Sister Huang Ting, my clothes are completely soaked." However, Huang Ting merely laughed lightly. "Then take them off, you silly child." Xiao Yin chimed in, reaching out to assist He Ju in shedding her garments. He Ju, feeling bashful, clutched her clothing tightly. "Sister Xiao Yin, Chen Jie is still here. With so many people around, how can I undress?" Yet Xiao Yin reassured her. "What is the harm? Don't you fancy Chen Jie? Remember how much fun you had bathing in the small pool beneath the waterfall the other night. Besides, Chen Jie likes you too. What is wrong with that?" But, He Ju's face flushed crimson all the way to her neck. "You all are watching." Despite her protests, she gradually relaxed her grip on her clothing, bashfully allowing Xiao Yin to transform her into a delicate, bear creature. Chapter 32. He Ju, though I am a man of impeccable mental and physical health, and boast a robust constitution, the prospect of engaging in intimate activities in a public hot spring with a young girl remains beyond my comfort. Perhaps it is my intrinsic nature as a kind-hearted, innocent, and upright individual that restrains me. Ahem, let's disregard that statement. However, after dinner, the 3 women, Xiao Yin, Huang Ting, and Zhang Qin, busied themselves with preparations. Given that Rui was injured, I insisted she rest on an inflatable mattress, flanked by 2 small fires to keep her warm. The 3 women then relocated the tent to a secluded corner on the second stone platform, laying down a generous layer of dry hay within. It appeared they had nearly filled half the tent with straw, upon which they spread a leopard skin. Lying on it was both warm and soft, and under the persistent encouragement of the 3 women, He Ju shyly but willingly nestled beside me. At merely 19 years of age, He Ju was the youngest among the women. Though petite and slender, she possessed a remarkably well-developed figure. She was also quite sensible, never shirking her duties when we worked together and lacking any competitive spirit, seldom engaging in trivial disputes with her elder companions. As she lay in my embrace, I felt no urgency. Instead, we engaged in a deep conversation. Hiju hailed from Guizhou province, and her family enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle. Her parents had risen from humble beginnings through the establishment of a farmer's market, and their business empire now boasted a diverse range of enterprises, including a distillery, a restaurant, and several large shopping centers, along with transportation services. As their only daughter, Hiju had endured a few years of hardship before her parents' fortunes changed. However, she was too young to retain clear memories of those times. By the time she was 6 or 7, her parents' business had flourished, leading to a bustling household filled with visitors, both close relatives and distant acquaintances, who frequently came bearing gifts to curry favor. Growing up amidst such adulation, she became accustomed to flattery, with most visitors seeking something from her family, often striving to win her affection as though she were a princess. This sheltered existence shielded her from the darker facets of human nature. Nevertheless, her parents imparted wisdom, advising her not to trust those who shower her with praise during times of prosperity. Such individuals may be amiable in social contexts, but they are not true friends. It is those who remain steadfast and sincere in times of adversity that merit genuine connection. This became her guiding principle. Currently, Hiju is a university student, and she shared with me numerous anecdotes from her academic life. From her elementary school classmates and teachers to the delinquent girls and boys during her middle school years, and the sensitive, romantic youths of high school, she recounted her experiences. Observing the silhouettes of the women outside the tent, I noticed the number dwindling from 3 to 2, then to 1, until the last curious figure ultimately departed in boredom. Meanwhile, Hiju remained blissfully unaware, continuing her lively chatter with me. At last, she found herself nestled within my wrist, slumbering peacefully. Observing her serene countenance, I tenderly caressed her face, placing gentle pecks upon her forehead and lips, murmuring softly, "I adore your innocent and endearing demeanor." That night, I was once again enveloped in that dream. Initially, I found myself atop a mountain, my palm pressed down, exuding the air of an unparalleled master. Then, the scene shifted, and I dreamt of being in a room resembling a study, its decor obscured from my view. In the center of the room, a candle flickered upon a table, opposite which stood a bookshelf. It appeared to house not only tomes, but also ancient bamboo scrolls. Though they were indistinct, yet a sword, hanging from the shelf, was remarkably clear, a flute sword, the very one I had previously envisioned wielding to cleave through space while at the beach. I could distinctly sense the sword emanating a joyous aura, as if anticipating my grasp. However, within the dream, I felt like a mere observer, unable to extend my hand. At that moment, I seemed to find myself once more amidst the highland pastures, hunting deer, though the women were absent from my side. A young man, barely in his 20s, yet exuding a warmth that belied his years, gazed kindly upon me and said, "The most crucial aspect of growth is breaking through. Only by becoming truly formidable can one protect those dear to them. Seize the time to evolve." Gradually, the phantasmagoria of dreams began to dissolve, and I felt as though I had returned to the stone chamber, lying within a tent, the softness and warmth of a leopard skin beneath me. A sensation stirred in my chest, and upon inspection, I discovered it to be Hiju's hair. She clumsily planted kisses upon my neck and face, whispering sweetly in my ear, "Brother Chun, I adore the way you are now. You clearly cherish me, yet are reluctant to take advantage. Thus, I shall reward you." Was I already awake? As I unzipped the tent, the world outside remained shrouded in darkness. Beside the air mattress, 3 women slept soundly, with Xiao Yin even emitting gentle snores. I carried Hiju to the poolside. Her slight frame, weighing barely over 80 pounds, felt remarkably light in my arms. I distinctly sensed my strength had once again surged. The precise degree of this enhancement remained uncertain, yet was undoubtedly greater than in the previous 3 instances. Cradling her by the pool, I used the warm spring water to cleanse her, watching as vibrant hues washed away, swirling into the outlet. She appeared somewhat fatigued. Resting in my embrace, her gaze a blend of shyness and happiness as she regarded my earnestness. I returned her to the tent, yet she gently pushed against my shoulders, preventing my entry, saying, "Brother Chen, I long to remain in your embrace, but Sister Rui is currently injured and in dire need of you. Go and hold her as she sleeps." I recall my childhood when every time I caught a cold, my mother would cradle me, and I would recover swiftly. As she embraced my neck and clumsily kissed me, she mercilessly shut me out of the tent. I could only manage a wry smile, lying beside Li Rui, and cautiously extended my right hand to rest her head upon my wrist. Slowly awakening, she glanced at me, her voice soft as if only she could hear it. "Kiss me," as I leaned in to brush my lips against her forehead. She took the initiative to plant a kiss on my lips before gently drifting back to sleep. At last, dawn broke. Several women seemed to act as if nothing had transpired, the only difference being that my energy surged and my strength felt invigorated. Leaving Li Rui at home, I ventured with 4 women to the site, where we had hunted 2 nights prior to unearth the deer meat buried for a day and a night. Thankfully, it bore no unpleasant odor. Huang Ting, He Ju, and Zhang Qin each shoulder a piece, while Qiao Yin folded one of the deer hides and placed it on her shoulder before carrying a portion of the meat. Each piece of deer meat weighed approximately 50 to 60 pounds, yet combined with the hide, it became quite heavy, the skin likely outweighing a piece of meat. Nevertheless, Qiao Yin took on the heaviest burden among the women. I too folded the deer hide and placed it on my shoulder, simultaneously lifting 2 pieces of deer meat onto the hide, while under the admiring gaze of the women. Remarkably, I felt no significant strain. I calculated that the 2 pieces of deer meat weighed over 100 pounds, and with the hide, it approached 200 pounds. Yet, I found it easier to carry than the women did with their 50 to 60 pounds of meat. When the women grew too weary to continue and had to sit for a rest, I reminded them to prioritize safety. Meat could be hunted again, but a life lost was irreplaceable. I then returned to the stone chamber, carrying the load alone. To save time, I stuffed the meat and hide through the narrow entrance of the passageway before heading back to retrieve Qiao Yin and the others, together transporting everything back into the stone chamber. Li Rui had awakened, and when I checked on her, she appeared slightly fatigued but otherwise unharmed, her temperature remaining normal. I ventured out once more, gathering several large bundles of cypress and pine leaves. I coordinated with the 4 women to transport these leaves back into the stone chamber in several trips. Reflecting on the information Huang Ting and Xiao Yin had overheard in the thicket, which indicated that they would search the area every other day. It seemed they intended to rest one day after 2 days of searching. Thus, I discussed with the women the necessity of remaining indoors for the next few days. At night, we could smoke the meat, but during the day, even grilling would require dry firewood to avoid revealing our position through smoke from the skylight. I attempted multiple times to locate the skylight above the stone chamber from outside, adjusting my angle and distance, yet I consistently failed to find it, leaving me perplexed. In the ensuing days, aside from essential trips to fetch water and occasional foraging for wild vegetables, we rarely ventured outside the stone chamber. During the day, we nestled within the stone chamber, indulging in idle chatter, soaking in baths, and luxuriating in slumber. As night descended, we ignited fresh cypress and pine leaves to smoke the venison. Occasionally, we would entertain ourselves or engage in profound discussions regarding immediate or potential concerns. However, our conversations were primarily confined to domestic matters. I often fantasized about returning to the mundane world to explore international issues. From time to time, I ventured outside to observe the movements of the islanders, whose searches had grown increasingly frequent and expansive, seemingly surpassing the number 14. Their search areas appear to be nearing the scenes depicted in the performances of Zheng Yanling. The monotony of daily barbecues weighed heavily on us, prompting the women to creatively enhance our meals. We even experimented with bamboo tubes, stewing meat and wild vegetables together. Despite our nourishing diet, the women did not grow leaner, but rather more voluptuous. In contrast, Huang Ting became increasingly unpretentious, foregoing her former habit of washing her face numerous times a day. Although her frame remained slender, calluses began to form on her hands. She was particularly attentive towards her younger companions, He Ju and Zhang Qin. Li Rui, as the focus of care, was thriving, Her complexion grew rosier by the day. She gazed at the skylight in the corner and the extraordinary foliage outside, framed by the azure sky. "Brother Chen, I've been cooped up for so long. May I take a walk outside with you?" Of course I was responding when I noticed Xiao Yan's serious expression. Li Rui quickly reassured her, "Do not worry, Sister Xiao Yan. If we ascend, the chances of encountering the islanders will diminish significantly." Xiao Yan's concern was rooted in worry, not opposition. Upon hearing this, she hastily fetched a coat to drape over Rui. It must be noted that since Li Rui rescued Xiao Yan from the enemy, perhaps out of gratitude or perhaps from deep admiration, Xiao Yan had developed a profound respect for Rui, nearly becoming her devoted follower. She even began calling Rui Sister Rui, joining a few other women in this address, which always made Rui blush and glance at me shyly whenever she heard it. I picked up a Type 38 rifle, playfully addressing the women who were teasing us. "Now that Rui's injuries have nearly healed, let us prepare to move. We need to relocate to the open area below the left mountain, as the islanders are hunting for us daily and will eventually discover our whereabouts." Following Li Rui, I descended the passage leading away from the cave, the sounds of the women's laughter echoing from above. Once she reached the bottom, Rui linked her arm with mine as we proceeded toward the exit of the passage. As we walked upward, we exchanged endearing words. Yet I understood that Rui's true intention in inviting me outside was to confide in me many secrets pertaining to her. Perhaps after today, Rui and I would no longer remain two independent entities. Chapter 33. The Identity of Li Rui. I recall the days when we resided in that cave at the foot of the mountain. Ever since I ascended to the peak, Li Rui and I have had no chance to indulge in whispered conversations as we once did. Throughout our journey, I recounted all my experiences since my last departure from the stone cave, from Zhang Qin's initiative to the discovery of the stone chamber, to the encounter with that leopard, and my dreams upon the alpine meadows. I yearned to share every moment, every word with her. When I spoke of the night spent crafting sea salt by the shore, and the subsequent dream of that young man, a contemplative expression crossed Li Rui's face. It was indeed peculiar, someone from a dream reminding you, yet ultimately saving our lives. I continued to share the intricacies of my discussions with Huang Ting and the adventures I embarked upon with Zhang Qin, delving into every detail following my rescue of Huang Ting from the clutches of the enemy. I recounted every gesture, every word to Li Rui, who listened intently, covering her mouth with a smile, remaining silent. Upon concluding my tale about Huang Ting, she praised me, saying, "Brother Chen, you are a man far better than I had imagined." At that time, Huang Ting was on the brink, teetering on the edge of despair. Yet now, she stands as a core member of our team. Do you know why? I pondered and concluded it must be due to our candid conversation that night. However, Li Rui shook her head, stating, "No, your discussion that night was merely a facade. The true reason she is devoted to you is that you sincerely cherished her. You have genuinely placed her above your own life. For a woman, this is the ultimate pursuit. With the past you are aware of concerning Huang Ting, she is a woman of distinct character, with clear affections and aversions. Therefore, your kindness to her, especially your willingness to lay down your weapon to safeguard her life, has earned you her unwavering loyalty. Brother Chen, the day is still young. Why don't you take me to see the grasslands on the mountain? I've heard so much about them, yet I have never laid eyes on them." Her smile, with bright eyes and gleaming teeth, exuded a blend of steadiness and allure. She leaned closer to my ear and whispered something that sent my heart racing. "Brother Chen, I wish to give myself to you in the highest, most secluded place where we are assured of privacy." A surge of joy coursed through me. I wished I had brought that leopard skin along. On the mountain grasslands, Li Rui frolicked in exuberance, spinning and ultimately landing in my embrace. I wondered if it was time to begin. It felt something was amiss. Was it the atmosphere or my mood? I couldn't quite discern. "Brother Chen," Li Rui caressed the stubble on my face and sighed, "Ah, the razor never quite does the job, does it? Are you curious about my true identity?" I nodded in affirmation. "I can share my experiences with you, but I cannot disclose my specific identity or position, nor can I discuss certain tasks. Even if we are on a deserted island, I must adhere to my principles." "May I?" "Of course I should. In fact, I have had experiences that would breach discipline if revealed, so I can understand." I replied. She continued, in truth, I discerned on the very first day at the beach that you must have undertaken some classified missions. She then began to recount her own experiences. I am an orphan. My exact age? I do not know my birthday. I only recall a vague, early memory. A man and a woman collapsed before me in a pool of blood. Later, the police officer who rescued me informed me that the couple were traffickers. As for my true parents and my hometown, they remain a mystery. Subsequently, I was placed in an orphanage. Within that institution, I was a taciturn yet formidable presence. When older children bullied me, I would wait until they fell asleep and strike them with a knife. Academically, I exhibited remarkable talent. At the age of 6, I had memorized over 200 digits of pi, capable of recalling every object in an unfamiliar room. By 7, I had committed the periodic table to memory and understood the calculations of chemical equations. My physical endurance surpassed that of my peers. Eventually, I was adopted by a unique family that nurtured my abilities. At 16, I entered a special unit within the military. By 20, I could converse in 9 languages. After studying abroad, I obtained 4 advanced degrees. As I mentioned, I am a postdoctoral researcher in psychology, which is but one of my interests. To be candid, while I had suspected she possessed an extraordinary identity or background, the extent of her academic prowess and mysterious past astonished me. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Do you remember the plane crash we encountered? She inquired. I do, I answered, refraining from asking her any questions. Engaging in conversation with someone like her, the things she could share would not require my inquiry, while the matters she could not discuss would be futile for me to probe. Nevertheless, I would not distance myself because of this. In my eyes, she is my woman, regardless of her identity or experiences, which are inconsequential to me. She continued, in truth, the passengers of that flight were all affected by me. Although I had anticipated this revelation, I was still taken aback as I gazed at her. The hijackers were seeking me because I possessed a piece of classified intelligence, specifically, blueprints for a stealth fighter jet that is at least 40 years ahead of modern technology. As she removed one of her earrings, she explained, this blueprint is contained within this earring, while the other half is concealed within a shield wound beneath my arm. She then spoke to me, Brother Chen. All I can share with you is this much. Until I receive approval from my superiors, I cannot disclose any further information. As of now, I am merely a peripheral member of my department. Looking at me with a calm, yet uncertain tone, she asked, Brother Chen, having heard all of this, can you still accept me with tranquility? My past, my identity, including the 200 lives lost because of me on that plane, knowing all this, can you still regard me as a normal wife, as a husband should? She awaited my response with hopeful eyes. I took her hand in mine and said, Rui, whether this is a deserted island or the mundane world, I care not for your identity. Before me, you are simply a woman, the woman I ardently desire to claim as my own. As I spoke, I caressed her face, lifted her chin, and kissed her lips. For a long while, she gazed at me calmly with a smile, wrapping her arms around my neck, guiding my body to lie back. Could it finally be happening? My heart raced with excitement. If there were any means at hand, I would have played a song that expressed the long wait culminating in this moment. Yet, just as my anticipation peaked, bang, a gunshot abruptly interrupted our embrace. The sound was loud, yet it seemed distant. Rui and I both sat up in shock. Bang, 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 3 consecutive shots followed. Now we could hear them distinctly, the shots emanating from the direction of the stone chamber on the mountainside. This is bad. Had someone discovered the stone chamber? Exchanging a glance with Rui, we both sprang to our feet, rushing down the mountain. However, mere meters into the woods, an alarming instinct surged within me. For reasons unknown, my senses had become acutely heightened during this period. Whenever this foreboding feeling arose, danger invariably followed. Without a moment to spare, I lunged and pulled Rui down into the underbrush. Almost simultaneously, gunfire erupted right in front of us. The place where we had just stood was now riddled with bullet holes. Chen Jie, this time you're finished, came Yang Shuai's maniacal laughter from behind the gunfire. Fortunately, the Imperial Army heeded my advice. Otherwise, capturing you would have been quite a challenge. Hand over the route map you possess, no matter where you've hidden it. If you refuse, the Imperial Army will make you wish for death. A route map? You might as well have called it a treasure map. Yet in that moment, The atmosphere was meaningless. Rui and I were armed with only one gun, containing a mere 5 bullets. Hearing the gunshots and shouts below, I realized there were at least 20 men. 5 bullets against 20, I knew this time I might have no chance of escape. At this moment, Li Rui swiftly extracted a piece of white cloth from her pocket, shouting a rapid succession of island dialect while holding it aloft above the thicket. I gazed at her in puzzlement, yet, trusting her implicitly, I clutched my rifle tightly. Through the gaps in the grass, I strained to observe the movements of the enemy soldiers below, even though I could not see them clearly. However, as Li Rui uttered that phrase in the island language, a young island officer, around 26 or 27 years of age, emerged from behind a large tree and stood in the middle of the animal path. After adjusting his uniform, he saluted us with a raised hand. What was happening? In my bewilderment, Li Rui commanded, "Shoot him." Bang! I raised my weapon and fired. The bullet shattering the young officer's right eye. I could almost vividly see blood erupting from the back of his head. Run! With no time to hesitate. Seizing the moment while the enemy was equally stunned, Li Rui and I turned and sprinted up the mountain. We soon burst from the woods and found ourselves on an expansive alpine meadow. After merely a few dozen meters, the enemy soldiers pursued us to the edge of the forest, hearing the gunfire behind. We immediately took cover atop a small mound. I turned and fired again, suppressing the enemy soldiers who had emerged from the woods, forcing them to the ground. After crawling a short distance, Li Rui and I resumed our frantic dash up the mountain. To my astonishment, Li Rui displayed remarkable skill in crawling. Her speed trailed behind me by only a single position. It is worth noting that my physical condition had been significantly enhanced by her, far surpassing what it had been before we found ourselves on this island. Even in my previous state, I was much stronger than the majority of retired personnel. The alpine meadows, though expansive with lush grass, were not as uniformly flat as a playground. We intermittently fired upon the pursuing enemy soldiers, retreating swiftly, and occasionally took cover behind small mounds. Yet, after the main commander was cunningly eliminated by Rui, they had appointed another soldier in standard military attire to lead. This squad of 20 or 30 men remained organized, showing no signs of disorder or dissent. They neither recklessly advanced to their doom nor fell too far behind. The new commander, wielding the fallen officer's saber, directed his men with a semblance of authority. It seemed they intended to capture me alive. This was a military unit from nearly a century ago, further illustrating that the depictions in dramatic works are indeed artistic embellishments. Chapter 34. The Deceptions of Cinema. There is no escape from the cliff under the premise of frugality. We arrived at the junction of the alpine meadow and the rocky terrain above, just as our ammunition ran out. Taking refuge behind a stone, I drew the dagger from my waist, casting a glance at Li Rui, only to be preempted by her words. "Do not think of letting me go first. Though our bodies have yet to cross, we are already bound by life and death." Her brief yet profound declaration left me momentarily speechless. From below, Yang Shuai's voice rang out. "Chen Jie, you bastard! Aren't you supposed to be tough? How did you end up chased to this height? What has become of your spirit? Why did it not safeguard your life?" Gritting my teeth, I positioned the gun against the stone, executing a clever ruse. Grasping Li Rui's hand, we continued our ascent towards the peak, shielded by the jagged rocks. I never anticipated that this empty weapon, devoid of bullets, would prove more effective than before. Having traversed 500 or 600 meters, we found ourselves unpursued by the enemy, the main summit drawing ever closer. I recalled the words of the young man in my dream. "A few days hence, should you encounter a life-threatening crisis, remember to scale the mountain behind and run towards the precipice." Was this a divine orchestration? Lost in thought, I gently squeezed Li Rui's hand, prompting her to glance back and inquire, "Brother Chen, what troubles you?" I asked her, "Do you remember the dream I shared with you? The first time, he warned me of danger and urged me to flee over the mountain. The second time by the sea, he urged me to run swiftly. The third time in the stone chamber, he implored me to elevate and transcend myself. Now, by sheer coincidence, we truly find ourselves running towards the main peak. Could this be a manifestation of fate?" Breathless, she embraced my head and planted a kiss upon my forehead. "We are destined to live together or perish together. This is the essence of fate. But this is a matter of survival. Dear sister, must it be so sentimental? I glanced back at the soldiers who, after a series of shouts, had finally unraveled my clever ruse. Sharing a pained smile with Li Rui, we clasped hands and pressed onward toward the summit, pondering whether we truly needed to scale the peak and run towards the cliff. The ascent grew increasingly steep, with the final segment approaching verticality. Summoning the strength akin to that of a child quenching thirst, we finally reached the summit. The top was relatively flat, approximately 10 meters in diameter, composed of several massive stones as if stitched together. There was no soil, no grass, and no trees. Rui, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. I, though somewhat better off, was also fatigued. Looking back at the relentless soldiers from the island nation, they had not given up and continued their climb. Nearing the final vertical stretch, I thought, given the circumstances, we might emulate the 5 heroes of Wolf Tooth Mountain. I began searching for stones around me. Rui, observe my actions, I said. She had not even glanced down the mountain to discern the situation, yet she followed me, searching for stones at the summit. However, the barren peak revealed no stones at all. Just as Rui was about to speak, I felt a familiar warning signal flare within me. I gazed into the distance, and on a far-off alpine meadow, I spotted 2 rapidly moving black dots. Could they be military dogs? Or perhaps off-road motorcycles? Just as this whimsical notion flickered in my mind, the 2 black dots had crossed the meadow and entered the rocky terrain, although still at a considerable distance. I scrutinized and discerned their true nature. A wave of shock coursed through me, raising goosebumps across my skin. They were neither military dogs nor motorcycles, but rather 2 individuals who could effortlessly navigate the grass and rocks like acrobats. Their speed rivaled that of a speeding car, and as they advanced upward, soldiers behind them were aiding with directions. Li Rui stared at the 2 figures in the distance, murmuring with a sigh, "So they have martial artists. Brother Chen, it seems our chance of surviving together this time is exceedingly slim. We may only share a fate of demise." Sensing their velocity, I realized I could not possibly compete with them. Before my retirement, I had heard whispers of those beyond the mundane realm. Even with modern weaponry, we might not stand a chance against them. At the time, I had dismissed it as mere legend, never imagining it to be true. No, heaven does not leave one without a way out. As I reassured Rui, I began searching for an escape route. I could not allow her to perish alongside me. Suddenly, the dream I had once experienced resurfaced in my mind. Yes, if martial artists could indeed be real, then that dream. I made my way westward, enduring the dizziness that came with the altitude, carefully examining the cliffs behind. The main peak was still shrouded in layers of looming cliffs. My previous objective had been to survey the northern exit. This time, my focus was on the cliffs behind. I discovered a pattern. Each tier of cliff varied in height, some measuring dozens of meters while others exceeded 100. Each layer bore a narrow width, strewn with loose stones. The lower tiers even revealed patches of verdant grass. Moreover, the cliffs were not a seamless expanse of mirror-like stone, but rather composed of interlocking segments, each resembling a grand curtain. Between the joined cliffs, upon closer inspection, it appeared there were gaps or paths. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for prolonged contemplation. I called out to Li Rui, "Brother Chen." She approached me with a calm demeanor, as if delivering her final words. "If it is destined for us to perish together today, then it is indeed a fortunate end for Rui. What I regret the most is that I did not timely make you my man." I gazed at her, unable to suppress a chuckle. She playfully punched me, as if in jest. "How can you smile at this moment?" I grasped her hand and said, "Rui, we may not perish. Look at the cliff below." She peered down, shaking her head in confusion. We could not see in this direction, yet I estimated that those 2 masters, given their speed, must be drawing near. Without daring to delay further, I led Li Rui down from the northern face of the main peak to the shoulder adjacent to the summit. We then navigated down through the crevice between the cliffs, either by pressing our backs against one side and extending our feet to push against the other, employing a chimney climbing technique, or by carefully inching down through the narrow stone fissures. Fortunately, Li Rui was quite adept as well. Upon descending the first layer of the cliff, we looked up to see the main peak directly above us. Atop the next layer of cliff, there was a slight ledge. From a distance, it appeared to be just a narrow strip, yet upon standing there, we found it to be over half a meter wide. If it weren't for the chaotic pile of rocks above, one could easily run here. After traversing several dozen meters along the top of the second cliff, we reached a fissure between the cliff segments. As we descended to the next layer, looking up, I spotted the two masters from the island swiftly pursuing us down the cliff. The relief I had initially felt was replaced by anxiety once more. I warned Li Rui to be cautious and continued to search for a new path downward. By the time we reached the seventh layer of the cliff, the way ahead was nearly impassable. Our bodies bore the marks of numerous falls, scrapes, and bruises, and our clothes were nearly in tatters. The two island warriors had caught up to our level. "Surrender, young man," one of them said in fluent Chinese, his age seemingly akin to mine, around 27 or 28. His meticulously cropped hair and gaunt face exuded determination, adorned with a small patch of the island's characteristic facial hair above his lips. Gazing down, I noticed the sea, still over 100 meters below. I replied to the islander, "Let me share a secret with you. I possess no map at all. All your efforts, and the lives lost, have merely been exploited by a few petty individuals." Ha ha ha. At the edge of life, I no longer cared for appearances. If there were a mirror, I imagine my grin would appear quite monstrous. Behind me, Li Rui addressed the two island masters. "What my husband says is true. If we had a map, we would have left long ago, rather than waiting here to be hunted by you." Sensing that one of them might not understand, she repeated her statement in their native tongue. Yet the earlier island master confidently shook his head. "What I seek is not a map. I know you cannot possess one. However, I am certain one of you carries something far more valuable, intelligence that even 80 years hence would be coveted by superpowers. Am I not correct?" As I listened, a sudden shock coursed through my heart. Though I restrained myself from turning back, I was certain that Li Rui's astonishment mirrored my own. The man from the island continued, "What do you think? This is a desolate isle. To whom do you wish to display your loyalty? If you surrender the intelligence, I assure you not only will you be allowed to leave, but you will also face no mistreatment. So what do you say? Hand it over." He even attempted to tug at our emotions. "My name is Mubai Chiron. I am, in fact, half Wuxia. My mother, though Japanese, was entrusted with a mission from an early age, to utilize every means possible to mate with the exceptional men of Wuxia, thereby inheriting their noble blood. I possess half of that lineage. If you provide the information, I guarantee that each word I utter will hold true." I forced myself to remain calm as I inquired, "Are you so certain that we possess such intelligence? Regardless, we face death or capture today. You need not fret. Just tell us, when did you become aware of this? How did you come to know?" He chuckled softly, exuding both confidence and pride. "I haven't known for long, perhaps just an hour or two. As for how I learned, I must thank you people from China." I silently cursed Li Meigua and Yang Shui Yang, Jin in my mind. Turning to gently caress Li Rui's face, she whispered, "The intelligence can be destroyed, but we must never give it to the islanders." Feigning ignorance to her words, I replied, "Rui, do you know? You are the most indelible love in my heart. If given another chance when I first saw you on the plane, I would certainly seek you out to acquire your WeChat." With that, I placed a kiss on her forehead, and Li Rui wrapped her arms around my neck, saying, "Brother Chen, it's truly wonderful to have met you in this lifetime." She then kissed me deeply, while the faux islander urged us to make a decision. But we seemed to be in a world of our own. Li Rui kicked a stone at her feet into the sea and said to me, "It's time. We must make a choice." I comprehended the significance of her action. "All right, let us take the gamble. If we are to live, we shall live together. And if we are to die, we shall die together." Amidst the islanders' furious shouts, we both leaped off the cliff. "Sir, my apologies. I see you're also in the liquor business. May I accompany you? I do not wish to remain here. Remember, when my husband returns, tell him to redeem me." It was as if scenes from a film flickered through my mind, recalling Li Rui's previous moments. "Brother Chun, if you desire, I can give it to you now. Though I am injured. Brother Chun, by the time you return, I should be quite well." The first volume concludes. The second volume, The Legacy of Chun Fong, will resume its regular updates tomorrow. Chapter 35, The inheritance of the immortal before me lay a cliff, tranquil to the point of being devoid of any ripple, its surface curving inward. Fortuitously, Ru-Yi shattered the tension of the placid water with a stone. Otherwise, leaping from such a height, even feet first, would likely have resulted in either death or severe injury. Within the icy embrace of the ocean, we sank into the depths of darkness. Propelled by inertia, our lips mere inches apart as we shared the breath we exhaled. Time became an indistinct measure until our lungs, devoid of air, ignited with a searing pain. At last, we resurfaced, only to be greeted by an entirely different scene. There was no sun to herald the dawn or dusk, nor any natural light, yet everything around us was vividly discernible. We had evidently entered a cavern within the mountain, having plunged from the cliff into its depths. At the water's edge, a golden sandy beach awaited us. As we traversed the shore, it narrowed progressively. Above the beach, no verdant jungles or forests greeted us. Instead, there was a narrow entrance in the stone wall. I assisted Ru-Yi onto the sand, and after a brief respite, we supported one another as we ventured through the threshold. Inside lay a modest space resembling a vertical shaft, with a long spiral staircase that appeared to ascend infinitely. The surrounding stone walls were smooth and even, as though meticulously carved by a skilled artisan. This brought to mind the stone chamber we had inhabited over the past few days. Having exhausted all other avenues, we began our ascent up the staircase. The duration of our climb did not exceed our limits, and just before hunger could seize us, we reached the staircase's conclusion. Of course, this feat may not have been attainable for an ordinary person. Throughout our journey, Ru-Yi and I had leaned on one another, both already fatigued. As I prepared to push open the door, Ru-Yi stepped ahead, clutching my arm. "Darling, I'm already immensely grateful to be alive. You must remember that 4 women await you outside, relying on you to provide for them." With that, she attempted to thrust open the grand door. "Stop." I feared that her action might unleash unimaginable consequences. Thus, as her hand rested upon the door, I joined her in pushing it open. Yet, nothing transpired. Indeed, nothing at all. Before us lay a modest room, adorned with a small stone table at its center and 3 stone stools. Similar to the circular table in the previous stone chamber, its surface was exceptionally smooth. Directly across from the entrance, another spiral staircase beckoned, ascending into the unknown. As I held Ru-Yi's delicate hand, ready to approach the spiral staircase, I noticed a young man seated cross-legged beside the stone table, a serene smile gracing his familiar visage. It was the very face of the kind-hearted young man from my dreams. Appearing to be in his early 20s and standing no taller than 5 feet 7 inches. "You have finally arrived," he remarked. He rose as he spoke. Although we had encountered each other several times in dreams, I was not well acquainted with him in reality. In fact, my previous dream encounters had only heightened my curiosity. "Who are you? How is it that you can enter my dreams?" I inquired. "I am also surnamed Chen. My name is Chen Fong," he replied with calm assurance. "The reason I can enter your dreams is that my spiritual energy surpasses yours." "Your spirit is stronger than mine?" I questioned. "Indeed, spirit, much like your recent experiences, where you have sensed danger before it arrives. This is a manifestation of a spirit's strength, albeit your own is but a mere flicker in comparison." I pondered whether this was akin to the tales of novels, where one might stumble upon fortune after a fall from a cliff. Yet, Chen Fong directly dispelled that notion. The likelihood of encountering fortune after a fall is exceedingly slim. Even if such fortune exists below, those without fate will not grasp it, regardless of their misfortune. Our meeting today was not a result of you falling from a cliff. Rather, your destiny was entwined with mine, leading you here through a series of fortuitous events. Astonished, I gazed at him. I merely contemplated this in my mind. How could you possibly know my thoughts? At that moment, Li Rui beside me was equally astonished. Chen Fong smiled, saying, "As I mentioned before, my spirit is far more powerful than yours. I can not only perceive your thoughts, but also delve into your memories." And so, I suddenly recalled Ouyang Danqing. "You display your strength before me. Yet why did you not aid us when we faced persecution or when those beside me succumbed?" He smiled wider. I once posed a similar question to one who was powerful in their time. That individual was constrained by the laws of heaven and could not intervene. As for me, he paused before continuing. The being before you is but a fragment of my residual soul, with the ability to act confined to this chamber. Even within this space, my offensive capabilities are limited. My task is to pass on this fragment of memory imbued with techniques. Once you receive my inheritance, this portion of my soul shall vanish. What must I do to receive this inheritance? I asked. Is it necessary to bow and pay homage, or to enter into some soul-binding contract? Neither is required, he replied. If you attain great strength, I have friends in the mundane world. As long as you remain true to your heart, you need only assist me in small ways. His tone was measured and unhurried. Yet I felt weak and pressed for time. You must be eager to save others, but to leave this place, you will require a measure of patience. However, just as Li Rui was about to speak, Chen Fong turned to glance at her. It was merely a fleeting look, devoid of any words. Yet Li Rui smiled and nodded, stepping aside. All right, let us commence. If we continue this conversation, I fear my very soul may dissipate. As I spoke, I felt an invisible force drawing me toward him. It resembled a gentle suction, devoid of any harsh pull. He placed his index and middle fingers upon my brow. Suddenly, I was engulfed by a wave of dizziness. Within mere seconds, it escalated into a throbbing headache, as if my head were about to burst. Before me, Chen Fong earnestly instructed, "Hold on, you must persevere. Remember, strive to complete the first layer as swiftly as possible." As he spoke, his form gradually became translucent. Do not worry about what you consume here. The path of reincarnation will reveal itself to you in due time. However, you must cultivate the soul refinement technique and the body refinement technique to at least the third level to escape. By the time he finished, his body was nearly entirely transparent. Allow me to assist you one final time, using the remnants of my soul's energy to enhance your spirit. Remember, only when each layer is perfected can you ascend to the next. His almost transparent form grew increasingly abstract, ultimately transforming into a wisp of smoke that drifted into my mind. My brain felt as though it had endured a tremendous impact, enduring the agonizing pain and dizziness as a frenzied roar echoed within. Since the heavens are indifferent, treating human life as mere chaff, I shall shatter this sky. As that voice resonated, countless fragments flickered through my mind like scenes from a film. In a destitute, remote village, a group of impoverished children, clad in coarse garments, grew up alongside me. Among them was a girl, merely a few months my senior, who had been my constant companion since childhood. Whenever I found myself in a scuffle, she would retaliate fiercely. If overmatched, she would return home to fetch a carrying pole or a hoe and rejoin the fray. In her tender, soft voice, she vowed, "My life is yours. I shall return it to you. In this lifetime, I am yours." Gradually, the pain and dizziness began to recede, and clarity returned to my mind, accompanied by an influx of memories. These recollections felt as if they were my own experiences, vivid and immediate upon contemplation. This memory encompassed a technique, divided into two parts, the soul refinement technique and the body refinement technique. As the names imply, they are designed specifically to train both the spirit and the flesh. Yet, as I endeavored to recall the body refinement technique, I discovered that the physical training it entailed bore a striking resemblance to various exercises found in a gym. The techniques of attack are divided into 6 layers, each possessing a distinct name, the significance of which remains elusive to me. I am unsure whether they pertain to the techniques themselves or to the realms they represent. The names are as follows. First layer, Wind and Cloud Slash. Second layer, Phoenix Dance. Third layer, No Regrets. Fourth layer, Gale. Fifth layer, Shattered Hut. Sixth layer, Nameless. Despite my desire to glimpse the specific methods of these offensive maneuvers, I find them utterly beyond my recollection, rendering them invisible to my mind's eye. Thus, I cease my attempts to recall the techniques of attack and instead turn my thoughts towards the method of soul refinement. To my relief, the principles of soul refinement are easily summoned to my imagination, presenting themselves almost instantaneously. Essentially, It involves entering a meditative state through a series of incantations. Visualizing a candle aflame. The flame must burn with unwavering stability, devoid of the slightest flicker or quiver. Concurrently, the smoke rising from the flame must also remain perfectly still. If the smoke ascends vertically without any disturbance, it signifies a successful entry into the practice. The higher the smoke rises, the closer one is to the completion of the first stage. Should the smoke rise straight to the ceiling without wavering, it confirms that this layer has been mastered. According to the guidance of the soul refinement technique, one must perfect the spiritual energy of each layer before undertaking the corresponding body refinement technique. No wonder I was unable to recall the specific methods within the body refinement technique earlier. Now, it becomes clear. Following the instructions of the technique, I sit cross-legged, my 5 hearts directed towards the heavens, silently reciting the incantation. Gradually, I become aware that Li Rui's presence has faded away, as though all my senses have been sealed, rendering me deaf to sound and unable to open my eyes. Simultaneously, I feel as though I am transported to an ancient room. Everything within the space is hazy, yet I can discern its style and furnishings, which are decidedly not of modern design. The sole clarity resides in the center of the room, where a candle burns serenely. The flame flickers and the blue smoke swirls, appearing as if it might extinguish at any moment. Following the technique's guidance, I focus intently, envisioning the flame in a state of complete stillness. Remarkably, after several minutes of concentration, the candle's flame indeed stabilizes, ceasing all movement. The next challenge is to control the smoke above the flame, a task far more difficult than stabilizing the flame itself. I attempt this 5 or 6 times without success. In the past, such frustration would have driven me to throw my utensils in exasperation. Yet in this moment, my mind is as tranquil as still water, devoid of any impatience. I redirect my attention to the flame, which remains utterly motionless. Although it is in a state of combustion, it appears like a painting, frozen in place. Reacquainting myself with the sensation of stillness, I follow the flame upwards. To my delight, a slender, straight plume of smoke has indeed remained motionless above the flame, seamlessly connected to it, presenting no signs of disturbance. However, 5 or 6 inches above, the smoke begins to sway and dance chaotically. Rather than feeling vexed, a sense of exhilaration wells up within me. Following this sensation, I continued my practice in a meditative state, losing track of time. How long had it been? When the smoke above the candle reached over a meter and remained motionless, an intense hunger surged within me. This hunger struck suddenly, overwhelming me to the point of nausea. I awoke from my meditation, unable to suppress a few dry heaves, my stomach so empty that I could barely stand upright. In this realm, there was no rising or setting sun. The watch I had once salvaged from Li Meigui's tent had long since vanished, lost during my escape down the cliff with Rui. I had no conception of how much time had elapsed. Just then, I caught a whiff of a long-forgotten aroma, the scent of braised meat. That familiar fragrance made my mouth water as I wandered, searching for its source. To my surprise, I discovered a small room behind the spiral staircase, from which Li Rui emerged, carrying a small bowl of braised meat of unknown origin. Chapter 36. The first breakthrough. Are you hungry? She asked, a hint of mischief dancing in her smile as she placed a small bowl of braised pork and a pair of chopsticks before me. The bowl was unmistakably a ceramic one, a rarity from the outside world, and the chopsticks were pristine bamboo, clearly indicative of their origin. Intrigued, I inquired, where did all this come from? Without answering, Li Rui deftly picked up a generous piece of the pork and stuffed it into my mouth. Hurry and eat. Look at you, you're starving. The spirit named Chen Fong had once left a message in my mind, guiding me to a secret chamber behind the stone steps. Inside, I discovered a stone cabinet stocked with pots, pans, rice, meat, oil, and an array of condiments. As she continued to feed me, I mumbled, don't just feed me. You should eat too. After a moment's hesitation, she gently replied, all right, I'll serve some rice. As she spoke, she handed me the chopsticks. You can eat by yourself. I'm too lazy to keep feeding you, you lazy pig. She retreated into the inner room and soon returned with 2 small bowls of white rice. I served her some of the braised pork, and she reciprocated. Before long, we had devoured every last morsel, leaving not a drop of sauce behind. During our meal, she informed me that the rice, oil, and meat were remarkably fresh, likely due to the stone cabinet's ability to preserve them indefinitely without decay. While clearing the bowls, she asked, "Brother Chen, how is your cultivation progressing?" I replied, without anyone else to compare with, "I cannot gauge whether I am fast or slow. However, I believe I have glimpsed the threshold." I then shared the specifics of my cultivation journey. I had initially intended to disclose the mantra to her, hoping she might cultivate alongside me. Yet, I was perplexed by the fact that while I could recite the mantra with clarity and ease in my mind, I was utterly incapable of vocalizing it. I even attempted to write it in the dirt with my chopsticks, but the sounds eluded representation in any form of writing or phonetics. Resigned, I abandoned the thought of her joining me in my cultivation. It seemed that I would have to protect her alone. After tidying up the dishes, Li Rui, having absorbed everything I had said, compassionately advised me, "You must not slack off in your cultivation, for your speed will determine both our fates." Her words startled me. She continued, "Although we have access to food from the outside world, the quantity is limited. We've already consumed about a third of it." At this, a realization struck me, and I hurried to the entrance of the chamber, only to find that the long spiral staircase we had ascended had vanished, leaving behind an empty, chimney-like vertical shaft. The smooth stone walls surrounding me bore the imprints of steps, as if the stairs had been retracted into the walls themselves. Our predicament was exceedingly awkward. If the food were to be consumed before I perfected the first level of my training, my attempts to return to the seashore to catch fish and gather shellfish would be rendered futile. I approached the spiral staircase once again. As I ascended to the second section, I found myself unable to move any further, as though an invisible wall barred my progress. No matter how hard I tried, I could not advance even a fraction of an inch. Rui observed my struggle and let out a deep sigh. "Ah, Brother Chen, our only recourse now is for you to diligently cultivate your skills. Mastering the stillness of candle smoke above 1 meter is far more challenging than controlling the flames below. This may be significantly tied to my current awareness of our situation, which has left my mind in turmoil. Each time I manage to perceive the candle flame in stillness and follow the smoke upwards, I am overcome with impatience to glimpse the ceiling, only to find it perpetually shrouded in indistinct voids. I resolve to disengage from my meditation, striving to calm my mind, inhaling deeply and regaining my composure before resuming my seated position, centering my heart and soul upwards, silently reciting the incantation to enter a meditative state once more. When the candle smoke ascended beyond 2 meters in perfect stillness, I seemed to transcend into another realm, where I could concentrate intently on my current practice while simultaneously sensing my physical body and everything around me. For instance, Li Rui watched me from the corner with a look of contentment. With my thoughts returned to focus, I directed all my attention to this illusory chamber of spiritual cultivation. Gradually, I began to discern the outlines of other objects within the previously hazy room. Before me stood a candle atop an ancient redwood desk, though the intricate patterns of the desk remained unclear. Beyond the candle, I perceived a bookshelf, vaguely recognizing the presence of books and bamboo scrolls, yet the details eluded me. On the frame of the bookshelf, a tubular object hung at an angle, dotted with small holes resembling a shell or a flute. I recalled having encountered such a scene in a dream, but I understood that forcing myself to clarify these images would be futile. Thus, I redirected my focus to the smoke of the candle, the fiery red flame, and the slender, darkened smoke that remained motionless, ascending steadily. 2 meters, 2.5 meters, 3 meters. Following the trail of smoke, I finally glimpsed the ceiling, structured in the ancient gabled style, reinforced with a horizontal beam to form a sturdy triangular frame. Above it, the circular logs and wooden planks, spaced a palm's breadth apart, were adorned with the traditional red, cylindrical tiles of yore. As the still smoke brushed the seams of the tiles, I distinctly felt a profound elevation of my spirit. In that moment, my essence within this fabricated space ceased to be a mere observer. My gaze can encircle the candle, revealing its various facets from different angles. Yet, as I reach out towards the candle, I find myself in this imagined realm, previously existing in a state of soul akin to a mere observer, seemingly absent. In the past, my attempts to move or touch any object within the room were futile. However, at this moment, I could distinctly see my outstretched hand as I caressed the mahogany desk upon which the candle rests. Feeling the texture of the wood and the sensation between my palm and it, I can discern the intricate grain of the wood, and as I shift my perspective, I strive to freeze the flame and smoke of the candle from various viewpoints. When I perceive the stillness of both the flame and the smoke from every angle, even reaching the ceiling, an uncanny event transpires. The candle, which was so close to me, suddenly vanishes. Yet, I'm not only able to clearly see my own hands, but I can also behold everything that is visible to me in the realm of reality. Moreover, I sense a joyous and welcoming sentiment emanating from the Shao hanging on the bookshelf. Approaching the shelf, I reach for the Shao, and its metallic texture feels remarkably comfortable in my grip. At the upper end of the Shao, fine threads are tied in a knot, and approximately 6 inches down, there is a circle of marks indicating a joint. With one hand grasping the Shao and the other holding the end just above the marks, a sound resonates, and a cold light flashes forth. This is a single-edged Shao sword, its straight blade revealing no discernible material. Its edge is incredibly sharp. This is indeed the Shao sword I beheld in my dreams. With excitement and fervor, I intend to return the sword to the shelf. But at that moment, an even stranger occurrence unfolds. The Shao sword, over a meter long and metallic in nature, seemingly alive, swiftly penetrates my arm through my palm. I repeatedly examine my hand, flexing my fingers, yet I feel no unusual sensation. And just like that, the Shao sword vanishes into thin air. I reassure myself, this is merely a state of the soul, not of the corporeal body. I shall consider it a dream. After calming myself, a lingering unease remains. With a sense of trepidation, I sift through the books on the shelf, seeking something I might comprehend. However, I discover that both the books and bamboo slips appear as if electrically welded to the shelf, rendering them utterly ungraspable. Finally, in the farthest corner of the lower right section, I uncover the sole bamboo slip I can lift. Its ends are bound with dried grass twine, and inscribed vertically on the front are 3 ancient characters: Reincarnation Path. The script is exceedingly archaic, possibly seal script or even bronze inscriptions. I recall that before the spirit of Chun Feng vanished, he had once told me that the reincarnation path could be gradually comprehended in time. But I must first cultivate the soul refining technique and the body refining technique to at least the 3rd level. Could the reincarnation path he spoke of be contained within this very bamboo slip? Out of curiosity, I opened the bamboo slips, only to discover that they were inscribed with Chinese characters that I could not comprehend. They were neither the ancient pictographs nor seal scripts, nor were they the modern simplified characters. Perplexed, I carefully tied them back together and returned them to their original place. After exiting my meditative state, I sought to reinforce my current condition by repeatedly entering into meditation thrice. I found that I no longer required to silently recite the incantation. I could enter meditation at will, which was undoubtedly a delightful revelation. Li Rui observed my repeated entries and exits from meditation, her concern evident as she inquired, "What troubles you? If it proves too challenging, perhaps you should take a break. I may not understand your practice, but I believe it resembles the creative process. Sometimes, the more one rushes, the less one feels. Do not force yourself." As she spoke, she presented me with yet another small bowl of braised pork and 2 small bowls of rice. I refrained from revealing that I had already mastered the first layer of the soul refinement technique. With my current spiritual strength, I could distinctly sense that her emotions were remarkably stable, even deep within her heart, where there was no trace of fear or worry. As we dined, I inquired about the remaining food. She replied that there was approximately this much left. To conserve our provisions, we chewed our rice thoroughly. Upon finishing our meal, I reassured Rui, telling her not to worry. She merely smiled at me with a calm demeanor, displaying no curiosity about why I felt untroubled, nor any hint of skepticism. The cultivation of martial techniques is decidedly more straightforward compared to that of the soul. As I once again recalled the body refinement technique, it occurred to me that perhaps my ease with the first layer of the soul refinement technique had made the process feel too effortless. The first layer of the body refinement technique, known as the wind and cloud slash, is described as having 3 layers, with the first layer referred to as half-handed. It resembles a conceptual approach to martial arts, albeit lacking a specific technique. Rather, it embodies the philosophy of striking in an instant, arriving before the opponent is aware or catching them off guard, akin to the drawing technique of a blade, sometimes referred to as unarmed capture. This philosophy emphasizes 2 key principles. First, to strike when the opponent is unprepared. Second, to attack with the most direct approach, covering the shortest distance with the greatest force, eschewing all ornate maneuvers. In terms of power application, it bears some resemblance to inch power. The other 2 layers serve to support this initial layer. Mastering them enhances the efficacy and potency of the first layer. Initially, I anticipated she would bring forth a traditional, square-shaped cleaver. However, when she presented the knife, I was taken aback to see a stylish, elongated knife with sharp angles. Its only shortcoming was its diminutive size, comparable to the cross-section of a carrot. Nevertheless, this did not deter me from using it for practice. According to the teachings, I would substitute this knife for another. Holding the knife in my left hand at my waist, I envisioned it as a complete blade with a sheath, then executed the movements, stepping forward with the knife, standing firm in my stance, and cutting while seated. Practice incessantly until one can draw the blade from its sheath, regardless of the physical form one possesses. In synchrony with the unsheathing, execute the most direct attacks with minimal time and distance. Master the fundamental techniques, forward thrusts, reverse slashes, and cleaving strikes, until they become second nature. Subsequently, infuse one's soul power into the blade, using the methods of the subsequent 2 tiers. When these techniques are practiced anew, the same movements yield an enhanced perception of speed and potency. However, the toll on both physical stamina and spiritual essence is considerable. After merely a few minutes, I found myself drenched in perspiration, breathless, despite my previous confidence in my endurance. I had believed that having fully mastered the first tier of the soul refinement technique, my spiritual strength was formidable. Yet, fatigue overcame me, and my eyelids grew heavy. Thus, I set down the blade and resumed a meditative posture, entering a state of tranquility to rejuvenate my spirit. Upon emerging from this meditative state, the weariness dissipated entirely, and I felt revitalized, ready to commence anew. I infused my soul into the blade once more, practicing various techniques and movements in a cyclical manner. After emerging from meditation for the 4th time, I grasped the slender knife, resembling a carrot in shape and size, yet I felt an unwavering conviction that it was indomitable. I infused my soul power into the blade again, and, employing a half-inch force with both hands, struck upwards toward a corner of the stone table as I drew the knife. Prepared for the possibility of damaging this humble kitchen knife, I merely aimed the tip toward the corner of the stone. To my astonishment, the blade glided through effortlessly, severing the corner cleanly and without the shattering of stone or dulling of the edge. Chapter 37, Dual Metamorphosis, Part 1. I picked up the fist-sized stone that had been cleaved, discovering its surface as smooth as if it had been sliced through tofu with a knife. How could this be? Li Rui gazed at the scene before her mouth agape in astonishment, as if a whole egg could fit within. Stifling my hunger, I approached the spiraling stone steps. The invisible wall on the 2nd step still barred my passage. A smile graced my lips as I bent forward, channeling all my strength and spiritual energy into the knife in my hand. With a technique of dual-handed precision, I struck fiercely at the unseen barrier. I was imbued with unwavering confidence that this blow would shatter all resistance. However, at the moment the blade made contact with the wall, the anticipated shattering of the intangible barrier did not occur. Instead, the knife was deflected, leaving my palm numb from the impact. Li Rui hastily stepped forward to comfort me. "Brother Chen, you have done remarkably well, truly impressive. Do not be anxious, please take a moment to rest. You must be hungry. Let us eat something before continuing our practice." If we persist like this, success is surely within our grasp. As she spoke, she picked up the severely deformed kitchen knife from ground. I took the knife from her hands and deftly reshaped it back to its original form in just a few swift motions. Ever since I began cultivating the soul refining technique, along with the body refining technique, I felt that my physical prowess had experienced a significant leap. After Li Rui retreated to the inner room, I once again entered a meditative state. I discovered that my practice of dual-handed techniques could aid my development within the realm of the soul refining technique. For instance, now my spirit in this training space felt almost equivalent to my physical body in the real world. I could gaze upward and see the wooden beams of the ceiling and everything above. Turning around, I could observe all the furnishings in the room, the walls, the bookshelves, and so forth. Previously, even after cultivating to the point where the candle had extinguished, I could never reach this level of awareness. The only slight disappointment was the flute sword. Ever since it had penetrated my palm, I had entered this virtual training space multiple times, yet it had not reappeared. Upon exiting the meditative state once more, Li Rui emerged with the last small bowl of braised pork and 2 small bowls of rice. I distinctly noted that this time, the portions of meat and rice were noticeably less than in the previous 2 occasions. I refrained from inquiring, but I was acutely aware that our food supply had likely been completely consumed. Again grasping the small, sharp kitchen knife, I made my way toward the invisible wall of the spiral staircase. Taking a deep breath, I seemed to resolve within myself. Yet, at the moment of striking, I found myself still unsatisfied with the knife in my hand. Ah, how splendid it would be if only I had that flute sword. Just as this thought crossed my mind, it felt as though a connection was forged. The flute sword unexpectedly emerged from the palm of my left hand, instantly melding into the sharp knife I held. What is happening? The flute sword can emerge from my palm and then enter the metallic kitchen knife. Yet the knife's external form remains unchanged. In a moment of bewilderment, I paused my actions, instinctively examining the knife in my hand. As my mental state relaxed, the flute sword emerged once again from the kitchen knife, returning to the palm of my left hand, piercing my left forearm. I turned in shock to glance at Li Rui beside me, who looked back at me with a puzzled expression, furrowing her brows and asking, "Brother Chen, what's wrong? Did you see anything on my hand just now?" I inquired, or perhaps, did you notice that a flute sword had penetrated the kitchen knife? When I paused, it re-entered the palm of my left hand? No, Li Rui replied, her expression growing more bewildered. I repeatedly examined the palms and backs of my hands, then recalled something, rolling up my tattered sleeve to inspect my arm. To my astonishment, Li Rui and I simultaneously gazed at each other in shock. On the inner side of my left wrist was an unmistakable tattoo resembling a flute. It was not large, about the thickness of a finger, yet the holes on the flute, the gap between the flute's body and its handle, and even the intricate knot at the end of the flute were vividly depicted, almost as if they were real. Realization dawned upon me, and I decided to experiment. I envisioned gripping a flute sword within my left hand. At that moment, the flute sword indeed emerged from my palm, firmly grasped within my hand. Then, as I thought of the flute sword vanishing, it once again burrowed back into my palm, returning to the tattoo. In this ethereal realm, I felt the material of the flute sword as metal, yet now it was merely a virtual illusion, though it felt strikingly real. Each time I infused the virtual image of the flute sword into the kitchen knife, a sensation surged through me. The blade, initially slender and carrot-sized, seemed to possess an overwhelming force ready to erupt. I positioned myself 2 meters before the spiraling stone staircase, channeling all my strength to infuse the knife with every ounce of my soul's power. Simultaneously, I utilized both hands to maximize the exertion of force, striking forward in a sweeping motion as I infused the virtual flute sword into the knife, resting it against my left waist as if there were a sheath. Drawing the blade from its sheath, I executed the upward motion, an instinctive gesture that surged forth suddenly. I was prepared to treat this action as a practice, ready to ascend the spiral steps for a decisive strike. Yet, at the moment the knife swung upward, a crescent-shaped, ethereal wave of white energy surged forth, cascading from the blade and crashing against an invisible wall above the staircase. In an instant, that transparent and intangible barrier shattered into countless fragments, revealing an expansive and unobstructed spiral staircase leading upward to the next level. However, the small kitchen knife in my hand seemed unable to withstand such formidable force. At that moment, it shattered like torn pieces of paper, disintegrating into countless fragments that fell to the ground. Li Rui gazed at me in astonishment for a full 5 seconds. Then she moved forward, reaching out to touch the upper part of the stone steps, only to discover that the transparent walls, which had once resembled a prison and confined us within this room, were now utterly vacant. She turned and returned to my side, while I found myself staring blankly at the hilt of the knife in my hand. Rui bent down to pick up 2 tiny metal shards from the ground and said to me, "Let us go, Brother Chen. It's time for you to advance to the next stage." Indeed, according to the current pattern, I would need to overcome at least 2 more challenges before I could see the light of day again. We ascended the spiral steps, enduring a laborious yet patient climb, and reached the second level of the stone chamber. The layout was quite similar to the first level, the only difference being the absence of that meditating soul. In the center of the stone room, a square table held a box that deviated from the common perception of an ancient and elegant wooden container. Instead, it was a modern, stylish gift box. Upon opening it, I found hard foam within, topped with a layer of red silk. In the center was a depression that cradled a pill slightly smaller than a ping-pong ball. Beside it lay a plain A4 sheet of white paper, which simply bore 2 lines of text. "By my legacy, those who reach this point will find the first layer complete. Consume this soul pill to cultivate the second layer. Only upon perfecting this cultivation may one ascend further. Practitioners must proceed with caution and deliberation." The message was straightforward, though the handwriting appeared somewhat crooked, suggesting that the writer's education was likely limited, perhaps only at a primary to middle school level. I chose not to swallow the so-called soul pill directly. Li Rui and I exchanged a glance. She promptly walked toward the base of the spiral staircase, while I moved along the staircase, reaching out to touch as I ascended. Indeed, above the second level of steps, there was another invisible wall, and the tactile sensation felt even more solid than that of the first level. I returned to the square stone table in the center of the chamber, where Li Rui had also emerged from the small inner room. I cast her an inquiring glance, and she nodded, confirming, yes, just like below, there is still that stone cabinet containing meat and rice. However, this level includes a small amount of fresh green vegetables as well. It seemed the rules were similar to those of the previous level. I needed to complete the cultivation of the second layer before we face starvation here. Recognizing that time equates to life, I picked up the so-called soul pill and placed it in my mouth. I pondered how such a sizable object could be chewed. To my surprise, before I could even begin to chew, it dissolved on its own. Yet, it was not a dissolution in the conventional sense. It did not melt away like water entering the esophagus and stomach, but rather dispersed directly in my mouth, being absorbed immediately. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and fragments of memories flashed once again in my mind. The girl who used to fight alongside me since childhood is bound to me by a betrothal. On our way home from school, we were subjected to bullying. At the moment of peril, I rose to resist. In a room resembling an office, I found myself handcuffed to a chair, enduring brutal blows that left me bloodied and severely injured. The girl, wishing to intercede on my behalf, also sustained grave injuries. Robust adults, clad in oversized shoes, unleashed their full force upon us, rendering the scene violently chaotic. Outside the entrance of a mountain hollow, I beheld the girl I cherished. Her jaw shattered beyond recognition. As she hovered on the brink of life, I vowed with my very soul that in the next life, I would surely marry her again. Emerging from these dreamlike fragments of memory, tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Li Rui gently clutched my arm, inquiring about my sudden transformation as I wept like a child, tenderly wiping away my tears. I yearned to share those vivid memories with her, yet I found them fading rapidly from my mind. The only remnant was the essence of that poignant memory, an overwhelming sorrow that refused to dissipate. As I once again entered a meditative state, I sensed my soul growing ever stronger. The techniques of soul refinement and body cultivation for my memories began to manifest in my mind as vivid images. This time, I disregarded the body cultivation technique and delved directly into the second layer of the soul refinement method. This layer allowed me to wield the power of the soul for both attack and healing, primarily targeting the souls of others while inflicting minimal physical harm. However, it proved beneficial for physical healing. Having just fled from the precipice behind the mountain summit, Li Rui and I bore numerous scrapes, bruises, and contusions. Guided by the principles of my technique, I focused my mind and directed my soul energy to inspect my body's meridians, bones, and even internal organs. The internal conditions appeared as clear as if I were witnessing them firsthand. Following the instructions within the technique, I attempted to restore a scrape on the back of my left hand using my soul energy. I must admit, the expenditure of soul energy for this endeavor was immense. Merely repairing that one scrape left me utterly exhausted, plunging me into a profound sense of drowsiness. Thus, I enter a meditative state once more, concentrating on the recovery of my spiritual essence. I discovered that each time I expended my soul energy, the energy I regained was stronger than before. After restoring my soul energy to its peak for the third time, I was able to heal all the scars on my chest and back in a single effort. On the fourth attempt, I completely mended the injuries on my lower limbs. At this point, I began to feel a slight hunger. Wally Rui beside me was already famished. Could it be that the cultivation of the second stage of soul energy rendered me less susceptible to hunger? After sharing a modest meal with Li Rui, I initially insisted that I was not very hungry, yet she seemed incredulous. After I repeatedly informed her about my progress in the second tier of cultivation, she examined the injuries on my body, which had already healed. Li Rui could not help but gaze at me with admiration. After our meal, I took her to a dry spot and encouraged her to lie down. Blushing, she told me that it was not the right time. Upon realizing that I merely intended to treat her wounds, her face flushed an even deeper shade of red, and she playfully chided me a couple of times before closing her eyes and allowing me to proceed. I placed my hand on her pulse point, channeling my soul energy into her body. With the aid of my soul energy, I could clearly discern all of her new and old injuries. The numerous old scars from cuts, gunshots, fractures, and various wounds on her body indicated that she had endured considerable hardship during her previous training. With just 2 short breaks to recover my soul energy, I managed to heal all of her injuries, including some lingering inflammation from past wounds. When Li Rui opened her eyes and discovered that all her scars had vanished, leaving her skin as translucent and fair as snow, she was so moved that she embraced me, showering me with affection. I am confident that I have mastered the art of healing using soul energy. However, the offensive aspect poses a challenge, as here, apart from Li Rui and myself, there are no other sentient beings. It would be unthinkable to attack Li Rui's soul C with my soul energy. With no other option, I decided to abandon the training of soul attacks and instead delved into the second tier of the body refinement technique. Chapter 38, Dual Transformation, Part 2. To my astonishment, although I had not practiced the attack of soul power, I found myself able to clearly peruse the contents of the second layer of the body refinement technique. Could it be that the second layer of the soul refinement technique allows one to choose between the attack and healing of soul power? The second layer of the body refinement technique is termed Phoenix Dance, primarily focusing on evasion skills. My soul was drawn into a virtual space, surrounded by 13 rubber bands positioned above, below, and around me. Each rubber band was tethered to a ball, any of which could strike me at any moment. My task was to nimbly evade their assaults, thus earning the name Phoenix Dance for this realm. This layer is further divided into 3 stages. The rubber balls represent the first stage. The second stage places me in an elevator-sized space where wooden rods strike inward. The third stage escalates in severity, as the wooden rods transform into blades. The strikes are entirely unpredictable. To pass the third stage, I must endure for 15 minutes without sustaining any injury. Initially, I believed this was merely a game-like virtual training mode, but after being battered by the balls in the first stage and emerging bruised, I was startled to discover the actual scars that had formed upon my body. If I were to face the blades of the third stage, I would surely meet my demise. After employing soul power to heal my wounds, I resolved not to harbor any further complacency or negligence. I instructed Ru Yi to eat if she felt hungry, for I found it increasingly difficult to sense my own hunger. My thoughts were perpetually occupied with my women, who at that moment might have been captured or even slain. Regardless, should they survive, I would rescue them. If they perished, I would avenge them. Re-entering the training environment of Phoenix dance in a soul state, I approached my practice with renewed caution and diligence. I became exceptionally proficient in both the first and second stages. However, upon entering the third stage, I soon realized that the blades moved with a speed and ferocity far surpassing that of the wooden rods in the second stage. Consequently, I experienced bleeding. The first instance resulted in a gash across my back, prompting me to exit the training state swiftly. After healing the wound with soul power, I was struck again, this time on the back of my thigh. Once more, I exited the training state to mend the injury, and by that point my soul power had dwindled significantly. Thus, I found myself caught in a cycle of restoring and consuming soul power while practicing Phoenix dance. After restoring my soul power to its full capacity for the third time, I finally completed the third stage of training without injury. To reinforce my skills, I repeated the third stage twice more, emerging unscathed each time. Upon exiting the training state, I enacted the Phoenix dance within the stone chamber. At that moment, Li Ruyi's admiration for me flowed like the ceaseless waters of the Yangtze River. She informed me that my movements within the stone chamber were so swift that they dazzled her. To her perception, I seemed to leave only an afterimage. I instructed Ruyi to fetch a kitchen knife from the inner kitchen to engage me in combat, but instead, she emerged wielding a piece of green vegetable. Using the vegetable as her weapon, she unleashed her full speed in an assault against me. As I deployed the technique of Phoenix dance to evade her, I realized that her actions appeared to unfold at a pace several times slower than slow motion. This was not due to her sluggishness. Rather, my reflexes had become extraordinarily quick. At that moment, I also discerned that after practicing the second tier of both the soul refinement and body refinement techniques, particularly following my injury and subsequent recovery, my physical attributes, including bones and muscles, had significantly strengthened. I attempted to pick up a stone the size of a potato from the corner. Judging by its texture, it resembled a very hard marble. Yet, when I grasped the stone and exerted pressure with my fingers, this seemingly solid rock crumbled effortlessly into fragments and powder. I called for Rui to bring me the kitchen knife. Given my mastery of the soul healing and body refinement techniques, along with the 3 stages of Phoenix dance, I believed I could cleave through the transparent wall atop the stone platform. However, Rui insisted that for safety's sake, she would only hand me the knife after finishing her preparation of the meat and vegetables. Moments later, she returned with a hefty bone cleaver. It appeared that the collection of utensils left in these stone chambers comprised a complete modern set. Presumably, it had been dispersed, with one piece left in each level of the stone structure. Armed with this broad and weighty cleaver, my confidence surged as I positioned myself 2 meters away from the spiral steps, executing the same upward slash from behind. I concentrated my physical and spiritual energy, channeling the ethereal silhouette of the Shao sword into the blade with a single, powerful thrust. As I swung the cleaver, a crescent-shaped wave of blade energy surged toward the upper steps. A thunderous roar ensued, and stone debris flew in all directions. The wall adjacent to the upper steps was struck, creating an irregular trench approximately 1 meter high, 30 to 40 centimeters wide, and over 20 centimeters deep. At the center of this trench, a narrow blade mark had sliced into the stone. Yet, much like the small kitchen knife from the first level, this robust bone cleaver could not withstand the immense force and shattered into countless metallic shards. As I stepped forward onto the second tier steps, I found that the invisible, transparent wall remained unscathed. However, the previous blade energy had indeed carved into the stone wall behind it. What was happening? I was utterly bewildered. This meant that my prior attack had penetrated the transparent wall, reaching beyond to a more distant target. Yet that wall sustained no damage whatsoever. How could this be? Now, with the soul cleaver reduced to fragments, the transparent wall still stood intact. Was I to bare my hands and shatter this barrier with sheer force? However, perhaps it truly is as such. In any case, there are currently no other alternatives, so why not give it a try? I ascended the first set of stone steps and reached out to touch the transparent wall above the second layer. With focused concentration, I channeled all my strength and spiritual energy into my right fist, attempting to summon the ethereal shadow of the Shao sword and infuse it into my hand. With a fierce and grotesque shout, I unleashed my full might, striking the transparent wall. A sharp crack echoed through the air, yet the wall remained unscathed. Meanwhile, my knuckles were left bruised and bloodied, already swelling rapidly from the impact. Perhaps due to the potency of my spiritual energy, I found myself remarkably composed, able to maintain my equanimity in the face of such adversity. After utilizing my spiritual force to mend the injuries on my hand, I began to ponder deeply. At this moment, both my spiritual energy and physical strength had reached impressive heights. However, within the second stage, I had perfected the healing of the soul and the dance of the body refinement technique. Why was it that my blade aura could penetrate the transparent wall, while my fist met with such formidable resistance? As I carefully recalled the intricacies of the second layer of the soul refinement and body refinement techniques, I realized my only oversight was the offensive application of spiritual energy. If I cannot practice on the Rui's soul sea. Though somewhat disheartened, she refrained from interrupting my thoughts. Such a wise woman. The more I analyzed, the more exhilarated I became, as if I had stumbled upon an answer. Indeed, this transparent wall seemed designed specifically to intercept beings with souls. Allowing my blade aura to pass through while my fist was halted. This elucidated the necessity of cultivating offensive spiritual energy in the second layer of the soul refinement technique. If my hypothesis holds true with this thought, I excitedly picked up a metallic shard from the bone-chopping knife and tossed it towards the spiral staircase. Just as I had envisioned, the transparent wall seemed to vanish entirely. The metal fragment fell directly to the sixth layer of steps, and my excitement grew as I picked up a small stone and hurled it again. Mirroring the previous metal shard, the stone landed on the seventh layer. As if the invisible wall did not exist at all, Li Rui observed in confusion as the stone and metal fragment flew past. She approached to touch the area, furrowing her brow in contemplation for a moment. Brother Chen, you are truly remarkable, although I do not comprehend the reason behind this. I trust that you have indeed uncovered the answer. Her words filled me with admiration for her. Despite lacking any understanding of the soul refinement and body refinement techniques, she was able to think critically about such a simple yet perplexing phenomenon to this extent. This is certainly not something that an ordinary person could accomplish. What astonished me even more was that, at this moment, she was completely unperturbed. Instead, she retreated to the kitchen, indulging herself in food, and informed me, Brother Chen, we still have enough food left for both of us to share another meal. If you're hungry, please join me. I believe you can succeed. I urged her to eat alone, for I had no appetite whatsoever and felt no pangs of hunger. I approached the stone steps beside the spiral staircase and reached out to touch the transparent wall above. Closing my eyes, I focused on the description of the soul attack method from the soul refinement technique, attempting to concentrate all my soul energy to assail the wall. While my physical form appeared to remain motionless, my soul energy morphed into blades and axes, relentlessly striking against the intangible barrier. With each assault, I sensed a gradual weakening of the wall's fortitude. Yet, every time I cleaved and hacked at it, creating a slight fissure, it would instantaneously restore itself. Within the stone chamber, devoid of the rise and fall of the sun and moon, there was no concept of time. I persisted in my attacks on the unseen wall. When my soul energy was depleted, I would enter a meditative state to recover, resuming my onslaught once revitalized. With each cycle of exhaustion and restoration, my spirit grew ever stronger. I lost track of whether I had undergone 5, 6, or 8 rounds. At last, the transparent wall began to weaken, becoming softer and thinner. Within my sea of consciousness, the shadow of the Shao sword emerged, rejoicing as the wall thinned. It felt as though the wall had become fragile enough to shatter. Thus, I merged my soul energy with the ethereal Shao sword. Although I remained stationary, my hand pressed against the intangible barrier. The assault of my soul and the Shao sword swept from the upper left to the lower right, creating a long, sweeping cut. With a resounding crash, The entire wall fragmented. Unlike the first layer, this shattered wall began to coalesce anew, swirling like smoke or mist into my sea of consciousness. I could almost perceive that potent energy akin to fertilizer nourishing the soil, enriching my spirit and rendering it even more formidable. Upon opening my eyes, I saw Li Rui beside me, her eyes shimmering with tears yet adorned with a smile as she gazed at me. "Brother Chen, I knew you could do it," she exclaimed, then took my arm, and together we ventured toward the third layer. Chapter 39. The Sound of the Cold Iron Flute, Part 1. The layout of the third floor mirrors that of the first and second floors almost perfectly. However, it lacks the ascending spiral staircase. At the center of the stone chamber, a square stone table prominently displays an object I am intimately familiar with. My spirit has, on numerous occasions, merged with its ethereal shadow, unleashing tremendous power. Indeed, what else could it be but the flute sword? Its length, size, and texture, including the violet-brown thread tied at the end, are all identical. Without hesitation, I grasp the flute sword. The chilling metallic material feels remarkably solid in my hand. With my left hand holding the flute body and my right hand gripping the hilt, I attempt to draw the flute sword. To my dismay, I find that with my current strength and physique, I cannot extract it, no matter how I try. Reluctantly, I set the flute sword down for the moment. Li Rui searches the periphery of this stone chamber repeatedly, yet she finds no small kitchen or similar quarters as we encountered on the first and second floors. This implies that on this level, we shall not procure any sustenance. I gaze at Li Rui with concern, for at this moment, I can scarcely feel hunger. However, if she does not eat, she risks succumbing to starvation. Li Rui, with her remarkable intellect, perceives my apprehension. After a brief contemplation, she smiles at me and reassures. "Brother Chen, you need not worry. The master of this heritage, Chen Fong, harbored no ill intentions toward us. In fact, within the words that have been transmitted to my mind, he even hinted at how you might ascend to the fourth level. Before Chen Fong's residual spirit faded, he saw us together, yet he made no mention of food on the third floor. This suggests that your cultivation of the third level should progress swiftly, enabling your breakthrough. Otherwise, he would have certainly warned us before his departure. In my heart, Li Rui has always been a woman of extraordinary wisdom. Thus, I take her words to mean that our time on the third level should not be prolonged. Beside the flute sword lie 2 sheets of A4 paper, covered with elaborate writing, ultimately signed by Chen Fong. The text narrates Chen Fong's life story, stating that he was born in 2000 into a modest family. He shared a childhood bond with Song Ping, a childhood sweetheart, their fates intertwined since early youth. However, when they were both 15, they fell victim to the bullying of a powerful local villain. In a desperate attempt to protect Chen Fong, Song Ping tragically lost her life. Despite being merely a 15-year-old boy, Chen Fong retaliated against the adult assailants, who were skilled in combat, and emerged victorious. In the final moments with Song Ping, he vowed to be her husband in every lifetime. Fortunately, he inherited a fragment of the residual spirit left by Long Yinzi from centuries past, which conveyed profound techniques. After 5 years of dedicated cultivation, with the support of his beloved friend Fu Ping, Chen Fong wed the spirit of Song Ping, making her his ghostly bride. Chen Fong's prowess escalated rapidly, but he became embroiled in the nefarious schemes of a hidden sect, while the heavens of the mundane world proved unjust. His hometown was ravaged, and the souls within it were taken from him. During an assignment for his sect, Chen Fong was ensnared by the treachery of colluding high-ranking members and subsequently exiled to the Isle of Sin. Upon arrival, he discovered that this island was, in fact, the very nexus of all malevolence. It served as a dark and filthy stronghold established by several reclusive sects, where the righteous were often imprisoned. Here, they endured relentless oppression, their bodies emaciated from laboring in the mines and crafting weapons. Even in death, their corpses and souls were exploited, subjected to further torment. However, after a series of trials and growth, Chen Fong ultimately achieved mastery in his cultivation. He managed to contact allies from the outside world, orchestrating a coordinated effort to annihilate the guards and upper echelons of the Isle. In that fierce battle, He faced a formidable alliance of a Qinquanzun and a Xianzun, yet he remarkably overcame them, even while at a lower cultivation level. The secular world, along with the Yunmin and two major hidden sects, pursued him relentlessly. Concurrently, the heavenly Tao overseeing the mortal realm targeted Chen Fong, constraining him from ascending. To escape the shackles of the heavenly Tao, Chen Fong tore through the void, taking Song Ping and Fu Ping with him to a desolate island detached from the mortal realm. Before his ascension, he left behind a legacy in an indomitable flute sword, whose quality approached that of a celestial artifact, the pinnacle treasure in the mortal world. This flute sword had once belonged to Long Yinzi's beloved, Xiao Binger. In his message, it was noted that before his ascension, Chen Fong had made a promise to Long Yinzi to assist in locating Xiao Binger in her next reincarnation. Thus, the inheritor of this legacy, upon returning to the secular world, was expected to honor Chen Fong's vow to help Long Yinzi find Xiao Binger within their capacity. Additionally, he mentioned two individuals, referred to as Beiqiu and Nan Feng, who were once Chen Fong's friends. The inheritor, should they ascend in the future, ought to endeavor to take these two along to the celestial realm. However, at the conclusion of his message, a particular note was added. The pursuit of Xiao Binger and the inclusion of Beiqiu and Nan Feng in the journey to the celestial realm should be undertaken to the best of one's ability, without undue force if it exceeded one's capabilities. Upon lifting the two sheets of paper, he discovered a small, unassuming talisman beneath them. According to the message, this talisman had been a gift from Fu Ping to Chen Fong and Song Ping, containing a space suitable for spirits. Within it, Chen Fong had inscribed the third tier of soul cultivation techniques, known as no regrets. Recognizing that accepting this legacy and fulfilling the unfinished tasks of its previous holder was a rightful endeavor, he noted that the message did not impose a strict obligation, but rather encouraged him to act within his means. Such a reasonable request left him with no grounds for refusal. Indeed, he would strive to accomplish these two tasks regardless. Thus, he embraced the inheritance with a sense of peace. Following the instructions in the message, he pricked his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto the talisman. He then pressed the talisman to his forehead, infusing his spiritual energy into it. Inside, he found a two-room suite, and as his consciousness entered the space, a new understanding, a path, suddenly emerged within his sea of consciousness. This so-called path was in essence a thought, a profound comprehension. However, it diverges significantly from our conventional understanding of the term thought. Essentially, it conveys that if an object is destined to be mine, then upon acquiring it, I should embrace it with equanimity, utilizing it to create greater value. Conversely, if it is not meant for me, no matter how splendid it may be, I should not dwell on its absence. For instance, consider a martial technique. If I can master it effortlessly or through diligent effort, it signifies that this technique is inherently mine. I should then accept it graciously and endeavor to generate substantial value from it. On the other hand, if I have attempted to learn a technique multiple times, progressing from casual practice to earnest effort, ultimately investing all my resources, and still find myself unable to grasp it, it indicates that it is simply not my fate. Rather than clinging to it, I will be better served channeling my energy into pursuits that truly benefit me. Thus, even if I were to bestow it upon someone more suited to it, I would feel no remorse. This philosophy resonates deeply with my character. It embodies a bold acceptance of both gain and loss, while simultaneously fostering an indomitable spirit of ambition. While it speaks of acceptance, it is not a passive excuse for laziness, but rather an encouragement to direct one's efforts toward endeavors of greater significance that yield more profound value. Stepping away from trivial matters, I entered the tranquil space of spiritual cultivation, contemplating the notion of no regrets. I found it profoundly intriguing and etched this philosophy deeply into my consciousness. After integrating this idea into my mind, it surprisingly transformed into a path of discernment. This path, called the way of selection and abandonment, emphasizes a judicious approach to acquisition and relinquishment. Accompanying this philosophy were two straightforward martial techniques. One was a physical practice remarkably akin to Baji Quan, featuring movements like the penetrating kick and the heart-pushing elbow. Yet, the teaching suggested that once mastered, the specific techniques were secondary. The true value lay in enhancing the efficacy of other martial practices. The second technique involved the manipulation of spiritual energy or consciousness, claiming the ability to elevate oneself and even traverse the air, akin to flight. However, the specifics of speed and distance would depend on the strength of one's spirit. As I contemplated the descriptions within the teachings, I perceived both techniques to be quite formidable. Thus, I commenced the practice of the techniques associated with no regrets. This training required little specialized effort for mastering the use of spiritual energy. Once I grasped the method and engaged with it frequently, familiarity would naturally follow. The physical training, too, was significantly simpler than the previous techniques I had encountered, comprising merely 16 movements. Given my current robust spiritual strength, my capacity for memory was notably enhanced. Within the span of a brief tea session, I had nearly perfected all the movements. Just as I was about to conclude, a recollection of the earlier bamboo scroll titled The Path of Rebirth surged to mind. It might be attributed to my spirit having grown exponentially stronger, or perhaps due to my newfound understanding of the way of selection and abandonment. As I once again lifted the ancient bamboo scroll, I found within its depths a script I had previously failed to comprehend, yet now I could fully grasp its meaning. This scroll, titled The Path of Rebirth, embodies a profound philosophy. It posits that the essence of an individual's soul persists eternally, whether in a spiritual form or otherwise. For instance, when a person's spirit dissipates, it may seem to vanish into the ether, leaving no trace behind. Nonetheless, the power of their soul remains ever present. Although we may not perceive its existence in such a state, through diligent practice and specific methods, one can gather the fragmented essence of the soul, reconstituting it into its original form. The originator of this philosophy refers to it as the path of rebirth. However, this process of reincarnation is not without its limitations. The cyclical nature of the path of rebirth varies according to the practitioner's level of cultivation. Thus, the number of times one can reformulate their essence after dissolution differs accordingly. I find this path of rebirth to be immensely valuable. Should one truly master such a path, it implies an indifference to life and death, even the dissolution of the soul. Intrigued, I began to peruse the techniques appended to the scroll, only to feel a tinge of disappointment. According to the scroll's inscriptions, the teachings of the path of rebirth encompass 5 levels. However, this particular scroll contained only the initial 2 foundational levels. Furthermore, the cultivation of each level necessitates a certain understanding of life as a catalyst. Otherwise, attempting to practice forcefully, even to the point of demise, would yield no entry into the path. Where, then, have the remaining 3 levels gone? Of course, this query is not one I can resolve through mere contemplation at this moment. Yet, I sense that this ability to rejuvenate the soul is far rarer and more significant than the path of choice. It should be regarded as a great way. Upon exiting the realm of soul cultivation, I engaged my physical form in the practice of the unwavering techniques. With each punch and kick, a vigorous energy surged forth. Between my palms and fingers, strength radiated powerfully, and in the fluidity of my movements, agility and swiftness prevailed. I discovered that, when paired with the unwavering techniques, my already graceful phoenix dance technique became even more expansive and intricate, integrating it with the fundamental stances of the wind and cloud slash. I found each strike to possess heightened potency. Moreover, as I fused this technique with my spiritual essence, my soul's power manifested as if it were tangible and remarkably potent. I could even manipulate the stone table at the center of the stone chamber with my spiritual force. The strength of my soul enabled me to leap effortlessly to heights of 5 or 6 meters, sustaining my suspension in midair without the fear of falling. At that moment, I turned my gaze towards the flute sword, and I could distinctly sense a connection forming between it and the ethereal image of the flute sword within me. As I grasped the flute sword, the phantom within me surged into the weapon, merging seamlessly with it. In that instant, a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through my mind. At that moment, even my formidable spiritual essence felt the weight of such power. Still in a state of bewilderment, I felt as though I had been thrust into another realm. Suddenly, my body jolted, as if I had traversed dimensions, and before me lay an expanse of endless yellow sands. I was no longer myself. At this moment, I was undeniably another person. Around me, a multitude of figures clad in diverse attire brandished an array of weapons, some even of bizarre shapes. Their expressions were menacing, tinged with wariness, as though encircling me. Above them, a spectral figure of a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, hovered in midair. Though her form lacked substance, she radiated a resplendent glow. The individuals surrounding me seemed to revere her as their guiding star. Before me stood an extraordinarily captivating woman, her eyes filled with boundless tenderness as she gazed at me. One hand cradled a flute, reaching out as if to caress my face, saying, "Brother, in the next life I shall still be your little Binger." A slender, single-edged sword was embedded in her chest, the hilt round and delicate. No, it was a flute sword, and combined with the flute in her grasp, it was unmistakably the very weapon I held. The flute sword. She withdrew her hand, disregarding the flute that fell to the ground, and with both hands grasping the sword's hilt, she slowly and steadily plunged the flute sword into her own heart. "Brother, will you forgive me?" Her movements were agonizingly slow, and for reasons unknown, my heart felt as though it had shattered. I could vividly imagine her suffering. The sword's formidable force ruptured her internal organs. Yet, her face remained adorned with a radiant smile reminiscent of dawn, her gaze imbued with reluctance and remorse. My body felt as though it were frozen, unable to blink or utter a word. Meanwhile, her actions persisted uninterrupted, the blade's tip gradually emerging from her back, beautiful crimson blood cascading down the sword and soaking into the yellow sands. My heart ached profoundly, a burgeoning power within me intensifying. At last, I broke free from that force. Yet she twisted the sword hilt, shattering her organs completely, even her very soul. I dashed forward, cradling her collapsing form. "Binger, I have never held you to blame. I know you were compelled by the heavenly decree. You will always be my Binger forever." She, with her bloody jade hand, caressed my face. "Brother, remember, in every lifetime, I will be yours, little Binger." "Brother, this is truly wonderful." Her spirit began to dissipate. Yet with her final strength, she withdrew the flute sword and placed it into my hands. Even in her last moments, she smiled with such gentleness, such warmth. As I watched her soul gradually fade away, my heart endured the utmost agony. My tears had turned to crimson. With unwavering resolve, I declared, "Buddha shall be slain by Buddha, demons by demons. From this day forth, I, Long Yin, shall walk the path of neither righteousness nor wickedness, neither divine nor demonic. I am who I am." Chapter 40. The Sound of the Cold Iron Flute, Part 2. It felt as though my tears had transformed into a crimson hue. "Those who stand in the way of the Buddha shall be slain, and those who oppose the demons shall also fall. From this moment forth, I, Long Yin, shall embody neither righteousness nor wickedness, neither divinity nor demonic essence. I am simply myself." At the onset of my fury, I could distinctly perceive that my soul was on the verge of shattering. The might of the being known as Long Yin seemed as though it would rend my spirit asunder. Perhaps it was an instinctive safeguard for my very essence, a force tugging at my soul, attempting to extricate me from this current self. In that fleeting moment, I glimpsed the entity known as Long Yin. As my flute and sword danced, countless bodies within 100 meters erupted into clouds of blood. Guided by an outstretched hand, a vortex of hurricane and lightning coalesced. Having escaped that excruciating agony, a torment that emanated from the depths of my soul, blood seeped from my eyes, ears, and even every pore of my being. Even a mere instant of observation was beyond the capacity of my spirit to endure. Li Rui's anxious cries resonated in my ears. Yet I found myself utterly unable to respond. For another fragment of memory was forcefully surging into my consciousness. These were shards of Chun Fong's myriad memories, at the entrance of a poverty-stricken, remote village. I was about to turn and flee with Song Ping, as the shouts pursuing us grew ever closer. What to do? That was the only road out of the village. We had nowhere else to escape. I steeled my heart and uttered 2 words, "Back mountain." Song Ping gazed at me, biting her lip as if she had made a monumental decision. Grasping my hand, she pivoted, and we, burdened by our pain, raced toward the direction of the killing hollow in the back mountain. As we ascended, our pace slowed considerably. When we finally reached the back mountain, the pursuers had already entered the village. Listening to the chaos of clucking chickens and barking dog below, and observing the entrance to the killing hollow so near, we found ourselves devoid of any other options. Song Ping clutched my hand, her voice softer than usual. "Chun Fong, if people can truly be reincarnated, shall we betroth ourselves anew?" I nodded in affirmation, offering her a reassuring glance as we sprinted toward the entrance of the killing hollow. 50 meters, 40 meters. Suddenly, I heard a sharp crack, and it felt as though an immense weight had suddenly been placed upon my neck, followed by a searing pain from the top of my head. It was as if a bolt of lightning flashed before my eyes, and I slumped into unconsciousness. In the background, I discerned faint and chaotic voices. "Do not hit him. I will fight you. Crack. 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 The sounds grew fainter. A warm, salty liquid poured over the wound on my head, ruthlessly jolting me awake. Tian Erpeo was urinating on my head. Upon noticing that I had regained consciousness, he triumphantly approached Song Ping, who lay on the ground. The scene before me was one I would likely never forget. Song Ping's entire face and jaw had been utterly obliterated, lying there as if reduced to mere clay. With an air of self-satisfaction, Tian Erpeng introduced me to the narrative. This morning, when I spoke of those hints regarding the surveillance gaps, it was intentional. But did you truly believe I would deliberately let you escape? To speak candidly, if you had not fled, avenging myself would have proven quite challenging. Should I have struck you down in the punishment hall, I would undoubtedly face scrutiny from above. However, should you be brought to trial, it is unlikely that a death sentence could be rendered for an act of excessive self-defense, especially given your tender age of 15. What complicates matters further is that even if a sentence were pronounced, it would only be applicable to you alone. How fortuitous it is that you have fled, for all these issues have now evaporated. Upon seeing Song Ping, a brief moment of shock seized me, followed by a fervent clenching of my fists as I shouted, "Ah, murderer, beast! Who are you accusing of murder? Yourself?" Tian Erpeng laughed with glee. The current case presents itself as follows. You colluded with Song Ping to evade justice. During your escape, you attempted to assault her when she resisted. In a fit of rage, you bludgeoned her to death with a rock. And now, with an expression of sudden revelation, he continued, "You see, even the method mirrors the manner in which my son. No, it should be the victim Tian Lei. The very technique used to kill Song Ping is identical to that which injured the victim Tian Lei. Ha 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 ha. You wretched creatures are even inferior to dogs. You shall never comprehend what it means to dwell above the clouds, to offend an entity beyond your reckoning." He then picked up a stone from the ground, declaring, "She is not yet dead. Watch closely, young man. Once I crush her life out, I will return to apprehend you, and then you shall face a death sentence. At that time, my esteemed elder will intervene. With but a word, he can seize your very souls and transform them into soul elixirs. Dare to lay a hand upon my son? I shall not afford you even the chance of rebirth." Ha 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 ha. His laughter grew increasingly grotesque. "Oh, by the way, little one, remember to leave some fingerprints on the stone. Only then can it serve as valid evidence." With my fists tightly clenched, I felt a surge of blood rush to my head, causing a throbbing ache. The scene shifted. I found myself clad in black attire, sunglasses shielding my eyes, standing upon a hillside where the graves of countless souls were being unearthed. Beside me, a makeshift mortuary housed hundreds of corpses. These were the elders and kin of my village, who, just yesterday, had been annihilated overnight, leaving no survivors, not even those who were away from home. All souls have been collected. I sprinted towards a place known as Murder Hollow, demanding to know why the spirit of long, Inzi remained passive. A flicker of turmoil crossed Long Inzi's eyes before he instructed me to relax my body. Pointing a finger to my forehead, he said, "Now, I shall share with you the memories of that time, but you must remain silent and betray no emotion." I closed my eyes, as if entering a dream within a dream, and was instantly transported to another scene. I found myself above the clouds, bathed in intense sunlight, yet I felt no discomfort whatsoever. A spectral figure manifested in the sky, indistinct in visage, yet exuding an essence reminiscent of a woman. Calmly, she addressed me, "Long Inzi, for over 4 centuries, we have upheld our pact. You have never ventured beyond your realm. While I have ensured that the fragment of your soul remains capable of reincarnation in the mortal world. Yet today, why do you feel compelled to interfere in the affairs of the earthly realm?" My tone, tinged with irritation, responded, "If you are aware that it is indeed my lingering soul being reborn, then you must recognize that these individuals are indirectly connected to me. This is merely a fleeting relationship in this lifetime." The woman's voice interjected, "In the realm of mortals. Do you truly believe you can remain indifferent while malevolence prevails in your dimension? Long Inzi, though your true form is a formidable being in the celestial world. The natural order of survival knows no distinction between good and evil. The weak are destined to fall, allowing the strong to endure. This is the fundamental law. If we intervene excessively, this realm will only reflect our desires rather than evolve naturally. What if I insist on taking action?" I retorted, as myriad forces began to coalesce around me. Sighing, the woman continued, "I understand that should your true self return, I may indeed be at a disadvantage. However, I shall ensure that the one you have sought for 4 centuries vanishes entirely from existence, beyond even the reach of the Tao. Moreover, there exists a greater power beyond me. Are you truly willing to confront the Tao?" I exhaled deeply. "Long Inzi," the voice resumed, "your unauthorized importation of cultivation methods to the mortal realm constitutes a breach of our agreement. As you have yet to cause significant upheaval in this realm, I have shown leniency once. Are you certain you wish to persist in your actions?" Contemplating the woman I had searched for over 400 years, and recognizing my own culpability, I turned back into the enveloping mist. With a sudden jolt, I opened my eyes. Long Inzi remained seated before me, as if only a fleeting moment had passed. Indeed, the Tao spoke truthfully. While the lion may hunt the hare is not at fault. Yet is the lion in error? The law of nature dictates that the strong rise atop the remains of the weak. The feeble discourse on morality is futile. A wave of melancholy washed over me as I realized the strong are beyond notions of good and evil. With a bitter smile, I felt as though my soul had been drained as I staggered towards the valley's edge. As the mist thinned, my vision beyond the killing pit grew clearer. A voice within my heart began to cry out, "The Tao is unfeeling, regarding human life as mere chaff, treating all beings as expendable. Then I shall shatter this heavens." The scene shifts multiple times. Within the confines of a towering edifice, I leapt from above, engaging in a fierce battle amidst the throngs. At the entrance of a forsaken factory, a friend named Wen Liangyu shielded me from numerous adversaries as I dragged my grievously wounded form to vanquish Tianxing upon an island ominously dubbed Sin Island. With the aid of comrades, we fought alongside a throng of ragged, emaciated souls against a formidable force equipped with advanced weaponry. Those harrowing exchanges of life for life culminated in a gruesome spectacle, with heads rolling and blood cascading from the island into the ocean. These fragments of memory are vividly etched in my mind, such as the massacre of a village and the indelible hatred, while others remain obscured, incomplete, and fragmented. These recollections entered my consciousness, seamlessly assimilated by my mind, as if they had once been my own experiences. It is a peculiar sensation. I can empathize with all his joys and sorrows, yet I am acutely aware that I am I, and he is he, merely his experiences, yet I resonate with them. As these memories intertwined, a potent and pure energy coursed through my being. I opened my eyes and rose to my feet, discovering that at this moment, I possessed an unwavering understanding and mastery over my surroundings, both visible and hidden. From the grand stone table to the tiniest grain of sand, even in my rear, I felt as though I could perceive and command it all, soothing the weeping and anxiously Rui, who appeared somewhat reassured by my transformation. I attempted to extend my hand, reaching toward the stone table surface. Upon my intangible spiritual force making contact, though it required some exertion, the table ascended into the air at my behest. After placing it down, I struck a stone stool with a punch, shattering it effortlessly. Amidst Li Rui's joyous laughter, brimming with tears of delight, I employed my unrepentant soul cultivation technique. In a mere thought, I soared into the air without the need to bend my legs for momentum. This was a power I had never before wielded, one I had scarcely dared to envision possessing. Everything felt so novel, akin to a newborn babe suddenly learning to run. Had I finally attained the third level in its entirety? I approached the stone wall, placing a hand upon its surface. Closing my eyes, I allowed my spiritual energy to permeate outward through the wall, my consciousness extending inch by inch. I discerned that the solid stone wall was merely a few meters thick, and beyond it lay loose earth, teeming with the roots of wild grasses and trees. As my awareness continued to seep outward, I beheld the dense wild grasses and ferns basking lazily in the sun within a coniferous forest. A few creatures cautiously and industriously thrived amidst the thickets and trees. The warm sun not only illuminated the wild grasses, but also ignited a gentle hope within my heart. I endeavored to expand my awareness further, seeking to discern the surrounding terrain and ascertain my current position. Alas, my efforts were thwarted by an overwhelming fatigue that washed over my entire being. Reluctantly, I withdrew my consciousness and entered a meditative state. Upon restoring my spiritual strength, I once again grasped the Shao sword in my hand. The inheritance spoke of this sword as being unbreakable. Thus, I was eager to see if it could cleave through the stone wall before me. I was determined to free Li Rui. With the Shao in my left hand and the hilt of the sword firmly in my right, I felt a surge of anticipation as I gradually extracted the sword from the flute's body. This was a relatively long flute, entirely forged from a metal I could not immediately identify, yet I was certain it was far from ordinary steel. For even with all my might, my fingers turned pale as I gripped the flute, yet it showed no sign of deformation or damage. As I caressed its texture, it was evident that even in my current state, I would be incapable of inflicting any harm upon it. The total length was approximately 1 meter and 1 centimeter, of which 6 to 7 inches comprised the hilt, while the blade extended over 2 feet from within. The blade was both narrow and elongated, with a single edge that shimmered not in pure white, but rather in a hue tinged with a hint of blue, enhancing its chilling allure. With the final sharp sound, as the blade was entirely drawn from the flute, a surge of memories flooded into my consciousness. It became clear that the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers of the soul refinement technique and the body refinement technique, along with the secrets of this island, were all enshrined within this Shao sword. Only those who perfected the first 3 layers would be deemed worthy to claim this sword, draw it forth, and obtain the teachings of the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers, as well as the means to escape this island. Chapter 41. A ray of hope as the memories surged into my mind at the moment I drew the flute sword. I comprehended the essence of the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of cultivation, realizing they had resided within my cultivation space all along, unbeknownst to me. Simultaneously, I uncovered the secret of this island. However, my immediate concern was whether this flute sword could cleave the stone wall before me, allowing Li Rui and me to once again bask in the light of day. I instructed Li Rui to take refuge in a corner, utilizing my soul energy to probe the stone wall for the thinnest section, which measured approximately 6 or 7 meters in thickness. I positioned myself 3 meters away from the wall, gripping the flute with my left hand and the sword's hilt with my right. With a technique employing both hands, I drew the flute sword, channeling all my strength and soul energy into it. I struck upwards with all my might, delivering a powerful slash to the wall. A resounding crash echoed as debris flew in all directions. The wall was cleaved open, creating a slanted indentation over 2 meters high, approximately 1 meter wide, and 50 to 60 centimeters deep. Within this groove, A long incision penetrated deep into the stone. At that moment, the ceiling of the stone chamber began to creak ominously, accompanied by the sound of falling debris and sand. The stone house was no longer a safe haven for Li Rui, and I could no longer afford to hesitate. With my right hand clutching the flute sword, I faced the wall, rapidly executing intricate sword maneuvers while using my spirit to control the fragments that I had severed, directing them into the chamber. Simultaneously, I wrapped my left arm around Li Rui's waist, guiding her swiftly into the passage I had carved. In less than 20 seconds, we found ourselves within a stone corridor 2 meters square and over 4 meters deep, crafted by my flute sword. The debris I had dislodged now accumulated behind us in the chamber. Though the passage was uneven, it was remarkably clean, despite my formidable physical strength and spirit. Achieving this feat was still a considerable challenge. With my current prowess, cleaving the stone wall with the sword was manageable, and controlling the debris with my spirit was also within my capabilities. However, coordinating all 3 tasks simultaneously was exceedingly difficult. Had it not been for the imminent collapse of the ceiling, I might not have succeeded. If I were to attempt it again, I would estimate an 80% likelihood of failure. This corridor lay within the heart of a massive stone block, while behind us, the chamber continued to crumble sporadically. Yet, within this passage, we found ourselves secure. Exhaling deeply, I gauged the remaining thickness of the stone. I resolved to refrain from exerting all my energy on the blade's aura and instead wield the flute sword directly, employing my physical strength to carve and pierce the remaining wall. As I expanded the corridor outward, I piled the severed stones behind us. The space occupied by the debris was evidently greater than that of the intact stone. Consequently, the area we stood in grew increasingly confined. With utmost caution, I reduced the thickness of the wall to a mere 10 centimeters. Until this moment, the Shao sword in my hand remained unscathed, exhibiting no signs of wear or damage, appearing as pristine as if it had never been wielded. Ultimately, I refrained from forcefully cleaving through the substantial thickness of over 10 centimeters. I desired to preserve the passage I had carved, envisioning it as a potential sanctuary for some isolated survivor group in the future. Thus, I inclined the Shao sword and inserted it hilt deep into the stone wall, meticulously cutting out an entrance approximately 80 centimeters wide and just over a meter high. The 2-foot-long sword was embedded deeply into the stone, severing not only the roots and grasses beneath, but also the very earth itself. Upon witnessing my final cut, Li Rui's expression transformed into one of ecstatic delight, tempered by a forced restraint. The stone, despite its significant thickness, proved remarkably resilient. Yet, with the strength of my flesh combined with the sword's sharpness, it felt akin to slicing through tofu. I was now 95% certain that the stone chamber we once inhabited was indeed crafted by Chen Jie. The smoothness of the surrounding stone walls, along with the stone tables, benches, and beds, bore an uncanny resemblance to the surfaces I had just cut through with the Shao sword. The entrance I had fashioned was slightly larger on the outside than on the inside, and the stone I had extracted was a cohesive unit. Consequently, I could not simply bring the stone, which was identical in size to the entrance, into the passageway. Concerned for Li Rui's eyes against the harsh external light, I instructed her to close her eyes. With the Shao sword sheathed, I exerted force, pushing the stone along with the surrounding earth outward. The moment light flooded into the passageway, I too shut my eyes. After a brief adjustment, I positioned myself before Li Rui, shielding her from a portion of the brilliance. After a while, she cautiously opened her eyes a crack. Behind us, the stone chamber continued to shed fragments of stone and dust from above. Emerging through the stone door, we finally inhaled the fresh, oxygen-rich air of the forest. The stark contrast between our recent ordeal within the stone cave and the invigorating air and warm sunlight outside felt as if we had transcended time. I even began to question whether our experiences after plunging into the sea had merely been a dream. Yet, the metallic sensation of the Shao sword in my grasp was undeniably real, leaving no room for doubt. Ren Li Rui, ileabat effortlessly, soaring over 20 meters in a single bound. Amidst the rush of air, I drew the sword from its sheath, infusing it with both strength and spiritual energy as I struck, cleaved, thrust, shattered, punctured, and danced with the blade. The air surged with energy. The aura of my swordplay, transforming the vast expanse of forest into a level plain. Dust and debris swirled around us. Indeed, this was no dream. I had truly harnessed an unprecedented power, one so formidable that my former self would never have dared to imagine it. After calming the tumult within, I sheathed the Shao sword and, under the twinkling gaze of Li Rui, returned to the entrance I had just carved. I lifted the stone and placed it back at the cave's entrance. The stone and the opening fit together almost seamlessly, given the pig trough shape, broad on the outside and narrow on the inside. This stone door, despite being positioned on a slope, would not tumble into the passage. The soil on the outside, held together by the tug of tree and grass roots, remained almost entirely intact, covering the surface of the stone door once more. This patch of ground had nearly returned to its original state. It could potentially serve as a refuge for a beleaguered soul or a solitary individual seeking survival. Alternatively, it might remain undiscovered for 1,000 years, much like the profound teachings of the path of choice, embracing the flow of fate. The flute sword in my hand, upon the summons of my consciousness, melded into the tattoo on my arm. Li Rui gazed at me in astonishment, as if I were a creature of myth. I cradled her face in my hands and gently kissed her lips, assuring her, "Do not worry, I remain your Chen Jie." As I fully drew the flute sword, fragments of Chen's memories flooded into me. This sword, forged from a material known as eternal cold iron, is an exceedingly rare substance used specifically for crafting spiritual artifacts. Though inherently metallic, it possesses a sentience that elevates it to a transcendent level of spiritual weaponry. Now, recognizing me as its master, it resonates with my intentions. Despite her tattered garb resembling that of a beggar, Li Rui's face blossomed with joy, her happiness evident as she intertwined her arm with mine, traversing the woods. Her worn clothing could scarcely conceal her form. After I had used my spiritual energy to heal her numerous wounds, her skin appeared remarkably fair and radiant, accentuated by her alluring, curvaceous figure. Given the ragged state of both our outfits, our proximity often resulted in unintentional brushes and touches. Even though my resolve and composure had strengthened significantly, a primal impulse surged within me. Yet I understood that this was not the moment for such distractions. I asked Li Rui to wait beneath a tree for a brief spell while I soared aloft, buoyed by my spiritual energy, to perch upon the crown of a towering tree to survey the surrounding terrain. The tree's canopy seemed to bear no weight at all. Gazing down from its heights, I beheld the distant beach below, yet I was certain that it was no longer the same shore we had previously known. Chapter 42. A new homeland. I found myself in a coniferous forest on the eastern face of a peak, overlooking a clearing below that resembled a curved blade of broadleaf trees. The clearing extended toward a cliff, while in the direction of the sea, a beach, also shaped like a curved blade, lay before me. At one point along the beach, a stream had carved a mouth leading into the sea. To the north of the blade, at its tip, a ridge extended from the mountain range into the ocean. Conversely, to the south, at the handle of the blade, the clearing narrowed, with a mixed forest of broadleaf and coniferous trees adorning the cliffs above. Farther south, another ridge of the mountain range stretched toward the sea. The shape and orientation of the clearing before me bore a striking resemblance to the one I had previously occupied. Besides observing subtle details below, the most significant difference was that to the south of my former location, the southernmost point of the blade-like beach marked the end of the mountain range, whereas the southern side of the current clearing was defined by a ridge. If my speculation was correct, beyond that ridge lay the clearing and beach I had once known. I shared my observations and conjectures with Li Rui, and we collectively deduced that our current location must indeed be the second crescent-shaped clearing. Based on visual assessment, the configurations of the two clearings were nearly identical, from the distribution of trees and grassy patches to the small stream that meandered through the clearing toward the sea. I harbored grave suspicions that a similar cave resided within the arc of the stone wall behind the current clearing, and I needed a secure place to settle Li Rui before I could seek news of the other women. Only with that concern alleviated could I confidently pursue their fates. Should they be alive, I would rescue them. Should they be lost, I would avenge them. We discovered a game trail and made our descent. Remarkably, the structure of this area bore a striking resemblance to the previous clearing we had occupied. Upon reaching the edge beneath the coniferous trees, we encountered a steep slope rife with loose sand and mud. Beyond the slope, the smooth, curved stone wall continued to rise. I unleashed my spiritual energy, extending my awareness within a 200-meter radius. I could ascertain that, apart from a sizable tree where a pine snake, as thick as an arm, dozed within a hollow, no carnivorous creatures lurked nearby. It was daytime, and my probing indicated minimal risk. Thus, Li Rui and I gathered some dry tinder and sought a safe spot devoid of dry grass or leaves. I cast aside a piece of deadwood, and when I summoned my sword, it initially conveyed feelings of resistance upon sensing my intent to use it for chopping wood. However, with my benevolent guidance as its master, it soon understood that the more it resisted, the more I would utilize it for that purpose, leading to the willing dissolution of its reluctance. For me now, igniting a fire has become exceedingly easy. I no longer need to rely on the primitive method of friction, for within the recesses of my memory, I possess numerous techniques for drawing talismans. One such talisman, known as the fiery talisman, was brought to life in my hands despite the absence of vermilion. I merely bit the tip of my index finger, allowing a drop of blood to mark the surface of a wooden slab with the symbol. With a surge of my spiritual awareness, I animated it, and the dry wood instantly erupted into a fierce blaze. Li Rui tended to the flames, adding kindling to fuel the fire, while I made my way to the base of a grand tree. Beneath its sprawling branches, I unearthed a pine snake, roughly the thickness of my wrist. After decapitating it and removing its innards, I threaded its body onto a stick in a serpentine manner, allowing Li Rui to roast and savor it. Meanwhile, I descended to inspect the chasm below the rocky cliff. In my previous attempts, I had merely leapt and employed my spiritual awareness to hover momentarily. This time, however, I stood at the edge of the coniferous forest, summoned my courage, and leapt outward, employing my spiritual awareness to suspend myself in midair as I glided downwards. This sensation was akin to flight, though it required a considerable expenditure of spiritual energy. My inaugural experience of true flight was imbued with a sense of wonder, particularly as I soared over the precipice, a thrill that I suspect anyone embarking on their first leap might share. Below, the valley unfolded into a broadleaf forest with undergrowth varying in height. Some thickets towered above a person, concealing anyone who might seek refuge within, while others merely brushed against the shins or knees. Once again, I expanded my spiritual awareness to encompass a radius of approximately 1 to 200 meters. Within this range, I could ascertain the presence of all flora and fauna, confirming that no significant threats lurked nearby. The only creature capable of posing danger to humans in this vicinity was a leopard, lazily draped across a tree branch not far away. Its coat and patterns camouflaged perfectly within the natural surroundings, rendering it nearly invisible to the untrained eye. Had I not employed my spiritual perception, I might have overlooked it entirely. Yet, to me now, dispatching this creature, slightly larger than a domesticated wolf, will be a trivial endeavor. Based on the layout of the previous open area, I surmised that the cave should lie less than a kilometer to the south of my current position. Continuing southward, a mere 1 or 200 meters from the cave's location, I anticipated the presence of a small waterfall and the pool beneath it. Thus, I proceeded along the base of a rocky cliff. After traversing over 200 meters, I indeed discovered a diminutive opening in the rock face, situated 10 meters above the ground. Unlike the previous cave, this entrance was devoid of concealing foliage and was positioned higher, with a smaller aperture. As I extended my spiritual awareness into the cave, I discerned that it was indeed smaller than the previous cavern. With a depth of merely 3 meters and a width of less than 2, its form irregular and peculiar. Upon ascending to the cave entrance, I found some solace in the fact that the ground sloped outward, preventing rainwater from flowing inside, thereby keeping the interior remarkably dry. The space within the cave boasts a height of over 2 meters, with the apex potentially exceeding 2 meters and 60 or 70 centimeters. Moreover, this cavern is situated at the juncture of 2 rock walls, creating a seam of stone at its highest point. This indicates that it is indeed feasible to kindle a fire within the cave. The rocky seam above the cave's ceiling can assist in venting smoke, provided it is not too voluminous, ensuring safety for anyone who might choose to sleep inside without the looming threat of carbon monoxide poisoning. A minor drawback, however, is the entrance's diminutive size, necessitating a rather cumbersome maneuver to gain entry. For someone like me, adept with a flute and sword, this presents little challenge. Nevertheless, I refrained from thoughtlessly enlarging the entrance. At times, a smaller opening may offer enhanced security. Upon exiting the cave, I confirmed the presence of a small stream to the south, along with a waterfall cascading from the cliffside into a serene pool below. Using my spiritual senses, I scanned the vicinity of the stream and the pond, discerning no immediate dangers. After this thorough examination, my spiritual energy waned considerably. A brief meditation allowed me to regain some strength, and once sufficiently replenished, I swiftly returned to the cliff's edge. Li Rui, originally famished, had consumed only about a third of the large serpent and found herself satiated. I, on the other hand, was not particularly hungry, though the aroma of the roasted serpent was undeniably enticing. Since acquiring the ancient heritage, I have found it increasingly difficult to feel hunger. Yet I also struggle to achieve true fullness. Even after devouring a substantial portion of the enormous serpent, I felt little different from when I had not eaten at all. While feasting on the serpent's flesh, I relayed to Li Rui all that I had observed below, which piqued her curiosity. It is indeed a rarity for nature to present two nearly identical locations, and according to this pattern, it seems our island may house more than just two such areas. Perhaps there exist numerous cyclical expanses resembling scimitars, and from the cave's perspective, there might be slight alterations, yet their topography and structural arrangements undeniably suggest a cycle. Noting that daylight still lingered, Rui urged me to hasten my search atop the mountain for the small ditch similar to the one we had previously encountered, as well as the grassy knoll where Ouyang Danqing was laid to rest. Most importantly, we sought to ascertain whether the hot spring chamber we once inhabited might also be present here. In Rui's presence, I often find my mind muddled, and I realized I should have considered these matters earlier. I wished to bring her along, and she discerned my concerns for her safety. With a bright smile, she reassured me, saying, "Do not worry, Brother Chen. Though I may seem diminutive compared to you, do not forget, I'm not entirely ordinary. The training I have undergone in the external world is by no means inferior to yours, nor is it less arduous. Should you lack the legacy of inheritance, it remains uncertain who would care for whom. Indeed, how could I have forgotten this matter? However, based on my previous observations with Zhang Qin, it is apparent that the larger animals and those of inferior status in this forest predominantly emerge at night, with a scarcity during the day. With this thought, I found myself considerably reassured. As I journeyed forth, I moved with remarkable speed. Should I encounter an animal that necessitated a detour, I would not hesitate to carve a path through the underbrush. If faced with significant elevation changes requiring avoidance, I would employ my unwavering technique to soar directly through the air. Gradually, I became increasingly adept at utilizing my spiritual energy, not to mention my physical prowess. Before long, I arrived at the location of the cycle, where the ditch still existed and the flow of water remained comparable to before. The grassy expanse was still present, yet it had grown, perhaps by a quarter, compared to the area where Ouyang Danqing was interred. Yet, upon reaching the site where the entrance to the stone chamber should have been, I found only a diminutive opening. Inside lay a cave, merely a meter deep and 2 meters high. Rui awaited me patiently from a distance, her demeanor calm and devoid of tumultuous energy, her soul state remarkably tranquil, suggesting she had not encountered any peril. I relayed to her all that had transpired on the mountain. It was evident that the eastern side of this island represented the terrain's cycle, while the previous stone chamber had undoubtedly been carved out by human effort. Our immediate priority was to secure a place for Li Rui to settle, allowing me the peace of mind to rescue others. At present, our only viable option lay within the cave beneath the sheer cliff. My spiritual essence was not fully replenished, and transporting another directly to the cliff's base posed a considerable challenge. Fortunately, with Li Rui by my side, I was relieved of concerns for her safety. Thus, I entered a state of deep concentration, restoring my spiritual power to its fullest, and instructed Li Ru-yi to embrace my neck while I secured her waist. After a preliminary trial, I found I could ascend over 2 meters into the air. Though taxing, it was not impossible. Crucially, I was capable of a gentle descent upon landing, unlike the crude takeoffs and crashes experienced in the stone chamber. This newfound ability to land softly ensured the safety of both of us. To err on the side of caution, I decided to divide our descent into 2 segments. The first segment would see us glide from the edge of the coniferous forest to the precipice below. As we landed, I made every effort to decelerate, allowing Li Ru-yi to acclimate to the experience of flight. Although the cliff loomed high, as long as I maintained control and descended gently, it would be far less laborious than ascending with another in tow. The edge below the steep slope served as our waypoint. After a brief respite, my spiritual energy approached fullness once more, prompting our second ascent. I found myself draped in the presence of Li Ru-yi, gently descending to the edge of the grass at the foot of the cliff. Though my heart was eager to rush forth and rescue the other women, it was imperative that I first ensure Li Ru-yi's safety. Thus, I devoted the ensuing moments to cutting enough grass, not only to secure her well-being, but also to augment our provisions of meat and provide her with a comfortable blanket. I approached the large tree where the leopard had previously rested, only to discover that it had vacated the area. Perhaps the animal's instincts had sensed my formidable nature. Alas, had I known, I would have dealt with it prior to my ascent. Resigned, I ventured northward, recalling a vast bamboo grove that lay in a similar direction. True to my memory, I soon encountered it. In no time, I fashioned ropes from bamboo strips and returned to the cave's entrance, carrying 7 or 8 bamboo tubes. The grass had nearly dried under the sun's embrace. I felt a sufficiently tall trunk to create a makeshift ladder leading to the cave's mouth. Li Ru-yi was tasked with transporting the dry grass inside to prepare our bedding, while I hefted the largest bamboo tube, thicker than my thigh, to the small pool beneath the waterfall, returning with 2 tubes filled with water. As Li Ru-yi diligently carried the sun-dried grass into the cave, setting up our bed, I gathered ample firewood, chopping it into manageable pieces. To avert the peril of a fire within the cave, I stacked the firewood against the inner side, filling half of the cave's space. The bed of dry grass was arranged to the right of the cave entrance, while the left side was reserved for a campfire. Although this arrangement diminished the cave's spaciousness, it sufficed for our imminent departure, leaving Li Ru-yi behind. Moreover, the confined space offered a psychological sense of security. In the event of a fire, she would be near the entrance, easily able to escape. We then carried several bamboo tubes, filling one of them with fresh water from the pond before setting off toward the beach. Along the way, Li Ru-yi continued to cling to me, and I, perhaps due to the burgeoning strength of my spirit, found my demeanor becoming increasingly composed, my self-restraint in the face of feminine allure growing stronger. Perhaps this was a result of the sudden and profound separations from several women. Yet, I remained certain of Li Ru-yi's place in my heart. She has always been my eldest sister, unwavering in her significance. However, at this moment, my thoughts were consumed with concern for those beyond the southern ridge, pondering their fate, whether they were alive or, perhaps, interwoven with this worry were the long-standing grievances of our people, old resentments mingling with new. Chapter 43. The blood incident in the cave. As we meandered along, our tattered garments offered scant coverage for our bodies. The porcelain skin of Rui, along with her proud and ample form, often brushed against me inadvertently. On the beach, we gathered kindling to kindle a fire. We now possessed 5 bamboo tubes. I meticulously sliced 2 of them to about 1/3 of their length. After igniting the flames, I placed seawater within them, letting it simmer to extract sea salt. In the meantime, Rui intermittently added fuel to sustain the fire and ventured to the shoreline to collect various seafood. As for me, with little to occupy my time, I entered a meditative state, seeking to transcend to the 4th level during this fortuitous interlude. Drawing upon Chun Fong's memories, I entered the ethereal realm of soul refinement. Approaching the bookshelf, I reached for the first book on the topmost shelf, beginning from the right. Upon reaching the fourth level, the sequence reverses, necessitating the refinement of the body before the soul. I must admit, acquiring this inheritance is indeed a remarkable advantage. Absent Chun Fang's guidance, navigating the cultivation beyond the fourth level would have been a lifelong endeavor, even if the techniques lay before me. The fourth level of the body refinement technique is termed Swift Wind. Unlocking this level revealed a technique surprisingly simple in nature. Its movements resembled the Tathagata's palm, characterized by a lofty leap, head down and feet up, with palms facing downward for the strike. The technique elucidated that upon mastering this level, one could unleash palm power at will, no longer necessitating a leap. It could serve as a single or multiple target attack, and with the growth of one's cultivation, one could shatter the earth and reshape mountains and seas upon reaching mastery. From the description of the technique, I inferred that its potency was on an entirely different plane compared to the previous 3 levels. One could understand it thus. The first 3 levels still reside within the realm of technique, despite incorporating the use of spirit to evoke blade energy and strike from afar. They remain confined to martial arts. Even when striking from a distance, it still pertains to physical attacks. However, from the 4th level onward, it transcends the corporeal form, and such an assault moves beyond mere fists and feet, delving into the domain of law and perhaps even the Tao. What perplexed me, however, was the astonishing simplicity of this palm technique. Within a mere quarter of an hour, I had achieved a state of consummate mastery in the realm of soul cultivation. At any moment, I could execute a palm strike, descending from above or striking laterally. By concentrating both corporeal and spiritual energies into my palm, the resultant force was indeed formidable. Yet, it was merely comparatively powerful, lacking the remarkable prowess described in the technique. Nonetheless, drawing from my experiences with the previous 3 levels, I remained undeterred. I understood that each level of the body refinement technique must harmonize with the corresponding soul refinement technique to truly manifest its effects. Emerging from my meditative state, I stood upon the sandy shore and practiced this palm technique with my physical form. Equally simple, yet profound. I leapt over 20 meters into the air, executing a palm strike with my head down and feet up. With a thunderous roar, the beach trembled momentarily, reminiscent of a heavy truck traversing a bridge. A distinct imprint, 2 to 3 meters wide and about a meter deep, appeared in the sand. I continued my practice, and within less than a quarter of an hour, my physical form had attained a level of mastery in reality, enabling me to strike with a single palm from a distance, creating a pit 2 to 3 meters wide and even a meter deep. However, this level of destructive power was undeniably inferior to the blade energy of the Shao sword. Nevertheless, Li Rui still exhibited an ardent admiration that was almost overwhelming. Although this weapon was referred to as a sword, it was a single-edged blade, and since I had consistently employed sword techniques, the energy I unleashed was decidedly that of a blade. With a heart full of desire and anticipation for the 4th level, I once again entered a meditative state and retrieved the scroll containing the 4th level of the soul refinement technique from the bookshelf. Upon opening it, I discovered an ancient and exquisitely crafted box that bore a resemblance to both wood and stone, yet its texture conveyed an impression of incredible sturdiness. The box was approximately the size of half a cigarette case, inscribed with 4 characters that may well be older than the seal script: moving mountains and filling seas. As I unfurled the bamboo slip, the box floated out of it and positioned itself upon the desk in the center of the room. The crucial point was that I could not open this box, regardless of whether I employed brute force, subtle strength, or even attempted to penetrate it with my consciousness. I even summoned the ethereal image of the Shao sword, yet it remained impervious to my efforts. Finally, adopting a gambling mindset, I struck it with the power of swift wind. Indeed, while the box did not open, it began to levitate slowly, hovering before me as if scrutinizing my very essence. Moments later, it returned to its original position, and I felt as though I had discovered the method to unlock it. Since the path to mastering the soul required first refining the body, the means to attain the 4th level of the soul refinement technique must surely lie within the 4th level of the body refinement technique. Earlier, I had refrained from exerting my full strength out of fear of damaging the box. Thus, I resolved to merge my spirit with the power of swift wind, concentrating all my energy into my palm as I prepared to strike from a distance. However, the box, with astonishing swiftness, darted directly into my sea of consciousness. I had intended to deliver a forceful blow, but its movements were so rapid that it seemed to vanish in an instant. Yet I could discern that, in that fleeting moment of disappearance, it had entered my soul's sea of consciousness. Fortunately, my palm's power had remained unspent. Just as I withdrew my energy, a momentary haze enveloped my mind, and I found myself hovering above my own sea of consciousness. An ancient voice emanated from the box. Indeed, both body and spirit have established a foundation. Yet, they lack a modicum of the tempering and enlightenment that comes from blood and fire. The path is inherently contrary to nature. Do you comprehend the meaning of life? I had sought to unlock this box by any means necessary, longing to acquire the fourth level of the soul refinement technique. Yet, no one had ever informed me that this attainment would involve an inquiry phase. Could I perhaps consult Baidu at this moment? However, surrendering in this manner did not align with my character. I remained uncertain of the source of that voice. But since I had not fulfilled its requirements and still sought the technique, I recognized that I must adopt a more earnest attitude. Thus, I approached the box with solemnity, bowing deeply. As a descendant of Huaxia, I, Chen Jie, inheriting the legacy of Chen Fong, beseech you, esteemed elder, to bestow upon me the fourth layer of the soul refinement technique to save my beloved kin from the depths of suffering. I would be eternally grateful. The box, however, emanated a golden light that seemed to sweep through the very corners of my consciousness in an instant. The ancient voice appeared to disregard my plea entirely. The path of reincarnation, how astonishing that you have even acquired its inheritance. After a moment's pause, the voice continued. You must strive to hone yourself further. Every being in the cosmos follows its own path, and all things in the world adhere to their own laws. One day, when you uncover the meaning of life, not only will you attain the fourth layer of the soul refinement technique, but perhaps even greater surprises await you. As a descendant of Huaxia, you must further temper yourself. The law should not be imparted to the inept, nor should the efforts of your ancestors be squandered. Upon finishing its words, the box disassembled on its own, dissipating within the depths of my consciousness, leaving behind a faint sigh. Alas, to have placed the inheritance in such an empty realm. We shall remain within your consciousness for now, waiting for the moment of your enlightenment. For what you shall gain will not merely be the soul refinement technique. After that, no matter how I called out, the ancient voice did not reappear. The scroll of the path of reincarnation had vanished from the shelf. Although I could not currently comprehend the path of reincarnation, its disappearance caused me profound heartache. Why did it vanish? Was it because the box inquired about the meaning of life and I could not respond? Thus it withdrew the path of reincarnation from me. Reflecting on its earlier mention of the path of reincarnation and urging me to hone myself and not squander my life, a flicker of hope rekindled within my despair. Indeed, my growth had been remarkably smooth during this period. From a mere ordinary person with slightly enhanced physical strength to my current state, I had encountered scarcely any setbacks. I had not even engaged in the most fundamental battles. So what significance did this growth hold? Emerging from my meditative state, the sky had darkened, and Li Rui had tirelessly prepared a full bamboo tube of salt. Upon seeing me awaken, she approached with an expectant gaze, filled with inquiry. However, when she noticed the fleeting expression of disappointment on my face, she quickly comforted me. A true man must strive for what he desires. If one attempt fails, try again, whether it be twice, 10 times, or 100 times. You are my man. If I say you can, then you surely can. Indeed, this was not the time to cling to personal breakthroughs. There are lives waiting for me to save, and with my current strength, dealing with a few soldiers from the island nation should pose no significant challenge. I rose and embraced Rui tenderly. Those sweet words and affectionate phrases had already been spoken countless times over the past days. In this moment, silence spoke louder than words. On the way back to the cave, I casually hunted 2 rabbits and gathered some wild vegetables. I must admit, hunting had become exceedingly effortless for me now. In the cave, we ignited a fire to roast the rabbit meat and used a bamboo tube to boil the wild vegetables. During this time, Rui sat beside me, her eyes already betraying the restless waves of emotion. Even as I savored roasted rabbit meat and sipped on wild vegetable soup, I found myself teetering on the brink of an overwhelming force. That night, a tragedy unfolded within the confines of this cave. I sensed that my spiritual consciousness had once again undergone a sublime transformation. The once vast expanse of my mind's sea expanded further, incorporating newfound abilities of comprehension. In a secluded corner of my consciousness, a bundle of bamboo slips unfurled slowly, cautiously emitting a faint, ethereal glow. At that moment, I felt as though I had returned to the outside world, or perhaps everything on the deserted island was merely a dream. Upon awakening from this dream, I discovered that Rui and I were living a simple life in our rural hometown in the mountains. Our marital bond was exceptionally strong, and we were diligent in our endeavors. We had taken on the responsibility of a fish pond, cultivating fish, and operating a farm stay. We had also leased a barren mountain, raising a large flock of goats. Through our hard work, our crops flourished. Occasionally, old comrades from the battlefield would visit us. We would fish, roast lamb, sing karaoke, and drink, reveling in our carefree existence. My mother, always timid, lived in fear of offending the village officials. While we enjoyed our liberated lifestyle, Rui bore me a son and a daughter. Our son was named Ajun, and our daughter Ashio. From witnessing my son take his first wobbly steps to his entry into preschool and the birth of our daughter, the children grew day by day. My mother's passing plunged me into deep sorrow, recalling her incessant nagging and the domestic conflicts she had with my father. Yet what could be said? In that era, their generation, shaped by their education and the milieu around them, could only think in such ways. Female nagging and male violence were commonplace. Their perspectives were predetermined to be so. Sitting before my mother's grave, I lingered, lost in memories of her carrying me in a basket to the market. Rui lit a cigarette for me, perhaps to console me and divert my sorrow. Together, we planned for our children's education and future. As time passed, our children gradually matured, while Rui and I aged as well. The lease on the fish pond expired and was returned to the village. Our children, feeling compassion for us, returned to the village and built a small villa on the mountain we had once leased. This was something I had long wished to do for my mother years ago, but had never achieved. Unexpectedly, many years later, my children fulfilled this dream for us. Recently, I've received continual news of the passing of my former comrades. Occasionally, my son and daughter bring their spouses and grandchildren, visiting us with their two small families. Alas, I have grown old and frail, struggling to navigate the steps outside our home, leaning on Rui, an elderly man and woman. Sitting at the entrance, we watched the setting sun in the distance. Rui lit another cigarette for me, and I took a deep, contemplative drag. This marks the second cigarette I have inhaled over the decades, the first one being during the time of my mother's passing. Uncertain which nerve within me was triggered, I suddenly turned to Rui and inquired, "Rui, life is so fleeting. From a moment an infant enters the world to the nostalgic longing for the sunset in our twilight years. What, in your opinion, is the essence of life?" Rui furrowed her brow. She reached out, discarding my cigarette, wrapped her arms around my neck, and pressed her lips against mine. Although we were but an old man and an old woman, the moment her lips touched mine, I still felt their exquisite softness and tenderness. Our kiss was earnest, increasingly devoid of inhibition, and passionately fervent, as Rui's voice whispered beside my ear. "Brother Chen, I cannot speak for others regarding the meaning of life. I believe each person's existence carries its own unique pursuits and significances. For me, Li Rui, the meaning of life can be distilled into two words: Chen Jie." Listening to her gentle, melodious voice, it was evident she was the epitome of youthful beauty. As I opened my eyes, Rui lay atop me. Her eyes closed as she murmured, seemingly in a state between slumber and wakefulness. It dawned on me that the experience of being marooned on a deserted island was real, while the lengthy life I had just envisioned was but an illusion. Yet, Rui's words were indelibly etched in my heart. Indeed, everyone possesses a distinct life mission, each with their own pursuits and meanings. So, what then is the significance of my own life? Chapter 44. There must be someone in the passage. What then is the essence of my existence? Alas, at that moment, a distant sigh echoed deep within my mind. Though it was merely a sigh, I could still perceive an overwhelming force surging into my consciousness and permeating every fiber of my being. In that instant, my spiritual prowess became extraordinarily potent once more, to the extent that I could feel it at a singular moment. The expansive area I occupied was now largely enveloped by my awareness. As this awareness gradually receded, it contracted until it could only encompass a radius of 200 to 300 meters. Yet even at this point, I sensed that my consciousness was brimming with strength. Previously, my awareness merely served as a tool for observation. Even when it enveloped the beasts and creatures around me, they remained largely unaffected. However, now, every creature within the confines of my perception lay trembling upon the ground. Perhaps this was what the memory of Chun Fong referred to as the pressure of a formidable presence. As this power coursed through my corporeal form, the muscles in my body underwent a marked transformation. Li Rui, who had been languidly draped across me, felt the rapid enhancement of my muscles as she caressed my arms, shoulders, and the rapidly swelling contours of my chest and abdomen. Startled, she sat up and exclaimed, "It turns out that what Chun Fong's lingering spirit spoke of is indeed true. The opportunity for your breakthrough truly lies in this endeavor." Inquiring about her words, she recounted that Chun Fong's residual spirit had once imparted a message to her mind. First, that the stone cabinets in the secret chamber could preserve food, enabling our survival. And second, that I must evolve through trials of blood and fire. That life and death struggles would augment my experience and insights, and that my breakthrough opportunity was exceptionally unique, likely to be a union of yin and yang. As dawn broke and the chorus of birds filled the air, Rui still rested her head upon my wrist. Perhaps the pain and frenzy of the previous night had left her utterly exhausted, and she had finally relaxed completely. Since departing from Li Meigui's team, she had tirelessly orchestrated plans that benefited me at every turn, never once considering her own interests. Without her, I might have survived, but that existence would have been akin to that of a true savage. Mere survival devoid of purpose is utterly meaningless. I caressed Rui's smooth, delicate shoulder, feeling her soft curves against my side. Though primal thoughts surged once more within me, I could not bear to disturb her, so I held her close and drifted back into slumber. However, she playfully nipped my arm and pressed herself against me. During the daylight hours, we busied ourselves with the preparation of sea salt and hunting. Now, hunting posed no challenge for me. As long as the distance was not too great within 20 meters, I could effortlessly capture rabbits or even moderately sized goats with my bare hands. However, the challenge remains considerable when it comes to larger animals. Yet, I envelop them with my spiritual sense, and through sheer intimidation, I can paralyze their movements. Subsequently, at a leisurely pace, I can dispatch them with a single blow. Although merely a day has passed, it has served to enhance my training of both soul and body. I am certain that my current prowess, in both spirit and physique, has far surpassed the limits of the third tier. Nevertheless, I find myself unable to ascend to the fourth tier. What indeed is the meaning of life? This question echoes repeatedly in my mind. The prey we have prepared, along with the sea salt we have processed, continues to accumulate. The leopard, in a bid to reassure me that it would refrain from harming Li Rui during my absence, has willingly relinquished its pelt. This leopard skin has already entered the process of being oiled and roasted, soon to serve as a decorative addition to Li Rui's bedding. I have scattered the leopard's bladder around the perimeter of the cave, along the forest's edge and the stone walls. I am increasingly confident that, at least in the open spaces below the cliff, no large predatory animals remain. Of course, the crocodiles are an exception, as they seldom stray from their swamp. As long as we do not provoke them, I have no intention of courting trouble. I have sliced all the game we caught into thin strips and fashioned bamboo into skewers. After lightly salting the meat with sea salt, I threaded all the strips on his skewers for convenience, allowing Li Rui to grill and consume them upon my departure. Currently, The only knife I possess is my flute sword. Upon my leaving, aside from the stone knives and axes I crafted for her, she lacks modern utensils. These primitive tools suffice for cleaning wild vegetables, but they prove inadequate when it comes to preparing meat, especially when slicing cured meats. The flute sword, unlike ordinary knives, cannot be wielded by her without recognizing its master, rendering it unusable if I do not remain. Within the cave, the inner half is filled to the brim with firewood piled against the ceiling, while the outer half, aside from the sleeping area and the fire pit, is cluttered with skewers of meat. Even when igniting the fire at night, caution is required to prevent it from burning too fiercely, lest it ignite the smoked meat skewers. Li Rui understands that tomorrow I cannot linger any longer. The extra day I have spent here is solely due to my concern for her survival. She would never ask me to stay for her own sake, as that is not her nature. Thus, as night falls, she exerts every effort to make the most of our time together. In the morning, by the fire pit in the cave, Li Rui pulls me close and earnestly informs me, during our time acquiring the Chen inheritance, we have experienced neither the rising of the sun nor the setting of the moon, leaving us uncertain of how much time has elapsed. Therefore, Brother Chen, you must prepare yourself. It is possible that some of them have already been captured by the islanders or even killed. There is also the chance that some among them have sustained grievous injuries and perished from starvation. Regardless of what transpires, you must remember that I await your return. You must come back, all right? After speaking, you released me, aimlessly prodding the fire with a stick. You may leave. I do not wish to accompany you to the threshold. Yet remember, it would be far better if several of you could return together. However, even if it is only you, you must come back. Do not forget the remnants you have left within me. Leaping into the coniferous forest that crowns the precipice, I find that such movements now consume far less of my spirit. Following the edge southward towards the previous clearing, I observe scattered, barren stones that form a path along the fringe of the coniferous woods. I hasten along this so-called route towards the south, yet an unsettling feeling begins to envelop me. Between some stones, I discover signs of human passage amidst the grass, distinct from the trails left by animals. Having traversed the rocky segment, I approach the forest's edge, where sparse shrubs and grass abound. Here, I am certain I have stumbled upon a path forged by human feet. Beside the grass, I serendipitously uncover a smooth bone, not large, yet notably polished as if it had been gnawed after being roasted. It is evident that no predatory animal would first cook a bone before consuming the flesh. Moreover, such a small fragment would not exist in isolation. After a hunt, creatures typically utilize their catch collectively rather than carry it while consuming it on the move. Such a diminutive bone would be crushed and swallowed whole, not discarded. Continuing forward, nearing the ridge that extends towards the sea, I uncover a shell casing. I have grown remarkably familiar with this type of bullet over time. 5mm caliber, specifically designed for the World War II Arisaka rifle. A sense of foreboding envelopes me. It seems events have unfolded beyond my expectations. I dash southward, scaling the ridge ahead, arriving at the familiar, scimitar-shaped coastal clearing. The remnants of mortar bombardments still vividly linger in memory above the cliff's edge. As I trace the animal trails of Ur, my heart races with urgency, yet fear also grips me, dreading the prospect of confronting unwelcome truths, despite envisioning various possibilities along the way. Upon reaching the entrance of the passage, the sight before me plunges my spirits into despair. The entrance has become a chaotic heap of stones. Not only has the passageway collapsed into a pile, but the slope beside it has also succumbed to a landslide, burying the entrance further. Xiaoyan, Huangting, Zhangqin, Yiju. Each face materializes in my mind. They must not be harmed. They must not be harmed. I advance a few meters along the outer edge of the passage, placing my hand upon its exterior. Closing my eyes, I allowed my consciousness to seep into the alleyway passage. 1 inch, 2 inches, a foot, 2 feet. My awareness finally penetrated the passage, where the outer wall measured at least 2 to 3 meters thick. Inside the passage, the left side was a rubble of collapsed debris, while the right side lay barren and empty. Occasionally, stones dislodged from above clattered to the ground. Advancing over 100 meters, I encountered another section of collapse that had completely obstructed the passage. My consciousness continued to delve into the ruins of the blockage, which was likely over 10 meters in length. Jiao Yin, Huang Ting, are you still there? Zhang Qin, Hiju, you must not be harmed. I strained to maintain my spiritual energy, endeavoring to continue my exploration inward. Yet, after traversing the collapsed segment, I found myself utterly depleted, unable to penetrate further. A profound weariness enveloped me, and my mind grew increasingly heavy. After Li Rui's enhancement, my spiritual energy had vastly improved compared to the first time I'd seen the light of day. However, even with my significantly bolstered power, the distance of over 100 meters, compounded by the layers of the passage's outer wall and the blockage, rendered me incapable of further advancement. Withdrawing my consciousness, I realized that my spiritual energy could scarcely support my physical form. I was so fatigued that I longed to collapse and surrender to sleep. Resigned, I once again entered a meditative state, simultaneously restoring my spirit while grappling with simple thoughts. What should I do now? Have the islanders truly retreated northward, entirely or partially? Have they taken my women? Should I pursue the islanders directly or remain here to clear the passage? If I were to chase after the islanders and the women were inside the stone chamber, in a moment of crisis, I might miss the opportunity for rescue. Conversely, if I stayed to clear the passage, what if the women had already been captured, causing me to waste even more time? What to do? If only Li Rui were here. Yes, Li Rui. If she were present at this moment, how would she decide? What manner of contemplation would she employ? I pondered. Li Rui never made decisions blindly. She analyzed the existing conditions meticulously. So, what were my current conditions? First, there were indeed signs that the islanders had retreated from the mountain. Second, the entrance to this passage had collapsed, and there was debris within as well. Why would there be two collapses in the passage? The only explanation is, I felt as though I had been injected with a stimulant. Yes, there must be someone inside. If all the women had been captured, the islanders would have no reason to waste explosives to collapse a simple passage in two places. Thus, the only explanation is that there must indeed be someone inside. Chapter 45. Finding the three women indeed, there must be someone in the cave. With this thought, I felt an urgent desire to waste not a single moment longer, promptly exiting my meditative state. I was reluctant to clear the debris at the entrance of the passage, as that would only squander more precious time. Thus, I summoned my flute sword, and within a few breaths, I carved a breach in the side of the passage. The light that emerged illuminated merely a small stretch of the tunnel. Beyond that lay an abyss of darkness. I had no time to fashion a torch. Instead, I closed my eyes and extended my consciousness, keenly aware of every pitfall and scattered stone along the way, albeit at the cost of exhausting my mental energy more rapidly. In the section where the tunnel had collapsed, I feared triggering a chain reaction of further landslides, which restrained me from recklessly hacking away with the flute sword. Consequently, I resorted to using my hands to shift the stones obstructing the passage to either side. I needed only to clear a narrow pathway, just enough for my solitary passage. Like a frenzied bull, I pressed on tirelessly, disregarding my fatigue. A small passage, nearly a meter wide, began to emerge in the center of the tunnel. As I progressed, the stones piled higher and longer on either side, and I lost track of time. Exhaustion gripped me, yet I sensed that the passage was nearly cleared. Only a scant meter remained of the obstructing debris. The prolonged exertion of my consciousness had left my spirit utterly drained, and my eyelids grew heavier by the moment. I was unwilling to waste any more time. After all, I was so close. Thus, I took 2 or 3 running steps forward, drew my flute sword, and with a swift arc of energy, I cleaved through the remaining obstruction, following closely behind the force of my strike. With a loud crash, the passage behind me was once again sealed by a cascade of fallen stones. My spirit was nearly exhausted, and a dizzying headache throbbed within me, threatening to split my head asunder. Upon opening my eyes, I beheld the entrance to a stone chamber at the end of the passage, still emanating a faint glow as it always had. Xiao Yin, Huang Ting, Zhang Qin, Hiju, are you all well? I wished to call out, but as I opened my mouth, no sound emerged from my throat. My eyelids grew heavier still, and I could no longer keep them open. Since the cave was engulfed in darkness, Why not simply surrender to slumber? Perhaps I would drift into unconsciousness. In the final moment before I collapsed, I only heard the sound of my fall echoing through the cavern. Before me appeared visions of exquisite figures, accompanied by beautiful memories. Ouyang Danqing's delicate charm, Huang Ting's enchanting grace, Qiao Yan's generous spirit, He Ju's playful demeanor, Zhang Qin's adoration and gentleness, and Li Rui's rational assertiveness. Ultimately, only Ouyang Danqing remained in my sight. It seemed I lay back in her embrace, as she leaned over me, tears streaming down her face while she murmured, "Brother Chen, you must grow stronger, ever stronger." Her tears fell upon my face and neck, and I wiped them away with my hand. Ouyang Danqing had vanished, and the droplets upon my skin were merely the water trickling down from the ceiling of the passage. My spirit began to recover swiftly as I gazed toward the distant opening at the top of the tunnel. The dim glow illuminated the surroundings, yet the ground of the passage remained obscured from view. I dared not extend my consciousness further and resorted to groping my way toward the light, stumbling countless times along the journey. Fortunately, my body had grown resilient enough that each fall only brought a fleeting pain, making serious injury a rare occurrence. As I drew nearer to the entrance, I called out their names, He Ju, Huang Ting, Zhang, while gathering my strength to leap into the stone chamber. Inside, an eerie silence enveloped me. The hot spring continued to emit steam, while the fire nearby had long since extinguished. In the area designated for curing the meat, a large slab of red deer hung from the rack, and several bamboo tubes lay scattered on the ground. On the uppermost layer of the stone platform, an air mattress had been partially scorched, upon which lay a woman with disheveled hair. The distance, combined with her hair's concealment, made it difficult to recognize her at a glance, yet I was certain she was one of my women. I could not allow anything to happen to her. Nervously, I approached her, only to discover two more women lying amidst a nearby haystack, their hair in disarray. They lay on their backs, their chests gently rising and falling, indicating they were still alive. One with shoulder-length hair was undoubtedly Zhang Qin, while the other, whose petite frame was evident through her hair, must be He Ju. But who was the woman on the mattress? As I reached the side of the mattress and lifted a garment covering her, I was horrified to behold the scars adorning her body. Even being a person of steely resolve, I was utterly shaken. She wore neither clothes nor trousers, and her back and buttocks were marred, nearly devoid of unblemished skin. Countless welts from whippings, along with wounds inflicted by explosives, marred her flesh. Some had scabbed over, while others oozed with pus. As I brushed against her arm while unveiling her, I felt the heat of a fever radiating from her. My heart raced with a desperate need to identify her, and as I parted the hair from her face, I gasped, Qiao Yan, the woman who had always shown kindness to everyone, whose compassion knew no bounds, lay before me in such a state of despair. There was no time to ponder further. I retrieved a bamboo tube I always carried, uncorked it, and found it contained the creek water I had boiled that morning, still warm to the touch. I offered Qiao Yan a few small sips, relieved to see her swallow on her own. I could only imagine how long she had been parched, and I dare not give too much at once. Zhang Qin bore a wound on her thigh, near the root, which had been crudely bandaged, likely the result of a gunshot from which the bullet had been forcefully extracted. The wound was festering and emitted a foul odor. When I attempted to give her water, she had already lost the ability to swallow. I had no choice but to feed her mouth to mouth. Then I placed my hand upon her chest, using my spiritual awareness to assist her in absorbing the water within her mouth into her body. However, He Ju's condition perplexed me. I had examined her thoroughly, and there were no visible wounds on her entire body. Yet she remained in a profound state of unconsciousness. I quickly kindled a fire, and while it was still growing, I briefly entered a meditative state to replenish my spiritual energy. Before the flames reached their peak, I sliced some venison and lightly roasted it over the fire. This meat had been previously salted and smoked to a semi-cooked state for preservation, allowing me to forego extensive cooking. I chewed it thoroughly before feeding it to them, each sip of water accompanying the morsels. First, I attended to Qiao Yan, while Zhang Qin and He Ju were unable to swallow on their own. I placed my hand on their chests, guiding the food into their stomachs with my spiritual awareness. Thus, I fed them the meat paste in rounds. And by the fifth round, Xiao Yin seemed to regain a modicum of strength. Yet, she still burned with fever and remained in a delirious state. Next was Zhang Qin, whose condition mirrored that of Xiao Yin. She had emerged from unconsciousness but still suffered from high fever. He Ju's situation, however, left me in deep contemplation. I had fed her 7 or 8 bites, and considering her usual appetite, she must have consumed a substantial amount, yet she was still deeply unconscious. I pressed the tip of my right index finger to my brow and silently recited a brief incantation, forcing a portion of my spirit to detach from my body. This detachment did not imply splitting my soul into fragments, but rather displacing my spirit from my physical form, akin to a partial out-of-body experience. This method, drawn from Chen Fang's memories, was a means of communicating with spirits. Taoists typically employ 2 methods to perceive spirits. One is to apply cow tears to their eyes, and the other is for those with potent spiritual energy to employ the technique I just used, allowing their spirit to leave their body and observe the other, akin to allowing kindred souls to interact. Moreover, there exists a third method, wherein individuals possessing immensely powerful spiritual energy, or those who have previously held such potent souls, can directly perceive spirits without any incantations or tools, even communicating and making contact with them. At this moment, my spiritual energy was not fully restored, given my current strength. Even in peak condition, I might not be able to employ the third method, rendering the second one quite taxing. He Ju's spiritual state was alarming. Typically, even if a body sleeps, the spirit remains active, as it is the body that tires. Just as I had experienced, after overexerting my spirit, I would feel fatigue and the need for sleep. Yet once I succumbed to slumber, my spirit would lose power but remain active in a normal state. Hence the occurrence of dreams. Furthermore, for those adept in cultivation, once their spiritual energy is replenished, they become even stronger. However, at this moment, He Ju's spirit was inexplicably in a state of slumber. I gently tapped her face with the essence of my soul, calling out, "He Ju, awaken, He Ju, please awaken." She merely responded with a fleeting acknowledgement, groggily reaching out to pat my arm before succumbing once more to slumber. I pondered the fate that awaited her if her spirit continued to remain in this deep sleep. Would she slip into death? Or perhaps it would be only when her physical form perished from starvation that her spirit, deprived of its corporeal vessel, would dissipate into oblivion. Should it be the latter scenario, I could harness my spiritual consciousness to nourish her body with water and meat puree, thereby sustaining her vitality while seeking a means to rouse her spirit. Conversely, if it were the former, an extensive investment of time would be required to sift through the remnants of her memories in search of a method to awaken her. Whether such a method exists within those lingering memories remains an enigma. Though my heart ached for her, I reluctantly withdrew from my current state. I compelled myself to consume a hearty portion of venison to fortify my physical strength, and then I entered a meditative state to expedite the restoration of my spirit. Regardless of the extent of my exhaustion or the number of cycles needed for recovery, I was resolute in my determination to heal her. Drawing from my prior experience of mending wounds for myself and Li Rui using spiritual energy, I held firm in my belief that I could succeed. Should her injuries worsen, the pace of my restoration might merely slow. The first time I assisted Zhang Qin, I performed a preliminary restoration on her festering wounds, alleviating the inflammation. I helped her develop tender granulation tissue where the flesh had decayed. My spiritual energy had been drained to such an extent that I was nearly overwhelmed by pain. Although Zhang Qin did not awaken immediately, her condition afforded me some relief. Despite the pain her injuries caused me, I felt reassured. While I remained in my meditative state, only partially awakened, Zhang Qin opened her eyes, weakly calling out to me, Brother Chen, you have returned." Even before I had fully mastered the first layer of the soul refinement technique, I could perceive everything around me while in meditation. However, the urgency of saving her took precedence, and I did not exit my meditative state upon hearing her voice. She continued to softly call out, "Brother Chen, why do you ignore me? Is it because Qiner failed to protect Sister Qiao Yin and He Ju and lost Huang Ting? Do you no longer wish to speak to me, Brother Chen? As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks, her face a canvas of guilt and self-reproach. At that moment, my spiritual energy had nearly returned to its full capacity. I exited my meditative state, caressing her face, kissing her lips as I reassured her, Qiner is my most beloved and resilient wife. No matter what Qiner does, Brother Chen will never blame you. I am merely regaining my strength, for I still need to save Sister Qiao Yin. With that, I could not linger in affectionate exchanges, but instead I moved to the inflatable mattress. Qiao Yin, perhaps revitalized by the meat puree I had fed her earlier, had regained some strength, though she still suffered from fever and spoke in delirium. I could not discern the specifics of what was being said. All I caught were my name and Huang Ting's. End of this chapter. Next chapter, the rampancy of the donkey and the dog. Chapter 46. The rampant fury of the donkey and the dog. I was overwhelmed with 1,000 impulses to immediately ascertain the situation. Yet I was compelled to restrain myself. Initially, I intended to place my hand upon her back, but fearing that it might cause her pain, I opted instead to rest my hand gently on her outstretched arm. Closing my eyes, I channeled my spiritual energy into her body, meticulously exploring her injuries inch by inch. I found no damage to her internal organs or bones. However, her entire back and buttocks were marred with wounds, many resembling those inflicted by a whip or torture device, while others appeared to be the result of explosive trauma. After exhausting my spiritual energy for the first time, I realized I had barely managed to alleviate her inflammation. I understood that maintaining Zhang Qin's composure, who was now conscious, was of utmost importance. I reassured her not to worry. Entering a meditative state once more, I restored my spiritual energy. By this time, Zhang Qin's emotional state had improved significantly. She looked at me with a mixture of astonishment, confusion, guilt, and a hint of admiration. The extent of Qiao Yan's injuries was overwhelming. It required 3 applications of my spiritual energy merely to address the inflamed areas. Subsequently, I used 4 more to facilitate a rudimentary healing of the wounds on her buttocks. Though Qiao Yan had regained consciousness, she was exceedingly weak. The pain that enveloped her upon waking elicited involuntary groans. My heart ached with urgency, prompting me to enter a meditative state again to replenish my spiritual power. However, this time, Qiao Yan stopped me, saying, Chen Jie, I don't know what method you've employed to help us reduce our fever, but I genuinely feel much better now. I acknowledge that I still hurt, yet I am acutely aware that such injuries cannot be fully healed all at once. While I remained in my meditative state, she bravely continued, Listen to me. Our wounds can heal gradually, and we can recover at a measured pace. The fact that we have reached this point and preserved our lives is already a significant achievement. You must hurry to rescue Huang Ting. She has been taken by the islanders, and Li Meiguo has been harboring resentment. Zhang Qin chimed in to support her. Yes, Chen Ge. Since we're no longer feverish, there are no further issues. I only have an injury to my leg. I can take care of Sister Qiao Yan. You must go save Huang Ting. She has been captured for many days now. Suddenly, it seemed she remembered something. By the way, Chen Ge, what about Sister Li Rui? What happened to you all? Upon hearing Zhang Qin's inquiry about Li Rui, Qiao Yan appeared to awaken to the gravity of the situation as well. Yes, what about Sister Li Rui, Chen Jie? What has happened to her? Qiao Yan was evidently anxious. Despite being older than Li Rui, she had long since referred to her as sister. I exited my meditative state, and this time, I refrained from hastily treating Qiao Yan's injuries, instead asking her, Rest assured, Li Rui is quite safe. If I delay a little longer before attending to your wounds, will you be able to endure? She promptly assured me, No problem, Chen Jie. I have no questions. You should hurry and rescue Huang Ting. Huang Ting. I, too, am immensely anxious. If circumstances allowed, I would eagerly rush to her aid. However, given the current state of the 3 women, how could I possibly abandon them to save another? If I were to rescue Huang Ting only to discover that something had befallen the other 3, what then? Both the palm and the back of my hand are flesh. Thus, my best course of action is to first ascertain Huang Ting's present predicament, and then seek assistance to attend to the others. Only then can I wholeheartedly devote myself to rescuing Huang Ting. Among the three, the one who can recover swiftly to aid the others is undoubtedly Zhang Qin. As I approached her, I inquired what exactly transpired after we left that morning. Please recount the events in full. As I tended to their wounds, they began to narrate. It turned out that after Ru Yi and I departed, Huang Ting and Xiao Yin, concerned by our prolonged absence, also ventured out. Anticipating our imminent departure, they first went to pay their respects to Ouyang Danxing, and then proceeded to forage for wild vegetables nearby. Unexpectedly, they encountered soldiers from the island nation, who had long been lying in ambush. Shortly after their capture, Li Meigua also appeared. It was revealed that the islanders were neither foolish nor naive. In fact, they were quite astute. They had already set up an ambush in the mountains, and their commotion during our ascent and descent merely served as a diversion for the ambushing troops. Regrettably, Ru Yi was injured at the time, and after I underestimated my own intellect compared to hers, it seemed as if my mental capacity had indeed diminished, as I had not even suspected this direction. Upon learning that Ru Yi and I might have fallen into their trap, the two women desperately attempted to cry out for help, only to be silenced by the islanders. Their cries failed to alert either me or Li Ru Yi, but were heard by Zhang Qin, who had just exited the cave. Zhang Qin, originally armed with a bow and arrows, returned to the stone chamber to retrieve a rifle and ammunition. By the time she arrived, Huang Ting and Xiao Yin had already been taken to the grassy area where Ouyang Danxing was buried, due to the presence of a small mound of earth. When the islanders first searched that location, it became a focal point for their watch. Though Zhang Qin was remarkably accurate with her aim, she lacked experience in jungle combat. In her eagerness to rescue them, she fired a shot that struck one of the islanders in the head, thereby revealing her position. The remaining islanders responded with 3 shots, forcing her back to the entrance of the passage. Once inside, Zhang Qin retreated to the inner recesses of the passage, taking cover and aiming at the entrance. This stalemate proved vexing for the islanders. He Ju, having never fired a gun nor taken a life, remained too frightened to descend from the stone chamber. This must have coincided with our ambush on the Alpine Meadow, when we were attacked by the islanders and Li Shuai while retreating to the summit. Outside the passage entrance, the islanders awaited reinforcements while plotting to assault Huang Ting and Xiao Yin. Thanks to her proficiency in Japanese, Huang Ting quickly conveyed to the islanders that I had entrusted each of them with half of the route map for leaving the island. Thus, should either of them encounter misfortune, the prospect of anyone ever escaping this island would vanish entirely. After making this assertion, she threatened the islanders, declaring that if either she or Xiao Yin were to be violated, she would promptly take her own life by biting her tongue. In a dramatic display, she indeed pierced her tongue. Although the islanders were agitated, they were not foolish. They understood the gravity of the situation and recognized that they could not force these two women to their demise. A tense stalemate ensued, lasting several hours. Young Shuai, along with a squad of islanders, including those waiting at the base of the mountain for their turn, had managed to locate this place by following the smoke signals from their comrades. At this moment, it seemed we were either descending from the cliff or had been compelled to leap off by the 2 skilled islanders during that critical period. Upon seeing Xiao Yin in distress, Yang Shuai's immediate instinct was to kill her. However, due to Huang Ting's earlier distraction, the islanders prevented Yang Shuai from acting on his impulse, instead retaliating against him. Incensed and humiliated, Yang Shuai seized a whip from a soldier and, amid a torrent of foul language, lashed out violently at Xiao Yin. The islanders were less concerned with Xiao Yan's fate than with the coveted map that could lead them off the island, so as long as she remained alive, they did not intervene. Meanwhile, Li Meigua, who had long coveted Xiao Yan's body, stepped in to halt Yang Shuai, advising Xiao Yin, with a couple quarrels, it's foolish to let an outsider come between them. Just loudly proclaim that Chen Jie is worthless, a coward, and that you are suffering because of him, and Yang Shuai will forgive you. You two can then live happily together. What is there to be angry about? However, Xiao Yin glanced at Li Meigua, then at Yang Shuai, and finally at the surrounding islanders, sneering as she vociferously declared, Yang Shuai is but a castrated donkey, and both he and Li Meigua are colluding. willingly playing the part of dogs. Together, they're worth less than a single twisted hair of Chen Jie. Her voice grew louder, inciting Li Meiguo to clench his teeth in fury, releasing his grip on Yang Shuai. Yang Shuai, with renewed ferocity, lashed the whip at Xiao Yin, who turned to evade the blows, resulting in the whip striking her back repeatedly. Huang Ting, having rushed several times to shield Xiao Yin from the lashes, hurled accusations at Li Meiguo, uttering many harsh and venomous words. Later, she conveyed to the islanders that to obtain the treasure map and leave the island, they must, first, release Xiao Yin, and second, transform Li Meiguo into a eunuch. Otherwise, even if the two women resorted to self-inflicted death, they would never lead the islanders to safety. Witnessing the islanders' wavering resolve, Li Meiguo panicked. He knew that the existence of the map was a mere fabrication, but since it had initially been their deceit, he could not expose the truth. In a desperate bid, he claimed to the islanders that he had a method to breach the entrance to the passage and capture all the women inside. He asserted that since Chen Jie had divulged the map to Huang Ting and Xiao Yin, the other women must also be aware of its location. As the number of captured women increased, discovering the roadmap became a mere matter of convenience. Yang Shuai, without a moment's hesitation, shamelessly declared his willingness to offer his own wife to the Japanese, claiming that he had already accepted his own identity as a descendant of those violated by the Japanese. He expressed his willingness to sacrifice his wife as a comfort woman, asserting that as long as it pleased the Japanese, he would find joy even in her degradation. Upon hearing Li Meiguo's vile proposition and Yang Shuai's despicable words, Huang Ting and Xiao Yin became increasingly furious. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, Huang Ting picked up a stone and struck Li Meiguo on the head. However, this act proved futile as Li Meiguo pinned Huang Ting to the ground, mercilessly kicking her while demanding to know how formidable Chen Jie truly was, to have so thoroughly captivated her. Despite being beaten to the point of spitting blood, Huang Ting grit her teeth and defiantly retorted that what Xiao Yin had said earlier was absolutely correct. Together, Li Meiguo and Yang Shuai were no match for even a single hair of Chen Jie. Enraged, Li Meiguo, if not for the Japanese intervening, would have surely ended Huang Ting's life on the spot. Li Meiguo proposed to use explosives to blast open the entrance to the passage. Once the entrance was widened, they could push Xiao Yin and Huang Ting ahead, no longer fearing the inability to breach the inner passage. The Japanese utilized a single explosive to completely open the entrance. At that moment, Zhang Xin managed to shoot 2 Japanese soldiers. Outnumbered, and with Huang Ting and Xiao Yin serving as human shields, Zhang Xin was forced to hide and cautiously fire while shifting positions. By the time he reached the stone chamber, his upper body had emerged, but he had sustained a gunshot wound to his thigh. The Japanese, swayed by Li Meiguo and Yang Shuai, marched Huang Ting and Xiao Yin into the passage, with a Japanese soldier leading the way, followed by Xiao Yin, another soldier, Huang Ting, and 2 more soldiers trailing behind. The Japanese bore torches, illuminating the passage for several meters ahead. As they traversed nearly halfway through the passage, both women felt an acute sense of urgency. Huang Ting, walking forth in line, feigned fear of the dark and leaned against the shoulder of the soldier in front of her. The soldier, leering eagerly, offered no objection. Taking advantage of his moment of inattention, Huang Ting kicked Xiao Yin in the rear, shouting, "Xiao Yin, run!" The force of the kick propelled Xiao Yin forward, allowing her to dash over 10 meters past the first soldier. Simultaneously, Huang Ting ignited the explosives strapped to the 2 soldiers. The detonators were of the pull-string type and had a very short fuse, perhaps only 1 to 3 seconds. Xiao Yin continued to flee but stumbled and fell to the ground. Just before the explosives detonated, she caught a glimpse of the Japanese soldiers seizing Huang Ting and swiftly dragging her towards the entrance of the passage. In the midst of violent explosion, Xiao Yin clasped her hands tightly around her head, while her back and posterior were once again injured by explosives and debris. Zhang Xin and He Ju, after hearing the explosion, waited for a considerable time in silence before descending into the passageway, where they discovered Xiao Yin, who had been knocked unconscious by the blast. The 2 exerted tremendous effort to bring Xiao Yin up to the stone chamber. Just as they reached the stone chamber, another deafening explosion resounded at the entrance of the passageway. It was likely that this explosion was a deliberate act by the islanders to collapse the adjacent mountainside, effectively burying the entrance to the passageway. After rescuing Qiao Yin, the two women removed her clothing to tend to the severe injuries on her back. Witnessing Qiao Yan's grave condition and the blood streaming down Zhang Qin's legs, He was increasingly engulfed by guilt and self-reproach. In the initial days, her demeanor was not excessively aberrant. She actively gathered firewood for roasting meat and used bamboo tubes to boil water, assisting Zhang Qin and Xiao Yin in cleaning their wounds. However, by the 5th and 6th days, her reactions had grown increasingly sluggish, often requiring Zhang Qin to call her multiple times before she would respond. By the 8th day, He had completely lost consciousness. No matter how she was called, pushed, or shaken, there was no reaction. Even when meat was forcibly placed in her mouth, she no longer chewed or swallowed. Eventually, Zhang Qin managed to hold on for a day or two longer, cooking meat and feeding Yin. However, due to a fever, he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Shortly thereafter, Qiao Yin, deprived of Zhang Qin's care, also fell into a fever-induced stupor. End of this chapter. Next chapter, The Soul of Danqing. Chapter 47, The Soul of the Brush and Ink, as they recounted their tale. I found myself expending all of my spiritual energy on 3 separate occasions to aid Zhang Qin in her recovery. Just a few hours prior, Zhang Qin had been dangling precariously between life and death. Now, her injuries were nearly healed. Even the minor scrapes and scars she had acquired during her days as a rock-climbing enthusiast had vanished. The only drawback was her lingering physical weakness. I also observed that during my initial treatments for her and Qiao Yin, each time I depleted my spirit, my abilities seemed to grow stronger upon restoration. However, with each subsequent treatment, the enhancement of my spirit became increasingly subtle, almost imperceptible. Zhang Qin took on the task of boiling water and preparing meat soup with a bamboo tube, managing our basic needs while I continued to assist Qiao Yin in her recovery. Despite enduring excruciating pain, having previously lost consciousness during my treatment of Zhang Qin, Qiao Yin wore a blissful and contented smile each time I touched her, regardless of the pain. I could sense that her smile was not a forced facade, but a genuine expression of joy emanating from her very soul. Years ago, a saying circulated online, to feel pain, yet find joy. Perhaps this was the sentiment Qiao Yin experienced in that moment. I informed them of the second open area shaped like a curved blade and sought their opinions. I intended to rescue Huang Ting, and they could choose whether I should bring Li Rui to the mountain to join Zhang Qin in caring for Qiao Yin and He, or if we could wait until both Qiao Yin and Zhang Qin were able to walk before venturing to the cave where Li Rui was located. Ultimately, it was imperative that the women remain together in a secure location for my peace of mind. After deliberation, we reached a consensus. If a portion of the island's invaders had retreated north while others remained on the beach, we would need to relocate. Conversely, if all the invaders had departed, we could stay and retrieve Li Rui. Although we had clashed with the islanders here, the conditions within this stone chamber were undeniably superior to those below. As long as we could ascertain the absence of danger, there was no need for hasty relocation. I did not wish to act unilaterally. I wanted to respect their opinions. My desire to leave with a clear conscience, coupled with the pain I felt for their suffering, drove me to devote myself even more fervently to Qiao Yan's healing. Remarkably, despite my current physical condition, I found myself experiencing hunger twice in a single afternoon. I could not recall how many times I had depleted my spiritual energy and entered a state of meditation. By the time darkness enveloped the world outside, the multitude of scars on Qiao Yan's back, buttocks, and arms had begun to develop new skin. She was now devoid of pain, replaced instead by occasional tingling sensations, a normal part of the healing process familiar to anyone who has experienced wound recovery. Although she was not yet able to move about or engage in activities like Zhang Qin, which still caused her discomfort in certain areas, she could at least lie down and sit up without issue. As they now seek to understand why I have acquired the ability to heal, their gazes toward me have begun to shift. Thus, I felt compelled to vaguely mention that during this period, I have received the teachings of a great master. And within this legacy, I have discovered a means to escape this desolate island. Zhang Qin was nearly beside herself with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Chen, once we return to the outside world, with your current healing abilities, you will undoubtedly become one of the foremost experts in the country, perhaps even the world." Yet inwardly, I could only muster a bitter smile. If I were indeed to rejoin the outside world, all the powers I cultivated on the island would dissipate, leaving me an ordinary man, with little hope of ever practicing again. It was the more mature Xiao Yin who remained calm in this moment. She merely sighed and remarked, "Whether in the outside world or on this island, our family being together is the greatest happiness." Her words hinted at a sense of resignation. I found myself in complete agreement with her perspective. If I could live eternally on this island with a few beloved women, I would gladly pay any price, even my life. At present, I was not in a position to engage in extensive conversation, as I had only gleaned a fragment of understanding from Chen Fang's lingering memories. Judging by Qiao Yan's state of recovery, after a night's rest, she should be nearing a full restoration. I intended to venture out shortly. On one hand, I wished to bid farewell to Ouyang Danqing, and I contemplated whether, if she remained in good health, I might relocate her to our new settlement. On the other hand, I needed to visit the beach to ascertain whether the island's foes had fully retreated northward, a matter of pressing urgency for us. If they had only partially relocated, I would not want to risk leaving behind any remnants of the enemy, who might inadvertently find their way to another open area, putting the women in peril once more. Thus, even if it meant bloodshed on the beach tonight, I would harbor no guilt. However, the passage below was now obstructed by a landslide, and I was reluctant to clear it. Furthermore, I had long been curious about the skylight above in the corner of this stone chamber. What lay beyond? Why had I searched outside multiple times without discovering its existence? Even when we smoked meat inside, why was there no sign of smoke visible from the outside? After bathing in the hot spring, Zhang Qin tenderly approached to help scrub my back. Given her current frail condition, I refrained from further intimacy. I exchanged brief words with the two women. Then, with a surge of strength in my legs, I leaped effortlessly to a height of 5 or 6 meters, supported by my consciousness as I ascended higher. The moment I entered the skylight, I caught sight of Zhang Qin and Xiao Yan's astonished expressions, their mouths agape, as if they could each fit a duck egg within. Upon entering the skylight, it was not as I had envisioned. I did not immediately find myself outside, but rather in a realm of wonder. Within the stone chamber, I could directly observe the skylight above, surrounded by ferns and towering conifers. Yet, as I truly ventured into skylight, I realized it resembled an infinitely extending courtyard, soaring for perhaps a couple of 100 meters before reaching its exit. Outside, the night had enveloped the sky, though the crescent moon and bright stars still graced the heavens. As I emerged from the skylight and turned to glance back, I was astonished to find that the portal I had just exited was no longer visible. It had transformed into an utterly ordinary thicket of ferns. I attempted to push through the dense foliage, but my hands merely danced through the greenery, passing through as if it were mere air. Closing my eyes to probe with my consciousness, I discerned that the skylight remained just as I had seen from below, albeit now adorned with peculiar fungi and higher coniferous trees. I understood that this was a Taoist illusion, a spell of sorts. Yet the enchantment of such a sight was truly remarkable. No wonder the islanders, despite their diligent searches, could not uncover the existence of this skylight. At that moment, I leaped atop the crown of a great tree, realizing that I was indeed elevated by at least a couple of 100 meters compared to the height of the stone chamber's passage. Reflecting on the length of the passage and its incline into the mountain's core, it seemed only logical that the skylight would be situated at such an altitude. I focused my gaze towards the distant coastline, where even my enhanced sight could only discern a vague blur. Estimating the location of the passage's entrance relative to the grassy knoll where Danqing lay, I took flight and descended. The small mound where Danqing eternally rested remained solitary and still. I seated myself before the earthen rise and recounted the myriad events of my journey to her. In conclusion, I resolved to descend the mountain to observe the encampment of the islanders. Before departing, I picked up a previously hewn wooden plank. intending to carve an inscription for Ouyang Danqing. However, I felt that this piece of wood was somewhat unworthy of the bond we shared, given my current capabilities. Thus, I sought out the hardest stone nearby, shaping it into a gravestone with my sword. Although I had experienced the sorrow of parting with comrades before, this was my first encounter with the art of inscription. Unsure of how to inscribe the epitaph or what format to adopt, I was left without recourse to consult the internet. Relying on instinct, I etched, grave of beloved wife, Ouyang Danqing of the Chen clan. Yet, it felt as if something was lacking, so I added a smaller inscription on the lower right, erected with regret by husband, Chen Jie. I was uncertain if this format or content was correct. My handwriting appeared crooked and awkward. Once, I had judged Chen Fang's writing to be that of a primary school student to a middle schooler, yet now, my own script barely reached that level. It is often the case that we are our own harshest critics, finding fault in ourselves while overlooking the merits of others. With a heart laden with guilt, I thought, Danqing, I am truly sorry. This is all that I can offer. At that moment, an extraordinary sensation enveloped me, as if an ethereal bond had formed between myself and the small mound of earth. It was a feeling both familiar and intimate, yet I could not quite articulate its essence. As I turned to depart, I sensed a pulsation of energy beside Danqing's small earthen heap. Though invisible to the eye, I was confident in my heightened awareness. Such a fluctuation could not have escaped my perception. Could it be Ouyang Danqing? I settled into a lotus position, closed my eyes, and touched the tip of my right index finger to my forehead, silently reciting the incantation once more, urging my spirit to transcend my corporeal form. This time, I was nearly certain that it was Danqing's soul, prompting me to undertake a rather perilous act. I expelled my entire essence from my physical body. I had no prior experience to guide me, and the absence of assistance rendered this endeavor fraught with danger. What if my spirit could not return? When I opened my eyes again, a voluptuous, semi-transparent figure sat upon Danqing's small earthen mound. She had no comb, yet her delicate fingers wove through her flowing hair. Those 3,000 strands cascaded into her bosom. From my vantage point, I could only glimpse a hint of her forehead and the tip of her nose. Who else could it be but Ouyang Danqing? In that instant, fear was absent, replaced instead by an overwhelming joy. Cautiously, I approached her, fearing that any sudden movement might cause her to vanish. As I drew nearer, my gaze remained fixated upon her, and I spoke softly, Danqing, is it truly you? Do you know how profoundly I miss you each day? I long to embrace you, to caress your hair and face, to kiss your lips. I was now in close proximity, gently tucking her hair behind her shoulder. She gazed at me in bewilderment, as if struggling to recognize me, her demeanor somewhat dulled. With trembling hands, I cupped her face, inching closer, and pressed my lips against hers. In our current ethereal state, I could not feel her warmth. Yet, at the moment our lips met, she instinctively closed her eyes, wrapping her arms around my neck. After what felt like an eternity, I withdrew from her lips, only to find her looking at me with confusion, as if a memory had surfaced. She uttered, Brother Chen, my husband. At the sound of husband from her lips, my soul quivered, tears brimming in my eyes. I had feared that she would forget me, yet it seemed that I was the sole remnant of her memory. I enveloped her in my embrace, unwilling to ever let her go. Initially, her reaction was sluggish, but after I held her tightly, she gradually reciprocated, murmuring repeatedly, Brother Chen, my husband. Brother Chen, my husband. In that moment, I made a decision I had never contemplated before. If Chen Fang could claim Song Ping's soul as his ghostly bride, why could I not unite with Ouyang Danqing's spirit as a husband and ghostly wife? Embracing her, I advanced towards my corporeal form. The moment I entered this physical existence, I recited the incantation inscribed on the talisman to claim the spirit. Ouyang Danqing's ethereal presence flickered and seamlessly merged into the internal realm of the talisman. Fortunately, there were no errors. Henceforth, this space shall be her exclusive domain. As her spirit gradually nurtures and cultivates within, she will have the liberty to traverse in and out, and even grow stronger over time. End of this chapter. Next chapter. Return to the new guest. Chapter 48. New arrivals caressing the placard resting upon my chest. A sense of delight enveloped me, even manifesting as a smile upon my countenance as I ambled forth. Following the animal trail, I descended the evening coniferous forest teeming with a restless energy. Along my path, I encountered predatory creatures on 5 or 6 occasions. Astonishingly, animals that ought to inhabit disparate temperate environments had congregated within this singular grove, particularly amidst the conifers, a phenomenon incongruent with the natural order outside. Yet upon occasionally releasing my consciousness, they refrained from approaching me, instead prostrating themselves upon the ground, emitting low growls. Once I passed, they slipped from my awareness and resumed their competition for sustenance. Continuing my descent, I neared the location where I had previously ascended the rocky wall. Retracing the route I had investigated with Zhang Qin regarding the islanders. Following the edge of the coniferous forest southward, I rounded the curved stone wall, arriving at the hilt of the curved blade. In the distance, I beheld a flickering bonfire on the beach, diagonally facing southward, causing my eyelids to flutter. Thoughts of national enmity and a vengeance for a slain wife surged within me. Contemplating the term islanders stirred a primal bloodlust in my veins. I found myself pondering the nature of my current abilities. How would I fare against bullets and mortars? I recalled my training in the auxiliary techniques of Phoenix Dance and Regretless, where those trained in special operations appeared to move in slow motion before my eyes. My physical and spiritual strength had transcended the 3rd tier, igniting within me an exhilarating fervor. Should I seek bloodshed this night? Lost in thought, yet striving to maintain a semblance of composure, I quickened my pace southward along the forest's edge. Upon reaching the precipice where Zhang Qin had once aided my ascent, I extended my consciousness. Within a radius of 200 meters, no hidden sentries of the islanders were discernible. This location lay approximately 100 meters from the beach, a distance not particularly far, especially considering I had previously assassinated their major. Logically, their vigilance should have heightened thereafter. However, reflecting upon their perception, they likely believed I had plummeted into the sea, and several women had been dealt with. As these thoughts swirled, in but an instant, upon realizing the absence of sentries, I retracted my consciousness and resumed my observation of the distant shore. To my bewilderment, not a single tent remained of the islanders' encampment. If they had regarded this spot as a base, with a portion venturing northward while others remained behind, it seemed improbable that not a single tent would be left standing. The cliff now appeared diminutive in stature to me. I leapt from its edge, gracefully descending to the ground some 20 to 30 meters below. This pathway, shaped by the passage of many, had been widened through repeated traversing. Following this thoroughfare, I made my way toward the beach. Every few hundred meters, I released my consciousness to scout the surroundings, until I arrived at the thicket beside the shoreline, where I found no sign of either visible or concealed sentries. However, when I beheld the scene upon the beach, I was utterly taken aback. What on earth was happening? Indeed, there were the silhouettes of 20 or 30 individuals on the shore, yet none resembled the soldiers from the island I had previously encountered. Their attire was strikingly dissimilar. This group was clad in remarkably fashionable and contemporary garments. Some were foraging for seafood along the water's edge, while a dozen others were gathered around 2 bonfires. They were engaged in conversation, with some seemingly habitually fiddling with their mobile phones, only to discard them in boredom, likely due to the absence of signal. Among the bonfires, a few enchanting women adorned in bikinis were encircled by a total of 7 individuals, 4 men and 3 women. The women, dressed in scanty bikinis, draped themselves in blankets or garments owing to the evening chill. Each woman leaned against one of the men, while I noticed an additional solitary man who exuded charisma and strength, unmistakably a fitness enthusiast. As he conversed and laughed, he casually rested his hand upon the thigh of a nearby bikini-clad beauty, gently caressing her. Astonishingly, the alluring woman appeared oblivious, continuing her banter as if nothing amiss had transpired. Even the man with his arm around her shoulder seemed unaffected. Moreover, the other men were deferential to this solitary figure, nodding and bowing in his presence. This spectacle was not only witnessed by me, but also by a woman seated by another bonfire nearby. This bonfire was relatively closer to me, surrounded by a middle-aged man in his 50s and 4 women of varying ages. Among these women, One appeared to be in her 40s, while another was in her 30s, both exuding an air of affluence characteristic of wealthy socialites. The two younger women were noticeably youthful. One, perhaps in her mid-20s, exuded tranquility, clad in denim and sneakers, with a long backpack reminiscent of fishing gear slung over her shoulder. Her hair, akin to Zhang Qin's, fell to her neck in a short bob. She cast a glance at the solitary man near the other bonfire, who had his hand on the bikini-clad woman's thigh, revealing a hint of a smirk at the corner of her mouth, yet remaining silent. The other young woman, appearing to be in her 20s, was heavily made up and dressed in a strikingly alluring manner. The woman in her 40s was engaged in conversation, emanating an aura of authority, while the man beside her and the 30-something woman nodded in agreement from time to time. Only the 20-something woman, adorned in vibrant makeup, busied herself with her food. Above the flames, something that appeared to be a roasted chicken was cooking. Its size suggested it was raised on modern feed, far from being a product of the island. Furthermore, their demeanor was far too relaxed, incongruent with the experience of surviving a plane crash. My gaze wandered along the coastline, searching the distant ends. To the south, several hundred meters away, a yacht was indeed anchored, its deck boasting 2 levels. Within the confines of a private yacht, it can hardly be deemed small in stature. I focused my gaze upon the vessel, only to observe that a significant portion of it had beached itself upon the shore, with the rear half bearing the scars of damage. The surrounding area of the yacht was riddled with uneven depressions. In truth, at this distance, if I chose to employ my auditory senses, I could discern the conversations of those aboard. However, I must confess that I held no interest in what they were discussing. Aside from matters pertinent to myself and my companions, the rescue of Huang Ting, and our confrontation with the islanders, I found myself indifferent to everything else. As I contemplated retreating, I noticed a woman in her 30s and a demure young girl with short hair approaching my direction. I was reluctant to reveal myself, feeling that doing so would necessitate explanations that could lead to unnecessary complications. Furthermore, my attire had deteriorated to mere rags, rendering me akin to a wildling. Thus, I concealed my presence in the shadows behind a tree. The two women halted not far from my position. The woman in her 20s spoke first, her tone calm, even tinged with a hint of indifference. "All right, if you need to take a moment, I shall wait for you. If there is anything on your mind, feel free to speak. No one can hear us here." The older woman, seemingly anxious, responded to her, "Xiao, please heed your aunt's advice. It is common for successful men to indulge in fleeting romances. What matters is their sincere affection towards you in the end. The man is utterly despicable. That is unacceptable." The younger woman interjected. The older woman, taken aback by her words, lowered her voice and replied urgently, "Xiao, such sentiments must not be uttered again. You are well aware of our family's precarious situation. Look at young Master Wei. What flaws does he possess? He is the eldest son of the Wei family, the rightful heir. And at such a young age, he has already established numerous ventures. It was merely an accidental misplacement of his hand. Perhaps it was unintentional," she continued, her tone growing more fervent. "A man like him knows how to cherish a woman, and should your relationship flourish, it could spell salvation for our family." Her urgency intensified. "In the past, your uncle wielded the Rakshasa order, and none dared to challenge the Fu family. Now, with your uncle in dire straits and separated from the family, your brother incapacitated, and your father and third uncle, alas, our entire lineage rests upon your shoulders." She glanced at Xiao, who remained silent, her head bowed. The older woman, growing more anxious, implored, "Do you truly wish to witness the downfall of the Fu family? We could end up worse off than a mere affluent family. How would we all survive, including myself? Moreover, we have so many enemies. What shall we do then? Moreover, let us not forget that those adversaries were provoked by your brother and father in times past." Yet, the young woman, Xiao, remained unperturbed, her voice imbued with resolute determination. "Aunt, there is no need for further discussion. I shall strive to manage the family affairs to the best of my abilities. However, this particular matter is absolutely out of the question." Just as her aunt was about to interject, a commotion erupted from the beach. The two turned their gazes to discover 3 imposing men striding back along shoreline. Each was armed with an underwater spear gun, and one burly fellow had successfully struck a mature goat, weighing approximately 50 to 60 pounds, causing quite a stir among the beachgoers. As the stocky man approached, he called out to young Master Wei, "Mr. Wei, we ventured far north and finally managed to hunt this goat in the woods. Alas, it was solitary, just this one." Young Master Wei replied, "That is already quite commendable, Xiaoyang. Excellent indeed. Tonight, we shall feast on roasted whole goat and revel by the bonfire. Tomorrow, when the rescue team arrives, each of you will receive a bonus upon our return." At this, those who appeared to be laborers or subordinates, including the 3 hunters, erupted in enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the group gathered around the 2 bonfires, especially a woman in her 40s, wore a smug smile of pride. The aunt, while leading Xiaoxue away, showered praises. "Oh, young Master Wei is truly formidable. With a mere call, everyone is at his beck and call." Yet, I found myself devoid of interest in their bonfire festivities. I was more inclined to investigate the damaged yacht for anything of use. The thicket behind this stretch of beach was familiar to me, having explored it during the initial days of my arrival on the island. Following the dense foliage southward for approximately 500 or 600 meters, I approached a location closer to the stranded yacht. The width of this section of beach spanned over 100 meters. I extended my consciousness to ascertain that the yacht was currently devoid of any occupants. Desiring to leave no trace upon the sands, I took advantage of the distraction caused by the goat, flying low toward the yacht and conducting a thorough search within. My intention was to ascertain whether the vessel contained any firearms or weaponry. Should such items be present, I would either confiscate or destroy them. Although they might appear human now, one day, when they realize this is an unreturnable deserted island, such weapons could exacerbate the distortion of their humanity. Indeed, this day might very well be tomorrow or the day after. Thus, if any firearms were found, they must not remain in their possession. To my surprise, in one of the storage rooms, I discovered 2 large metal cabinets. One was filled to the brim with work uniforms, numbering several hundred. Each uniform bore 2 characters on the left chest. Wei Shi. It must be said, fortune favors the prepared. Clothing is indeed a necessity for us at present. The crux of the matter lies in the immense wealth of that young Master Wei, and given the abundance here, I doubt they would lament if I were to take a few items. The work attire, specifically designed for labor, is undoubtedly more practical in the current desolate island environment than ordinary clothing, considering both fabric and quality. It would be a foolish blunder, akin to that of a monkey, to attempt to seize several items with my bare hands. I discovered a black canvas-wheeled suitcase in one of the cabins. I emptied its contents, as I had no desire to take anyone's personal belongings. Should others harm those dear to me or coerce me, I might find myself devoid of mercy. However, at present, no one has provoked me. Rather, I am the one taking what belongs to others. Certainly, they have no shortage of work attire, so I will refrain from claiming personal items for now. I stuffed the suitcase to capacity, yet it barely contained a fifth of the work clothes. Nonetheless, I conveniently gathered some small cosmetic items from a cabin, such as a mirror, scissors, lipstick, and eyebrow pencil, hoping to bring some joy to my women. After some contemplation, I realized that taking without giving back feels rather unjust. They have not wronged me, so perhaps I should trade for what they need, if only to placate my own conscience. Otherwise, I may struggle to reconcile with myself in the future. At this moment, I remain unaware that these seemingly self-deceptive acts are, in fact, silently fortifying my resolve. It would later become evident that my subsequent ascension and numerous breakthroughs in the celestial realm were made possible by the stability of my conviction, transforming peril into safety. End of this chapter. Next chapter. The Longing for Home. Chapter 49. This is home upon arriving at the thicket beside the recently extinguished bonfire. The sheep had been nearly prepared. It appeared ready to be roasted over the fire. I proceeded towards the cliff, placing the box beneath it. Then, I searched northward along the base of the cliff for nearly a kilometer, yet failed to spot any worthy game. A box full of garments seemed rather inadequate for a trade with small creatures like rabbits. In desperation, I ascended the cliff, where the mixed coniferous and deciduous forest thrived with activity at night. In no time, I captured a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds. Compared to a stag, the meat-to-weight ratio of the boar was significantly higher. I bound its mouth and hooves with bark and vines, but it continued to squeal. Reluctantly, I had to render it unconscious. After discarding the boar over the cliff, I, too, descended, only to find it revived from a fall, its beady eyes staring at me as if to scream. I had no choice but to knock it out once more. Hoisting the boar, I swiftly returned to the yacht. On board, I found some rope to replace the bindings of bark and vines, then proceeded to the cabin. Initially, I sought a marker for convenience, but could not locate one. Instead, I resorted to a tube of lipstick, placing the boar on the deck and inscribing on the nearby wall, "Stranded on an island. Food for garments. Barter." I then left with a flourish. As I approached the thicket near the bonfire once more, the tantalizing aroma of roasting goat wafted through the air, clearly seasoned with various spices, making my mouth water. At that moment, I noticed Mr. Wei stepping closer to the bonfire, addressing a few individuals nearby. "Mother, Xiaoxue, and sister, the goat is nearly done roasting. Let us go and enjoy it together." He reached for Xiaoxue's hand, yet she deftly evaded it, opting instead to assist her aunt. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Wei." Her aunt, smiling apologetically, echoed her gratitude. As they rose, Mr. Wei again extended his hand towards Xiaoxue, this time attempting to wrap his arm around her waist. However, Xiaoxue deftly blocked him and shifted to the other side of her aunt. Mr. Wei, stung by rejection, found himself at a loss, his expression darkening. As I had anticipated, once seated by the bonfire, he turned to Xiaoxue and remarked, "Xiaoxue, everyone seems to be having a splendid time. My friends' girlfriends are all in bikinis. Why don't you change into one as well?" Xiaoxue regarded him in disbelief, her expression akin to that of someone encountering a fool. "Mr. Wei, I beseech you to conduct yourself with dignity. First, I am not your girlfriend. Second, should I ever become your girlfriend, it would be imperative for you to show respect, rather than suggest I display my body before others." Mr. Wei's intention had been to provoke, so he brazenly retorted, "Stop the charade, you green tea bitch. Although we are merely on a blind date, the prospect of a family union is clearly evident." He curses vehemently, expressing his disdain. "You seek to exploit my family's influence while demanding my financial support. Yet you cannot even extend a hand to assist me. What do I gain from this?" Rising to his feet, he continues, "With your lackluster appearance, I could summon a multitude with a mere gesture. Do you truly believe I would endure such pretenses to appease you? Either don your bikini now and join me in my room post-dinner, or you may as well abandon any thoughts of this union. As for tonight's roasted lamb, you need not partake, just leave." As he settles back down, he mutters angrily, "Do you think all men are gullible? With your shameless demeanor, you've already provoked enough ire to endure a lifetime." The term provoked is foreign to me, yet his tone suggests it is universally understood. At that very moment, as he denounced her character, I noticed a slight twitch in Xiaoxue's hand, a fleeting moment before it relaxed again, as if she wished to red Holly but restrained herself. At this juncture, the anxious aunt intervenes hastily. "Oh dear, must you be so irate, young Master Wei? Xiaoxue, why not soften your stance? Young Master Wei has treated you well, even orchestrating this unique matchmaking event for you. Surely you can oblige him. You possess such a splendid figure. How could you possibly look inferior?" She then moves to Xiaoxue's other side, attempting to nudge her into young Master Wei's embrace. Meanwhile, he grins smugly, remaining still, awaiting her push to place Xiaoxue into his arms. The aunt appears to exert considerable effort, yet Xiaoxue stands resolute, responding with a cold smirk. "Enough, aunt. If you wish to curry favor with him, do so on your own. If you desire meat, I can find a way for you." With that, she strides to the water's edge, retrieving several small, stone-like objects from her bag, arranging them where the seam meets the sand, murmuring incantations under her breath. Moments later, an astonishing sight unfolds. 2 fish, each weighing 5 to 6 pounds, dart towards the very spot she had manipulated. Unhurriedly, she tosses each fish onto the shore as they arrive, then gathers the small stones and returns them to her bag. Carrying the fish, she approaches the previous bonfire, without pausing to gut or clean them. Instead, she seizes a stick and, with a brutal efficiency, pierces the fish through the mouth, placing them directly over the flames to roast. This display leaves everyone on the beach, including myself hidden behind the bushes, utterly astonished. After a brief moment of shock, young Master Wei regains his composure, asserting, "I had heard of the Fu family's prominence within the Taoist community in the South, yet such trivial skills are hardly impressive. My family has several Taoist practitioners among our offerings. My father is acquainted with numerous friends in the Taoist realm. Your tricks will not daunt me. If you wish to roast fish, kindle your own fire. Do not use ours." As he spoke, he turned to a burly man beside him and commanded, "Xiao Qi, please escort them away." No, young Master Wei, please do not be angry. My little aunt still wishes to mediate." However, the imposing figure had already approached with a grave demeanor. In the next moment, the girl, Xiao Shui, nonchalantly extended her hand, seemingly grasping at the air towards the man's head. What transpired thereafter caused the countenance of everyone, including myself, to change drastically. Although her grasp was nearly 2 meters away from the man's head, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently the very next second. The shriek that followed sent shivers down everyone's spine, causing goosebumps to rise on their skin. Even Xiao Shui's little aunt appeared visibly shaken, her facial muscles trembling. A psychic attack. I was taken aback. Hastily, I focused my spiritual energy to observe her, only to discover that her soul force was not particularly formidable, seemingly at the second tier. Of course, it could also be attributed to my own higher level of spiritual cultivation, as even my probing went unnoticed by her. Yet, she wielded her abilities with remarkable maturity and precision. Had it been me, I would likely have faltered, either striking too lightly or inadvertently shattering the fragile psyche of that man. Xiao Shui continued to roast fish while addressing young Master Wei. "If I were to tell you that I have killed more than 10 people, I wonder if you would believe me. Whether you do or do not, it matters not. Do not forget, we are on a deserted island. Even if a rescue team arrives and discovers that a few individuals went missing at sea, such an explanation would hold water, wouldn't it? If you dare to show me any further disrespect, know this. Even if I do not kill you, I could easily render you a fool. From your perspective, no one would be able to provide evidence against me." At this juncture, Xiao Shui's expression had turned as cold as ice. The air around her suggested that she was indeed a woman capable of taking action when provoked. Young Master Wei, visibly intimidated, hesitated, wanting to maintain face, but at a loss for words, his complexion turning a deep shade of purple as he struggled to utter a sound. Meanwhile, a woman in her 40s, adopting a condescending tone, remarked sarcastically, "Oh dear, why are you behaving this way? If a woman does not heed her man's words, whose words do you intend to listen to? Thankfully, you're not yet wed. If someone like you, who is oblivious to the hierarchy of gender roles, were to marry, what a calamity it would be." Upon hearing this, Xiao Shui tightened her grip on the skewer of fish, slowly turning her head as if about to speak or act. The middle-aged man, seeing the tension, stepped forward to shield the woman. At that moment, a man rushed from the direction of the yacht, calling out, President Wei, there's been a major development." "What major development? Did your father die?" Young Master Wei retorted impatiently, yet he seemed to exhale a sigh of relief. The others gathered around the fire shared in this moment of relief, turning to approach the man bearing the news, leaving only Xiao Shui and her aunt by the fire. The aunt, filled with exasperation, chided Xiao Shui for her shortcomings. As for the rocket, I surmised that there was little excitement left to behold. Shaking my head, I turned away and made my way toward the cliff. Upon arriving at the entrance of the stone chamber, I realized the skylight was far too elevated. Initially, I had contemplated using it as an ingress and egress, yet the height rendered it impractical. There was no way I could assist the women in ascending through such a lofty opening. Even if it were possible, it could hardly be a sustainable solution. Thus, I resigned to the arduous task of clearing the debris in the passageway. Fortunately, time was no longer of the essence. I set the suitcase aside, kindled a fire, and carefully placed it within the gap I had hewn, positioning several logs every 20 or 30 meters to illuminate the path. I had once held great confidence in my physical stamina. However, I found myself weary during such laborious tasks. Nonetheless, with the newfound light, I no longer had to expend my spiritual energy, resulting in minimal fatigue. Time and again, I did not manage to fully clear the passage, but I ensured there was a sufficient width for a single person to pass through. In several spots, I sensed instability, prompting me to procure additional timber to support the ceiling. After completing this endeavor, it was already past midnight. The entrance to the stone chamber was too confined, and I wished to avoid damaging the suitcase, so I stood it upright, balancing it atop my head as I leaped into the chamber. Hiju remained in a profound stupor, while Zhang Qin and Xiao Yin had draped nearly all their clothing over her, leaving themselves exposed by the fire. My sudden emergence from the cave startled them initially, but upon noticing my unwavering gaze upon them, Xiao Yin, despite being slightly older than I, couldn't help but feel a tinge of embarrassment. "What are you staring at? You've seen it all before." Zhang Qin, seemingly contemplating, remarked, "Brother Chen, are you thinking something?" Her voice, though barely audible, was likely only heard by herself. I placed the suitcase down, and only then did they realize I had completely changed my attire. Upon seeing the suitcase in my hand, the two women erupted in joyous curiosity, questioning me about the turn of events. As I recounted the arrival of new guests to the island, I surveyed the cave and observed that they had tidied everything. In truth, there were not many items to begin with. A substantial piece of venison was laid out on the ground, accompanied by several smaller cuts, totaling perhaps 100 to 200 pounds. The enormous deer hides were neatly stacked, their size and weight significantly reduced after being oiled and cured. A few knives were wrapped in a tattered piece of cloth, and astonishingly, they had not discarded the bamboo tubes, which were all strung together with rope. The inflatable mattress had been deflated and bundled alongside the tent. As I examined the assortment of belongings, it became evident that they had prepared for departure. Yet I pondered why they had been so meticulous. A wave of emotion washed over me, for this was the essence of home. I have never felt such a profound nostalgia for a place as I do now. Even if it is a cave so impoverished that it relies solely on a fire for illumination. Yes, this is our home. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, Zhang Qin called out to me 2 or 3 times, "Brother Chen, Brother Chen, Brother Chen, why have you suddenly fallen silent?" It was then that I realized and turned to the 2 women, saying, "We shall not move. This is our home." At that moment, they seemed to awaken to the same realization. Xiao Yin remarked, "Indeed, the islanders have already departed. What reason do we have to leave?" Zhang Qin echoed, "Yes. What purpose would it serve for us to move now? Let us bring Sister Rui here. Together we shall complete this home." As we reached this consensus, a hush enveloped us, and I became aware of Zhang Qin's quiet sobs filling the air. Ultimately, I broke the silence. "Do not worry. Tomorrow, once you are settled, I will certainly rescue Huang Ting." Moreover, based on Sister Xiao Yan's account, Huang Ting possesses a map, which should afford her some temporary safety. This ruse will likely remain undetected for a while, as this island is vast beyond measure, and the islanders cannot reach its end in a short term. Observing the renewed glimmer of hope in their eyes, I realized my growing dependence on Li Rui. If only she were here now, I would know precisely what to do. I refrained from sharing the matter of Ouyang Donqing's spirit with them, fearing they might struggle to comprehend and accept it. This was also the reason for my sudden, intense longing for Li Rui. End of this chapter. The next chapter is titled North of the Deserted Island. Chapter 50. North of the Deserted Island, there are still a couple of hours left until dawn. I assisted them in quickly inflating the air mattress, cradling Hiju in my arms, and spreading the deer skin anew. The large leopard skin, however, they insisted on giving to Li Rui. I had informed them that Li Rui already possessed one, yet they remained resolute, referring to her as Sister Rui. It appears that this last woman to join our ranks has already been designated as the eldest sister. After bathing in the hot spring, both women were prepared, yet their injuries had only just begun to heal. I could not act like a beast, disregarding their well-being due to my desires. Moreover, Hiju was still in a state of unconsciousness. I had rescued both of them, yet I felt utterly helpless regarding Hiju, which filled me with a sense of guilt. Consequently, the 2 women rested on the air mattress while I lay beside Hiju on a pile of hay and deer skin. Remarkably, her body bore no trace of odor from her days of unconsciousness. Rather, it exuded a faint, pleasant fragrance. It seems that the 2 women, despite their frail conditions, must have taken the time to wash Hiju. I must admit, during times of adversity, women tend to unite even more closely. Is this not what family is all about? I rested my left hand beneath He Ju's head. Just as I was on the verge of slumber, a thought struck me. Since her soul was in repose, could my own spirit not be used to soothe hers? If I could instill a sense of security within her soul, might it not prove beneficial? Thus, I pressed my fingertip to my brow and summoned forth my spirit through the technique I had mastered. Given our positioning, her soul was perfectly synchronized with her physical form. In essence, her spirit lay nestled in my embrace, eliminating any concerns of dislocation between the two. I merely needed to hold her spirit in slumber. I must commend the cultivation of spiritual energy, which has granted me a remarkable degree of control over my own state of being. In the recesses of memory, I recalled that during the initial stages of the soul refinement technique, I had spent 5 years without ever lying down to sleep, instead meditating through the night, yet emerging each day invigorated. Now, enveloping He Ju's spirit, I entered a state of spiritual cultivation. Upon emerging from this meditative state, I was delighted to discover a subtle response from her spirit. This reaction, though not overt, resembled a conditioned reflex. Her small hand reached out to caress my face and the nape of my neck while her head rested on my left shoulder. As I re-entered my physical being, I found He Ju's breathing to be delicate, calm, and gentle. Her slender fingers, akin to green onions, began to move with a slight animation against my face. Bright light streamed through the skylight, and I joyfully placed a kiss upon her forehead, having discerned a way to aid in her recovery. I advised the two women to remain indoors as much as possible. Should they need to venture outside, they must exercise caution and move swiftly through the areas affected by the tunnel collapse. I emptied the suitcase, leaving only a work uniform for Rui. Taking the suitcase, I leaped down the passage and assisted them in arranging the tree trunk resembling a staircase. As I caressed the placard of idleness, I made my way down the mountain. Along the way, I infused my consciousness into the placard to check on Ouyang Danxing. She was watering flowers at her windowsill, although she still appeared somewhat wooden. Her form had become slightly more corporeal compared to the translucent state she had exhibited the previous night. Clearly, this jade possessed the ability to nourish the soul. Out of curiosity, as well as a desire to observe the people below, I worried whether extreme individuals might emerge after my departure, posing a threat to the safety of the women. Thus, despite the detour, I proceeded cautiously, for daylight made discovery more probable. At the edge of the coniferous forest, I found a patch of grass to conceal the suitcase. Upon arriving at the spot behind the bushes from last night, I realized my timing was perfect. At that moment, the girl, Xiaoxua, seemed to be shielding her aunt behind her, facing off against the group led by young Master Wei, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a standoff. She still wore the denim outfit from the previous night. However, now a backpack adorned her back, and the long fishing bag, reminiscent of one meant for tackle, had transformed into a cross-body satchel. Young Master Wei stood opposite her, accompanied by a woman in her 40s, his mother, and a flamboyantly dressed woman in her 20s. Both positioned behind him, yet obstructed from advancing by a middle-aged man in his 50s, who appeared somewhat anxious, remaining close to young Master Wei. The burly men, the young lords, and the bikini-clad women from last night stood sequentially behind them. Young Master Wei spoke to Xiaoxua with a demeanor of humility. Xiaoxua, we are stranded on this deserted island. I am a man. Let me take care of you. Indeed, my actions last night were impulsive, and I sincerely apologize for my behavior. My affection for you is profound. Please stay with me. Yet, Xiaoxua seemed entirely unconvinced. Young Master Wei, words are futile. If there is a chance for rescue and we escape to the outside world, we shall part ways. If we cannot leave, we must rely on our own abilities to survive. However, should I discover you attempting to drug me again, she glanced back at her aunt, or resorting to kidnapping those close to me to threaten me, as long as you engage in any misconduct, know this, though the Fu family has fallen, we are not a mere worldly family you can manipulate at will. At that moment, the middle-aged man interjected, Miss Fu, be wary of your words. Calamity often arises from careless speech. Xiaoxue retorted with a cold smile. In the realm of the Tao, slaying beyond one's rank is trivial. Though I am merely a minor Qinquan soldier during the incident on Sin Island. The Xian generals and Qinquan generals who perished at my hands surely number no less than 5. You, Xiaohua, are but a Qinquan general. What is there for me to fear? When she mentioned the incident on Sin Island, the man named Xiaohua displayed unmistakable shock. Sin Island, so it was you. Little Shui let out a cold hum, pulling her aunt along the beach towards the north. Even at this moment, her aunt apologized to young Master Wei, saying, "Please don't be angry, young Master Wei. This child has a stubborn temperament. I will talk to her." The middle-aged woman seemed poised to say something more, but was halted by the man named Xiaohua, who waved his hand and advised, "Madam, this girl might be a desperate outlaw. It would be wise to avoid provoking her." Young Master Wei, somewhat petulant, replied, "You are a master of a universe, yet she is merely a pawn within it. The gap between you two is a vast realm. Can you not manage her?" The middle-aged man shook his head, offering a wry smile as he made his way toward the yacht. As I walked toward the cliff, I couldn't help but smile bitterly to myself. Ah, the deserted island. It serves as a mirror reflecting the true nature of all who find themselves upon it, be they commoners, butchers, or the most refined gentlemen. Once stranded, their true selves will inevitably be revealed. I traversed the ridge and arrived at the back of the second crescent-shaped clearing. In just a day or two, the traces of those islanders migrating northward had noticeably faded. To verify the concealment of the cave where Li Rui resided, I positioned myself behind the ridge of the crescent-shaped clearing, diligently observing the stone wall for any signs of smoke. Upon careful inspection, I could indeed perceive the subtle ripples of smoke in the air. Returning to the cave where Li Rui was, the sky had already begun to darken. As I entered with my box, I found her with her back turned, tending to the fire. Upon sensing my presence, her body visibly trembled, as if suppressing her excitement. With a voice barely containing her emotions, she asked, "You're back?" As she turned around, her lips quivered and her eyes had begun to redden. I did not respond. Instead, I lifted her and placed her onto the makeshift bed made from hay. I caressed Rui's back, which was as smooth as jade, while she nestled against my chest, her fingers tracing circles as she analyzed the situation. "Brother Chen, amidst all this misfortune, we are fortunate in one regard. At least 3 of the 4 individuals are still alive. Based on Xiao Yan's account, and considering Huang Ting is a clever woman adept at navigating tricky situations, the likelihood of something going wrong in the short term is quite low. In fact, I dare say she might currently be outsmarting the islanders, possibly without suffering any loss at all." When she mentioned that she might not have suffered any loss, I understood the implication. Perhaps she was merely trying to comfort me. Noticing my hesitance, Rui suddenly asked with utmost seriousness, "Brother Chen, hypothetically speaking, if you were to rescue Huang Ting only to discover that her body had been violated by another, could you still accept her?" Her clear eyes bore into mine, unblinking, as though my forthcoming answer would determine a matter of great significance. As I was about to speak, she added, "Brother Chen, you must express your thoughts honestly, without any reservations. Is that clear?" I replied candidly. If such an event were to occur, it would be impossible for any man to claim that he felt nothing. However, I believe that my feelings would be predominantly ones of sorrow and compassion for her. She was coerced against her will. What fault lies with her? I have no justification to cast blame upon her for something she did not desire. Thus, I would persuade myself to accept her, just as I did previously. In fact, before this, neither Zhang Qin, Huang Ting, nor Xiao Yan were virgins. Yet did I not accept and cherish them equally? So what does it matter? Rui pressed me further, seemingly seeking a direct and unequivocal answer. Consequently, I responded with clarity. As long as she was not a willing participant, she has not betrayed me. Upon hearing my reply, Rui nestled her head against my shoulder and kissed my neck, then lightly said, "Brother Chen, you are truly kind. I understand now. Your affection for me is not based on my physical form, but rather on who I am as a person." I was perplexed as to why, despite her inquiry regarding Huang Ting, the conversation had shifted to herself and how she had discerned that my love transcended her corporeal existence. Her reasoning was beyond my comprehension. She continued, "As I mentioned earlier, I am more than 90 certain that Huang Ting is unharmed. My confidence stems from 3 points. First, the people of that island have invested heavily because they have pinned all their hopes on the roadmap. Thus, they would not permit any issues to arise with it. Second, the falsehood of the roadmap, concocted by Li Meiguo and his associates, is one they dare not expose, for doing so would lead to their own downfall. Even in critical moments, they would only seek to maintain the FAAD. Otherwise, they too would face ruin. Third, do you recall Huang Ting's assertion? She possesses the ability to navigate the affections of every man who pursues her. Therefore, I can assure you that Huang Ting is likely skillfully manipulating the islanders, leaving Li Meiguo and his crew in silent despair. My only concern lies with those 2 adept islanders, as they have come to realize that the roadmap is a deception. Yet, I believe the likelihood of them exposing this truth is minimal. Given their awareness of the fighter jet intelligence, they should understand that we are a civilization 80 years beyond their own. How would they perceive this? Rui continued her analysis. If they remain on the beach, they will find themselves trapped in an endless cycle, awaiting rescue that may never come. Thus, it would be wiser to let the lie of the roadmap guide their team across the island, for there may yet be a chance of escape. Thus, considering the aforementioned, the likelihood of Huang Ting being unmasked lies beneath 10 at this moment. However, Brother Chen, she asserted with utmost seriousness, you must hasten to pursue them, for they have already journeyed several days, and the outcome remains uncertain. Should they continue on a straight path, even the vastness of the island must ultimately reach a conclusion. Furthermore, at this very moment, it is likely that Huang Ting is yearning for your presence. Indeed, as I absorbed Li Rui's analysis, I felt a measure of relief. Yet simultaneously, a profound sense of longing for Huang Ting engulfed me, accompanied by an overwhelming guilt. Perhaps at this very instant, she is somewhere contemplating me. Rui undoubtedly discerned my sentiments. Brother Chen, rest now. Tonight, conserve your energy, and in the next 2 days, let us endeavor to transport the majority of this cured meat, after which you may set forth. With your prowess, if you embark alone, you will swiftly catch up to them. Suddenly, she sat upright, raising her hands high, playfully mimicking a superhero. In 2 days, my husband Brother Chen shall officially embark on a quest to conquer the northern reaches of the deserted island. As she spoke, she playfully toppled over, landing upon my face. Indeed, since inheriting my legacy, I had yet to ascertain how far I could traverse alone in a day. 2 days, 2 days hence. Yet at this moment, a substantial portion of my anxiety dissipated. Rest assured, my dear wife, even without conserving my energy tonight, I shall remain invigorated come tomorrow and the day after. Brother Chen, Chapter 51. The self-destructively Rui, we engaged in extensive conversation, reflecting on the notion that at times, adhering to one's own opinions is a matter of principle, yet the ability to relinquish them can lead to a sense of ease. Just as I consider the suggestions offered by others, provided they are not malevolent, or perhaps when I cater to the preferences of the masses, it may bring joy to the public and a certain relief to myself. Upon contemplation, it seems that respecting the views of the majority may indeed be a manifestation of emotional intelligence. Prompted by Li Rui's insights, I pondered that perhaps after our ascent, it would be prudent to adjust some of my stubborn beliefs, although overturning deeply held convictions may be painful and cumbersome. I trust that those who have reached this point will comprehend. Each individual possesses their own perspective. Indeed, my experiences have proven to be quite abundant. Over an hour later, while she had not yet succumbed to slumber, Li Rui had softly nestled against my chest, seemingly expending all her energy even to lift her head. I recounted to her the intricate details of recent events, including the landslide in the passage and the rescue of several women. When she inquired about the origin of the wheeled suitcase, I shared the tale of the new survivors arriving on the island, until at last, she drifted into a deep sleep, while I remained by her side, meditating until dawn. I carried a heavy box filled with bamboo skewers and smoked meat, weighing perhaps over 100 pounds. Li Rui had donned her work attire, yet her innate grace rendered her appearance far from that of an ordinary factory worker. She radiated the charm of a factory belle. It bears repeating that such clothing was perfectly suited for an uninhabited island, long pants, long sleeves, and durable fabric. The sole drawback was the absence of undergarments, yet the thickness of the material provided sufficient coverage. Otherwise, given Li Rui's figure, her form would undoubtedly be exposed. She also wrapped some of the smoked meat, approximately 20 pounds, in her discarded clothing, slinging it over her back while carrying the remaining sea salt. As we trekked towards the ridge, Li Rui eagerly inquired about my observations of the new arrivals on the island. As I spoke, her pace gradually slowed, and upon reaching the edge of the coniferous forest, she halted me with a request. "Brother Chen, is there a way for me to observe that group, particularly the girl named Xiaoxue?" Yesterday, during their confrontation, I had also entertained doubts regarding the mention of the infamous Sin Island. I wondered if it bore any relation to Chen Fong, especially given the gravity of the term used, a battle. Yet, I hold a particular disdain for such women. While it is true that Wei Gongzi is no paragon of virtue, I find this woman equally detestable. Coming from a prominent family, I refuse to believe that she did not conduct her due diligence before engaging in courtship. If one cannot accept the character of the other party, one ought not to pursue such a match. Should she intend to leverage her so-called beauty for the assistance of the other's family, then she should be prepared to make the necessary sacrifices. To desire the benefits of others while simultaneously holding them in suspense is the most loathsome of behaviors. How contemptible! Thus, I addressed Li Rui, stating that Chen Fong emerged at least after 2020, while our incident transpired in March 2014. Now that we have arrived on the island, it has scarcely been a little over a month. Li Rui had also perused a note from that time. I surmised that upon hearing me mention the words related to the infamous Battle of Evil Island, her curiosity was piqued, compelling her to explore further. Perhaps she aimed to persuade me. As she remarked, since we can arrive on this island concurrently with the troops from over 80 years ago during World War II, why cannot individuals from a few years or a decade hence join us as well? Yet, I sensed her intentions extended beyond mere curiosity. She seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Admittedly, even without her prompting, my own curiosity was insatiable. However, I pondered whether I could conceal her presence should I bring Li Rui along. If discovered, could I guarantee her safety? Ever since I emerged from that legacy, I had yet to truly engage in physical confrontation with anyone. Consequently, while I was acutely aware of my strength, certainly magnified many-fold compared to before, I remained uncertain of its precise magnitude. Under the relentless pressure of Li Rui's coaxing and playful persuasion, we ultimately buried the box and her clothing wrapped in smoked meat at the edge of the coniferous forest. Of course, I had another purpose for venturing forth, should they possess firearms or any other weapons that could jeopardize the safety of the women. I needed to address these threats before my departure. Having acquired the clothing the night before and set out, I found it implausible that a wealthy family outfitted for the sea would lack some means of self-defense. I recalled that yesterday, Xiaoxue had traversed the beach heading north with her aunt, contemplating whether she sought a suitable place to dwell. Thus, the cave we once inhabited was likely to be discovered by her. Therefore, as we approached the climbing point of the cliff we had scaled earlier, I embraced Li Rui and descended directly from the edge of the coniferous forest down the smooth stone face. I no longer required any intermediary stops, and I felt more capable of sustaining the consumption of my spirit. Li Rui and I advanced toward the direction of the former cave. With each interval, I released my spiritual awareness to ascertain if anyone was near. Upon reaching the lower right side of the cave, not a soul was in sight. Just as Li Rui was about to urge me to investigate the cave, I informed her it was unnecessary, for we had already discerned that the cave had long since transformed into a heap of ruins. Arriving at the pool beneath the waterfall, we followed the stream toward the seaside. Along the way, I frequently unleashed my spiritual awareness, observing various animals and uncovering previously unnoticed dangers. For instance, I spotted a leopard in this open space, possibly larger than the one I had seen a few days prior in the second clearing. As we neared the shoreline, I also detected a saltwater crocodile lurking at the bottom of the stream. This crocodile differed in both size and appearance from those in the swamp nearby. Yet, it remained solitary, motionless at the stream's bottom. I am uncertain whether he has come to the countryside to inspect work or to seek a fateful encounter. I even caught sight of 2 goats engaged in mating. I deceived Li Rui, whisking her up to the treetops to observe for a while, nearly losing a chunk of flesh from my armpit as she clutched me tightly. The most perilous moment was when I spotted a formidable creature lurking in the woods, a boa constrictor, thicker than a utility pole. Perhaps I had previously been fortunate, or it was merely the cooler temperatures of March that rendered it aloof. Despite my numerous excursions in this forest, it had never approached us for a conversation. Reflecting on this now sends a chill down my spine. I had observed various animals, but not a single human. It appears I had overestimated Fu Shui. They likely had not strayed far from the beach where they had been the day before. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a tent on the beach caught my attention. It hardly resembled a proper tent, merely a few branches forming a simple A-frame, covered with leaves and topped with 2 articles of clothing. Without further examination, I surmised it was likely Shui and her aunt. I concealed myself with Rui behind some bushes, merely 20 meters from the tent. Yet, the scene within remained entirely obscured. As I contemplated a better vantage point, I noticed the aunt, her back to us, hastily exiting the tent and rushing southward. Rui and I exchanged glances, both instinctively uttering the phrase, "Something is amiss." Once again, I extended my consciousness to glimpse inside the tent, discovering that Shui appeared unwell, lying motionless on a mound of grass, emitting faint snores. Upon opening my eyes, Rui, filled with concern and curiosity, inquired about my findings. I informed her that it seemed the aunt had drugged Shui. I found it astonishing that in just 2 days, Shui had already fallen victim to such treachery twice. Rui pondered for a moment before declaring, "It seems the male lead is about to make an entrance. Brother Chen, you should wait for me atop the treetops. This position may attract others. If I am not in danger, do not reveal yourself." As she spoke, she squeezed out from the thicket towards the tent. I intended to protest, but had no time, for she had already ventured forth. At this moment, I was bewildered by her recklessness. Particularly concerning was the middle-aged man, Xiao Hua, who appeared formidable. It seemed Rui was behaving unusually today, taking risks that left me no choice but to ascend to the treetops. Once more, I extended my consciousness to peer into the makeshift tent. Rui was there, administering acupressure to Shui's head, occasionally raising a nearby cup to offer her water. The cup was exquisite, clearly a luxurious item from the outside world. Beside the tent lay a pile of firewood, which had burned down to embers. While there were no flames, the sparks remained vibrant. Rui then ventured into the adjacent woods, gathering dry twigs to rekindle the fire. The young girl, Xiao Shui, seemed to have awakened, yet she appeared to be only partially conscious, much like a child just rousing from slumber, still in a daze. I harbored no peculiar inclination towards spying on women dressing, so I withdrew my focus. After a while, Li Rui did not emerge from the tent. It had been over 2 hours since she had entered. Behind the thicket, a man's silhouette stealthily approached from the south. Who else could it be but the man in his 50s, Xiao Hua? I genuinely questioned whether Li Rui had somehow calculated this moment. Xiao Hua concealed himself behind the bushes, less than 20 meters from the tent, precisely where we had been moments prior. After more than 10 minutes, a group of men and women strolled in from the distant southern beach. Straining to see, I discerned that leading the way was none other than young Master Wei, accompanied by Xiao Shui's aunt. The aunt was both guiding them forward and engaging in conversation with young Master Wei, her tone dripping with flattery and obsequiousness. Following them were 5 men and 4 women. The 5 men included the 3 young men who had shared the bonfire with young Master Wei the previous night, along with 2 others who had returned from hunting, excluding the one Xiao Shui had toppled, Xiao Qi. The 4 women comprised the 3 bikini-clad ladies from last night, as well as young Master Wei's heavily made-up sister. The young men and women paused more than 100 meters from the tent, indulging in merriment on the beach, their laughter occasionally resembling the honking of geese. Someone produced a mobile phone, taking pictures while inquiring if anyone had a portable charger. I caught snippets of their conversation, referencing something called a teasing video, a term I had heard for the second time, yet remained oblivious to its meaning. As the aunt led young Master Wei closer to the tent, I overheard her ingratiatingly say, "All right, young Master Wei, I shall leave you here. You two lovebirds should have a good talk. It's been a night already, and Xiao Shui should be no longer upset. If she is awake, you can share your hearts. If she is feigning sleep, it's merely her modesty. Regardless, you already bear the title of husband and wife. So why not resolve any quarrels at the head of the bed and reconcile at the foot? She elongated the word reconcile purposely, casting a mischievous glance at young Master Wei. Such an astute man as he could not possibly misunderstand her implication. Thank you, Aunt. Once we return to the outside world, as your nephew-in-law, I shall express my gratitude properly. He too drew out the words gratitude with deliberate emphasis, as if alluding to something deeper. The aunt, with a playful laugh, responded, "Oh dear, we'll all be one family now. Why be so formal with your aunt?" What transpired next left me utterly bewildered, nearly shattering my glasses in disbelief. Young Master Wei boldly reached out, caressing the aunt's face. "In truth, you are not much older than I. Calling you aunt feels rather aged. It pains my heart. What manner of behavior was this?" I found myself utterly perplexed. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the young lady appeared to be quite pleased, delicately stating, "Oh dear. What is there to endure or not endure with half-old Su Liang? You should hasten your entry." After uttering these words, she did not withdraw her hand from that of young Master Wei. He regarded her with a mischievous grin before turning and striding into the tent. While I could envision that Li Rui must possess considerable skills among ordinary folk, as her partner, I felt an undeniable concern for her safety. Therefore, I promptly unleashed my spiritual awareness to probe into the happenings within the tent. I beheld Rui and Xiao Shui lying quietly in a pile of grass, seemingly asleep. Young Master Wei, bent over, was about to enter the tent. As he poked his head inside, perhaps taken aback by the sight of two women, he hesitated for a brief moment. Despite the stillness of the two women, he abruptly turned and dashed back towards the direction from whence he came. His agility and reflexes likely surpassed those of many who have undergone professional training. This incident further attests to the comprehensive and cautious upbringing that affluent children receive concerning safety. The two women within the tent were far from ordinary. In merely a second or two, young Master Wei had already sprinted 7 or 8 meters away, while Xiao Shui sprang into action. It seems that women possess an innate enmity towards the act of drugging others. She burst forth from the side of the tent's triangular roof, wielding a long knife. With a swift push from her toes against the sandy ground, she became akin to a released arrow, aiming directly for young Master Wei's back. Li Rui's figure followed closely behind Xiao Shui, both women emerging with urgency from the side of the tent. In the blink of an eye, everything transpired in an instant. End of this chapter. The next chapter is titled, "I Am Not a Savior, Unable to Rescue Everyone." Chapter 52, I Am Not a Savior. I Cannot Rescue Everyone. As the snowflakes burst forth from the apex of the triangular roof, Xiao Hua, concealed behind the thicket, sprang high into the air. With a light touch on the bushes, he propelled himself towards the front of Xiao Shui, aiming to intercept her. Following closely behind her was Li Rui, racing out from the side of the triangular tent. The events unfolded in a heartbeat. From the moment young Master Wei turned to flee to the instant the three engaged in combat outside the tent transpired in mere seconds. Almost simultaneously, leading the charge was young Master Wei, whose physique betrayed a history of rigorous training. Yet at that moment, he ran as if lamenting the absence of 2 additional legs. In the brief span of 1 or 2 seconds, while Xiao Shui clashed with the others, he had already covered 20 meters. Xiao Hua, surprisingly, wore a pair of gloves made from an unknown material, reaching for the long knife in Xiao Shui's grasp. Despite the blade's razor-sharp edge, it could not sever the grip of those gloves. Clearly, Xiao Shui possessed considerable combat experience, with a series of thrusts, deflections, and slices. She swiftly liberated her weapon from Xiao Hua's grasp. Li Rui wielded 2 short sticks, seemingly casual implements originally intended for kindling. In her hands, one stick was reversed like a dagger, while the other was held as a short sword. It appeared she had no intention of bringing Xiao Shui's opponent to ruin. Rather, her demeanor suggested a desire to mediate. With an elbow strike, she disrupted Xiao Hua, seemingly poised to utter a word. Yet as Xiao Shui's knife slipped from her grip, Xiao Hua had already launched an assault on Li Rui. In the blink of an eye, The trio exchanged dozens of blows, and it brought a faint smile to my lips to witness the two women executing grandiose maneuvers, forcing Xiao Hua to retreat. Gasping for breath, he could only parry, his arms, thighs, and body marred by numerous cuts, utterly devoid of the strength to retaliate. A group of youthful men and two burly bodyguards had converged with young Master Wei. The two women pressed Xiao Hua back relentlessly, seizing an opening. Li Rui swung her stick horizontally, striking Xiao Hua on the ear, one of the most sensitive spots on the human body. Pain contorted his face, yet he could not free his hands to soothe his ear. In that moment of distraction, Xiao Shui seized the opportunity, raising her knife from the lower right to strike diagonally upwards. Should the blade find its mark, Xiao Hua would surely face castration. If it struck his thigh, he would at least be rendered incapacitated. Rui swiftly aimed her stick at Xiao Shui's right wrist. Bang! Just then, the sharp report of a gunshot echoed, and blood erupted from Xiao Shui's forearm. In that fleeting moment of shock, another gunshot rang out, and the long knife in Xiao Shui's hand was sent flying to the ground. Two bodyguards and a short, stout youth aimed their dark, menacing firearms at her. After a brief pause, Xiao Hua seized the moment and redirected his attack towards Li Rui. A bodyguard was about to aim his gun at Li Rui when young Master Wei snatched the weapon from his grasp, exclaiming, "Don't shoot. For today, I intend to indulge in a double delight." At this moment, Xiao Shui's long knife clattered to the ground. Her right arm was injured, and she was held at gunpoint by two pistols. It was apparent that Li Rui was no match for Xiao Hua. Upon reflection, I discerned that if Xiao Shui were to confront Xiao Hua alone, the odds might be evenly split, perhaps even slightly in Xiao Shui's favor. However, without her participation, Li Rui stood alone against Xiao Hua and was indeed at a disadvantage. As Li Rui fought while retreating, she called out, "Darling, if you do not come out soon, your wife team will have no one to manage them." Sigh, how burdensome this is. I leaped from the treetops, causing every individual on the beach to halt their actions, gazing in astonishment as I floated gracefully in the air, defying the laws of physics. I descended slowly beside Li Rui, taking two short sticks from her hands while feigning anger and saying, "Are you satisfied now?" Yet, Li Rui playfully responded, "I did this to assist you." She lowered her voice and added, "This way, you can focus on rescuing Huang Ting." In that instant, I comprehended her intent. With Zhang Qin's marksmanship combined with Li Rui's capabilities, and by bringing Xiao Shui, a formidable ally, into the fold, this cadre of women would be less susceptible to future threats on this island. Consequently, I could confidently venture northward to rescue Huang Ting. Moreover, it was crucial that Xiao Shui, being a woman, would facilitate their camaraderie. There was no need for me to reveal my ultimate trump card in front of these individuals, yet I had to intimidate them. Thus, after seizing the short sticks, I turned to Xiao Hua, declaring, "You attacked my woman earlier, and now I shall retaliate against you." Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Just as Xiao Hua opened his mouth to respond, I swung the short sticks, using them like blades, slicing towards him. Although they were merely sticks, under the enhancement of my physical strength and spiritual power, they unleashed a blade-like energy, a crescent-shaped black and yellow force that struck Xiao Hua from 5 or 6 meters away. He had no time to evade and was struck from his right foot to his left shoulder by the energy. Before he could emit a cry of agony, he was propelled over 10 meters away, collapsing on the beach while spewing a mouthful of blood. I sighed. A stick is still a stick. Even though it released blade energy, it could not cleave Xiao Hua in two. Previously, I believed that blade energy was merely an extension of power. But I now realize that the energy emitted from a dry wooden stick is fundamentally different from that produced by a real blade. It is akin to the disparity in results between an adult striking someone's neck with a knife and doing so with a sponge. However, Xiao Hua lay there, bloodied and incapacitated, clearly suffering from severe internal injuries. The short stick in my hand, unable to withstand the immense force, shattered into splinters. Everyone was taken aback, save for two women. One was Li Rui, who had witnessed my attacks on multiple occasions. The other, surprisingly, was Xiao Shui, who displayed little astonishment, merely expressing her confusion with a query. Two-handed half? It was evident she had encountered this before and was somewhat familiar with it. I pointed with another short stick at young Master Wei, who stood 20 to 30 meters away, stating, "This woman is my wife." Yet you dared to utter an incredibly offensive remark. Such behavior is utterly intolerable for a man. Just as I was about to strike, the heavily made-up young woman, young Master Wei's sister, interjected, "Hold on. Should you dare to lay a hand on my brother, we shall certainly shoot you dead. No matter how formidable you are, you cannot possibly surpass the might of a bullet. Although my brother may have spoken in error, he was unaware that she is your woman. A mere monetary compensation would suffice. We're the Wei family, after all." Gazing upon the 3 handguns, a flicker of curiosity ignited within me. For days, I had pondered this very question. What would be the outcome when I confronted firearms and bullets? I instructed Li Rui to step aside, and she took Xiao Shui, who was injured, with her. With my right hand, I reached out, and Xiao Shui's long blade soared into my grasp. With my left hand, I summoned a knife sheathed from the dilapidated tent, and it flew into my hand as well. I sheathed the blade back into its scabbard. The knife was exquisite, its black sheath adorned with thin, azure jade inlays, while the hilt was tightly wound with silk thread in concentric circles. At the end of the hilt was an exceedingly diminutive ring, perhaps half the size of a typical ring. The blade gleamed silver, polished to a brilliant shine, inscribed with 2 ancient, graceful characters in seal script, "Slay Demons." As I grasped the knife, the ethereal spirit of the blade resonated with exhilaration, akin to the joy of old friends reuniting. I recalled a line from a movie featuring the fire-cloud evil god, and with an air of pretentiousness, I addressed young Master Wei, his armed bodyguard, and the stout young man. "This is your final opportunity. Fire at me, should you injure or kill me. I shall refrain from retaliating. Otherwise," I deliberately contorted my expression into a fierce, bloodthirsty smile. The 3 exchanged glances, and it seemed young Master Wei summoned immense courage to make his decision, gritting his teeth. "Fire!" In that very moment, as the words left his lips, all 3 simultaneously pulled their triggers. It was then that I unleashed the full extent of Feng Wu and Wu Hui. It appears I had overestimated the power of handguns and bullets. They seemed to move in slow motion before my eyes. The bullets, being small in caliber, inherently possessed reduced firepower and velocity. I deftly sidestepped, allowing the bullets to whiz past me. The first round of 3 bullets was fired simultaneously, and I maneuvered through the gaps. Following closely was the second round, again nearly simultaneous. I contemplated whether I could intercept the bullets. With a deft maneuver of my hands, I evaded the first bullet, then wielded my demon-slaying blade with precision, deflecting the subsequent 2 projectiles. As the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds approached, an audacious thought struck me. To cleave them with my blade? Thus, the first bullet was split, the second was struck at an angle, and the 3rd was severed horizontally into 2 pieces. I was astounded by my own capabilities. After all, these were bullets. Who would believe such a tale if I were to recount it? Likely, others would deem me insane. Yet, the remarkable had indeed transpired, filling me with confidence for the journey northward ahead. They wielded imitation Type 54 pistols, firing at a velocity exceeding 400 meters per second, which appeared as if in slow motion to my eyes. Even with the 38 type rifle, which boasted nearly double that velocity, I was confident I could evade its fire, provided I was prepared. Li Rui beamed with pride, his smile radiant. I discerned that my greatest takeaway from today was the newfound assurance I had developed towards bullets. This was an unexpected boon, and it was time to take my leave. However, before departing, there was a matter to address. Those firearms had to either be collected or destroyed. How could I leave without ensuring my peace of mind afterward? As for their lives or deaths, it was of no concern to me. I suspected there was little of worth among them. As I scrutinized the blade in my hand, I approached young Master Wei and his companions. Before I could utter a word, Xiaohua had already risen, laboriously inquiring, "Might I ask, Ao Yu Suin Yun Kien Kun Yun?" I was taken aback by the question. Seeing my strained smile and my silence, he hastily added, "Could it be that you are Dao Zun?" He seemed startled by his own words. "A Dao Zun under 30? I have never encountered one in my life." He bowed deeply, then continued, I implore you to show mercy. This matter cannot be solely blamed on my young master. The Fu family has been excessively oppressive, having deceived us twice into investing under the pretense of a union with their esteemed daughter. We expended considerable effort to foster an affinity between the two younger generations, only to discover it was all a ruse from the outset. While my young master's methods may have been somewhat extreme, we are, in truth, the aggrieved parties. Perhaps my imposing presence had diminished somewhat. At that moment, a heavily made-up young woman interjected with an acerbic tone, "You and your woman are still clad in our garments. I concede that the wild boar you offered in exchange far exceeds the value of these clothes. Yet, since the garments were willingly given by you, it can be regarded as a debt of gratitude. Now, to threaten our lives? Such tyranny is intolerable." Her words dripped with a feigned petulance. I must admit, she was an astute woman. Were I a paragon of justice, her so-called favor would surely invoke feelings of shame. If not, then her sultry expression when expressing indignation would likely sway me to her cause. It appeared this little woman was no ordinary adversary. As I overheard the chatter of others, that aunt could no longer contain herself and emerged to confront me, saying, "Who do you think you are? How utterly uncouth. You dare meddle in the affairs of the Wei and Fu families? My elder brother is the lord of the universe. My second and third brothers are all esteemed Dao lords. Even if you're a Dao sovereign, our Fu family has many acquaintances, including several Dao sovereigns and Xian sovereigns, and we are not intimidated by you. You dare to interfere in our private matters. Are you courting death?" Perhaps my initial impression of these individuals was rather unfavorable, and this aunt was particularly close to me. Thus, I retaliated with a slap, albeit not with all my strength. Ignoring her further, I turned to the individuals from the Wei family and stated, "I do not wish for anyone to threaten the safety of my women. Surrender all your firearms and weaponry. Your quarrels are of no concern to me." It seemed as though everyone breathed a sigh of relief, discarding their weapons onto the ground and expressing their willingness to befriend someone like me should I have any requests. Yet, I had no desire to engage in further dialogue with them. I turned and tossed the demon slayer knife to the woman named Xiao Shue. To be frank, that knife was rather impressive, and had it not been for its ambiguous origins, I would have coveted it for myself. As I was about to leave with Li Rui, I noticed Xiao Shue's eyes were red as she approached her aunt step by step. "Aunt, within our family, you are the last person I trust. But why have you deceived me in this manner?" She pointed an accusatory finger at the young masters of the Wei family and coldly questioned her aunt. "You told me that a wealthy family offered a substantial sum to resolve our familial unrest. I sought to contribute to the family and took on this task. Yet, you have orchestrated this deception from the beginning. Your true intention was to sell me when trouble arose. Previously, Xiaoping had warned me not to fully trust her, claiming that her kindness was merely a facade. I had thought her childish and naive, but it turns out the most naive one was in fact me. I had no desire to listen to their petty squabbles any longer. Even if this woman was deceived by her family and was indeed pitiable, what did it matter to me? I only wished to secure the safety of my women and rescue Huang Ting. I was not a savior. With all my strength, I hurled the firearms into the sea, watching them shrink into distant black dots until they vanished. The splashes created by their descent into the water no longer visible. Grasping Li Rui's hand, we followed the stream away from that place. Behind us, I could hear the aunt's explanation, claiming that I should not be blamed. The true decision-makers were her father and third uncle. This was no longer of my concern. Whether they fought like bulls or horses mattered little to me. I simply wished to enjoy my life on this deserted island, leaving the affairs of modernization to others to realize. End of this chapter. Next chapter. A new beginning. Chapter 53, Departure on the Way Back. Li Rui was filled with joy. However, it seemed to me that her intentions had not been fulfilled, as there had been no communication with that Xiao Shui regarding future matters. I cannot fathom why she remained so elated. By the time we returned to the stone chamber, it was already late afternoon. Upon entering the stone chamber, we were greeted by Qiao Yin and the others, with Zhangxin and Xiao Yin embracing us in tears. To be frank, they were actually weeping as they embraced Li Rui. After exchanging a few simple words, Rui immediately inquired about He Ju's condition. According to Qiao Yin and Zhangxin, Hiju had emerged from her previous state of deep coma, but her current demeanor appeared somewhat abnormal. They recounted that Hiju either slept or, upon waking, seemed dazed and listless. When I approached her, she was awake. I called her name, but she seemed unable to respond, tilting her head to gaze at me, her eyes darting about. After a few moments, she finally uttered a word that left me both amused and heartbroken. "Mama." I gently stroked her hair and placed a kiss upon her forehead before turning to Li Rui to ask how she was faring. Given that she held a postdoctorate in psychology, she suggested that Hiju had likely suffered excessive shock and was now consumed by guilt. As we gathered around the campfire, Rui continued speaking, with Xiao Yin, Zhang Qin, and I forming a circle. Hiju seemed to be closest to me, lying beside me with her head resting on my lap. As I caressed her hair, she gradually closed her eyes and drifted into slumber. Rui reached out to touch Hiju's hair as well, elaborating on her thoughts. From a psychological perspective, she is likely experiencing a sense of escapism. Escapism? I echoed. Yes, escapism, Rui affirmed with certainty. Hiju has been burdened with guilt over Ouyang Danqing's death. Imagine a student who has yet to step into society, untouched by any darkness. Essentially, she is still a child. Given her family background, where she has been cherished by her parents, being thrust into this desolate island, devoid of clothing and sustenance, and utterly alone, must be a harrowing ordeal for a child who has always lived in carefree surroundings. Coupled with the life-and-death struggles with the islanders and the grim fate that befalls women captured by them, it is a terrifying reality that we all understand. Adding to this is the weight of Ouyang Danqing's demise, which has left her feeling profoundly guilty. In this environment, devoid of kin and security, all these factors converge. In the lower passage, the confrontation and gunfire with the islanders, the shock of the explosive charges, Xiao Yan's injuries, and Zhang Qin's gunshot wound. At that moment, Hiju was the only one still able to move in the stone chamber. For a mere 19-year-old, this is an immense pressure. Perhaps it was the realization that Xiao Yan was running a fever, with Zhang Qin succumbing to illness as well, all within such a dire environment. It is profoundly fatal when she believes that in the final stone chamber, she may be the sole survivor, perhaps even accompanied by. Rui cast a glance at Xiao Yan and Zhang Qin, hesitating momentarily before continuing. When she considers the possibility of being in the presence of two lifeless bodies, her consciousness utterly evaded the grim reality. By the end, Rui's voice quivered with emotion. After all, she is still just a child. We fell into a collective silence, during which Hiju murmured, calling out for her mother. I gently stroked her hair, and she then called out, "Brother Chen, please come back." Indeed, so much has transpired during this time, particularly in the face of life and death. Especially during the moments when I inflicted torment upon the robust men from the island nation, I believed myself to be remarkably cold-hearted and unyielding. Yet even now, tears streamed down my face as I inquired of Rui, what will become of her? It is uncertain whether she can recover. Yet based on your care and observations over the past few days, if you remain by her side frequently, the likelihood of her recovery is significantly heightened. Whether she calls for her mother or for Brother Chen, she is fundamentally yearning for a sense of security. Therefore, having a strong presence consistently near her will naturally foster improvement in her condition. Rui earnestly stated to me, just like when you held her spirit close while she slept, that was indeed the best form of comfort for her. I truly believe Rui speaks with wisdom, yet with Huang Ting now captured by the islanders, how could I possibly remain at home cradling Hiju to sleep every night? As I gently caressed Hiju's hair, I turned to Li Rui and asked, "My heart is torn. I cannot neglect Huang Ting. If I leave for a while, will her condition worsen?" "Brother Chen, you need not worry," Li Rui reassured me. "As long as someone is there to hold her each night, providing her with a sense of safety, it may not have the same effect as your presence, but it should at least mitigate her decline. However, you must return swiftly, as the longer this illness lingers, the more complicated her recovery will be." I had already formulated a plan and addressed the women. There is no need to bring the items from the cave above. Let what remains stay below. Should you encounter trouble after my departure, you can retreat to that location or entrust the cave to others in exchange for your safety. The matter concerning Huang Ting is urgent. If possible, I intend to set forth tomorrow. Tonight, I will venture out under the cover of darkness to hunt, while you can gather wild vegetables during the day, ensuring we can sustain ourselves until my return. In truth, Brother Chen, you need not assist us with hunting any longer, Zhang Qin interjected. We still have 4 rifles, plenty of ammunition, along with bayonets, cleavers, and kitchen knives. We are capable of addressing our food needs. Li Rui also remarked, moreover, if we were to descend the mountain to procure salt, Xiao Shui down below will undoubtedly strive to ensure our safety. After all, she owes us a significant favor. Upon hearing this, I suddenly comprehended the true intent behind Li Rui's words. Despite the women's protests, my persistent resolve led me to decide to gather as much food as possible before our departure. Gently, I laid He Ju's head down from my lap and stood up, intending to make my way towards the opening of the passage. However, He Ju sat up once more, a shy smile gracing her lips as she said to me, Brother Chen, come back early. He Ju has a reward for you. My companions and I were taken aback. It seemed improbable that she could be in any distress. Yet, He Ju promptly rested her head back on Li Rui's lap, calling out Mama. Li Rui, as if struck by a sudden realization, looked at me with a glimmer of joy in her eyes and said, Brother Chen, if you could endure a bit of hardship and return as soon as possible, I believe I may have a way to assist her recovery. I found it difficult to believe her words, yet she continued, even if complete recovery is unattainable for now, we can at least stabilize her condition for a while. I think we should face minimal issues for the time being. At that moment, He Ju approached me again, gently prying open my fingers and placing something in the palm of my hand. It was a small stone, yet it possessed a translucence reminiscent of jade, though not as transparent. With a beaming smile, she said, Brother Chen, Sister Rui's stone is so beautiful. Li Rui then picked up the stone and mused. Earlier, she extracted something from my pocket, but I did not pay attention to it. What could this be? It resembles jade, yet is not. Xiao Yin and Zhang Qin also approached to examine it closely. As I gazed at the stone, a memory surfaced. Xiao Shui from down mountain. That night by the sea, while she was using a formation to catch fish, I recalled seeing her utilize similar stones. With this thought, I tucked the stone away and instructed the women to arm themselves and guard the entrance to the passage. Then I leaped down into the tunnel. Rui must have sensed my reaction, for she called out from above, Brother Chen, I know you have held a poor impression of Xiao Shui from the very beginning. But if it truly is her, please refrain from causing her harm until we understand the situation. I believe she harbors no malice. In the forest, nighttime is inherently a peak activity period for animals, and at this moment, hunting had become almost effortless for me. I suddenly realized that relinquishing the items within the cave might indeed be the right choice. At times,